Shake it, time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feel free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
Welcome to Day 3 coverage of the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoors from Franklin Field in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on another sunny, clear day on this penultimate day of championship action over this 4-day meet, as the University of Pennsylvania welcomes the top athletes from around the country for this year's New Balance Nationals Outdoor. Hi everybody, Keenan Gray here alongside Brian Fetzer for Day 3 coverage to get you guys underway for this early morning portion of the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoors. Just one final championship on the ledger for us this morning. It will be the race walk 1 mile. I should say 1 mile race walk. As we look ahead kind of to the rest of the day, let's talk about what's happened the last couple days, Brian. I mean, some great performances all around. You had Siani win, repeating her title in the 100. Same with Zamari Sanders. We've seen standout performers on the distance side from Jackson Spencer and the Harriman boys. You know, what's your first observations of what we've seen the first 2 days?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just how the athletes continue to raise up the level of competition. That's probably overall the biggest thing I see. You're talking about performances that a lot of these individuals have had state championships several weeks ago, and now they're still competing at a really high level. So it's super impressive.
Well, let's meet our field for our first championship of the day. This is the boys' 1 mile race walk. You're looking at Folsom Lamer out of South Portland, Maine, the 12th grader. And just right behind him, Jacob Burnham, a sophomore out of Lewiston, Maine. Noah Kay, also from South Portland, Maine, the 11th grader. First athlete not from Maine. This is Braden Taylor from Rockville, Maryland, the junior. And then back to the state of Maine, Ryan Halen representing the Maine Race Walkers, the senior. And this is Cameron Kuhn from McLean, Virginia, the senior. Nolan Moore, he was 5th in this event last year, representing Noble, just a 10th grader. Then Andrew Lamb, representing Maine Race Walkers, the 12th grader. And Matthew Wambacher out of Bainbridge, New York, 12th grader. And then our 10th and final athlete is going to be Joshua Rothery from Eamshamsville, Maryland. That's your field for your championship boys mile race walk. And for those that don't necessarily know the rules of race walk, there's simply 2 rules, Brian. It is you must keep one foot in contact with the ground at all times, and that advancing leg must remain completely straight from that moment it touches the ground until the body passes directly over it. Now, you're probably asking yourself, are there people actually watching it? Yes, there are officials all around the track that are making sure that these athletes are meeting those proper requirements in order to have a successful race walk. If they do not, meet those requirements, they will be flagged with a red card, and they can get up to 3 red cards, which could potentially lead to a disqualification or holding them off for about 30 seconds or so in a penalty box. Kind of like hockey, if so.
It's wild. Race walking, probably one of the most misunderstood events in track and field, because the athletes, they're just walking fast. They're racing under those strict guidelines that you just said. And when you look at the high school level, this event, really Maine and New York, the huge pockets of race walkers, is why you see so many of those athletes in the field. It's definitely a race of rhythm, I would say. It's very interesting. I look at those hips, and I'm like, man, it's got to be a little painful in the hips after a little while.
There's certainly a lot of strategy, a lot of technical pieces that go into race walking. And, some of these kids, they dedicate their heart and soul to this sport, and this is all they do. And sometimes they will go, step up in distance and actually run around the track. But as they line up and get themselves into position, our first championship of the day on this Saturday in June from Franklin Field, the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoors. We'll crown a new champion in this event because our defending champion, Ian Britt, who holds the meet record in this event, 6:46.15, is not back to defend his title. He was actually over in Eugene, Oregon yesterday at the USATF U20 Championships and finished runner-up in the 5,000-meter race walk, and is looking to see if he can earn a spot on Team USA for those World U20 Championships in August.
Get great weather this morning for the competition. Philadelphia right now, about the hotbed of sports around the country.
Yeah, with World Cup happening also in Philadelphia and of course all across the country. A great win by Team USA yesterday in Seattle over Team Australia to punch their ticket onto the round of 32. And then also, because what happened between Turkey and Paraguay, Team USA has won Group D. So, the city is certainly buzzing with all the energy of the FIFA World Cup and what Team USA has also been able to do. But you also have other nations that have made their way to the United States and across North America to watch some of the best compete at the World Cup. But of course, we have some of the best race walkers competing in this New Balance Nationals Outdoors race, and our early leader in this event coming up onto that first lap is Cameron Kuhn of McLean, Virginia. And you talked about the fact that, Maine and New York are the hotbeds for the race walking. Well, this young man is out of the state of Virginia.
Yeah, it's he was third at the outdoor, nationals back in 25. So see if we can kind of make that move to take over the top spot.
141.25 for Kuhn on that first lap, as you can see a little bit of separation between him, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, but they're all still within each other's couple of strides. And you figure early on in this race, the earlier you can stay in contact, the better it can pay off for you towards the end of this race, and you can hang on and make it an interesting finish.
One of the individuals kind of keeping your eye on is Matthew Wambacher, who's in fourth right now. He was third at the Indoor Nationals just a few months ago.
So completing half of this second lap, and you can see Kuhn with that lead right now, but now he's starting to feel a little bit of pressure from the guys behind him, including the guys you just mentioned, Matthew Wambacher, who was third at those indoor championships this past March, and now is looking to put himself on top of the podium stand and become an outdoor national champion at New Balance Nationals, as they're coming up onto the halfway point of this championship boys mile race walk. It is a much closer battle now, as Kuhn holds about a little under a second advantage over Wambacher. Again, you guys see those legs and those feet. It has to be one foot that touches the ground at all times and keeps those legs straight. Again, such technical things that go into this race, Brian, that these officials have to be really cautious about. You can see one of the officials holding up a yellow card. Maybe think about maybe giving one of these kids that card or so, but for the first time in this race, we have a change in the lead, and Wambacher goes out front.
Yeah, Wambacher, like I said, one of the favorites of the race going early on. He's really made a move the last probably about 500 meters. Wambacher. You can also see Nolan Moore there as well, going right with Wambacher as they both go onto the outside of Cameron Kuhn, as they'll have 200 meters to go on this third lap. And so it's 600 meters left in this boys mile race walk. And not much time to work with either. Yeah, and not much time to work with either, because yesterday it was about 5,000 meters for the USATF U20 race walk. This, of course, is 2 miles shorter, and so there's little time to work with here as they're coming up onto that penultimate home stretch before beginning their bell lap. And there hasn't been much separation between Wambacher and Moore as Kuhn begins to fall out of contention. Moore just a sophomore, the other two seniors in the race. So Moore could be the heir apparent going forward after this year.
So 1 lap remaining. Wambacher just a half a second ahead, or just a couple of strides ahead of Moore as they went through at 5:21.02. You can see Kuhn falling out of contention. He's 3 seconds behind at 5:24.09. But the race really now begins between Wambacher and Moore as they head down the backstretch for the final time.
Moore continues to creep up. He's making it interesting. Definitely putting the pressure on Wambacher.
As Wambacher visualizes how he finishes this race. Again, he figured in the back of his mind that he got third at Indoor Nationals, and how for certain he's going to get better than third. We'll tell you that. It's a matter of whether he'll get second or first. And now maybe there's again still same separation between him and Moore. Does Moore have enough to try to close the gap? And it looks like Moore has started to close that gap on Wambacher. And Moore now goes to the outside shoulder of Wambacher. And now they're side by side with each other as they come into the home stretch for the final time. Wambacher, Moore for a New Balance Nationals outdoor title. Moore now gets into the lead and is striding away from Wambacher. And
I just think of how tough it would be. Man.
Nolan Moore from 5th to 1st in 2026, your New Balance Nationals outdoor champion.
I just think from and obviously not being a race walker myself, but just thinking of perspective, when somebody comes up on your shoulder like Moore did with Wambacher, the tendency to kind of try to push a little bit, and technically having to keep that thought process that I've got to be technically sound and do exactly the way the form's supposed to be, that's a lot of pressure. Wow. Great effort by Moore.
As he finishes that last lap in 1 minute 41.63 seconds, his fastest lap of the 4 laps.
7 seconds faster than his previous lap, so he really got brought it on, especially you saw that over the last 100 meters.
And a much more competitive race than what it was last year in terms of the margin of victory by Ian Britt. That was 23 seconds that he won that race last year when he set the meet record. This year was a 3-second difference between him and between Moore and Wambacher.
Moore just a sophomore. Definitely a bright future ahead of him for the 10th grader from Noble.
Well, how about this? Last year, as you looked at results from this race walk, so 7:03 for 13 more for Moore this season. Last year, when he got 5th, 7:54.47, so 51 seconds faster than what he performed with last year to finish 5th.
That's absolutely amazing. That's awesome.
So on to our girls' championship race. That was Emily Zhang out of East Meadow, the senior. Juliana Molino of Commack, New York, the 11th grader. This is Natalie Rivera out of East Meadow, the 12th grader. Hazel Archega, representing Sachem North Track and Field, just a junior. And then Samantha Benson Tyler from Port Fitness Elite Track Club. So a lot more veteran experience in this field, Brian, compared to what we saw from our previous race, which, of course, had a winner that was a sophomore. But this race, you're going to see seniors and juniors duke it out for bragging rights. And again, just like the boys' race, we're going to have a new champion, as our defending champion Maya Pisik from Burnaby, British Columbia, is not back to defend her title. So one of these girls is going to go home as our new champion in 2026.
Yeah, Benson Taylor, she won the New Balance Indoor Nationals back in March. And, her 2026 mark in the 1,500 meters is pretty stout. So it'll be very exciting. I mean, very small field, just 5 of them. So should be a pretty close race overall.
Only 3 competitors from last year's field are back for this year, which includes Samantha Benson Tyler, who was the top returning finisher, who finished 4th last year in 7:30.89. And then you also had Natalie Rivera, who finished 8th, and then Emily Zhang finishing 9th. So, again, smaller field compared to the 9 girls that competed last year. And because it is a smaller field, it's going to spread out early on in the race and not necessarily be as compact, maybe like what we saw in the boys' race.
Have to see if Samantha Benson Taylor can make the clean sweep, as you could say, from indoors to outdoors.
Yeah,
definitely say I love these introductions that they're coming out to. It's awesome.
Well, they're treating it like a championship, and they want to make sure these athletes get that full experience with those intros. So the girls' championship mile race walk is getting underway. Let's hear from our winner from the boys' mile race walk on the infield.
I'm here. Right. I'm here with your boys 1 mile champion, Nolan Moore, who walked him down with a PR. What did this win mean for you? It was a revenge tour, right?
Yes, it was. I came here last year as a freshman and felt that I did not do great for my time. So this year was my revenge tour where I wanted to really push myself and win, or at least get a better time.
And you did. A PR. I'm pretty sure your coaches and your parents are so happy to witness this history. Do you have a message for them?
I do. I don't think I could have done it without them, so I really, really appreciate and thank them so much for all their support throughout my entire track career.
Give it up for your race walk champion who walked him down, Nolan Moore.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that interview. Congratulations to Nolan Moore on winning the boys 1 mile race walk as we head back to the track for the girls 1 mile race walk as they're coming up onto the completion of the first lap. And a little bit of company between Benson Tyler, Zhang, and then Archega as they're just coming up onto 2 minutes on this first lap, 409 meters through. They go through 2:03:21.
Talked to a friend that's a race walker, and they said, early on in the race, you got to watch the posture and the rhythm. And, when you look at the best race walkers, they look a little more smooth and not a little frantic. And you can see all three of these young ladies up in the lead all look very smooth with the race technique right now.
Archega there on the outside of Benson Tyler, and Rivera just kind of playing right behind them in that third position, but still really early on in this race to kind of get an idea of what this race could look like. Although in the case for Benson Tyler, she's been in a handful of races that have been close. You look back at this indoor season, of course, she won that indoor national title in Boston, but then she also had another race where it was separated by 0.03 of a second between her and another national title. And so it truly does take a lot of work in terms of, fighting off your opponent and kind of playing cat and mouse with them a little bit early on, and then in some ways throw the hammer down as they'll come up to the second lap of 4 as the group of 3 still remain in contact with each other, including Benson Tyler and Archega side by side with each other, with Rivera there in third position.
One of the things you mentioned earlier was, the ability to have to keep connection with the other athletes so you can have a better opportunity to win. And I think super understanding, because you can't just sprint your way out of trouble. If you get out of contact, you've got to maintain that technical form. So I'm keeping that distance. Now they're starting to spread it out a little bit.
Well, after opening up that first lap in 2:03:21, they go through in 2 minutes 07, and now the indoor national champion asserts herself into the lead and has started to grow that lead ever so slightly as they head down the backstretch with less than 2 laps to go.
She's been in the championship form, championship race, so she understands that as one. She's hammering out. Anytime you see athletes start to negative split, there, and she's really starting to open up that lead.
With now then less than 600 meters to go, that lead has grown up to about 3, maybe 4 seconds or so between her and Archega. Rivera back there still in third. But Benson Tyler beginning to set herself up for a victory lap at New Balance Nationals Outdoor and looking to complete that indoor-outdoor sweep in 2026. She's also been back at this track already this season. She was at the Penn Relays early this year, was 5th in the 5,000-meter race walk, and a season's best 27:12:56, and has shown when she stepped down in distance, she can really pick it up and go away from the rest of the field. Look at the separation she has created on her competitors. Coming up onto 1 lap to go as she'll hear the bell for the final time.
Yeah, it's amazing what she's done over the last 300 meters and creating that separation.
And you can see the official hold out that yellow card, so that was a warning. So she'll have to be careful about how she goes about her stride pattern on this last lap. But look at the last lap, 1:53.65. She shaved off 7 seconds from that last lap, Brian, and has still continued to pick up speed with 300 meters to go.
Yeah, super impressive. You can see she's in complete control of this race. They're going from the sun on one side to the shade on the other. Gorgeous, 74 degrees. So incredible running conditions for the race walkers this morning. She's got nearly a 70-meter lead on second place.
So a year ago, finished 4th to Maya Pysick of Burnaby, British Columbia by 14 seconds. And with less than 200 meters to go, is going to take it all in this last curve and then in the home stretch and stride herself to a national championship. As again, the officials taking a look to see what her stride pattern looks like, to see if those feet are still staying in contact with the ground. But everyone, give a round of applause for Benson Tyler as she will complete the indoor-outdoor race walk sweep in 2026. Your New Balance Nationals Outdoor Champion, Samantha Benson Tyler.
What a great win, and what a clean sweep from the indoor and outdoor titles for definitely propelling her for some potential international success down the road, maybe in the 3K, 5K, or 10K race walk. So what a great senior campaign for Samantha.
And then Natalie Rivera finishing second, 8:07.90. Hazel Archega finishing third, 8:09.45. So comparing to last year's results, you had only 6 girls break 8 minutes versus the 1 in Samantha Benson Tyler. And again, that's expected when the field is smaller and not as big and a lot more competitors, to push yourselves to faster times.
I mean, I sit and look at Samantha Benson Tyler's times. I mean, 2:03 for the first, then 2 minutes, then 1:53, then 1:54. She was really uncontested. But Rivers came back and ran a 1:53 or walked a 1:53 on that final lap as well. So a great finish by Rivera.
Well, and you probably also figure, given the size of the field, I'm sure as you see the results from this girls' 1 mile race walk, Benson Tyler probably got a feel of what her other competitors were going to do those first 2 laps, and then her coach probably told her to need to hammer it down these last 2 laps, as you can just see just all by herself in this picture. And then again, just how much of a gap she really created between herself and the rest of the field over these last 2 laps.
Yeah, and that goes into your strategy that you go into with a game plan. Hey, this is what we're going to work on. This is where we need to make the move. And especially, the race walk community is continuing to grow, but it's not massive in size. So, your competition, especially if you're competing at the national level, it's what it is.
Let's hear from our champion on the infield.
We've got our champion in the girls 1 mile race walk, Samantha Benson Tyler. Down to you on the infield.
I'm here with your girls champion in the 1 mile race walk, Samantha Benson Tyler. How did this feel for you?
I feel really good. Just like all my hard work being paid off. It was really good.
Lovely. Do you have a message for your mom or your dad, whoever brought you here?
Both my parents. I wouldn't have been here without them with all their support, and I really appreciate them.
Congratulations. Give it up, everybody, for your champion in the 1 mile race walk.
Thanks very much. As the race walk championship conclude, we head to our first middle school championship race of the day. It's the first of what appears to be 7 sections of our middle school boys 800 meters. And for a lot of these athletes, Brian, especially those that are in this middle school range, they look at what Cooper Lutkenhouse did as a middle schooler a couple years ago and have aspirations of, I want to try to accomplish the same exact thing that this guy has been doing these last couple of years. Now, I'm not saying, you know, when these kids get 17 years old, they're going to go out there and run a 142, but their trajectory can certainly go up, and their confidence is up after, you know, watching a guy like Cooper Lutkenhouse be able to kind of change the game for the middle school athletes with that middle school record of 154.
Well, I mean, it's like, you know, when you look back at the 100 meters that was run, you know, on Thursday, the times that some of these middle schoolers are putting up in events at the age that they're at is really outstanding. I mean, you start seeing the middle schoolers are doing what high schoolers did 5, 10, 15 years ago as the performances continue to come down. I mean, training's been become a lot better. You know, people are a little more focused on what they're trying to do. It's super exciting and super impressive. I was honestly blown away. I'm not gonna lie. As a college coach for a number of years, I never watched a lot of middle school races, so getting to see these, super impressive.
Some of them
We've
a
got
little
a huge
eager
field
to get going. Some of them a little eager to get this race going, as you see the officials are having them take a step back and make sure they're not stepping over that white line. Yeah, when you have a large field like this, you have to be able to get out strong. A lot of these guys starting to sprint early on and find positioning in this race as they'll start in 2 alleys. The guys on the outside will remain in those outside alleys, coming up onto the cones, and then we'll have the luxury of cutting into the inside, and we'll meet each other in one. But again, when you have as big of a field as like this, you're going to have guys going as far as lane 3.
They're definitely all packed up in there right now.
And so as they settle into the pace, they begin to string out a little bit early on. We'll get an idea of who that our leader is as they come through the first lap.
South Carolina.
As it'll be 1 lap to go in this middle school boys 800. It's 60-16 at the opening lap for Wyatt Jackson out of South Carolina, the 8th grader, setting the pace early on with a cascade of others right behind him starting to chase him down.
I'm going to venture to say over the course of these 7 races, 158, the meet record, in my opinion, stands to fall today.
Well, we have entries that range from 154 to 155, so that record is certainly in jeopardy as the field begins to make moves here with 200 meters to go, and looks like Jackson now has fallen back there into full possession as they're cut up onto 100 meters left. It looks like Sawyer West out of the Valor Track Club Portland, the 8th grader, has opened up his stride and is going to take this first section of 7 as he'll cross the tape in 2:05:37. And actually that was Hendrick Gear, so I apologize for misinforming that athlete, as it's Hendrick's Gear out of Parkersburg, Virginia, West Virginia, with your win in 2:05:37, 61:56 on the opening lap, and 63:82 for the win.
Yeah, there was a lot of jockeying for position in that 5 through 2 spot. As you can see, there are a slew of personal bests.
And that's what you expect at this time of year. Top 10 all coming away with lifetime bests. These coaches are prepping their athletes to peak at this time of the year.
Yeah, the high school races, there's high school state championships literally in every state in the United States, but middle school is not so much the case. So a lot of these athletes that don't have a state championship for the middle school ranks, I mean, like you said, again, this is their focal point. This is where they're kind of trying to peak for.
So looking at last year's results, the first section from last year's winning time was 2:06:50. This year's was 2:05:37, so we're already a little bit ahead of what potentially could be a meet record opportunity for some of these boys. As these races do get progressively faster, that's how they're set up. It's supposed to go from slow to fast. So these first couple of sections, maybe we're going to see some times ranging from 2 minutes to 2:05 for our winning times. And then once we get to those faster sections, we're going to start to see a lot more sub-2 performances. Last year, when you look at the results of how many sub-2 performances there were 3 guys that only broke 2 minutes in this 800, as that looks like our early leader starting to open it up way early on in this race, just like we saw in that first section. And we'll try to identify them as they come down the home stretch for the penultimate time. But you got to figure, with 3 guys only breaking 2 minutes last year, and with how fast these kids are running, that's going to be way more this year.
Well, you see that massive pack behind the leader. I mean, they're all the way 3-4 lanes out wide trying to jockey for position.
Brandon Peaker Jr. setting that pace early on, 63:13 for the Episcopal Academy middle schooler. And because of that hot pace, you feel the effects of it under this hot sun at Franklin Field, as everyone now within contact with each other, heading down the backstretch for the final time. And again, just having to go as wide as almost lane 4 to make these moves and go past everybody. They're all nearly 5 across with 200 meters to go, as it looks like Harris, Galeka, Daniel, Peaker Jr., 4 or 5 guys are still within contact of each other. And now there's separation with less than 150 meters to go. And now it's a battle to the finish as they head down the home stretch.
We saw in the last race, whoever kind of took the lead with about 100 meters to go won. No difference on this one. What you're seeing is all these athletes, one thing about it is they're learning how to race. And that's really the interesting part, or the fascinating part about some of the 8th grade or the middle school races, that they're trying to find how to run. You can see the guys were 4 lanes wide. That will come with some maturity and some racing experience.
Well, nothing fits better than having a great kick than having the last name Jacob Rokicki, running a lifetime best 2:08:04, and actually went negative split, went 64.90 on the first lap, was sitting in 5th, and then moved up 4 spots over that last lap with a 63.14 last lap as he wins section 2. So a little bit slower than that first section. So again, the idea is for these sections to get progressively faster, but sometimes that may not necessarily be the case. You may have somebody, when it's all said and done, faster in maybe section 5 or 6. That may not come out of section 7.
Yeah, one of the things we've seen in the first 2 races, the individual that led the first lap didn't lead it at the end. So we'll see if that holds true in Heat 3.
Now, if there's any card that any athlete, fan, or official likes to see, it's that green card. It don't need to see any yellow or red cards. And it's not just because we're in the spirit of the World Cup, folks. Track and field does have these cards that they do have to use for warnings or for disqualifications.
So one person to keep your eye on, there's a 7th grader in the race, Mackenzie. Keep your eye on him.
That's hip one. Kason Gittery,
The only 7th grader in the race.
Robbie Riedel, and Bryce Russ.
Well, Kason Gittery, as we've seen the first 2 sections, has taken it out quickly, but has some company behind him as it's a group of 4 beginning to pull away from that chase back there behind them as they round the turn and head towards the bell lap. With Guidry, your leader, and looking to see if we can get our first sub-60 first lap of the day. They'll come real close to it as it's right around 60-60 for Guidry. Then you have Bryce Russ there, Robbie Riedel, Isham Reina, all within contact. And because when you take it out fast, you start to feel the effects of it on the second lap as the rest of the field starts to swallow up Guidry on the backstretch, with Riedel and Reina and Burrell 3 across now with 200 meters to go.
Three lanes wide. This is when they make their big move.
And Burrell now accelerates away and begins to assert himself in the lead. Look back, though, they're in 3rd position. Trying to see who that athlete is, but Reina now with a late charge is going to go right past Burrell and storm his way to the front and storm his way to the top of the overall standings right now with his 2:03.99, 62.82 on his last lap. And then Quinn McGoldrick out of Haverford Track Club finishes 2nd, 2:04.57, with Burrell finishing in 3rd in 2:05.
I mean, Reina's run 55.99 in the 400 meters, so it shows some good speed there. 55.43 is his personal best, but showed that over the last 15 meters and really made his kick and made it known.
You can see the wind picking up a little bit there. You can see the flags move up on the home stretch side, so some of those athletes might be feeling those effects on the backstretch and then taking advantage of it on the home stretch. But you see the results now populating on your screen. And again, any athlete that can see that time that has that PB next to them knows that they have peaked at the right time of the year and have running their fastest times of the season. And that's a coach's dream, is to see your athletes peak at this time of the year. And I'm sure, while you have coached in the collegiate scene, you have prepped your athletes for those championship races, and you want them to have their best performances when it's all said and done at the end of the year.
Absolutely. I mean, we used to always use the term May Matters because that's when the championships really started. And you can see that, with these high school athletes, AJ and I talked about in the broadcast back on Thursday that, a lot of the athletes are competing really long seasons from indoors all the way through. So to have an opportunity to compete at a national championship in late June, that's tough, and it takes a lot of personal dedication and a lot of coordination with practice and so forth. So hats off to these athletes.
That was Miles Brown, who was our early leader, but now falls back into 3rd position as they're coming up to the bell lap now. As it looks like our leader is now Wellington Burrell, 62.02 with that long stride, starting to move his arms and turn those legs as they head down the backstretch. And you can see movement from all sorts of different athletes, including a new leader emerging. And look at the acceleration he has put on the backstretch, as this looks like it is True Chubbs, who was 10th at the bell and is now well on his way to take Section 4 as he storms away from the rest of the field and tries to lower that top time of 2:03.99 from that previous section as he completely destroys the field on this last lap and will close in on a sub-2 performance and maybe come away with the fastest time of the day. It'll be close. 2:03 looks like 93. It is the fastest time of the day through 4 sections.
Yeah, he negative split by over 3 seconds. That race started off a little slower for the first quarter than the previous, but then Chubbs. True Chubbs. Huge kick and big run.
So yeah, Chubbs, lifetime best 2:03.93, nearly a 4-second win. But I'll ask you as a coach, you're probably thinking to yourself, Chubbs, where was that energy early on in this race? Where could you have used that throughout the race? Because you're not necessarily supposed to negative split at 800, young man.
No, and you know what? Again, all these athletes are learning how to race. You know, it's one thing when you're in a small competition with local athletes where you might be better than everybody else. But when you get put on a national stage where everybody's really good, you know, they're trying to learn how do I run? How do I maneuver the tactics of racing? It's not like the 100 meters where you just got to get after it. There's definitely some technique and some technical components with it.
Well, and I had the chance to watch Paige Shepard run a couple weeks ago up in Seattle, and she won that race up in Seattle and I believe it was like 2 flat, but she ended up going out in her first lap. It was like 61 seconds and then closed in 59 seconds. So it is possible, and there are athletes out there that have the strength for it, but it's not necessarily something you would see in an 800-meter race given that how fast they normally go out. Just like how these boys are starting to string out a little bit here in Section 5. And again, trying to find rhythm in this race, trying to find positioning early on. Some of them having to go as wide as lane 6 because on this track, it really is lane 3 for them given the structure of the Franklin Field track. Our fastest lap of the day, Jaden Webster, 58.83 on that opening lap. So potentially we could see our first sub-2 in this race, but that effects of running 58 seconds pulls him back now into 4th position as he had 3 guys go right past him down the backstretch.
Yeah, the backstretch, they're still, running out wide. So a lot of those athletes are running, and it would be essentially lane 2. A lot of extra effort to get where they're at.
And then with the hat, that's Bailey Stucker.
And that's Ben Donaldson now asserting himself into the lead and just trying to hold off the late competitors behind him there in 2nd and 3rd. Went through in 59.14 on the opening lap. The 8th grader out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, closing in on sub-2 and is going to be real close for that first sub-2 of the day. It won't be sub-2, but it'll be the fastest time of the day through 5 sections. 2:01.35 for Donaldson. Stucker, 2:01.98. And it looks like our top 8 competitors in this section were all ran faster than what we saw from that previous section.
And you may mention every section or every heat that we go through is going to continue to get faster. Just 2 more sections left. But look you look on the standings and see all the personal bests. It's what you want to see at a national championship.
11 of the top 12 guys coming away with lifetime best, including our winner, Ben Donaldson. Opened up in 59.14 and then closed in 62.21. And, for some of these athletes, they don't necessarily get a lot of racing experience throughout the season. This might be one of those only chances where they do get to race. And so for some of them, maybe they haven't necessarily had a race all season long, and this might be it. This might be their race of the season for them.
Yeah, I remember in middle school, we didn't have too many meets, but things have changed considerably since I was in middle school for sure.
So 4 on the outside, and to no surprise because with how many guys in this field, you want to get out early on in this race, but the theme that we've seen from the first 5 sections, Brian, is when you get out hard, some of these guys have been not able to maintain this pace, and Gavin Sutton has made that decision. The 8th grader out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania, he's going to put himself through the front early on. If I did my math correctly, that was 28 seconds through the first 200 meters.
He's getting after it for sure. A lot of these athletes are also doubling back. Some of them ran the mile earlier. They're running some other races. Most of the time at this event, you're not just a one-off.
Such an honest pace for this first lap, and a little bit of stepping into the inside rail. But Gavin Sutton, 57.74 on this opening lap, and continues to hold that lead with Alexander Bertucci just right behind him in second position. As you can see, the other splits from everyone else as they start to close in on Sutton. He's still doing a really good job of maintaining position and holding on to that lead with coming up to 200 meters to go. But you can see an inside push there from looks like Cooper Pound in third, as Bertucci now goes to the outside shoulder, as does Pound, as Pound responds with Bertucci, and they're side by side with each other heading into the final home stretch, as Bertucci half a stride ahead of Pound, but here comes Sutton now with the late charge. Sutton, Pound, Sutton all the way out in the lane 6, and Sutton's going to get under 2 minutes.
Sutton found it late in the event. Cooper Pound looked great on the backstretch, really was coming on strong. And Sutton, went out so strong at the beginning of that race. For him to find that extra effort within the last little bit, wow.
So as we take a look back, you see Sutton fall back into third with 200 meters to go. But again, it's not about, having that kick at 200 meters. You got to have the best kick towards the end of that race. And Sutton found that towards the end. You can see Pound struggling. I don't even think Bertucci even realized where everyone else was on the outside lanes. And you can kind of see him give up there. But Sutton giving everything he's got towards the end of that race. And with one section to go, we have 2 guys under 2 minutes. Sutton and Pound both running lifetime best. Bertucci was so close to breaking 2 minutes in that race, which would have matched last year's amount of sub-2 performances between those 7 sections. So with 1 section to go, the national championship on the line, and we'll see what this 7th and final section has to offer, as we'll also see our mile champion from yesterday, Brantley Blair, representing HP Distance, the 8th grader, who is about as versatile of a distance runner as you can have in the middle school, can just do about every distance you could think of, Brian, and he's right there kind of in the middle of that group right now with the sunglasses, wearing the New Balance kit, kind of just getting an idea of what this race is going to feel like right now.
Yeah, he looks really impressive, and like I said, coming back and doing the double. Not the easiest thing, especially racing at such a high level.
Well, and such a confident racer, too. He's ran against high schoolers throughout this season, has done a really good job holding his own, and is holding his own right now. He's in that 4th position. A little bit slower of a lap on this opening lap for these 7th and final section, as Bickert of Motor City Track Club goes through in 59.84. You got Kane there in the mix. Brown, Blair now in 5th position as they head down the backstretch for the final time. Keep in mind, the fastest time is 1:59.61. As they'll have 200 meters to go, and Bickert starting to realize he needs to get going now as Kane starts to push him. They're side by side with each other. You got Brown there behind them, along with Lindenmeyer there in 4th. But Bickert begins to kick and throws in on a national championship as he looks to his outside shoulder. And Bickert closing in on that title going to be real close. 1:58.63 for Bickert, and he negative splits in 58.79, and Kane gets under 2. Lindenmeyer gets under 2, so 5 in total get under 2 in this boys middle school 800, with Langston Bickert, the fastest of them all, your middle school boys champion in 1:58.63.
So close to the meet record, running from the Motor City Track Club, one of the most historic and well-known track clubs in the United States, out of Detroit. You see, when he starts to make that move, pretty close, got himself in good position, and then really threw the hammer down with about 200 meters to go. Did a great job running from the front there. A lot of times that last 50 meters, somebody can close on you and you're not really expecting it. He was able to maintain.
Well, we'll get a chance to hear from Bickert here in just a few moments, but as we turn our attention now to the girls' middle school 800, the same we'll see with 7 sections to decide our overall champion as they settle into the pace early on. Here you see the start list and the athletes and their schools they affiliate from, their hometowns they're from. You know, I've seen bibs placed in all sorts of different places before, but I don't think I've ever seen them placed on shorts before. Especially, I'm looking at one of the athletes there in second position. She's got her right on her shorts. So, you know, you see athletes sometimes wear the bibs upside down. Of course, like Ryan Benjamin, of all people, does that with his bibs. But, you know, if you don't have room on your jersey, well, you got to have it somewhere else to put it on.
True statement. Meet record 2:08.54. This pace, I don't see that happening right now, but got a lot of races to go.
There's Amelia Tollner's at the first lap in 68.38. Cleary back in second, and Walter in third, although it looks like Walter has now moved up into second and is now beginning to close in on Tollner's as Walter now to the outside of Tollner's and gets herself into the lead for the first time. And will try to hold on to this lead with less than 200 meters to go as they just surpass 2 minutes on the clock. As she'll hold the lead into the final stretch, and looks like a little bit of a late charge there in second position, but it won't be enough as Walther is going to take the first of 7 sections and win in 2:21.10, followed by Grace Hooray in second, and then Reagan Madison in third.
It's great to get a nice victory under your belt early on. Absolutely gorgeous temperatures and weather here in Philadelphia. 75 degrees, and that's nice breeze. Some great running conditions.
If you're a distance runner, that's on a little bit of the warmer side, especially given how early on in the morning is. But hey, that's what you sign up for when you go to the northeast part of the country. And not only do you have to deal with the heat, you also have to deal with the humidity as well.
I would say maybe at the middle school level, 800 is a distance race, but I definitely look at the 800 as a sprint, especially nowadays with, ladies running in the 150, 156, 157 range, and guys running 143, 130. It's crazy.
Well, the combination that you normally see now is the 4-8 combo, which is starting to become become a trend of lately. And the first athlete I think of is someone like I know she does the 400 hurdles as well, but Femke Bol has started to dabble in the 800s. It's this
Yes.
year in particular, and has done a phenomenal job. She's ran 157 already this outdoor season. So, it's a different type of combo versus, your typical 1500, 800, because with the 1500, that's more of a strength-based athlete, a little bit of speed in there, but 4.8, that is mostly speed.
Yeah, and you start seeing now, athletes that are in a position where, the milers are really great 5K runners because they have that kick right at the end. So it's impressive. And we've got one young lady that is leaving no doubt.
Yeah,
Right now, that's probably the biggest first lap lead.
Brenna McFadden, making her time worth it, coming all the way from Benson, Arizona, has substantially opened up her lead on the rest of the field. And without a doubt, we'll go through our fastest lap in 64.17. We'll see how much of a margin she has ahead of the rest of the field. 5 seconds between her and everyone else back there chasing her down.
Season best right now, 2:24.15 for Brendan. She should be on good pace to eclipse that. She's going to have to do it
run
solo.
faster. She'll have to run faster than 80 seconds to get that season's best performance under 2:24, and she'll have 200 meters to go as that peloton of athletes are now starting to close in on McFadden, and you can start to see the strength of some of these athletes begin to close in on McFadden as she begins to hurt a little bit here with less than 150 meters to go, and trying to hold off the late charge from the 3 girls behind her and everybody else. You can just see them all filing through, but McFadden is going to take this from wire to wire and absolutely destroy her lifetime best and get under 220 with a 2:19.40 to win Section 2.
Just seeing the emotion on her face after crossing the finish line, seeing what she ran, seeing that she won the heat, that's what it's really all about. It's that I'm excited about what I just got things done, all the work that I put in, and the effort to have 2:19.40. Great run by McFadden.
Well, someone from Arizona, probably 75 degrees. This is nothing for their standards. When I saw the temperatures the other day, were like 120 degrees. I was just saying, I saw temperatures in Arizona the other day that were reaching 120 degrees. So this is
cool.
This is winter. This is winter conditions for the Arizona athlete.
Without question. I was down in Florida, and if it was 75, I would definitely have a sweatshirt on, without question on that.
And I would be wearing shorts and laughing at all the people that have stocking caps and wearing mittens when they're at 75 degrees out. And I actually ran into a scenario that I saw something like that when I was in Tallahassee, Florida a couple years ago for the NCAA Cross Country Championships. I went out for a run and I saw somebody wearing a stocking cap, and I'm like, it is 60 degrees out here, folks. This is not that cold.
It's called Florida winter.
Well, it's not Florida winter in Pennsylvania. Well, one, because we are in Pennsylvania. It is the Philadelphia summer, as the day will get warmer as these races go by. And so as we get Section 3 underway, that looks like Sydney Brown of Angel Flight, the 8th grader, is out front early on, followed by Zara Williams of 7 Locks RC. And then looks like wearing that USA kit is Stella Morgan. And how about yesterday? What a great USATF U20 championships. New Team USA formed for those World U20 championships held later in August for the 5th through the 9th. And some of these athletes, of course, thinking of aspirations of one day of representing their country and wearing the red, white, and blue. That first lap for Brown as she continues to lead is 65-23 for Brown. And then Morgan there, it looks like, in second position, followed by Williams. And then there's a group of 4 back there in that second pack. And Brown looking to make it a wire-to-wire type of run, just like McFadden did from that previous section.
If any of them dip under 220, it would be a personal best for him. Brown about a second off of what McFadden was running in that last section. City Brown looks phenomenal right now.
He's starting to slow a little bit, but so is the rest of the field, so it does not matter for our leader, and she's going to run a great time in this third section and will be well under that previous fastest time of 2:19.90, as Brown is going to run a lifetime best 2:17.14 to take section 3.
Ran it from the start, 65 and then a 72. Very confident from the Angel Flight Track Club.
So you can see the results from section 3. Brown leading the top 10 girls all to lifetime best, make that the top 11 girls, all running personal bests, with sections 4, 5, 6, and 7 to come, as the officials give the final instructions to these athletes. Give them a little bit of a breather. They've been going very quickly through these first couple of sections, and it gives us a chance to catch a breath as well.
Yeah, one thing that you know about the officials that run the meets here at Penn is they do an incredible job. If you've ever been to the Penn relays, you see how many heats that go off, and New Balance National is absolutely no different.
Well, and I also like to think that, given the size of the Penn relays versus what New Balance National Outdoors, and that's not to say that New Balance National Outdoor is not a large meet, but when you have 80 heats of the 4x4s at the Penn relays, this is nothing compared to what those officials have to deal with.
Hey, when I think 7,000 athletes that are competing here at New Balance Nationals, I still think that's a huge meet for sure.
Well, we could double that then, because that's probably what it is for the Penn relays. When you have athletes
that is a true statement.
From all over the country, and then, of course, the Jamaican contingent that comes up and make their presence felt. But making their presence felt early on in this race is Scarlett Evans in Springsdale Chestnut Hill Academy. The first time today that we've really seen someone take it out early on in this girls section of the middle school 800. As she'll open up in that first lap just right around 65 seconds, 65-22, as Peyton Pivanka leads that chase group there in second, 67-18, as they begin to close the gap on our early leader in Evans, heading down the backstretch for the final time.
Looks smooth, but that pack is starting to reel her in.
You can see Evans there in front of your screen. And then you also have Bernie's there in second. That looks like Edie in third. And now with less than 200 meters to go, that group of 4, again, slowly but surely closing that gap on Evans, as it's less than 100 meters to go now for Evans, as Edie and Bernie's were working together side by side with each other. And now a late push. They're in fourth position, now moving up onto the outside, looking to close down Evans. It will be very close, and looks like maybe Evans got it, and it was. Evans gets the win, and that was Honor Worden out of Wisconsin with that late charge, finishing within 100th of a second of Evans as Evans wins Section 4.
Worden came down the last 50 meters like she was on fire. What a great close on her. Scarlett Evans leading it from the jump. Philadelphia native from Springdale Chestnut Hill Academy, just a 7th grader, so what a great future she has. 2:19.77.
So that puts Evans in 4th overall, so no change at the top of the order of our leader in Sydney Brown, who ran 2:17.14. So 3 more sections to come. That meet record's still up for grabs, 2:08.54. That was the only sub 2:10 run last year at New Balance Nationals Outdoors in 2025. And we'll see if one of these girls can close in on that time and try to break another meet record on day 3 of 4 at Franklin Field. So the girls settle in through the first 300 meters and come up to the bell lap. It'll be a group of 5 that are intact with each other, with your leader beating Emery Sutton there in the middle in the all black kit. And then to her outside shoulder, it's like Truly Paskings of Velocity Express Track Club as she takes to the lead, as Lindsay Carney also moves on up into 2nd position. The 7th grader now challenging the 8th grader in the lead.
A little different there, a little bit slower pace than the last couple heats. Started off, they went through at 66. The only difference is a group of 5 going through at that time, which should allow for a little bit more racing on this final lap. And here with his final 200 meters.
And so there's a group of 3 now still together with each other with Carney and Paskings. And now moving high and wide into lane 2. Looks like Brielle McDonald now into lane 5. And they are 3 across as Paskings tries to cover the move of McDonald. The look on the outside, though, looks like out all the way in lane 7. Was that Jaya Rogers, Motor City Track Club, and goes right down to the track with an impressive close, 68.01. She negative splits and comes out of nowhere to win this 5th section.
She swung wide on that home stretch, and her close was incredible. We said 68-68. Motor City Track Club getting another W in this middle school 800 meter race. Saw it on the boys' side a little earlier. 11 out of the 13 athletes with personal bests.
Well,
Fantastic to see.
That's one of the difficulties about this stadium sometimes, is when you see those athletes make those moves as wide as lane 8. And because, this track is not your typical track where they're running in lanes 1 through 3 for these distance races, they are running close to that wall. So it was a little bit of a challenge to see Rogers towards the end of that race, and we're not able to catch a glimpse of her until she crossed that finish line.
Franklin Field definitely has its uniqueness to it. Most of these athletes have never run in a 60, 70,000 seat stadium before.
So that time to beat now is 2:16.61 by Jaya Rogers. as this sixth and penultimate section settles in with Elena Fountain there in second position, just ahead of what looks like Lauren Hunter in first.
Daniela Morgan comes into the race with a personal best ahead of what the fastest time is so far. So see if she can equal that or better it.
As they hit the bell, they go through in 64.29, and Lauren Hunter beginning to create a little bit of separation between her and Elena Fountain, but Fountain still remaining in contact, although Hunter, as I say that, opens up her stride and begins to build on that lead as they head down the backstretch for the final time. That's Sheehy there.
Miles earlier in the week.
Sheehy moving up into second. That looks like Barble into third, challenging Fountain for that third and fourth position, as Sheehy now with that long stride swings wide and goes to the outside of Hunter and is now ahead of Hunter as they head down the home stretch for the final time, and it's going to be Sheehy ahead of Hunter, then Barbell there in third, as Sheehy, without a doubt, will have the fastest time of the day, 2:13.56, in another race that features a negative split.
That's great, 67 and then 66. She really, when she made her move, she made it pretty decisive.
Well, our results say Emma Pham right now, but we know for sure he was the one that crossed that finish line in first, as you saw from her crossing that finish line first. So we'll wait to actually see what that result is for Sheehy, as the results have not populated yet on our results for Sheehy. And now it is confirmed, Addison Sheehy, 2:13.56. And you can see the results now with Sheehy atop that race in Section 6, with the final section to come. And that meet record still up for grabs, 2:08.54. And we'll see if this seventh and final section can close in on that time. It's like 13 girls in total in this seventh and final section.
Eye on Reinhardt and Frazier.
Well, Frazier looked like she was having a little bit of struggle in trying to maintain her balance, and the officials were gracious enough to wait for her and let her get herself into position as the racing gets going. Again, the time to beat is 2:13.56 for this seventh and final section, the middle school girls 800.
This year. That's Arabella Smith, our early leader.
That looks like Rashinda Reinhardt in second, one of the top middle school athletes in the country, and a little bit of a hesitation, it looked like, from Alexandra Frazier. Again, losing her balance there a little bit. She's there on the inside rail in third position, but it's Rashinda Reinhardt, and then out Abrella Smith with one lap to go, 62.92 for Reinhardt, as Reinhardt holds her position on the outside of Smith and now feels the challenge of Motor City Track Club's Aubrey Burt, along with Brianna Riley out of Harrisburg, South Dakota, one of the top cross-country athletes in the country, trying to test her foot speed on the track, as Reinhardt, Burt, Smith and Riley all there with each other as it's going to be Burt into the lead with 200 meters to go.
It's anyone's race. Coming off the curve, who's going to make that? Who's make that big push and make it a swing wide for it?
Reinhardt holding that inside position over Burt. Burt now just slightly ahead of Reinhardt as Burt goes wide into lane 5, and Burt is going to be your New Balance Nationals Outdoor Middle School champion in 2026, 209.48 for the Motor City Track Club 8th grader as she gets the win in this 7th and final section.
Third section winner by Motor City Track Club.
Well, that's an overall sweep too.
Coaching, yes, given whoever's coaching the 800 meters with Motor City, they need a raise. Burt looked in control, very smooth, especially as you see they're coming off. And when you get to this last 120 meters, Burt felt that challenge on the inside, was able to maintain. Great finish, great execution. .63.66 for her two splits. 209.48, excellent run. Reinhardt, great run with 210.64.
And there you can see your results from the 7th and final section with Burt, your overall winner. And again, makes it a middle school sweep for Motor City Track Club. After seeing from that boys race, Langston Bickert winning in 158.63, and then in the girls race, Aubrey Burt running 209.48. So we'll step up a grade. This will be the freshman boys 800 meters. Also will be a 7-section time final. And for a third time, or a second time I should say, again, athletes a little anxious, a little excited, and well, hopefully they don't necessarily want to see a red card go up the second time after that first yellow card. That gun fires and they get into the racing in this first of 7 section of this boys freshman 800 meters. Meet record in this event 1:53.97, set last year by Caleb Young of the Episcopal Academy. And that is not a slouch to try to run 1:53.97 at 14, 15 years old.
No doubt, Keegan. It's a little difference with this group compared to the middle schoolers. Is a lot of these young men have had an opportunity to race against a little bit more stout competition. A little more maturity.
Benjamin Bradford, 50. Erickson Liu, Joe Meyer, and a whole host of others there after that first lap. 59.02 with 1 lap remaining. And it seems like just everybody's in contact with each other and still in this race. But Alaric Swan seems to be the one to take over and get himself into the lead, coming up onto 200 meters to go.
And fire. And then Micah Good.
And so Swan, and now it looks like Good moves just to the outside shoulder of Swan and tries to hold on to this lead, although has company now to his outside shoulder and is now going to fall back into second as it will be crossing the line first. what looks like Luis Nava in.
He was able to swing wide.
As Nava will win the first of 7 sections.
Luis Nava, 159.80.
On to Section 2, freshman boys 800. Field of 15 assembled for this second section. And it's such a short race, Brian, but there's so much patience that involves with racing this race because you have the eagerness of wanting to go out so hard for that first 400 meters, but also learning that you do have another lap that you have to do the same exact thing after that first lap.
Absolutely. You got to get yourself out in that first 50, 60 meters to be in position so you don't get boxed in. And that's what a lot of these athletes will start to learn over the course of their career is positioning in the race to make sure that you're ready to make a move, but again, you don't get boxed in. You can see a number of the athletes that are right now, if they wanted to make a move, they couldn't.
One lap remaining. Nick Smith of Fort Walton Beach out of Florida is just ahead of Eli Garnell and Mateo Ferguson as that group of 3 begins to break away from the chase group behind as they fly down the backstretch for the final time.
Garnell and Ferguson on paper, 2 of the top seeds in this section. Really only 1 second separates personal best from the final entrance to the fastest entrance.
Smith doing a really good job right now of holding on to that position, but Ferguson not going away yet as they head down to the home stretch for one final time. As Smith pulls the inside, and Ferguson goes wide, and Ferguson played it right and is going to get the win in Section 2 and will be really close to sub 2. As awaiting the results for Ferguson as now don't see an actual result for Ferguson right now. As he, again, waiting for the confirmation of what his time is. As the fastest time from that first section was 1:59.80. And now it's confirmed, 2 minutes 12 for Mateo Ferguson. Closing in 59.47. And that was a negative split for Ferguson. And again, that type of racing, and for the first time today, we do have a callback. And part of the reason when you do have such a large field of competitors, you tend to have someone go down.
Position and somebody fell down, yeah.
Hopefully he's okay. He fell right over that railing.
Which that can do a lot for you from a mental psyche. You fall, you land, you're a little distracted. Looks like he stepped on the railing.
Looks like that was Nick Kane, who is still now being attended to by medical staff on the On the inside there, sitting in lane 3. The officials waiting on him to get up, and it sounds like he has gotten up.
Hopefully he'll get a chance to get back in the race, but doesn't look like it.
So it looks like Kane, whatever injury he sustained there after falling down on the inside rail, will no longer contest this freshman boys 800. So hopefully he is okay, and we wish him good health as the racing gets underway. Again, the fastest time, 1:59.80 for Luis Nava from that first section. And so for some of these guys, they played it a little bit safer for that first 50 meters or so after watching Nick Kane go down, and now they start to settle into a groove and learn what this pace is going to be throughout this race.
The storyline is who's going to be able to crack that 2-minute barrier.
Moving out into first, Joseph Sittler out of Huntley, Illinois, as he holds on to that front position ahead of Ben Sosia in 57.32, the fastest opening quarter mile of these freshman 800s. And Scotia doing a really good job of just sitting right on the shoulder of Sittler, and now goes to the front with less than 300 meters to go.
Yeah, Sittler, one of the most rangy athletes in the race, over from 32 on down.
That's Jackson Baker there in third position, covering the moves from both Sittler and Sosia, and now goes high and wide. Maybe Sosia, though, holding him off, and Baker starting to feel the effects of that late push. Also making a move onto the outside from there, wearing the neon top, but not enough, as Sosia is going to get to the line first and a dive. But looks like by Jackson Baker, as that dive gets him under 2 minutes. As two athletes get under 2, with Ben Sosia winning in 1:59.73, but a very competitive and close race all around, with the top 5 all finishing within less or a little over a second of each other.
Yeah, Sosia did a great job of keeping his composure when he felt those athletes up on his shoulder coming down. Sosia, when he kind of made that move on that backstretch to put himself in the lead, he did a great job of keeping that composure and able to come away with the sub 2 minute 800.
On to section 4, freshman boys 800. Leland Barnett, AJ Conesco, David Vogold, Eric Dickey, Adrian Rodriguez, Amari Green, Hakeem Dasher, Salvatore Scelfo, Blake Moon, Landon Valentine, Cormac McGee, Tyler Robinson, Fahim Outland, and Blair Morris. And they're doing honest work early on in this first 200 meters, 27 seconds through that opening half lap.
You can see it. The field very much so side by side. A lot of these athletes running 3 lanes out to get themselves in position.
Going through the first 400 meters, 56.85 for Hakeem Dasher out of Mountain View. You got Conesco out of Long Beach Wilson from California in second. Hensley, Robinson, Green, 5 athletes in that top contingent as they head down the backstretch and go 3 wide as Rodriguez takes over the lead. You can see Conesco beginning to move up on the outside into second position, and just ahead, or excuse me, just behind in third. But now here comes another charge from another athlete as they head into the home straightaway, and a third lead change on this final lap unfolds and is storming his way down the home stretch for the final time, and is going to be well under that fastest time of the day in 1:56.74. Fahim Outland. What an effort from the Episcopal Academy Track Club freshman.
Outland was in 6th position at 200 meters and just started coming on strong. And he's run 50.27 for 400 meters, so he definitely has that foot speed. Definitely coming from that 400, side, from the short end side, not from the long end side of the 800. Great run. So we had 6 athletes dip under 2 minutes. Each one of these sections continues to get faster and faster. 3 sections to go. Some great racing overall. 1:56.74 now the time to beat. Thirteen of the 14 athletes in this section have already run sub 2 minutes. So we'll definitely have to see who wants to be the individual to take it out.
Well, you see a lot of the guys that have taken it out are the ones that have been on the outside alley lanes, and they're normally the ones that have the faster seed times, and they try to avoid all that traffic jam in the inside, especially when you got what looks like 9 guys on that inside alley. And that's what you have to run these alley races like this, because with so many guys in an 800 race, you could easily stack them all or a handful of them in different lanes, but that just also creates chaos. And when you only have 6 lanes available with 14 guys, that's not enough to work with.
No, it's a way to give everybody an opportunity to compete at a high level. Lead keep the clear fastest time in this section from Palos Verdes.
So as assembly end, we have one fall already. And again, when you have this big of a field, you have some guys trip over each other. We saw that in one of the sections where we had to have a restart. But now 200 meters into this race, the officials can't do anything about it and let the race play on. As Miller Crum avoids all that chaos behind him there out front, and will take the early lead through this first lap in 56.86 with Elias Mitchell there in second, followed by Noah Lenkeek of Palos Verdes in third. As they go down the backstretch for the final time, Crum doing an excellent job with his arm carry and position himself ahead of everyone else, and just seeing if anybody can try to respond with Crum with under 200 meters to go. And you can see Lenkeek begin to close that gap, but Crum looks so much more relaxed than Lenkeek as his body's going all over the place. His head is bobbing back and forth. His arms are going side to side, but maybe Lenkeek can find an inside positioning. Instead, he'll go to the outside. Lenkeek now to the outside of Crum, and Lenkeek is going to close strong and take Section 5 in 157.39, which is now second overall through 5 sections.
Lanky definitely had to do it the hard way. I mean, he got kind of boxed in and kind of got tied up on the backstretch. Had to fight his way through the crowd. Then you saw it on that. He's trying to make the inside pass, and Crum did a great job of kind of holding that position. But Noah regrouped and adjusted himself and was able to get himself in position to run a solid time, 157.39. Personal best for him.
Two more sections to come in this freshman boys 800. Your leader still is Fahim Outland, 156.74. So far you've seen 14 boys break 2 minutes. And looking to add on more as the idea is these sections get faster and faster, and a lot of these athletes have their eyes set on that meet record of 153.97, just set a year ago by Caleb Young of the Episcopal Academy.
Keep your eye on another California product, Micah Martin Price from Los Angeles. 154.60 is his personal best.
So perhaps he's the one that can challenge that meet record in this penultimate section. But it's going to have some company to help him out there as they come up to the bell lap, and will go through their first lap, the quickest lap, 54.75 for Cameron Pright of Forest Track Club, just ahead of Dylan Rainier of Lakemont, Illinois, as Rainier tries to respond back and retake the lead from Preet. Karen Thompson there of Motor City Track Club there in third position. He now regains contact with that front group and now moves into second with 200 meters to go, and now will get himself into the lead with less than 200 to go.
Reed Motor City Track Club, which has been so dominant in these 800-meter races so far.
Thompson running exceptionally well these last 200 meters with a strong kick, and it will be real close to that meet record, 154.69. Just over 7/10 off of that meet record by Caleb Young, and absolutely open up his stride and almost wins that sixth section, I should say, by almost 2 seconds. In 154.69, Karan Thompson of Motor City Track Club. You know, forever we've been talking about their relays and their sprint prowess.
Right.
Are we starting to talk about the 800 a little bit more with them?
Boy, I'll tell you what, it's the fourth one so far today that has either won a heat or won the overall. Man, they swept the middle school races. You mentioned it earlier. I mean, you're starting to see a lot more individuals come from the 400, 800, type of training in the 800 meters. And a lot of their athletes moving up, getting it done.
Well, that certainly puts the pressure on for these gentlemen in this seventh and final section, because a 154.69 is going to be a very hard time to top. And some of those athletes
jumped the gun earlier.
Well, some of those athletes being held there because the officials just making sure that they're all staying solid and staying afoot there on that start line. So a national championship up for grabs in this seventh and final section of the freshman boys 800. You got Calvin Davis, Caden Page, Braden Baccaro, Calvin Heithaus, Tyler Perkins, Liam McBride, Tommy McCormick, Landon Rodriguez, Ryder Kent, Charles Harvey, Pierce Wilson, Landon Bensky, and then Micah Martin Price, as two have broken away from the rest of the field in this early going, as that's Baccaro and Davis, 1-2. And you can just see how many guys still in contact with that lead group. Coming up to one lap to go, and they have ran a little bit slower there. 57.01. That is not what they necessarily wanted to run on that opening lap.
Now we're going to see what kind of a second lap these young men can produce, to see if they can get there close to what Thompson had just run. Baccaro putting the hammer down on the backstretch.
Well, Baccaro's going to have to find some sort of magic over the last 200 meters to close in on that meet record and even a national title. But how about this move with 200 meters to go from Charles Harvey? Harvey of the St. Paul's School continues to charge late. Now pressure on between him and Baccaro. Stride for stride, they go to the finish line, as it will be Harvey that gets there first, but is going to finish second overall, as it's another win for Motor City Track Club, as from the penultimate section, Karan Thompson with a surprise lifetime best 154.69 is going to be your New Balance Nationals Outdoor Freshman Boys 800-meter champion.
What a great 3 for 3 so far for Motor City Track Club in the 800 meters. We'll have to wait for a little bit to see if the women can make that up, but Baccaro led it really from the start until Charles Harvey was able to come up with an excellent kick over the last 60 meters. There's nothing like winning a race from behind.
Well, and there's also a different type of adrenaline when it becomes championship racing, too. You know, you see a lot of athletes step up their game. Again, talking about peaking at the right time of the season. And Harvey, who was in fifth at the bell, 58.50, closed in 57.39. So again, there's plenty of room to work with there in terms of, you know, how much more he could have used throughout the race early on, and perhaps could have gone faster on that opening lap to set himself up to try to challenge Karan Thompson's time. But nonetheless, Thompson for Motor City Track Club, 3 for 3 on the day if we're talking about the middle school sweep too. And now they'll try to make it 4 for 4 with these freshman girls 800, the first of 9 sections underway.
Well, it's one of the difficulties about running against time, because you're not necessarily running against the person that, you know, has the fastest time. Got to be on your A game.
Lots of field action getting underway to the girls' championship pole vault just starting, along with the high jump competition. Those are on the inside of the oval. As we go through the first lap, our leader is Anaya Joseph of Rough Cuts, 66.23, ahead of Ayade Bendelli. Then Charlotte Winicky and Isabella Maslowska there in fourth position as they head down the backstretch on the opposite side of the finish in this girls freshman 800, as Bendelli takes to the lead for the first time with 200 meters to go and tries to keep herself in that position ahead of both Winicky and Joseph. As Bendelli doing a really good job of maintaining that lead, but Joseph responding back late and moves back up into second and just trying to close in on Bandelli, but Bandelli will come away with the win in the first of 9 sections in 2:19:38. So there you see the results from the first of 9 sections. Ayana Bandelli with the win in 2:19:38. Well, it's been a Motor City track affair, and they have another champion on the infield. Let's hear from him.
We got Karan Thompson. How you feeling about this win?
I can't believe it. It's like the greatest moment of my life.
I know. He was not expecting to have this win. And you are the three-peat with Motor City. I know Coach Brandon is happy with this one. What do you want to say to your team?
I say, like, thank you. Y'all were like, I can't put into words. Like, what? Thank for like supporting me, like building me up. I wouldn't be here without y'all.
The champion, the national champion. You did it, Karan. I'm so proud of you. All three of you are gonna go home with some souvenirs around your neck. Everyone give it up for Karan Thompson.
Well, there's no pressure at all by any means for this freshman girls 800 for Motor City Track Club to, go 4 for 4. But I'm sure that is on the minds of some of these athletes that are in this field that if they are representing Motor City Track Club, it's like, yeah, thanks for setting the tone, guys. Now I got to be the one to finish it off.
Well, I mean, you talk about tradition and excellence. It's getting good. Just seeing his emotion, just makes it. I mean, you can't see it on the broadcast, but I have a massive smile on my face when you see an athlete that performs above his expectations and is able to produce the sheer gratitude and the excitement that he showed. It's what sport is all about.
Well, then just trying to process all those thoughts after running a lifetime best, running the fastest you've ever ran, and you're tired out of your mind, so you really have no thoughts in your head at all whatsoever. Right. So there's a lot going on right there. But congratulations to Karan Thompson on getting that freshman boys 800-meter title. All right, section 2, this girls freshman 800. A large field, 15 athletes in total, as they come up to the completion of the first lap with Charlotte Manuel of Trumbull Track and Trail, your leader, in 68.08, followed by Micah Ajayi of Montclair Kimberly right behind her in second. And then now moving to the outside is Caitlin Sagan of Dog Park, who was in third at the bell and now is in complete control of this race with less than 300 meters to go.
Yeah, with the size of the field, it makes it a little difficult to get yourself in position. It's those individuals that can put themselves in the right frame early on. That chase pack is closing.
That was actually Jackie Zuvante, I beg your pardon, that moves up. But how about this? Another late push at the end. And that looks like it is Isabella Zuzicki from Vernon Vikings Track Club, who was 10th at the bell, has got herself well ahead and had a fall there back behind her, so she's avoided chaos and is going to win comfortably in this second section. But again, large field, sometimes you trip over your own feet or sometimes your competitor's feet, and unfortunately a fall occurred there and resulted in an unfortunate finish for one of those athletes. But Isabella Kuzicki takes section 9, lifetime best 2:19.26.
Yeah, a little bit difficulty when you've got at your top speed You got to still have a bunch of bodies around you. You're trying to make position, whether you're trying to move from the inside to the outside or outside to the inside. They're just freshmen. They're also just starting to learn race tactics. We still have a bunch of sections of this girls' freshman 800 left.
Well, and this is, if you're talking about race experience and learning how to race tactics, this to me is one of the more, it's one of the hardest races to learn how to race properly, because you're thinking to yourself, I got to run these 2 laps as fast as I can. To some degree, yes, but you also want to be tactical and smart about how you approach, your first lap, because you have to realize you do have another lap that you have to complete as well.
Very, very true. Very, very true. The race tactics in 800 are, and there's not a whole lot of room for error. That's the big part. If you err on the side and going out too fast, you crash. If you go out too slow, you're not putting yourself in position. Especially in a field of 16, 17, it makes it even more hard.
Well, the idea of having these multiple sections is you're putting yourself with other athletes that have ran times that are just right around their lifetime best performances. So it's a pretty even field. And so you kind of all expect them to be with each other up until, maybe that last 200 meters where someone does begin to break away and assert themselves in the front and ultimately get that win. As for the first time today, we're going to be talking about the Bullis School. That is Madison Brown, who was just ahead there at the bell lap, but she falls back into second position just behind, which we'll get an idea of who that is once those splits roll in. As that was Anna Laura Tosi of Hereford Track Club ahead of actually Brown there at the bell. And now you have Marina Hart of Houston, Texas moving up into second position. So again, you get an idea what this race kind of plays out the first lap. They start to string out over the next 400, 300 meters or so. And it looks like Tosi is the one that is holding on to that lead as Hart tries to close in with less than 150 meters to go, and that gap is closing quickly for Hart. And Hart is just going to go to the outside shoulder of Tosi and into the lead.
He looks
Brown.
Hart at 150. Woo.
Hart of Houston, Texas is going to get narrowly under 220 in this freshman girls 800, 219.94, as she takes section 3 and moves into third overall and wins by a little over a second over Alexandra Meth of SR Gators.
Yeah, Hart really at 150 looked really strong and very confident when she made her move. A lot more left in the tank. Still have a lot more racing in the 800 to go. 2:11.18 is the meet record.
Also set last year at this meet. We saw the freshman boys 800 meet record survive. So we'll see if Kayla Schellenbarger's time of 2:11.18, as you pointed out, Brian, hangs on for another year or falls at the hands of one of these girls as Section 4 gets underway.
Various range of athletes in this race. Caroline Phillips from Hagerstown, Maryland. She's third at the Maryland State meet in the 3,200 meters, racing down at this level.
String out on this opening lap. That's Wallace, Brooke Wallace of Highlands Track Club, doing the early pacing in 64.71, creating a little bit of separation between her and Isabella Ohri, Brianna Washington, and Annika Kindorf there in that chase group in second, third, and fourth. As Washington now moves into second, Kindorf now just ahead of Ohri there in that third position, while Wallace continues to maintain her lead on the backstretch.
Looks like Wallace is going to get overtaken here shortly.
And Washington now takes over with under 200 meters to go. And Kindorf also moves up into second position and now challenging Washington on the outside for that lead. And Kindorf is going to take the lead with less than 100 meters to go. As Kindorf,
really good.
Kindorf will close this out strong and will take section 4 and produces the fastest time through 4 sections in 2:17.27, ahead of Brianna Washington in second in 2:19.70.
Our season best time. A long season for some of these, especially the freshman athletes that competed at the high school level throughout their conference, district, regional, or state meets. A lot more racing than they were used to coming up from the middle school ranks.
So as someone that has coached in the collegiate scene at all various levels, what was something that you always emphasized during championship season?
Try to be consistent. You're trying not to do anything you haven't done, and there was a lot of preparation that went into it from a standpoint of we tried to go to the same competition so you could be familiar with the track, familiar with your settings. And you'd mentioned earlier, a lot of these athletes competed in the Penn Relays before, so they've been in Franklin Field. They've got a chance to see what this is like. Even the racing. I mean, racing on a track like is so different than other tracks, and you can kind of get a little confused. It can kind of be, from a perception standpoint, depth perception standpoint, just kind of looking around, it can definitely kind of play tolls to you. So that familiarity of the scenery is such an important part in the championship area.
Well, and the other big detail we've talked about today, too, is, the uniqueness of this track in terms of these ladies are running in lane 4 instead of the inside lanes in 1, 2, and 3 because of just the setup of the track and the structure of the stadium. And so if you're not quite used to that, you think, I don't know if that necessarily plays a lot of mind games with yourself, but certainly it doesn't necessarily feel like athletes have struggled with running that. As long as they have the rails alongside them, I think that keeps them onto the inside of those lanes, as Sasha Altschulter of Potomac Panthers is your leader after one lap in section 5, 66.60, with Rhea Jennifer, Summer Rae Sharma there. Sharma looks to like she has moved up into second position, is now challenging Altschulter for that lead with 200 meters to go, and Sharma now out front for the first time with less than 200 to go.
Sharma looks very strong. That move that she made.
Sharma there holding on to that lead. But no, Altschulter biding her time now, and just going to go right to the outside, it looks like, of Sharma, but Sharma responds back, and Sharma continues to go wide well, holding on to her position. Sharma, Altschulter, and at the end, it's going to be Sharma across the line in 2:15.87, and you can kind of see that last 100 meters, actually not even that, the 50 meters, she was starting to move outside and holding on to that position, knowing that alt shoulder was on her outside shoulder. You can kind of see them drifting a little bit to the outside.
I was just going to mention that she did a good job of holding her off by just kind of keeping her moving her out, so she was going to have to take more strides. She's going to have to make a bigger, gap to get things done. That's some great race strategies, some great coaching, or just really, if it wasn't coaching from our coach to understand that, it's just great instincts. It's going to force alt shoulder to really have more of an effort to get ahead of her.
Well, and for those that don't necessarily watch the 800 meters or have an idea of this racing strategies behind it, you're thinking to yourself, why are you going to the outside, moving to the outside? That's further away from the finish line. Don't you want to run in a straight line? Well, no, you want to be able to hold off the position of everyone else that's in the field, as we'll have another recall back to the start line. And that looks like two girls fall down, and hopefully both of them are okay. Looks like that was
going back to that last race. I think good minds think alike. We were both looking at the same thing.
So let's take a look here. So, yeah, it looks like Gideon Bradford goes down along with Maggie Mewett of Knoxville, Tennessee. And the officials, looks like they're talking right now with Bradford to see if she is okay. And that was a hard fall that she took. And stuff like that really rattles these athletes, gets the blood pumping a little bit. They're a little nervous now about how this race will start. And as a matter of fact, this is actually one of the this is one of the smaller sections that we've had today, and we've seen athletes fall down.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it doesn't just affect the athletes that fell. It's in the mindset of some of the other athletes that are now cautious. They're wondering, am I going to get tripped up? What do I have to do to make sure I can keep my footing and maintain? So you take a deep breath and reset the mind.
Well, it looks like Bradford is going to reset herself and stay in this race. So great to see her pick herself up and get herself back on that start line and try this again for a second time in this sixth section of the girls 800. And she's still aggressive and almost goes down again. I'll give it to her. She's not afraid to put herself out front of the race, but you fall down once, it's bound to happen again a second time.
Hey, second effort is key.
This is why we're up in the booth and not the ones on the track racing this right now.
Absolutely. It's really,
so
really a lot of...
They're safely through the first 200 meters right now, but finish your point.
No, I was going to say it's really going to be anybody's game. You can see there's kind of a hesitancy of anyone to kind of make a move.
So that's Julia Norris out front, trying to avoid whatever's behind her right now. Well, with all that group running going on behind, and get away as quickly as possible as she'll open up that first lap in 68.03, just ahead of Eleanor Jang, then Isabella Canada, Sophie Manker, Bridget Dawson there in sixth. As they begin to wind up now as they head down the backstretch for the final time. And again, a lot of movement being made. You see girls cut onto the inside. Now girls going onto the outside, just trying to find that positioning, the right positioning to get themselves into the lead, as it's Canada with 200 meters to go now, just ahead of Dawson.
Dawson looks like she's not giving up to make that move. And
as Dawson hanging on with that lead, but now feeling the pressure from Addie Davis. Canada responds back. Canada, Dawson. And Dawson says no, as she'll get the win in Section 6. And then
a great battle over the last 50, 60 meters.
As Dawson will take the win in Section 6, 2:16.55, but that puts her at third overall with 3 more sections to come, and those flags starting to pick up a little bit. Getting a little bit more breezy on that backstretch, making it a little bit more of a challenge for some of these athletes.
If you're running the 100 or the hurdles, you like the win, but not so much the races that go around the track.
Well, it depends on how much that wind has become a factor for some of those hurdlers. Some hurdlers, yes, they do enjoy a tailwind, but if you're running the 110s or the 400 hurdles, you kind of feel like when that wind picks up, you're kind of floating or flying a little bit over those hurdles.
Especially on the guys' side, which we'll get a chance to see a little bit later today.
Yeah, coming up after these freshman girls 800s, we'll have our first hurdle race of the day. It's the first round of the 100 and 110 hurdles, both the freshman and the championship races. And semifinals to be contested later on in the evening. As Section 7 of 9 begin to make their way around the Franklin Oval. 14 athletes in this 7th section, 2 more to follow. You can see representing the St. John's College is Blankson, Olivia Blankson of DC Cadets, who runs for St. John College during the high school season. And just right behind her, wearing hip 12, is Sutton Emerson from Texas Elite Track Club. So athletes from all over the country, you know, not just East Coast presence here at Franklin Field for New Balance Nationals Outdoors, but you have athletes coming from the Lone Star State. You got athletes from as far as California, all the way coming out here, all trying to accomplish something, which is to win a national title as they go through that first lap. 64.06 for Blankson ahead of Amerman.
Coach Dez, the coach at St. John's College Prep, is, man, he's had such a successful run the high school ranks, always from back to Roosevelt, his days at Roosevelt. They always are a force to be reckoned with in the middle distance races. Blankson looking great right now.
Well, Blankson has led this from the start and is now just trying to hang on over the last 150 meters. As Amerman still there, closing in on Blankson. As Jarvis also now moves up into third position. But Blankson just trying to hold on and doesn't notice how close Jarvis is getting to her. As Blankson, does she have enough to get to the line first? It looks like she will. And she'll come away with the fastest time through 7 sections, 2:14.75 for Olivia Blankson of DC Cadets.
She really looked effortless. You know, really over the last 200 meters of that race, just kind of doing her thing. Was able to maintain and hold off 5 runners under 2:16 in that race. Each race, he continues to get faster and faster.
As we come up to our penultimate section, that meet record still at 2:11.18, and the only one that's come close to that time was from our previous section in 2:14.75. There's the start list for Section 8. 12 girls in this race. And with the emphasis of time so much being a factor in some of these races, you know, I've actually had a chance to talk with some of the couple of the kids at various different meets. Some of them are all about just racing for a championship. They don't necessarily want to run for time anymore, which is great.
Absolutely. I mean, you let the race kind of dictate the performance. And if you're in the mix for it, I mean, what can you say? Hey, I won a race. I did what I could to get the W. Sometimes we get caught up on time a little bit too much.
Well, you can run a fast time but still get second place, or you can run a slow time and still win a national championship. And for a lot of these athletes, their goal is to win a national championship when it's all said and done, as Claire Jenkins, the one to assert herself to the front with 1 lap to go, 63.87, with Addison Batista, Lauren Ewell, Georgina Harrington, Lori DeFault, and Josie Bearer all within contact of each other as that group of 6 heads down the backstretch with less than 300 meters to go.
Jenkins has that championship mentality, competed in the Ohio High School State Championships this past year.
Just a half a stride ahead of Batista there in second, but there's 5 girls, maybe almost 6 girls still left with 150 meters to go. And now moving up from 5th into 3rd looks like Lori DeFault of, looks like Quebec, Canada. And all the way from Canada, from second now to challenging Jenkins. And it's to a win in Section 8 for Lori DeFault of Blainville, Quebec.
DeFault, like you had mentioned, was in 5th place with about 150 meters to go and was really made that move, kind of swung wide. Great opportunity there from the Canadian to come down. You see her making that move out in kind of lane 2-ish. Nice arm carry. Good finish.
So there's the confirmation of the 8th section. Lori DeFault 2:16.60 ahead of Claire Jenkins by 0.05 of a second. As now the waiting game begins for our leader in DeFault, as she'll watch from the side for what this 9th and final section does in this girls freshman 800 meters.
Brooklyn Brown from Delaware, the one to really keep an eye on in this section. She has the fastest seed time, 2:10.
So the racing for a national championship begins in this 9th and final section. Freshman girls 800 meters, New Balance Nationals outdoor. And after watching that 8th section, they have an idea of what that pace was like. Now they know what they need to do in this race. And that's kind of the benefit of being in that 9th and final section, or even the fastest section, is you've seen everybody else do what they did. Now you have to capitalize on that yourself.
Yeah, you can't sit back and just kind of wait. Everybody's running for time.
This large group of 7 all working together as they come to the bell right in the middle of it all. Looks like Presley Merkins of Texas Elite Track Club, 63.53, that group all together still with a lap remaining. And now our second lead change with Jane Walker of 813 Elite Track and Field to the front, with Brooklyn Brown there in second and now putting herself in the lead. And now a third lead change happens here on this final lap.
Really anybody's game with 250 meters to go.
Brooklyn Brown of Delaware Elite Track Club with some daylight ahead of her between her and Merkins. Again, the time to beat 2:12.60 by Lori Dufault from that previous section. As they head down the home stretch for the final time, come up onto 2 minutes for Brown. Keep an eye on the clock. The meet record is 2:11.18, and Brown is going to be real close to it and falls right at the tape and wins it in dramatic fashion, leaving everything out on the track as she runs 2:11.62 and is your freshman girls New Balance Nationals Outdoor Champion.
She breaks up the Motor City sweep. Great effort. Trying to get every little bit of it out of there with the dive across the finish line. Excellent race and kind of took control. We had seen a lot of those lead changes back and forth on the backstretch. A great career. That was the third lead change by the time we saw Brown take it over, and looked very strong. Left no doubt in anyone's mind that she was going to be able to capitalize and take this section of the 800. You see a little bit of stagger. Those legs started giving a little bit weak.
You also see the reaction from the
run.
You see the reaction from the guys holding the finish line tape. They're surprised she was able to get herself across that line. But I mean, I will say this: she looked really strong the last 50 meters, and then her foot kind of caught the ground a little bit there with like 5 meters to go, and that's where she ultimately fell down. Which part of me thinks, you know, had she not done that, could she have gotten a meet record?
She could very, well, I would say, you know, 2:10 would have been something that would have been definitely within the grasp. Some great racing in all these 800 meters this morning. Tons of track and field left to go, though. We're just getting things started.
Well, that was the first of our distance events of the day. We'll have more to come later on this evening with the championship miles and the championship steeplechase races. But for the first time today, we will have some hurdle action out on the track. When we come back, it will be the first round of the girls' freshman 100-meter hurdles. You've been watching Day 3 coverage of New Balance Nationals Outdoor on runnerspace.com.
Shake it time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna have it when my soul feel free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
Back in Philadelphia for the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoors. Let's hear from our winner from the girls, freshman 800 meters.
I am here with Brooklyn Brown, your champion. How did this win feel for you?
I'm so grateful to get experience in this opportunity. I just love being at this track and racing against a bunch of fast girls.
They pushed you for this one, yeah. You rolled your way to the finish. So, do you want to send a message to your teammates, any fans out there watching?
I just want to say thank you to my teammates for always pushing me in practice. I can be the best runner I can be.
And how are you celebrating?
I'm going to hang out with my teammates and go to my friend William's house.
Shout out to William. Give it up for your champion, everybody. Your freshman girls 800-meter champion.
So the hurdles have been lined up, and we're just about 9 minutes or so from the start of our first round action of the freshman girls 100 hurdles. And the unique thing about a national championship meet like this, and we're starting to see a little bit more and more at these meets, Brian, is you're putting these athletes through rounds. These athletes aren't normally used to going through first, semifinals, and then the finals. Now, the nice thing is these athletes that do make it to the semifinals, they don't have the final later on today, so they have 3 races today. They just have the 2 races if they make it through the first round and then the semifinal. But when you get to that level of racing at the collegiate and the professional level, this is the process that you go through when you're competing at those championship level.
Yeah, and you've got to learn to be able to race your best early on. It's not just, hey, I've got to kind of get through this race that I might be used to if we do run a prelim or something like that at the high school level. Some of the top athletes, they don't have to necessarily run at top end, but you look at the NCAA championships just a little bit ago, a world record was set in the prelims of the 110 hurdles. So athletes, when you're primed and ready to go, you can do some big things, and these athletes will be learning that over the course of this time. And what Brooklyn Brown said, the key word that I took out of what she said is the experience. Getting the experience to compete at a high level. Lends to your point, they're getting experience of being able to run rounds. They're experience of getting able to run against top competitors in similar events.
Now the luxury for the freshman athletes, they just have the 1 round to get through, and then they have the final later on this afternoon. Now the difficult part about that is because that is the case, it's not necessarily whether you win your heat to move on to the final. They are taking
Correct.
the top 8 overall fastest times to that final. So you could easily win your heat, no problem. But if it's not one of those top 8 fastest times, you will not be moving on to the final. So that, that's a difficult position for some of these freshman athletes, learning how to, adjust their race plans on the go, especially watching what the other heats did before them.
Right, and I think one of the things to really look at this is who's going to kind of announce themselves as kind of the next freshman hurdle star. I mean, Nia Armstrong last year ran 13:53, kind of set the standard that people would be chasing. But, who's going to kind of put themselves out there? The U.S. has been so dominant in the hurdles, whether it's at the under 20 level, at the NCAA level, at the world level. Going to see who's going to become that next hurdle star.
Our next event on the track, the freshman girls 100 meters. We have 7 preliminary heats coming up. The 8 fastest times will be back.
So there'll be 7 heats for this freshman girls 100-meter hurdles first round. And again, it's the top 8 overall times that will advance on to the final later on this afternoon. There you see the start list and their lane assignments. And when you're running in this first section, Brian, you're probably thinking to yourself, I have a little bit of a disadvantage knowing that there's other heats to follow me. but I also can set the tone early on and put the pressure on everybody else.
Absolutely. If you run a fast time in this first section, everything gets a little bit tighter on the sections to go, because then they start racing for a time as opposed to just racing to win. And in the hurdles, especially in the women's race, I mean, there's so much rhythm that goes involved with it. I mean, it's that nice blend between pure speed and the athletes that have great speed but then have great technique as well.
Well,
we
one
see a
school in
lot
particular,
of familiar faces.
Well, I was going to say one school in particular, we're going to see a lot of their presence in these hurdle races, and they are the shuttle hurdle relay defending champions, Bolus. We'll see a lot of their top-end athletes in the championship first-round race, including Cassidy Hopkins, one of the favorites to win the 100 hurdles after winning the 400 hurdles yesterday.
And good minds think alike, because I was just about ready to say, you see from familiar
This is why
faces
we're working together.
I know. It's good stuff.
Folks, this is our first time working together, and we're already clicking together.
I love it. See, for the hurdlers, this is, right before 11 o'clock in the morning, pretty standard time on the weekend for the sprints to go off, 77 degrees, beautiful sky. I mean, I don't think you could ask for a, more picturesque day in Philadelphia.
Well, and we talked about, the effects of the heat being on distance runners. If you are a sprinter or a hurdler, you are thriving in these types of conditions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So the first of 7 heats to decide who's going to be moving on to the final of the freshman girls 100-meter hurdles underway at Franklin Field as they get over the first couple of hurdles. That's in lane 5. Jayla Webster-Jackson of Maverick Track Club getting herself away from the rest of the field as she'll win the first heat with ease and has a little bit of a help from the wind too, plus 1.2 meters per second under the allowable wind legal limit, which is 2.0, as she'll win that first race in 14:31. Took her a little bit time to get going, but over that latter half of that race, she was able to pick up speed and pick up the win in Heat 1.
Yeah, she was really able to get her feet down and get in that good rhythm space. Really didn't have anybody challenging her to kind of push her through, especially the second half of the race. The 14:31, solid time to start things off. See how that carries over the next 6 heats.
Well, and to our point, we talked about right before that heat, as you look at the assignments and for Heat 2, 14:31 is one of those times that could get into the top 8 for the qualifying for the finals. So, again, you're putting that early pressure on everybody else. Just looking at last year's results from the first round, the 8th fastest time was 14:74. So that's in the window of getting you into the final based off what Webster Jackson just ran in 14:31.
In this next section, really keep an eye on lane 5, Mylene Calais. I mean, she's run under 14 seconds already this year. She's the only athlete to do so. No one's really even close to her.
And so as an athlete that has that advantage, you want to be able to get through this hurdle race as efficient and execute everything to your best of your ability. And that's what I took away from what the Jacoby Tharp's coach said after he broke the world record. He's like, I didn't necessarily care about him running the world record. I just wanted him to execute the race. The world record was just an added bonus.
Yeah, well, and Ken has done an incredible job of coaching over his career. A great mentor that Jacoby has in him.
And Mylene Clay.
Oh.
And unfortunately, you hope that was just a slip of the blocks and not necessarily just falling forward. And the officials will come together and it looks like they're going to pull out the green card. So, yeah, maybe it might have been just a slip of the blocks. Oh, Nope, and now we'll have a red card. So initially changed from a green to a red card, which I don't know exactly what just happened. So it's interesting that the officials initially pulled out the green card, but then a quick decision, they pull out the red card instead. So I'm curious why they changed their mind it's so quickly.
Agree. That's you don't see that very often. I think I've ever seen that.
Well, it's very unfortunate for John Porter in lane 4. So that leaves that lane open and presents a little bit of a challenge for Mylan Clay, as she'll have that lane open to herself to her inside, but she's doing good work so far and showing why she's the class of the field. Has not hit one hurdle yet and is going to run a very quick time, 13:95 for Mylan Clay, as she'll win heat number 2. And I'm not a betting person by any means. I like to think that would move on to the final later on this afternoon.
I would think so. I mean, she really got a great start. She looked great over the first 2 hurdles. Was able to get in her rhythm, to be able to execute that race. For those of you watching, you might not know. I mean, these hurdles are 33 inches tall and they're 8.5 meters apart. So there's really not a whole lot of room for error or mistake if something happens early on in a race.
8.5 meters, huh? That's a new stat. I did not know that.
Oh.
I knew the 33 inches part. I did not know the width of it, though. So I appreciate that insight. So 13:95 now is that top time, which makes that bubble time through the first 2 heats, 15:47. But again, that's going to get lowered down as these heats go by. And primarily, we'll see the athletes that are in lanes 4, 5, and 6, the ones that have the fastest seed times. So we'll keep an eye out on Coco Frederick, Kelsey Bommersback, and Rebecca Speardois in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Girls, first round, 100 hurdles, heat 3. And over the hurdles first, and out of the block strong is Caitlin Jenkins there in lane 3, but now making up ground is Bommersback and Speardois. Speardois, Bommersback. Bommersback hits the hurdle, and now Speardois gets the win, and because Bommersback hit that hurdle, that's going to cost her potentially a spot in that top 8.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. She was running such a good race, but it was almost like she felt Speardois kind of coming up on her outside, kind of tensed a little bit. 14:65 her time, under a meter per second in the win column.
Yeah, you can see how much that really affected Bommersback there, as she was second going into what looked like the second to last hurdle, and then finished 4th overall in 15:31, which is, still it's outside that window of being in the top 8. So unfortunate for Bommersback.
Right now, 15:16 is going to be that last spot in. I would be very shocked if that holds up over our next 4 heats. It's really challenging when you're in that. One disadvantage is when you're in that outside lane in lane 9 here at Franklin Field. You have that wall right up against you, and the perception a little bit challenging. And it's definitely not a lane that you want to nick a hurdle and crash into, because otherwise you'll be eating some bricks.
Yeah, you really can see how far away that wall is from the track itself. I mean, you figure that the referee, or the referee, excuse me, the official, I'm thinking basketball terms right now, the official right at the start line, probably wearing a size 11, size 12 shoe. So that's maybe about a foot and a half difference between the wall and the track itself, which, normally that's not the case for a lot of track and field stadiums that are so close. You feel like that the stands are on top of the track itself.
Yeah, if you're sitting in that first lane, first or second row of the bleachers, you really can't see lane 8 and 9 until the very end. And we've got something happening here.
It's like maybe one of the athletes was misplaced in the wrong heat, and they're supposed to be in a different heat. And sometimes that happens. Some athletes just either get lost, or the officials just shuffle them into the wrong heat. And although it is very nerve-wracking when you do have an official come up to you and say, "Hey, come over here, please," and you're like, "Am I disqualified? Am I not?"
Right.
Like that's a mix of emotions. It's like you're going through so much in that moment right there. But it looks like what appears to be that they just misplaced her in the wrong heat.
Get things back, get the motions reset.
You think that guy can tell who's going to win this race from back there?
Very interesting. He's got a good vantage point.
Well, he'll have an idea who has the better start than we will, so I'll have to ask his opinion later on. So as Heat 4 gets going, that's just Cy Ryder in the middle of your screen. In lane 4 to her outside shoulder is Ella Raish. Raish now pushing Ryder, but Ryder now gets away from Raish as Ryder kind of a little unorthodox with her form there, kind of all over the place, but still wins. That fourth
I'll tell you what,
heat.
she clipped the hurdle, about maybe hurdle 4 or 5, and it really threw her rhythm off. Really surprised she was able to keep her composure and really push through. She had to take a couple long strides to kind of get back into it, which is not what you want to do. You want that foot underneath you. So impressive kind of refix by Dawson.
Well, for the first time in this first round, we have a wind-aided race. So Olivia Dawson with a hell of a 2.1 meter per second, as that was over the wind legal limit of 2.0, runs 14.73. Now, that being said, the wind does not dictate whether or not you move on to the final or not, or move on to the next round. So there are some athletes that are going to be looking at that's like, well, why didn't I have, faster wind?
Right.
Or why was my wind not as fast as that previous section? It's like, well, Mother Nature doesn't necessarily decide the time that, well, sometimes it decides what you run for your time, but it ultimately does not matter to the officials and to the meet management what the wind is. If you're in that top 8, you're in that top 8.
And sometimes you get that aid, sometimes you don't.
And
Couple
given
sections left here.
Given the winds have picked up a little bit, you can kind of see the banners alongside the stadium were starting to move a little bit too. So maybe the winds have dialed it up here over the last couple minutes. And perhaps you can see a lot more wind-aided performances in these last 3 heats, and even quicker times to get themselves in the top 8. So there's your Heat 5 lane assignments.
Lane 5 there, Bella Hatter, clear favorite in this race.
That's Hatter there over the first couple hurdles. Now emerging from the middle of that group there in lane 5, although now being challenged It looks like Savannah Jansen there in lane 6, but it's going to be Hatter who wins it in 14:69, and the wins were a little bit nicer, 1.5 meters per second, as she now moves to 4th overall, and our bubble time becomes 14:90 by Savannah Jansen, who finished 2nd in this heat.
They had her, watching that race, I mean, she definitely's got a big upside. Trail leg coming through a little bit of a reach off of her trail leg, but that's definitely going to be good enough to get in to the finals. And she's clear of the bubble. 1490 is now that mark.
So you can see the overall standings through the first 5 heats. Mylan Clay atop that leaderboard at 13:95, and then you see that bubble time, as you pointed out, Brian, 14:90 by Savannah Jansen. Normally they do take the top 9 athletes into the final, but instead it's going to be the top 8 athletes that will move on, despite this being a 9-lane track.
5 now.
Olivia Thomas of Oliphant, Pennsylvania. Lane 5, top heat seed entries in this girls 100 hurdles.
Good race between heat 5 and lane 5 and lane 6.
So Thomas in the middle of your screen in 5. That's Caitlin Boak Yadam in 6, and they're even with each other through the first 5 hurdles, and now Yadam emerges ahead, and Yadam is going to win this 6th heat, and the wins picked up that time 2.3 meters per second on the plus side, as Yadam will run 14:53 for putting her in 3rd overall, and now Olivia Thomas moves into that 8th position, and she also runs the same exact time as Lana McKendry, but they had to go down to the thousandths of a second to decide that 8th spot with one more heat remaining. You can see the confirmation from heat 6. Caitlin Boak Yadam, 14:53, and Olivia Thomas, 14:89, currently sitting 8th overall with one more heat to come in this freshman
and this
girls
goes back
hurdles.
Back to the point you made earlier, the difference between Thomas's heat, McKendry's heat, just 0.8 meters per second. Thomas's 2.3 meters per second. So I mean, you've got to think, it's just physics and reality that wind helped her with just ever so slightly being able to post a better time, be able to get into the finals potentially over McKendry.
Well, one of, or if not, maybe all 8 of these girls have something to say about those top 8 performers so far, and try to find their way into the final later on this evening. Raina Saunders in 1, Alice Castillo in 2, Viviana DeBenedictis in 3, Abigail Kohut in 4, Cameron McLean in 5, Hannah Watson in 6, Felicity Nuzzi in 7, Mariah Pender in 8, and then Talia Tools in lane 9. Looks like lane 5 is going to be open, so no McLennan, although it's like maybe the officials are having McLennan move to, there's McLennan. She was actually in lane 6, and she was supposed to be in
they say
lane 5.
McLennan's fastest one in this heat. McLennan's run 13:88 already this season.
Well, lane 9 won't have to worry about crashing up against the brick wall in this heat, as that is open, along with lane 6 open as well. Hannah Watson and Talia Tools are supposed to be in those lanes. But it's just these 7 girls to decide our final of the girls 100-meter hurdles freshman division. In the middle of the screen is McClellan. Tall figure in lane 5, getting over those hurdles no problem, and is running herself into the top 8, and is going to be 3rd overall with her 14:39, and she will be the only one to advance out of this final heat into that final later on this afternoon. So we have our qualifiers for these freshman girls 100 hurdles, with Cameron McClellan earning that final spot, finishing 3rd overall after these 7 heats are completed.
Yeah, great matchup with her and Clay in the final. I think that's the two that I would kind of look at. McClellan obviously didn't run as fast as what she ran in high school or during the high school season, but one of the top runners coming out of the state of Texas. Clay looked on point though, so it'll be a nice battle, I think.
There you see the small cues, the qualifiers for the freshman girls 100 hurdles final, scheduled later on this evening at the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoor. So the hurdle height will stay the same as we shift up to the championship girls section. And we mentioned it during the freshman races, the presence of Bullis is going to be heavy in this one. Well, you see Cassidy Hopkins, one of the favorites to win the 100 hurdles title. But you also got Soleil Russell in the mix, the younger sister of the American record holder, Masai Russell. And so potentially Bullis could do some damage here. But they have to get through the rounds first, though, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say Nia Armstrong, who has the freshman record at the meet. She's run 13:33 already this year. And, Anna Wiley from Ohio. I mean, it's a great field, top to bottom. The hurdles are, one of my favorite races. It was one of my favorite races as a coach, and really excited to see this next wave of talent across the country.
Meet record in the championship girls 100 hurdles, 13:36. Camden Bentley, 2023. So that record has stood for 3 years and continues to be that record so far. As they're underway in the first of 8 heats in the girls 100 hurdles, that's on the middle of your screen. Anna Weil of Ohio Speed Academy. And she will run a very quick time, 13:73. It says now it changes to 13:72 as Weil sets the tone early on in this first of 8 heats of this first round of the girls' 100 hurdles.
Weil doing a great job getting their trail leg down and underneath her to that middle part of the race. Showing there why she's going to be one of the favorites to contend for this title.
You can see the results from the first heat. Weil running 13:72. Leah McDonald finishing second, 14:11. Now the difference between the championship and the freshman division is the championship will have a semifinal later on this afternoon. So instead of advancing the top 8 overall times to a final, it's going to be the top 24 to the semifinals, but it's the top 2 from each heat. And then the next, this is for the finals. It's the top 24 overall times that will move on to the semifinals that are taking place later on this afternoon.
A lot of these athletes will be making it back. 8 heats overall.
And because it is the top 24 athletes, that advance on to the semis. We will have a better idea of where everyone stands following the conclusion of the third and fourth heats. So that'll give us a better idea of what that bubble time is for that 24th and final spot.
And one of the things that's unique about the hurdles as opposed to some of the other races is you can't really back off and just intentionally not run fast in a preliminary round because you have to maneuver the hurdles in between each of those, and the steps in between doesn't change. It's not like we're going to run a slower time, so we're going to take 5 steps in between. You're maintaining that 3 stride in between the hurdles, so that rhythm is going to come very naturally. And that's why you tend to see a lot of fast times in the prelims of the hurdles as opposed to maybe the 400 or an 800 or some of the other races.
Kayla Dondre in 1, Parker Steele in 2, Lilia Polini in 3, Anila Castro in 4, Jasmine Jackson 5, Madison Foy in 8, and then Kamara Stewart on the outside in 9. Heat 2, girls, first round, 100 hurdles. Clean start there from lane 5, and Jasmine Jackson asserts herself away from everyone else and is in complete control from start to finish as she will ease her way to the line into a slight headwind too. 13:48 for Jackson, and that's just a little over a 10th off of the meet record by Camden Bentley. And this is only the first round, Brian.
Yeah, and Jasmine just a sophomore, so what a great race. We've had some great hurdle technique. Young lady out of New Jersey. Winslow Township has produced some great ones over the years. I mean, the semifinals and the finals today had the potential to put up some incredible times. And overall, a pretty young field.
Well, the luxury for these athletes is they only have to, if they advance to the semifinals, that's all they have to worry about at the end of the day. Their final will take place on Sunday during Championship Sunday. So they'll just have to worry about, easing through this first round. And, they can still put together a quick time in the semifinals and recover enough for the final on Sunday.
Absolutely. You're going to get a chance to see in this race, right in the middle of the track in lane 4, Skylar Bittman from Westerville South.
Representing the Ohio Speed Academy.
Excuse me, Westerville Central, sorry.
We're going to join our teammate Anna Weil under 14 seconds in this first round. We also have Sella McLaughlin in 5 to her outside shoulder, and then Kalia Montgomery of Hackensack in 6. In the middle of your screen, McLaughlin ahead of Montgomery. McLaughlin now on the outside too. That's a good push from Harley there in lane 8, and Harley looks like she's going to finish second, but it's going to be McLaughlin, or excuse me, rather Kayla Ewing in lane 7 will finish second as Sella McLaughlin will celebrate a win in this third heat.
McLaughlin running really well that race. Colorful braids in the hair.
$13.97 for Sella McLaughlin as Kayla Ewing finishes in second. And Kalia Montgomery in third, 14:15. So now through 3 heats, I should say, that bubble time is 15:47 by Layla Harris, who finished 9th in that previous heat.
McLaughlin going to be heading on to the University of Pittsburgh to run for Coach Webb and his crew. One of the things about competing at the New Balance Nationals is a lot of these athletes are going to be competing against each other for years to come in the collegiate ranks. So move on to the next section. Keep your eye out right in the middle of the track. We've got a slew of athletes. Dallas Guy from Auburn, Georgia. She's one to keep her eye on right there in lane 5, along with Fort right beside her. Looks like Fort's a scratch.
So just 7 athletes in Heat 4. And 24 spots up for grab for the semifinal round later on this afternoon. Good start from Guy there in 5, but also really good position by Edelson there in 3, but it's going to be Guy who ultimately pulls away and runs 13.70 to win Heat 4 and moves to 2nd overall with 4 more heats to go.
Great run by Guy. There's not a whole lot separating everybody right now. Right now, that bubble time 14:74.
So you can see Guy there on top of the in 13.70, and now she's in 2nd overall, as I mentioned. These are the current overall standings for the first round. Again, the top 24 will move on to the semifinals. You can see the top 10 athletes of those 24 right now.
Guy going to be going out to Berkeley to compete for the Golden Bears. We mentioned Bolus a couple of different times, and we get a chance to see one right in the middle of the track. See Hopkins, one of the best that there is in high school.
Has already had a great weekend for herself. The senior for the legendary program, Bolus, has ran a lifetime best this year of 13.11. And has also excelled in the 400 hurdles too.
Get to take her talents out to the West Coast and UCLA.
So Hopkins there in the middle of the track in lane 5 and showing why she's one of the top hurdlers in the country and closing in on this first heat and will run a quick time, 13.18. She smashes Camden Bentley's meet record, and it's only the first round.
And that's going to be wind legal, 1.8 meters per second. Tell you what, Joanna Hayes is getting a phenomenal talent to join her program out in UCLA.
Well, and just talk about building momentum after momentum. As I mentioned, had a great race yesterday in the 400 hurdles. Or excuse me, her teammate did actually. Kennedy Brown won that race yesterday. So just the hurdle contingent of Bolus doing an excellent job of feeding off one another and continuing to build on that excellence that they have with each other. And we saw it right there from not only one of the top hurdlers in the country, but the fastest hurdler ever at New Balance Nationals Outdoor.
I'll tell you what, Jolie has built such a dominant program at Bolus, and they produce athletes year after year after year. And, one of the things, as you watch this race again, I mean, she gets a great start. That rhythm between it, I mean, her foot strikes, I mean, that's very good technique. And she's going to be an individual that's going to be a force for a long time, but building out tradition of bullets, you get to see a different angle of it. That trailer comes through nice, gets underneath her. A little bit of waving in, getting close to that inside lane, but and you can see the reaction of her face. You know, that's her lifetime best with win legal time now 13:18. Again, we're just in the first round.
Well, she had a time coming in that was 13:11, but that had no wind gauge, so that was an all conditions best. But this for sure was her lifetime best overall, since that was under the wind legal limit at 1.8. She came in with a personal best of 13:24, which she did running into a headwind earlier this month. So on to Heat 6, which will have Taylor Foster in the middle of your screen. Foster there in lane 5, and it's going to be Foster will run 13:53, and Hopkins is kind of a sigh of relief at this point right now, because this last heat was ran in plus 2.2 meters per second, so over the wind legal limit. So had Hopkins ran in this heat, that would have not broken the meet record if it was a 2.2 for her.
And Grout ran really good. She finished in second, ran 13:59. Really came on strong at the end. Excellent run on her part. She had 2 sections left.
So as we continue to dwindle down our top 24 athletes, 14:35 is that final spot, that bubble time to get into the semifinal round. That's currently held by Ella Helm from the first heat. We'll still see some of the top athletes, because not all the top athletes have ran yet in some of these heats. You know, they are randomly put in different heats in this first round. And so the top athlete in this heat is going to be Amber Callender. There on the inside in 5. With the pink and blue New Balance kit. And one thing's for certain, when you come to New Balance Nationals Outdoor, they get you some good fits. They deliver some nice uniforms.
As mentioned earlier, the commercials that New Balance has been doing with Action Bronson and Shohei and Gabby Thomas, they're phenomenal. Kudos to them. Kudos to their marketing team.
Spots up for grabs for the semifinals with 2 more heats to go. Callender with a good start there in 5, but this has become the most competitive race so far, as you have 3 girls within each other's strides over the first couple hurdles, and now it's Callender emerging in the middle, and Callender will win this 7th heat in 13:68, now confirmed for 13:66. And then Zenobia Witt finishing in second, 13:94. That gets her inside the top 24. And then Olivia Durpee, very unfortunate for her, 14:21, 1 spot out from making it into that top 24.
Now we know with the last heat section to go, 14:20, got a dip under 14:20. Callender from Denver, Colorado. one section remaining. A couple of really good individuals in this. Caitlin Brown and Zoe Russell will be in lanes 5 and 6. Two young ladies to watch.
And of course, time after time again, as people have always mentioned, the younger sister of the American record holder, and Masai Russell. Although
she's been around some track and field.
Yes, she has. But her younger sister has, kind of built her own path and created her own legacy herself and has excelled in her own right, too. And so, of course, I'm sure the comparisons there are always talked about, but, I know Coach Joe Lee does a great job of making sure that his athletes are individualized and are, focused on them. Well, as we talk about Soleil Russell, it looks like she is a late scratch, so she will not be there in lane 5, and neither will Catherine Lee in lane 7. So just 7 girls in this 8th and final heat. First round of Girls Championship 100 hurdles decide our semis. As they get going, lane 3 is Ariana Thomas, although on the outside in lane 6 is Caitlin Brown. But now coming up through the middle is Layla Hawkins. Hawkins of Courageous Track Club will win in 14:02. That gets her into the top 24. And then if you're Caitlin Brown, you're breathing a sigh of relief. 14:15 to finish second overall. That's the 23rd fastest time in this first round. So that gets her into the semifinal.
Hawkins with a great run. Hawkins with a great run. Hawkins coming from Cass Tech in Detroit. Be running at North Carolina A&T. Super strong sprints program down there.
So there you see your qualifiers for the semifinal round. Those are the top 10, and as we go down the descending order list, you'll see the top 24 athletes that will move on to those semifinals, as Emiliana Dozian of Natik is that 24th and final athlete to make it. But of course, this was highlighted by Cassidy Hopkins, 13:18 meet record. And as you pointed out, Brian, it's just the first round, and we're just getting started.
Just the first round. Yeah, and I mean, it's what we've kind of started seeing now with the hurdles over the last couple of weeks. Amazing times in the first round of an event. Well, I get to see with the boys now.
Well, as the hurdles get adjusted up for the boys 110 hurdles, we'll step aside real quick for a couple of quick commercial messages. You've been watching the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoor on RudderSpace.com.
Shake it, time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
Welcome back to a sunny and breezy Franklin Field on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for the 2026 New Balance Nationals Outdoors. Keenan Gray alongside Brian Fetzer. And just getting through some of these semifinals in these first round competition. You know, kind of looking ahead to some of the championship races tonight. You know, of course, those distance races are the ones that are going to get a lot of attention tonight. And, of course, the boys' championship mile, you're going to wonder, you know, how many guys can get under 4 minutes in that race. Girls' championship mile, how many girls can we get close to under 4:30? And then the steeplechase races, those are always a fun one to witness and watch. What else are you looking forward to for the rest of the day and rest of the weekend? So as we shift our attention to the infield before the start of the first round of the 110 hurdles, we'll take a look at the girls' championship pole vault competition, which the bar is currently at 3 meters 70, 12 feet 1.5 inch. 8 girls, or 9 girls, I should say, have so far cleared this bar. This is Amber Shaw up for her third and final attempt at this height. Meet record in this event set last year by Veronica Vacco, who's now at the University of Washington, joining that pole vault contingent of great jumpers that alongside the Mole twins. And Amber Shaw slightly grazes that bar, but is able to get over it.
The pole vault from the women's side is an event that's continued to shine in the U.S. Really kind of putting themselves out in front all the time in the vault. Sandy Morris Cheeks and
that meet record
strength.
The meet record's 4 meters 20, 13 feet 9.25 inches, and we're a little bit of a ways from that bar at this point into the competition, but we'll keep an eye on what that bar, how high that bar can go up to as Bailey Dilly bows out of the competition after her third attempt miss at 3 meters 70, 12 feet 1 8.5 inches. All right, on to the track again. This is the first round of the boys championship 110 hurdles, and similar format as to the girls 100 hurdles. It's the top 24 that advance on to the semifinals. And this will feature 10 heats in total to decide that top 24. Meet record in this event, 13:42 by Bradley Franklin. Back in 2024, of course, is now at Samford. Just became an All-American in the 110 hurdles this last weekend at the NCAA Championships. And one of those athletes that continues to rise on the U.S. scene, too. And again, one of those athletes that has come from, or is competing at a small school. You know, you normally, when you look at someone like a school like Samford, you're thinking, really, you got one of the best hurdlers in the country. And, you know, that's a common theme among a lot of colleges is small schools, but you have a lot of great talent, too.
Oh, without question, and it's been impressive to see him stay where he's at. So we shift on to the boys hurdles. These are 39 inches. The college and professional ranks goes up to 42. A little bit higher, 6 inches higher than the women.
So the first of 10 heats underway. That's Shiruku Makechi in lane 5 for Kentwood Track Club as he eases his way through, clips that ninth hurdle, I should say. And he'll get to the line in 13:69 and is absolutely pumped up about that run. And he had a little help from the wind too, plus 2.3, so it would be an all conditions best for Makechi as he gets heat 1 of 10 underway in the championship boys 110 hurdles first round.
I love seeing that emotion. It's so contagious too, because you see the other guys start kind of feeding off of it. And one of the things you'll see these races, when somebody runs fast, it becomes contagious, and others start to do the same. Right in the middle of the track in this next heat, David Johnson from East Hartford, he's the one to watch. One of the best in New England and in Connecticut.
Well, one event that really has, created a lot of noise over the last week or so has been the 110 hurdles. We go back to what Jacoby Tharp did with that world record performance at Hayward Field at the NCAA Championships. However, yesterday at the USATF U20 Championships, a high schooler became the first one ever to break 13 seconds in this event and won that U20 title. Zacchaeus Brox out of Michigan, first ever high schooler to ever run under 13 seconds, win legal too, in the 110 hurdles. A realm that, a lot of people did not think was possible for high school athletes. And that Wayne Davis record of 13:08 is no longer the top time ever in high school history.
I don't know if I heard it on Pardon the Interruption of all the places that Jacoby was talking about what he eats pre-meet wise, and it's crazy with the burgers and fries. I mean, I need to send a text message to Ken Hart and say, what are you talking about? Why are you letting him eat this stuff?
Because he's a 20-year-old and still thinks he's a kid at heart and doesn't understand that, when you feel yourself properly, then who knows how much faster you really can go. Now, that's not to say that we are encouraging kids to eat burgers and fries and you'll run 12:75. But we'll see what one of these boys can do and try to get themselves in that top 24 to advance on to the semifinals tonight. And unfortunately, we'll have to go right back to the start because the second gun fired off. But again, you have Jacoby Tharp setting the new standard on the global stage. You have Zacchaeus Brox doing that now at the high school level, becoming the first prep athlete to break 13 seconds in the 110 hurdles when legal. I mean, this is an event that, you know, has always been strong in the United States. That's no question. But within the last week, has changed the trajectory of it so much.
Very much so. Yeah, I think Johnson got a yellow warning there. But what it does is it raises the awareness. I mean, the simple fact that they're talking about track and field on ESPN raises the awareness and really is such a huge help for the sport.
I'm still fed up that it was only number 3 on the SC top 10 that Tharp was when he ran that world record.
I agree.
And I get it.
I
the
agree
New York
with that.
Knicks, I get it. The OG Anunoby tip-in for the Knicks to win Game 4. I understand that. But, folks, we're talking about a world record here. This is my track bias coming out, of course, but...
And I can appreciate and relate to that.
We'll see how Heat 2 unfolds the second time around after that initial second gun went off, but they're clean through the hurdles, including lane 5. That's Davian Johnson, who's just pulling himself away from the rest of the field, and will run a quick time, 13:61. Now, we do have some cloud cover right now, but the winds have started to pick up a little bit through these first 2 heats. The previous heat was 2.1, or 2.3, I should say. This was plus 2.8 meters per second.
Yeah, Johnson, even with a little bit of, the warning early on for a false start or for kind of movement, able to keep his mind clear and be able to run 13:61, solid time. And then we got the semifinals later on today.
Again, the first time all day that we've really seen, well, as I'm about to say this, the sun now starts to peek back out, but for the first time, it seemed like Franklin Field was at its darkest with that cloud, and well, now now it's playing some mind games with us, because I'm starting to see some, like, shadows, then you got cloud cover.
Kind of all over the place there.
So a couple late scratches. Yeah, we got a couple of late scratches though in this third heat. Daniel Thomas, Lawrence Dell Jr., and Kingston Staten were scheduled to appear, but now it's just 6 athletes that are on that start line. So you see the start list and their lane assignments. Including Steven Schwartz of the Texas Collective. Poor guy on the outside in lane 9's got to run by himself while everybody else is side by side with each other. The officials are making adjustments to those hurdles, and all good to go. Thumbs up from them, and ready to hurdle in this third heat of 10.
Cameron High, one to keep your eye on. He'll be in lane 5. Right beside him, Timothy Ryan. Or excuse me, I jumped ahead of heat 4. Steven Schwartz.
Schwartz in the middle of your screen, but now being left behind. Looks like Westover. Oh, excuse me, that is Schwartz there in 5. Schwartz will win comfortably 13:76, 1.6 meters per second, so under the allowable wind legal limit. As he'll move to 3rd overall. Blake Cook runs 13:99. He gets under 14 seconds. And that puts him at 6th overall.
chance to move on. That'll definitely get him through into the semifinals.
Personal best for Cook there in second, moving him to 6th overall. Christian Graves finishing third, 14-21. As we're a little under a third of the way, or over a third of the way through in this championship boys 110 hurdles.
Now the heat is with Cameron High. Kinder Sports be in lane 5, and Timothy Ryan in lane 6. Two of the young men to watch right in that middle of the track.
Lifetime best for Cameron High, 13:69. One of 2 sub-14 performers in this heat, along with Timothy Ryan, who looks like will be there in lane 6 and is walking back over to the start. So the absence of Zacchaeus Brox also doesn't give him the chance to complete the outdoor-indoor sweep. He was the 60 hurdles champion at New Balance Nationals indoor during the winter. So now that opens the door up for someone else to claim the outdoor title. Although I think you might take a U20 title and then go represent your team on the global stage.
I think that's not a bad one to do. Anytime you can put on the red, white, and blue is a pretty amazing experience and opportunity. So,
Team USA will be sending a team to, well, I shouldn't be sending to, they'll be hosting right on home soil at Hayward Field August 5th to the 9th. First time in 12 years that the World Under-20 Championships are held in the United States, and right back at Hayward Field. It was held at the original Hayward Field back in 2014, and the amount of athletes that were competing there, well, they're very familiar names in this day and age. Heat 4 underway. Cameron High and Ryan there in 5 and 6 as High pulls a little bit ahead of Ryan. Just one last hurdle to go over, and it will be High, I should say, in first, and then Brandon Thwart in second out of lane 6. Or out of lane 7.
Good time coming back.
Finishes second, 13:92, but a great run by Cameron High to ease his way through this heat.
You can see why he's one of the favorites in the competition so far. This is, you mentioned, I mean, this race for the championship pretty wide open with the national leader not competing in it. It's a great opportunity for one of these guys to put their mark on it. And one of the things when you start looking at the hurdles, it's, who kind of owns the middle of the race and gets themselves out good, but is able to, really keep it together through the, hurdles 3 through 7.
Top entry in Heat 5, Benjamin Schodel out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. 13:68, his lifetime best and season's best performance. See the start list. Schodel will be in 5. LeBron Willis of Bartlett, another sub 14 second performer, 13:91, his lifetime best. He's in lane 6. And then to Schodel's left is Christian Das, 13:99, his lifetime best.
A lot of young athletes, when I say young, 11th graders, are competing so far. A whole lot have really made it back into the finals, or the semifinals yet. It's good experience.
Well, and that's the other thing, too, is some of these athletes, their end goal may not necessarily be to make it all the way to the final. Their goal might be, I want to just get to the semifinals and run a quick time.
Absolutely. It's the preparation. It's what's next for you.
Because there's goals and there's also realistic goals for some of these athletes. And some of them, of course, they
Very
have
true.
goals of wanting to be in the finals, including Schoenel, who has that top heat time of 13:68 and gets himself out front early on and comfortably ahead of the rest of the field and completes his job in this heat number 5, 13:76, and do a little bit of a headwind too, as he'll be the only competitor in the field to dip under 14 seconds and just a couple of hundredths off of his lifetime best. As we're halfway
Wind's
through
kind
now.
of shifting and swirling.
Yeah, you can really see those winds moving those flagpoles a lot and moving, looks like maybe into a crosswind for some of these athletes. But Schoenel gets the win in Heat 5, 13:76 as we continue on halfway through this. The bubble time now is at 14:55. Giovanni Reynolds of Bloomfield Track Club currently in that position. And when you have fields as large as this, when you have multiple heats, those final spots for the top 24, they're going to come down to the hundredths of a second, sometimes even the thousandths of a second. So it's really critical that you finish through the line all the way and not ease up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's crucial. I don't really understand why you would ever ease up at the line. You see a lot of individuals get hurt that way because you're going full speed and all of a sudden you're trying to put the brakes on, showboat, do whatever you want to say. It's not necessary to do that. Let your natural deceleration process take place. There's a ton of scratches in this heat.
Very small first round heat. As you pointed out, 4 scratches from this heat. But at least the competitors are just side by side with each other, so kind of treat it like an indoor 60-meter hurdles race. And you got, the 6 lanes you normally run in. Simon Tandy in 2, Brandon Rosario in 3, Barack James in 5, and then Anthony Vale is in 6. Vale's got the best time in 13:85. He's in lane 6. Kind of see him there in picture on the far side in lane 6. And out in front and away he goes. He clips the 3rd hurdle, clips the 5th hurdle, slows him down as James now passes him, as James will get there first. And unfortunately for Vale, clipping both those hurdles at 3 and 5 costs him the win here in heat number 6. But with Brock James finishing 13:99, that puts him at 9th overall, and Vale 14:17, that's 16th overall.
James clearly excited for that run right there. Very excited, tall young man. One of the taller athletes in the field. There's a bunch of scratches. Both Vale and James will advance to the semifinals.
Four heats to go. Bubble time now dropped to 14:41. See the field assembled for heat 7 of 10. Yijing Zhang in 2 out of Princeton, New Jersey. Achilles Etienne in 3 for Squawk. Elton Marte Feliz in 4. Ian Hill in 5. Rasiah Saunders 6. Ari Bell in 7. Leland Van Alstine in 8. And then Aiden Kolkmeyer in 9. So top 24 overall times between these 10 heats, advancing on to the semifinal round later on in the evening schedule.
I think Saunders in lane 6 had some great competitions against Johnson, who we saw earlier in the competition. The fastest time. Should have battled a bunch in the state of Connecticut.
So that's in lane 6 is Saunders as he clipped a hurdle, a couple hurdles there towards the end of the race, but still it's just enough to get ahead of everybody else. And even with clipping all those hurdles, he still runs 13:76.
Yeah, he's kind of just ran through a bunch of them. Definitely excited with that time. Definitely will set up a good little matchup. His fellow Connecticut. And obviously, you got to do the social media after the race.
Rasiah Sanders, lifetime best, 13:76, even while clipping those hurdles. So lots, that's the nice thing about these rounds too, is you have mistakes that you can correct, and you can make up for that in the next semifinal rounds.
Yeah, I mean, and you're running earlier in the day, and the reality of it is a lot of athletes don't get themselves warmed up quite just enough, especially for the preliminary rounds. It's a little difficult if you don't, might not have a warm-up track or places you can really get some good quality into that warm-up. But that first round really serves as a warm-up piece for them. Some good competition in this section, right in the middle of the track, 4, 5, and 6. Really anybody's game.
And you also add Jalen Mosley into that mix too. He's just on the outside of that 14-second barrier, 14:04. So Lucas Stefaniak, 13:99. Essen Plummer, 13:66. It looks like Plummer is a late scratch. So then it's Braden Tisdale who has the top time, 13:84.
Tisdale and Mosley just juniors. Get ready stuff. A few sections left.
Two heats to follow. Bubble time dropped to 14:26. It gets progressively faster and faster with these heats going by. As they're underway, heat 8. That's lane 7, lane 6, Braden Tisdale. and Mosley side by side with each other. Mosley continues to hit those hurdles. Not a clean race, but it's enough where he gets across the line first in 14:01. That puts him at 12th overall. Aaron Taylor finishing second. He goes to 22nd overall. And how about this? Tisdale, who again entered this race with one of the fastest times, is on the outside looking in as he's now sitting at 32nd overall.
Yeah, it was one of those things that he clipped a bunch of hurdles right at that middle stage of the race. Mosley did, but was able to recover. Tisdale not running the best race of the season.
Well, for some of these athletes, that is a learning experience, and for him, he is a junior, so he'll get another year to come back here and try that again. But it's one of those tough pills to swallow. But I hope as coaches, you encourage your athletes, keep their heads up, make sure that they're staying level-headed, and let them know that it will get better. It's just you just got to learn how to go through these types of routes.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for education. Hopefully they're capitalizing on that.
Well, Shamar Gamble watched yesterday what his teammate did in the 400 hurdles at the USATF U20 Championships, breaking that high school record, running 49:20. He's using that as extra motivation throughout these next 2 days, and it starts here in round one. He's one of the top guys in this field, perhaps maybe one of the favorites to win the national title. Owns a lifetime best of 13:36. It's only ran at 13:49 this outdoor season. But again, the idea is to peak at this time of the year. You don't necessarily have to run your fastest throughout the season, although sometimes it does help with confidence. But you got to think his coach has prepared him for a championship meet like this and is ready to run something quick.
Yeah, I mean, he's used to having success at Franklin Field to produce a national championship or a national Penn Relays championship earlier this year, going out to Southern California to run for the Trojans. National stage, that big stage is definitely part of his pedigree. One thing is he won't have anybody on his outside.
No, but again, the motivation he has from watching his teammate Keenan Davis yesterday break that 400 hurdles record is just extra fuel to the fire for Shamar Gamble out of Archbishop Carroll in Washington, D.C. He's in lane 5, one of the favorites to win this event. Again, 13:42 by Bradley Franklin, 2024. And Gamble in the middle of your screen, so clean over the hurdles, has not clipped one yet as he continues to build up speed and get himself to the finish line. And he'll win comfortably in 13:72. Not necessarily about running fast, just the execution piece as he gets himself into that top 24. No problem, third overall in the current standings.
Very impressive run. Very impressive run. Gamble, he's showed why he's one of the best, and it'll be an exciting matchup in the semifinals. You get to see several individuals kind of battle it out with Schwartz and Johnson.
Well, and that's the fun part.
That's a lot. Wow.
That's the fun part about the semifinals too, is this will be randomized. We have no idea who is going to see who in those hurdle races. So you could potentially, have a heat that's fairly stacked with some of these athletes in there, and it could feel like, it's a pre-championship type of final.
Very true. What that goes into, because you take the top 2 times in each of the semifinals plus the next, best times. So that definitely, if you get in a heat that's loaded, that can be a huge advantage. getting into the finals.
But it also could be a disadvantage because you only take the top 2 finishers
True.
from that heat on, and then it's the next 2 fastest overall times from each of those heats. You know, I look back at the NCAA championships last week, and I called it the gauntlet. Basically, it was the 100 hurdles prelims. It was Adasia Hodge, Chauncey Jackson, and Brianna Selby all in the same exact preliminary heat, which was the race that Adasia Hodge broke the collegiate record in, running 10:63. But it's just like you look at a heat like that, I'm like, man, you just hope and pray you can finish top 2.
Right. Very much so. Very, very much so.
Well, one athlete that is certainly preying on that he makes it into the semifinals is Gavin Baker. He is currently in that 24th and final spot to make the semifinals, with one more heat to come, as heat 10, a couple guys that have ran under 14 seconds, including Mason Englund, who could challenge Shamar Gamble for that title. Lifetime best 13:51. He's going to be in lane 5 representing Fremont Ross. Boys championship 110. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say England, one of the better football players in the state of Ohio, too. So not just limited to track and field, just great athleticism.
We'll see who will grab one of those spots in the top 24 to advance into the semifinals, as England, the football player, having to work a little bit, though, on the inside of the shoulder is Banks. And Kingston Banks, it looks like Banks was able to get him at the end. And Banks does, 13:87. And England finishing in second, 13:90. But both of them will get inside the top 24 as they finish 9th and 10th overall, respectively.
You can see when Banks came up on England's inside, he kind of tightened up a little bit. You're not so used to somebody coming back on him. Banks no short of talent in his own right. The ATL.
And different trail legs, too.
14:21 is what it took to get into the finals.
Semifinals.
Or the semifinals, excuse me.
So there's the results from the final heat, 10 of 10 in the boys' championship 110 hurdles. Kingston Banks picking up a lifetime best after defeating England in that 10th heat. There you see the small cues for our top 24 qualifiers advancing on to the semifinals of the championship boys 110 hurdles. Tristan Graves snagging that last spot, 14:21, as Davian Johnson will lead the way with his top time of 13:61.
Move on to the freshman ranks.
So this will be our last first round hurdles competition of the early afternoon. Just like the girls, it'll be the top 8 overall times advancing on to a final scheduled in the evening. But only 5 heats will be contested. So not as many heats, which makes it a little bit more challenging getting inside that top 8 when you have less competitors to field that 8. Meet record is 14:16 by Avante Earl. Ran that last year. So it's the top 8 overall times, regardless of how you finish in your heat, that advance to the final later on this evening. There they go for Heat 1. You got Michael McKenzie there on the middle of your screen in lane 5 ahead of Theo McCullough there in 4 as McKenzie will safely get through and across the line first. 14:62 for Michael McKenzie as the first of 5 heats are complete in this first round of the freshman boys 110 hurdles.
McKenzie looked really good, especially on the back half of that race. Set himself up. We'll have to see how that stacks up. We get to see the second heat, and we've mentioned a couple times so far. Chase Elliott from Bullis. He'll be the favorite in this next section. It's almost like rinse and repeat with Bullis.
I think a lot of people have been saying that now for over a decade or so, given the success that Joe Lee has been able to develop his kids. And, Quincy Wilson, of course, was over at the USATF U20 Championships, got second in kind of a surprising way yesterday, although if you were to ask, Jaden De Leon, it's not really a surprise because those two had one of the all-time great finishes ever at New Balance Nationals Indoor this last indoor season in the 400, where they both dove for a national title, and Quincy Wilson ultimately was crowned the champion. But a little bit of a get back yesterday for Jaden De Leon as Wilson finished second to him, and that time that De Leon ran is number 2 all time, just behind Quincy Wilson's high school record of 44:10. And
one
Wilson,
of those things you look at is one of the things you say you look at is the fact that the future looks incredible for the U.S. in some of the events, and you just hope that those two young men can continue on that path. You need to take care of business and do things the right way to foster that. We could have some 400-meter medalists for a long time.
De Leon heading off to Louisiana State University next fall. And then Quincy Wilson, of course, made that announcement where he's going to go to the University of Maryland, which caught a lot of people by surprise, but it sounds like just staying close to home and making that work out. But Wilson is expected to come back to New Balance this weekend after being in Eugene yesterday. It's just a matter of, is he going to run in the 4x4 or the championship 400? We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, now in the name, image, and likeness era, you're seeing more and more athletes go to various schools as opposed to all the same ones.
Well, freshman athletes don't necessarily have to worry about that part of their career in the NIL realm.
Ooh.
But as we get underway, there was a stumble there in 4. I'm kind of surprised that nobody's fired off a second gun as they'll continue on. That's in lane 6 is Lloyd Newman, who out of nowhere came into this meet running over 15 seconds, I should say, and just completely destroyed his lifetime best. And he runs 14:83 into a -1 headwind too, Brian.
Well, I think what happened, Chase Elliott got thrown off by the fact that there was essentially a false start or kind of a mix-up in beside him. You could see he was off from the beginning, but Lloyd kind of on that outside, capitalized on that opportunity. And he looked great.
See the results there from Heat 2. But again, it's interesting that, you have something like that happen, and the officials have, been on it with some of this stuff. They cracked down on it. There was no fire of the gun, so I'm curious as to, was it the slip of the blocks or was it just the athlete? Yeah. Either way, I figured there was going to be a second gun that would go off.
I thought for sure too, and I think Chase Elliott thought the same thing. just by his reaction in the first part of the race, because, I mean, he really didn't get rolling towards the end. He tried to make a comeback. Have to see as it goes.
Well, that kind of does put Chase Elliott in a tough place. I mean, he's currently sitting in 5th right now overall, but you still have 3 more heats to go, and you do have guys that have ran in the 14 seconds in these next 3 heats. So hopefully, you know, that falter, or however you want to categorize it, for Elliott there in that last heat, as you look at heat 3 and their lane assignments, you hope that some of these guys don't necessarily have a great race either.
Right. Absolutely. You don't want to wish bad on somebody, but that's kind of, you know, what's going through your mind. You said three sections left. No scratches.
It almost went complete darkness. Luckily, our cameras were able to adjust their themselves, and we were able to brighten themselves up a little bit because that cloud cover came in real fast. Nate Rakucci, he's got the top time, 14:61. And then Caden Whitsett, another sub 15-second racer, in 14:76. But the officials will ask them to come up into a standing position. And just a green card all around.
Based off that last race, the guy's a little bit anxious, a little stressed maybe.
Well, I also think, too, that the officials are being a little bit more cautious now, because I think they look back and saw something like that. It's like, oh, we maybe should have called back that race, so let's dial back in and get ourselves focused for this. So no stand-up this time in this third heat, as you have a great battle developing on the inside with Ritucci and Whitsett. But Whitsett hit that hurdle, now making a late charge, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as Nate Rasucci, 14:77, over the wind legal limit at plus 2.6. That puts him at 2nd overall.
Well, I tell you what, Whitsett, you know, Whitsett, you know, I mean, hurdle form not the greatest, but man, he's got a lot of potential. He can correct some of some deficiencies in the hurdle form. That young man's got a lot in the tank.
So you can see the results again. 14:77 for Nate Ritucci as he picks up the win. Caden Whitsett, 14:81, moves him to 3rd overall. And then Joshua Warchlow in that 8th and critical spot now, with 2 heats to come.
Jonathan Para, excuse me. One to watch in this heat, lane 5. In Van Nuys, California, the fastest time coming into this heat. But as we've seen in some of these other heats, whatever the fastest time coming in hasn't really transferred over in this freshman boys 110 hurdle races.
Well, something that, every athlete learns, or even every sports fan learns, it's you can have the time on paper, but it's a matter of can you do it on the day of. That's the critical piece.
And that's the beauty about track and field. Other than other sports, it's getting it done when it counts, when you're supposed to, and so it makes track and field so unique. And really, track and field and swimming are those two kind of events.
So in our penultimate heat, freshman boys 110 hurdles first round, top 8 overall, advance on to the final. Over the hurdles first are Para and Winner there in 5 and 6, and now Para emerges ahead in 5. Para, a couple more hurdles to clear though. In lane 2 is Daniel Hill the third, giving chase as Para will run 14:57. That's the fastest time in the first round as he moves atop the leaderboard. And Daniel Hill the third moves into 7th. And for guys like Chase Elliott, who came in with a time of sub 15 seconds, he is now currently sitting in 9th position and is going to be shaking his head after that performance in Heat 2. As right now the bubble time has dropped to 15:16 with one more heat to come.
Yeah, one more heat to come, and Ryan McKenzie with the fastest time in this heat in lane 5. We'll see if there's any upstarts or upendings that happen. They're all over the place. Wind pick up pretty good right now, 2.5 meters per second on that last heat.
So one more heat to come in this freshman boys 110 hurdles to decide that final later on in the evening portion. That bubble time 15:16. Couple of guys that have ran faster than that, including Jemai McKenzie. Lifetime best 14:58. He's in lane 5, and you also got Alexander Green from Hattiesburg Flyers Track Club in 6. Those two are the ones to watch in this 5th and final heat. But again, it does not matter. We've seen it. You don't necessarily have to, run a super fast time, but you also do have to perform in a way that gets you in the top 8. And these guys have seen what the first 4 heats have done. Now it's just a matter of delivering their own performances.
Let's see, hopefully no false starts or no slip-ups of the blocks.
Couple more spots up for grabs in this boys freshman 110 hurdles, and McKenzie taking full advantage of the opportunity as he races against the clock and will get to the line first and gets atop the leaderboard to 14:50 for Jemai McKenzie. 0.3 meters per second, win legal for the freshman representing Great Esteem Track Club. As
Nothing
he'll
like saving
make
the
his
best
way
for last.
Exactly, and makes his way into the top 8, but unfortunate for R.J. Sanders, Brian, 9th overall after finishing 2nd in this heat in 15:14. As you see the results from the 5th and final heat, Sanders with that unfortunate, he comes away with a lifetime best, but is unfortunately one spot out from making the final. So with that being said, McKenzie is your leader heading into the final as you see the small cues and the qualifiers for our final. Later on in the evening, Jemiah McKenzie, Jonathan Parra, Michael McKenzie, Nate Bertucci, Caden Whitsett, Lloyd Newman, Theo Neal McCullough, and Daniel Hill III, all under 15 seconds heading into that freshman boys 110 hurdle final. Well, it's been a pleasure calling some races early on in the morning. Myself and Brian Fetzer will call it for the day. We'll turn it over to Dave Milner and Namisha Coleman on the other side of the break. Back with more from the 2025 New Balance Nationals Outdoor right here on runnerspace.com.
Shake it, time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
All right, thank you, Keenan and Brian. This is Dave Miller signing on. I'm joined by Namisha Coleman. We're here for the next 4 hours to take you through all the action. Next on tap, we have the Championship Boys 200 meters prelims, 16 heats. So running in this first section, we have Cameron Cramey in 1, Alex Valentine in 2, Maximilian Wickrath in 3, Toy Ardon in 4, Liam Jensen in 5, Brady Pino in 6, Luis Fallu in 7, Alex Todorov in 8, and Noah Chin in 9. And most of these heats, lane 6 is the lane to watch, Namisha. And who's in lane 6 in this one?
In lane 6, we have Brady Pino. But as you can see, Brady did not show.
Oh, that's not a huge surprise. He was injured in the Florida State meet. Ran his season's best 2070 back in March, and he's kind of struggled with injury. So this one's pretty wide open. Actually, 3 scratches in this section.
They're coming off.
It looks like in lane 3, Wickrath running well. It's Wickrath that's going to take this section out of lane 3 from Minisink in New York. But now coming up, ooh, he was challenged, but I think he held on. So Maximilian Wickrath wins at 21.81. Slight tailwind 1.2. That unlikely to be good enough to move on.
It was a good start off for Wickrath. Also, Luis Fallu with 21.88 and Liam Jensen with 21.96 coming in 3rd. Seems like Maximilian is happy with this result. His legs carried him around the track, but best believe the belief got him through the final stretch for that one. The challenge was done.
So just for some context, last year it took 21:03 to make the final. This is cutthroat qualification process. We're going from 139 runners straight down to 8. There's no semifinals like there were in the 100 meters. So pretty tough to make the final here at this meet. It's tough to get into the meet in the first place. Infinitely tougher to make the final.
And why is that? Why is it so hard for the 200 meter to be so competitive this year?
I know, man. I think there's been so many advancements in spikes. We were talking about this earlier on infield. Recovery, just knowledge of training, just everything. That sort of trackflation thing is real. But I got a lot of really strong entries in the sprints at New Balance Nationals here at the fastest party on the planet here this year. Well, Heat 2 is on the track. We've got Ramah Thomas in 2, Adrian Vasquez in 3, Thomas McAnulty in 4, Liam Sherwood goes in 5, Lorenzo Brazel in 6, keep an eye on him, Frank Bediaco in 7, Darren Ogbanwolo in 8, and Johan Hernandez in 9. So it looks like Brazel is scratched, so is McAnulty. So again, this one's wide open. Brazel was the top seed in lane 6.
Usually it's seated fastest or in the middle, and on the outside it gets slower, but obviously there can always be an upset.
Yeah, lane 6 is the preferred lane, so you know that hasn't been the case so far with those scratches, but we should see our main protagonist in lane 6 in each of these heats. We're just batting 0 for 2 right now.
The boys are getting in their blocks again. Lane 9 got the green card, which means everything is okay. Had a little warning there. But we're gonna get started here.
So Thomas McAnulty, he was part of that Bergen Catholic team that won the 4x2 last night, so he's a scratch also, so you've seen lane 4 empty.
The boys are off with a really good start here, coming off of the curve and ricocheting into the straightaway.
That's Bediaco in 7 that's having a really good run, all in black. But here comes the cavalry. I think lane 9, Hernandez got it in the pink. Or was it Ogbanwolo? Ogbanwolo from Brentwood, Tennessee it was, that went at 21:32. Slight tailwind there, 0.8 meters per second. Ogbanwolo from my neck of the woods, Brentwood High School, just outside of Nashville. Takes the win 21:32, right around his personal best.
Ogbanwolo from lane 8, which is pretty jarring because, again, Franklin Field is one of those interesting tracks where lane 4 is exactly 400 meters, and they have to go around a railing and make sure they don't trip over the railing that's dead center of the track.
Yeah, interestingly here, the wind is swirling. I noticed the wind readings in the high hurdles were like all over the place. So if you are running 8 or 9, you get a little bit of shelter from the building, but that houses the scoreboard and the home stretch. So maybe 8 and 9 is perhaps even more favorable than the preferred lane of 6 under these circumstances. All right, P3 is on the track. Got Arnold Obo-Mensah in 2, Carson Smith-McKinney in 3, Daniel Stevenson in 5. Lane 4 is empty. Chikai Hicks is in lane 6. Following Rami Oyalami is in 7, Kalan Thorns in 8, and Hayden Freeman's in 9. So Hicks is the man to watch in this one. He's ranked 20.90, comes in as the 10th seed in the meet. So definitely he's got a shot at moving on to this final. Remember, there are no semifinals here, and Hicks just a sophomore. So keep an eye on lane 6. All right, Amisha, he got a great start.
He has a wonderful start, making up the stagger easily on the outside lanes. He's gonna ricochet into the straightaway with some competition there, it seems.
So Hicks in white on his outside, that's Oyalami. It looks like Oyalami's gonna outdip him.
You're right, 21-22 for Oyalami. Hicks with 21-25 right behind him, right beside him, my bad. And Kalan Thorns with 21-82. All the way from lane 7, Oyalami takes your Heat 3. He is your winner.
Let's see a replay there. Did Hicks ease up on the line, or did Oyalami just have an extra gear? Oyalami definitely had the better time dip, right?
He
So
did.
that we'll see. 21-22. That might sneak in. It wouldn't have last year.
I don't know, with trackflation, and I'm hearing all of these athletes are trying this thing called bicarb. Have you ever had bicarb before?
I have tasted it. I've never used it since I'm not competing anymore, but I have tasted it just out of curiosity, and it was awful. But I think I was sitting next to some kids from one of the premier sort of Maryland distance programs, and they were trying theirs before the 2 mile last night, and there were 3 or 4 of them all doing it at the same time, and you could tell the kids that were a little more accustomed to it because they weren't pulling strange faces after they consumed it. It's more impactful in 800, 1500, 3200 races. It's a lactate buffering system, so not really something you would use in the sprints, but definitely 800 meters and up. It's another factor, and that's we refer to trackflation. That's one of those other factors that's making these kids run so much faster than they were just a few years ago. Heat 4 is on the track. We got Omar Cooter in 3, Jalen Lansdowne in 4, Matthew Lyons in 5. Noah Hospitalis, keep an eye on him. He's in 6. Davian Booker in 8. And Jace Kemp in 9.
Lane 7 and 2 did not show, but the rest are off with a really, really great start here.
Hospitalis has run 2091 this year. He's in 6. But it looks like Booker. Is that Booker
Keep your
in
eyes
8?
on Davian Booker.
Davian Booker in the white headband in lane 8 is going to take this section pretty convincingly in the end.
21:11 for Davian Booker. Right behind him, Noah Hospitalis, 21:47. Jace Kemp, 21:64. Davian Booker knew how to book it downtown, cross the line for the win of Heat 4.
So Booker goes top of the heap, 21:11, new personal best for him. And he's going to have to sit through another 12 heats to see if that's good enough to move on and make the top 8. Remember, no semifinals in the 200 meters. So
Mission accomplished for Davian Booker.
Yeah, nice job. So in this next section, we do have one of our main protagonists in Heat 5. So we'll have Charles Bielfield in 1, Kinley Poole in 2, Elijah McCausland in 3, Amir Duff goes in 4. Actually, McCausland's a scratch, so is Duff right after I say that. All right, I'm going to start over. 3 scratches there. So Charles Bielfield goes in 1. Kinley Poole is in 2. Miles Outerbridge goes in 6. More about him in a moment. Michael Walker is in 7. Jake Brown is in 8. And then Jan Mason else on the outside in lane 9. Tell us a little bit about Miles Outerbridge, Misha.
Miles Outerbridge is coming from Florida. He's 20.54 was a number 3 seed for him. He came 8th in last year's New Balance Nationals Outdoors with the 200 finals. So we'd expect him to be really, really fast for this wonderful competition he's got ahead of him. But of course, this is the fastest party on the planet, so we can expect nothing less.
So Outerbridge, part of that Mount Verde Academy. Amazing squad of sprinters. So he's in 6. Keep an eye on him. He's all in purple. He's already made up the stagger on Walker to his outside. It's Outerbridge. It's all Miles Outerbridge.
I'm telling you, this will be a fast one. Miles Outerbridge, and on his outside, he has Michael Walker. But that feat is not too much for him. Miles Outerbridge is your winner of Heat 5 with a time of 21:04. Right behind him, Michael Walker Jr., 21:56, and Jake Brown, 21:63. He is your Heat 5 winner, Miles Outerbridge, and he moved up to first with a time of 21:04.
So a good chance that moves on to the final. It wouldn't have last year, but we haven't seen blazing times in the first 5 to 6 heats so far. But Outerbridge is a 20.54 exponent, so if he does make that final, he should be a factor tomorrow evening. You see the replay. He got off to a great start, was never really challenged.
Not at all. He did exactly what he came to do. He delivered. The business was handled. There was no surprises here in this heat. Again, lane 6, Miles Outerbridge.
So there you see confirmation of Section 5 result, 21:04. Miles Outerbridge is top of the heap so far. We are about a third of the way through these 16 heats. So in this next section, we'll have Jace Curtis running in lane 1. Jaden Goins goes in 2. Kanechi Imua goes in 3. Jaden Quintana goes in 4. Emmanuel Souffrant goes in 5. Silas Scott goes in 6. Damani Roberts is in 7. Lane 8 and 9 are empty. And once again, lane 6 is the lane to watch. Silas Scott goes in there. I believe he's the equal 9th seed coming in. He's run 20.84.
Wonderful start for these gentlemen.
So Scott's in the white top and black shorts, but he's got company to his inside from Souffrant.
Yeah, Souffrant from Flying Falcons Elite made up the stagger, and now he is catapulting himself to the finish line. But he's also in competition here from outside in lane 8.
What was that?
Lane 7.
Damani Roberts.
Damani
I think Souffrant held on for the win.
Oh, you're right. 21:41 for Souffrant. Flying Falcons Elite is really happy with that one. 21:41. Behind him, Damani Roberts. And right behind him, Silas Scott. 21:56. The win was 1.9, still legal for Emmanuel Souffrant.
So those two only separated by 1,000th of a second at the end. But there you see Souffrant. He had a really strong start, but then sneaking up on the outside with the better lean was Roberts, but it wasn't quite enough to overhaul Souffrant.
That center of mass is something crazy because it really does come down to the final milliseconds, thousands of seconds.
Yep, in that case, 1 millisecond. So 21:41 is the bubble time right now. That's going to move significantly over the course of these next 10 heats. 21:04 is the time to beat by Miles Outerbridge. But we're keeping an eye on that, the 8th fastest time, because only 8 people make the final, despite there being 9 lanes at the track. Nobody wants lane 1 here.
Nobody wants lane 1.
Alrighty, heat 7 is on the track. We've got Marquis Mabane in 2, Robert LaBarbera in 3, Jalen Stubbs is in 4, Caleb Samuels, keep an eye on him, he's in 6, Sam Baker in 8, and Ashton Gage in 9. Samuels is the man to watch here. Samuels, number 2 seed, he's run 20:51. And 2064 wind legal, number 8 in the nation.
Well, number 8 in the nation is doing wonderful for him with trackflation coming off of this curve into the straightaway. No contestant here. He's striding his way to victory, and he's going to put a bow on it here soon.
Is this going to be a sub-21 perhaps? Not quite, no.
21:30.
That might not make it.
Jalen Stubbs right behind him, 21:92, and Sam had 22:15.
I don't think that's going to make it, 21:30. I think there's a tendency with these guys when they're so far ahead to just be a little bit too relaxed instead of just like going hard to the line. You saw Outerbridge didn't really take that risk. He went pretty hard all the way through.
He knew the competition coming in. And you have to. It's funny because most people like to relax for the prelims, and it's like, I'm going to make it.
So there you see Sam. He's got out really well, but doesn't look like he really goes hard through the line. Eases up just a touch. But right now he's sitting number 5, and we're less than halfway through these prelims. I don't think he's going to make the cut.
Who knows?
So 21:41 is the bubble time now after 7 heats. We still have another 9 heats to go. So there may be some surprise finalists in here. Anyway, heat 8 is on the track. We've got Caleb McGee Rivero out of Bullis in 1. Grant Garrick is in 2. Kamal Ryan is in 3. Donnie Furco is in 4. Wendell Wells in 5. Jamel Wilmot, the man to keep an eye on here, in 6. Cade Hendricks in 7. Nikita Domoshenko in 8, and Alexandra Askew in 9. Full boat here, all 9 lanes occupied.
And they're off. That is heat 8 with a wonderful start coming out of here. I do want to make note that Bullis is in lane 1. That is a A really good sprint factory under Coach Joe Lee.
Just looked like Jamel Wilmot, the guy we called earlier, in 6. Looks like he is steaming ahead.
Absolutely. No contestants, and he takes the win. 21-28 for Wilmot. Negative win here. Wendell Wells, 21-83 behind him, and Nikita Domashenko, 21-95 right behind him.
So the wind really swirling. It's been all over the place throughout these heats. We've had 0.9 meters per second tailwind. We've had 1.9 meters per second tailwind. We've had 1.2 headwind. No consistency with the wind. So I really think being in those outer lanes, regardless of the geometry, it's helpful just being a little bit sheltered from this swirling wind. The flags are all over the place here, flying high around Franklin Field. So there you see confirmation of Heat 8 results. Jamel Wilmot, 21-28. So that puts him number 5 so far. The man sitting on the bubble is Liam Sherwood at 21-41. And Caleb Samuels, who we thought was going to be one of our main protagonists, sitting at number 6 right now. And he's going to have to watch on nervously through 8 more heats. All right, Heat 9 is on the track. Julius Kinsler goes in 2, Aiden Bly is in 3, Evan Fraser's in 4, Joaquin Love is in 5, Makai Prather is in 6, and then Jason Smith is in 9. Makai Prather in the preferred lane. So he was 5th in the 100-meter final yesterday, so keep an eye on him.
They're off with a rush, but from the outside, he's trying to hold that stagger, but from the inside of him.
Lane 4, Evan Fraser perhaps?
Evan Fraser, I believe.
And then Prather now coming on strong. It looks like Evan Fraser
is going to hold it as long as he keeps that center of mass across the line, which he does. He takes it 21-70 for Fraser.
So not good enough to move on.
Behind him, Makai Prather and Jason Smith behind him, 21-75 and 21-91. Not enough, unfortunately, to make the finals, but good efforts. Great efforts there from Fraser.
So nobody moving on, and that heat will not affect our standings. 21:41 still the bubble time. 21:04 still the time to beat. Posted by Miles Outerbridge out of heat 5. So our boys in heat 10 are on the track. And we've got Crew Olsen in 1 from Harriman, better known for their distance prowess. In lane 2 is John Jordan. Christian Turner goes in 3. Max De La Rosa is in 4. Manny Blake is in 5. Xavier Amos, the man to watch in this heat, is in 6. Kyrie Ramseur is in 7. Ezra Burris in 8. And Jack Miller out in lane 9. Amos comes in as the number 8 seed. He's got 20.79 this season. So Amos in yellow. Keep an eye on him.
I remember Express Track. They are such a vigilant team. I'm excited to see how they do here.
Out of North Carolina, right?
Absolutely.
Shawnee Jackson's club.
Absolutely, let's do it. Of course, they were my opponents, but still respect. Represent. You can't miss them. Really good start out here from Amos, Xavier, but it looks like on the outside of him.
That's Kyrie Ramseur in 7, having a really good run.
Giving him a run for his money.
Now Amos coming on strong. Run through the line, run through the line.
But he held on running through that line. It is very important you run through that line because you never know when you're going to miss your mark. Xavier almost had 21:56 for this one. Blake had 21:58, and Ramseur from 20 had 21.85.
So no qualifiers from that section. 21.56 was Amos's official time, got corrected, so not quite good enough to advance. So our bubble time remains 21.41. As we get ready for Heat 11 next.
I just thought of something with the wind. I have a lot of respect for my coaches that want to make us do parachutes. You ever do parachutes?
I was a distance runner. We didn't do parachutes.
You didn't do parachutes as a distance runner?
It does sound fun.
Yeah, you would tie a parachute around you, and then you would have to do sprints like suicides on a field. And it would hold you back. Trust me, it's a lot of fun. If you're at home watching, you should try it. Don't hurt yourself. If you do, don't blame me.
Well, I'm about to start coaching again at my son's high school, so maybe I'll be experimenting with some parachutes with the 8 runners. I don't think they'll let me loose on the sprinters yet. All right, 11 is on the track. We've got a few empty lanes, but Antonio Pelham goes in 2, Sean Blaze in 3, Andrew Owens in 4, Braden Rhodes in 5. Looks like 6 and 7 are empty, perhaps.
Absolutely. Sean Blaze in lane 5.
And Ryan Bickett in 9. It's in lane 3.
3, 4, and 5 are the ones to look at, but 3 is holding on.
Sean Blaze, appropriately named.
And he set sail ablaze with a whopping time of 21.72. Fortunately, would not move on to the final, but right behind him, Ryan Bickert, 22.01, and Antonio Pelham with 22.15.
So a lot of significant scratches. That one, we should have had Jordan McNeil running in lane 6, who was a number 9 seed coming into the whole meet. You know, would have had a great shot at making the final. So quite a few scratches. Hopefully our main protagonists are in the heats to come. But no impact to our overall standings. 21.41 remains the seed time, but there you see confirmation of the results for Heat 11 on your screen. Sean Blaze, the winner, 21.72. So Heat 12 is up next.
For these boys in their blocks, understand that they have this goal and mission in mind to believe in themselves and trust in their training. That's going to take you really far. That goes for the track, that goes for life. There's a lot of lessons you learn in track that you carry into your adult years.
Absolutely. All right, we've got everybody here for this one. Jesse James goes in 1, Gabriel Simmons goes in 2, Miles Petway is in 3, Carter Sola in 4, Miles Venable, who was a 100-meter finalist yesterday, is in 5, as was David Nabucco in lane 6, Adrian Woodward in 7, Liam Ching in 8, and Shahid Stevens in 9. So keep an eye on Venable and Nabucco.
Definitely keep your eyes on Venable and Nabucco. I interviewed Nabucco before, and he was saying that he needs to stay down in order to win, and it looks like that's what's going to take him to the end here.
Yeah, he was 6th in last year's 200-meter final. It looks like he might well be in the final again.
Absolutely, as long as he holds on to that nice victory. Put a nice bow on it for Nabucco. 21.09. That will place him in 2nd to carry him into the final. For right behind him, Adrian Woodward, who also gets to move to the final, hopefully, with 21.24. And Miles Venable right behind him with 21.67.
So we've still got 4 heats to go, but Nabucco's sitting pretty right now in 2nd place in the overall standings at 21.09.
Montverde Academy and St. James Academy are two of the top sprint factories of this race, I've found out, and really excited to see what they produce in the final.
And then Adrian Woodward has a good shot at making that final, 21.24. He was part of that Bergen Catholic team that pulled the upset and won the 4x2 last night.
Absolutely. I can't wait for this final. It's going to be a really fast one. Think another meet record's going to be broken or what?
I don't know. Meet record, that's a tough one. 20.55 by Jake Odie Jordan. So Mary Sanders, you know, he's in that ballpark. We'll see. We'll see him in heat number 13 coming up very shortly. So he's your defending champion. But right now, that bubble time is 21.32, and that belongs to Darren Ogbenlowo of Brentwood High School in Tennessee, and he has to watch on nervously. I mean, in all likelihood, he knows he's not going to make the final because he has 3 studs coming up. in the heats still to come. But in this one, we got Jamar White in 1, Pearson Ledford in 3, Crew Brown in 4, Chase Guers in 5, Zamari Sanders in 6, Landon Josephs in 7, Adam Peterkin in 8, and Radner Rollins in 9. But our defending champions in lane 6.
Absolutely. Keep your eyes on lane 6 for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Lane 6, that's going to be Sanders.
Well, he's not taking any chances.
He's not at all, as he shouldn't. It takes a lot to make it to the final with this one, and he did not play any games coming across that line. Zamari Sanders is going to place first, ladies and gentlemen, with a time of 20:77. He just boosted his way up to the line here. Zamari Sanders, 20:77 overall. He is your Heat 13 winner. Got a nice little interview for him. He's really happy with this. As you can see, the little smile and grin on his face. He trusted his training. He stayed down, and he did what he had to do. He ate.
So Zamari Sanders from Cardinal Newman High School down in West Palm Beach, Florida, the Crusaders, and he's going for a double-double. He was a 100 and 200-meter champion, and he's on a crusade to do that double-double here again in 2026. So he puts down a statement, 20:77, and that means our bubble time now has shifted to 21:28, and that belongs to Jamel Wilmot of North Brunswick Track Club. And Caleb Samuels, who we talked about earlier, we thought he was going to be the main protagonist, is now bumped out of that final. So we have 3 heats left. And this next one, we've got Nazi Aven in 2, Alexandra Andrade in 3, Tommy Tansky in 5, Zion Prescott is in 7, Malachi Tharp in 8, and Amir Woodward, part of that Bergen Catholic 4x2 squad that won last night. He's in the outside 9. Keep an eye on him. And then Tommy Tansky is in lane 5. He was 7th in the 100-meter final yesterday. So keep an eye on 5 and 9.
For sure, Tonsky and Woodward are going to get out real good here. Malachi Tharp is coming out really nicely.
Also Prescott in lane 7, Rapid Fire Track Club.
Prescott looking nice and clean and fresh, and so clean from Rapid Fire.
That's not going to be good enough to move on, unfortunately, for Prescott.
21:31 was the time. Right behind him was Tommy Tansky with 21:66. Malachi Tharp, 22:01.
Once again, that wind just all over the place. We were 0.3 meters per second on that heat. The one that preceded it, where Zamari Sanders ran so fast, he was helped by a 1.9 meters per second tailwind. All right, we got 2 heats left. So our bubble time is 21:25. That belongs to the sophomore from Dudley Track Club, Chikai Hicks. And in this next one, heat 15, we got Ronald Daniels in 1, Samuel Akaho in 2, Ahmad Jenkins in 3, Nick Coleman's in 4, Derek Bradley in 5, Braden Pickett, keep an eye on him. He's in lane 6. He ran really well in the 100-meter final yesterday. Looks like Bradley in 5 is a scratch. Carlos Jackson goes in 7, Jaden Carpenter's in 8, and Rowan Tucker from New Jersey out in lane 9. Keep an eye on Pickett. Pickett's gone 20:66 this season, number 11 in the nation, and ran really well to place 2nd in the 100-meter final yesterday. Oh, Pickett stumbled out of the blocks, Anisha. Let's see if we can see that again. Looks like he just fell out of the blocks.
Sometimes that'll happen if you're not fully ready. And a lot of times officials will tell us to raise our hands if we feel a little uneven. But we're going to see what the call is here as they're calling him back. We can replay it real quick.
All right, so
he literally stumbled out the blocks. I'm glad he caught himself.
I don't see what color card he has in his hand, though. I hope he gets to stay in.
I hope so as well.
No, that's
I want him to put on a show.
It's a red card. Yeah, we say goodbye. Pickett's gone.
It is a tough feat for Pickett. But it looks like they're going to talk it through, maybe.
He's going to run under protest, perhaps.
Hopefully.
Oh, I see what happened. So it looks like he was running out of lane 5. He was supposed to be in 6. Lane 5 was empty, and he was starting out of the wrong lane. So
I guess it kind of worked out in
not
his
the
favor.
Reason, not the reason he stumbled out of his blocks, but a lucky break there.
Well, hallelujah for
Pickett.
him.
Or is he running? So our timing company is listing him as an FS. But it looks like he's set to go. He's going to reset his blocks. That makes a little more sense now. His blocks were probably set for somebody else, and 5.
So that was a red card shown to Pickett. He will continue running under protest.
Pickett will go on. He's in lane 6. Keep your eyes on him. Nice start out for Pickett. He's picking out the competition, I can tell you that for sure, in lane 6. Dashing through.
21-28 is the time to beat for Pickett. Let's hope he takes advantage of this lucky break.
And he did.
Whoa.
Business was handled for Pickett. I'm really happy with his performance, because a lot of times whenever you have to have a callback, it can really upset you.
Talk about lucky. So not only did he get to run the race after stumbling out the start, he got himself a 2.8 meters per second tailwind on that one. So his time's not showing up. So I'm still not entirely sure what happened. I think he may have just run under protest.
They did announce that earlier, that he'll be running under protest.
So we'll see if that's validated. Then he's going to make the final. He's it's the second fastest overall. Hopefully he does get in, because he's certainly a talented young man, as evidenced in the 100-meter final yesterday where he placed second. But still showing up on our official results as a DQ. So we'll keep you updated on that situation. All right, so we just have one more heat left of these boys 200-meter prelims. And what's our bubble time?
Bubble time is 21:28.
All right, so in this 16th and final heat, we have Hector Vergara in 2, Granite Evans who goes in 3, Garrett Gleason's in 4, Joshua Buckley in 5, Cameron Homer from Bullis High School is in 6, keep an eye on him, Jonathan Wirt is in 7, Dimitri Baker in 8, and Akul Simon in 9.
Bullis, I'm so excited to see this one, because Bullis usually takes it home very well. He also will be in the 400 later on. He's a number 4 seed tomorrow with his teammate, the one and only Quincy Wilson. They are no joke.
And also, that's a strong 1-2 punch for Bullis' 4x4, which will close out the meet.
Absolutely. Which I'm stoked to see.
So keep an eye on lane 6.
And they are off. Bullis in blue. Big B stands for belief. If anything I know, he's going to have to really trust his training. And Coach Jolie does not play about that. One thing about him, he's going to say he needs to believe in himself. And he believed in himself and took that dub for this heat. 21:07 is going to place him third. He's moving on to the final.
Great run by Homer. Took no chances at all. Ran all the way through the line. held his form. Congratulations. So it took 21:25 to make the final this year at New Balance Nationals, the fastest party on the planet. And they see confirmation of our finalists. Zamari Sanders leading the way, Miles Outerbridge 21:04. The only X factor there is we'll see if Pickett gets in.
All right, I'm here with your pole vault champion, Viola. Viola,
we're going to take it down
came
to the pole vault winner.
Last year. This year you come back and win the championship. What adjustments did you have to make?
I think it was just a year-long adjustment of consistent training and getting stronger, doing more weightlifting that led me to this today.
And obviously it paid off. You also did the multi. How do you come back after 2 hard days of competition to win the pole vault individually?
I think it's just a bunch of recovery and rolling out muscles. The javelin kind of messed up my shoulder a little bit, but so just coming and icing and making sure it's good and stretched out for today was just really important.
All right, and will we see you in any more events? You've already done a lot. Will we see you any more?
Just a 4x4.
All right, well, congratulations. Go get ready for that. Give it one more time for your pole vault champion, everyone.
All right, Devontae, so that was Viola Willens, who was the winner of our championship girls pole vault, clearing 4 meters 10, 13 feet 5 1/4. Apparently, we're going to see her in the 4x4 on Sunday. All right, next on the track is the championship girls 200 meters. So in this first section, it looks like lane 1 is empty. We've got Chloe Elder in 2, Kendall Godfrey in 3, Kaylin Ivey in 4, Kayla Smith in 5, Lee Peters is a scratch. She was in lane 6. Robbie Wilson is also a scratch. And then Demaya Gates in 8, and Madison Bristol Wesley, one of the better quarter milers in the nation, goes in lane 9. So this one pretty wide open without Peters in there.
Yeah, Peters was the number 10 seed for this event. But no worries here as these ladies get started. Because if you see in the highlighter on the outside, but on her inside coming off the turn, lane 5, Kayla Smith. Man. Blew it to smithereens. Kayla Smith, 24:55. She's going to kick things off real nicely for the girls' championship 200 meters in the first round. 24:55 for her. Right behind her, Kaylin Ivey, 24:62. Right behind her, Madison Bristol Wesley, 24:68.
So just for some context, it took 23:74 to make last year's final. We got 90 athletes cutting it straight down to 8. Remember, no semifinals for the 200. So pretty tough to move on here. But I would be very shocked if anybody in the 24s makes it into the final here today.
Well, with trackflation, we will see how that will go.
All right, we got a stud in this next one who surely is going to make the final. So in Heat 2, we got Bella Graham in 1, Shania Barkley is in 2, Chloe Words is in 3, Kara Williams is in 4, Janelia Williams is in 5, Vanessa Waite from the Powerhouse Athletic Track Club goes in 6, Ada Joseph from Bullis is in 7, Sasha Cotton is in 8, and Vanessa Graziano in 9. But keep an eye on lane 6, Vanessa Waite.
Let's not wait there. 23:17 was the number 3 seed and number 9 in the nation for Vanessa Waite. Well, we won't wait too long here. But the ladies are going to stand up for a little bit. Seems lane 8 had a little blip, but no worries. Everyone is good. Everyone needs to take a breath because the nerves do get shaky, when you get down on the line and then you have to be called back. So shake out whatever you can, do little jumps, hop, skip. Everything will be just fine for these ladies. Do not worry. They're trained for this. They're built for this. And they all know they belong here. I mean, have you seen the bags?
Yeah, absolutely. So Waite, the one to watch. She was 2nd at the Florida State meet, 6th in the 100-meter final yesterday. And she goes in lane 6, and that's a hot favorite here in this second section. Oh, thought I saw somebody flinching. Let's see if anybody gets.
Fortunately, a little blip here. We're going to call the ladies back. We had the double guns go off. We're going to get you guys an update on that as these girls get out. It seems lane 2. Lane 2, Janiyah Barclay. Maybe it was a little uncomfortable for her, so they're gonna decide what to do next. She didn't get out with all the other ladies, so I think she was just a little uncomfortable. Sometimes that'll happen. It's weird. Looks like she has a yellow card for her. So it's a nice little warning. Don't do it again. Fix your blocks. Do what you got to do, girls. Shake it off. No worries here. Barclay gets another chance. These ladies need to brush off the nerves because they've been called back for a second time now. Hopefully they're loose enough. Maybe hopefully the nerves are not shaking them up too much.
So once again, Vanessa Waite, the runner to keep an eye on in this second section.
But also Ada Joseph, she's from Bolus, so we're going to see how this plays out because she's on her outside. Nice little competition for the ladies. They're off nice and correctly, and they're having a good time. The girls just want to have fun here. In the blue, she's getting out nice and strong. She ricocheted herself into the front of the line here, right behind her in the yellow.
It's Waite.
It's Waite, but there will be no wait for her because Vanessa just knew how to get it done. A statement performance from there. Mission accomplished. As we told you before, she was one to look out for. Vanessa Waite, 23-20. We're going to pass it off
get ready
to the
to
field.
take it down to Devontae, who's down there with the winner of our high jump, Egypt Bolin, who played 179.
We're here. So how does it feel to finally get the win here?
It feels great to come back and defend my title and just to show everybody what I've been doing all season.
All right, and you had some amazing attempts at the meet record today. How do you feel about your future? How excited are we?
I'm very excited. We had some very close attempts. We're this close, and I know that we're going to get it.
Well, I have no doubt you'll get it. Congratulations. Give it up one more time for your high jump champion, everyone, Egypt Bolin.
All right, thanks, Devontae. Just a reminder to all our folks watching the stream online, our field events are available on demand, so if you want to watch those after these 200 meters wrap, see how that high jump played out, please tune in. Anyway, heat 3 is on the track. Khalil Daly goes in 1, Cheryl Owusu is in 2, Shawana Reynolds in 3, Anaya Hedspeth in 4, Raina Lawson is in 5, Grace Bethel, look out for her, she's in 6, Savannah Clark is in 7, Nyla Phillips in 8, and Peyton Richardson on the outside in 9. Grace Bethel comes in as the number 9 seed. She's gone 23.57 this season.
Out of Hero Sprint Club. She's going to be the hero for this heat. Heat 3 is off to a nice clean start here. Let's see who breaks the stagger on the mid of this curve here. Nice and white.
So Grace Bethel, as we expected.
She just might be the hero in this heat, Dave.
It's all Grace Bethel down the home stretch. Got to run at least in the 23 highs, you would think, to have a shot at making the final. 23.79. She'll have a good shot with that.
Absolutely. We'll place her second overall for right now. Good win, 0.6. But behind her, Raina Lawson, she had 24.35, and Savannah Clark had 24.45. Those three girls are 2nd, 5th, and 7th so far. So we're going to see how this plays out for the next 8 heats here in the Championship Girls 200 meters. Placed nicely at the top for right now. We'll see what happens.
Alrighty, so we're halfway through the 12 heats. 6 down, 6 to go. Bubble time is 24.55. Just a reminder, last year it took 23.74 to make that final. So Vanessa Waite almost certainly in that final with that really emphatic 23.2 run out of Heat 2. Grace Bethel, you would think 23.79 is good enough to move on. She sits 2nd overall, but still a long way to go in Heat 4. Looks like we've got one scratch, but we'll see Kendall Hall occupying lane 1. Olivia Acaro goes in 2. Christina Hall is in 3. Zoe Orlando's in 4. Samaya Edie is in 5. Brianne Barnett is in 6. Dakana Howell, who led off the 4x2 for Montverde Academy last night, she's in 7. Peyton Ganther is in 8. Lane 9 is empty. Brianne Barnett probably the one to watch in this one.
Yep, Brianne Barnett in lane 6. Keep your eyes on her. She's in yellow and blue. Making out the stagger. Lane 9 on the outside is holding up pretty nice in lane 8. But keep an eye out for lane 3 here. In lane 6 here, Barnett takes the win with a walking time of 23:99. It's going to place her 4th overall for right now. Daquana Howell, 24:29 behind her. Place her 6th overall right now. Peyton Ganther, 24:36. Those 3 ladies hopefully have a chance at the finals. Peyton Ganther is with the bubble. She holds a standard right now if you want to make the finals. So see what they think looking on. As you can see here, lane 6 had it like we just said. Barnett putting a nice bow on it.
So Barnett goes 4th in the overall standings. Bubble time is at 24:36. I misspoke earlier. I said we were halfway through. We were a quarter way through. That was heat 4 you just saw. Heat 5 is next on the track. There you see confirmation of the results on your screen of heat 4. 1.6 meters per second tailwind that time. But our ladies in heat 5 are ready to go. We'll see Tamari Gunn occupying lane 1. Ari Easley is in 2. Savannah Stevenson is in 3. Abria Thompson's in 4. Victoria Pringle is in 5. I'll come back to lane 6. Kayla Valeras is in 7. Rosalind Sarfo is in 8. And Sanaya Dupree is in lane 9. But who's in lane 6?
In lane 6, we have our one and only Siani Nguyen. She was the number 1 seed. She is the number 1 seed, sorry, at 23:03 in this, number 5 in the nation, and successfully defended her title in the 100 yesterday. 11:27 season best. She pulls off the competition. That is what happens when the favorite delivers. Siani Nguyen is not playing any games as she comes across this line in lane 6 from Pennsauken. 23:32, just like we predicted. That will place her in 2nd. Right behind her, Savannah Stevenson in 10 with 24:43. Sanaya Dupree, 24:56. Siani Nguyen with the win for this heat has a good chance of going to the finals. And hopefully leaving here with a 3-peat. A nice little nice little hat trick, if you will.
So she's looking to go one better than she did last year. Last year she was 2nd in the 200-meter final, having won the 100 meters. But she's a top returner here in this event, and she shows why right there. With a 23:32 clocking into a very, very slight headwind. But she goes 2nd overall, and I'd be amazed if that doesn't make the final.
She knows how to turn the jets on, though, especially after the 4x200 yesterday. She closed out with a nice win. No pun intended, by the way.
Right, here we go. Heat 6 is on the track. We got Niana Watson in 1, Sammy Jenkins in 2, Kayla Ewings in 3, Malaya Apron in 4, Malaya Miller is in 5, Janaea Brown, one of our main protagonists, goes in 6, Alaya Venado is in 7. Keep an eye out for her. Rachel Stepp is in 8, and Raya Randolph in 9. But Janaea Brown, the number 6 seed, definitely the one to watch in this section.
Phenomenal
oh, 6
start.
is empty. Brown wasn't there.
Brown isn't there.
And that leaves the door open for Alaya Venado from Nashville in lane 7 in the white and green of Trial by Fire track club. She's leading into the turn, into the stretch, but now she's got company.
She's got company, but we're going to see how she handles it. In the orange, in 5, it's Malaya Miller from Chicago, Illinois. Gonna take the win in lane 5. 24-27. Puts her just right there with the bubble. Overall in 7th. She is your winner of Heat 6. Hopefully she qualifies for this final. I can see the worry on her face. But she's determined. She's excited.
Still a long way to go. We've got half of the heat still to come. It's DeQuana Howell from Montfort Academy that sits on that bubble at 24-29. Like I said earlier, it took 23 high to make the final last year, like actually 23-74. Heat was interesting though because it was Elia Venado from Trial by Fire to the track club that got out to a blazing start for through the first 100 meters and then just got overhauled in the last 60 or 70. All right.
Sometimes it's the wind, sometimes it's the position of the blocks. You never know what it's going to be.
So there on your screen you see Zoe Holt. She was 2nd in the 60 at New Balance indoors as a freshman from Charlotte, North Carolina.
The Queen City, by the way.
Absolutely, she is a queen. But she's going to be joined by Kylie Thomas in 1, Caden Flowers in 2, Danielle Boateng in 3, Skylar Carpenter is in 4, Azrae Hawkins in 5, the aforementioned Holt goes in 6, Morgan Good is in 7, Caitlin Lewimmer from Kingston, Ontario in 8, and Lola Hayes is out in lane 9 for St. John Striders down in Florida. But keep an eye on Zoe Holt, number 5 seed, just a freshman.
Zoe Holt with a really good start out of here, coming across the 50 meters. She has company off of this turn, but she made up the stagger.
And Hawkins in 5 having a good run. Azrae Hawkins challenging her. But now Holt showing her strength.
Zoe Holt from the Queen City knows how to get it done. My girl from Charlotte, North Carolina. No, I'm not biased, but maybe I am. But she just came to do exactly what she did, and she looks every bit the part, the queen that she is. It's going to place her in 3rd so far, 23:55.
She's a pretty safe bet to move on to the final. Our young queen aided by a 1.4 meters per second tailwind on that one. And that means our bubble time now is punted to 24:03, and that belongs to Ada Joseph of Bullis. Vanessa Waite still top of the heap right now at 23:20 after 7 of our 12 heats. If you're just tuning in, you're just over halfway through our 200-meter prelims. I'm Dave Miller. I'm joined by Namisha Coleman. We're going to be carrying you through the next 3 or so hours.
Absolutely.
It's a nice
Very
sunny day
excited to see.
here in the city of brotherly love, about 80 degrees, slightly overcast. Bit of a swirling wind here at Franklin Field, and our wind speeds are all over the place.
It's not too hot.
Not too hot, feels good. So in this next section, section 8, we've got Molly Connolly in 2, Autumn Gravette in 3, Brianna Wright in 4, Taylor Kurtz in 6, keep an eye out for her, Amira Naismith in 7, and Sienna Walter in 8.
Taylor Kurtz showing off right now with some competition in 7.
Naismith in
7. 6-7 for all my younglings watching this right now. It's gonna be a race. 6-7, 6-7. It's going to be.
It's gonna be 7-6.
7-6. Mira Naismith, 23.92 is gonna put her in 6th overall right now. Taylor Kurtz is gonna be in 10th with a time of 24:05. Wind was about 0.4 against them, but no worries.
So Naismith is going to have to watch on nervously because 23.92 only puts her 6th, and we still have 4 heats to go. So she's got an uncomfortable wait for the next 12 or 13 minutes till we get these next 4 heats underway.
Let's see that nice finish right there. And the nice blue kit, too. She came, she saw, she conquered.
So they see Naismith confirmed as your winner of Section 8. 0.4 meters per second tailwind on that one as we get set for heat number 9. So JC Void will occupy lane 1. Cara Davis goes in 2. Maeva Leona Block goes in 3. Oluwatoyin Awole from Atlanta, Georgia goes in 4. Olivia Jones is in 5. Melise Brown, keep an eye on her, she's in 6. And Justice Sanders is in 7, 8, 9 are empty. Melise Brown, number 2 entrant in the meet. She's gone 23-1-3 this season, number 8 in the nation.
Keep your eyes on Melise Brown. We have lane 6, Melise Brown getting off the turn very nicely with a leaping gap here. She's not playing any games coming across this line. She's gonna dip.
Whoa, 23-5-3, 23-5-2.
That's gonna place her 3rd overall from Courageous Track Club. She had a lot of courage coming in this, right across her chest. She knows she has more to give. Coming up at the final, Olivia Jones. Right behind her, 24-32. Justice Sanders, 24-57.
So Misha, that means our bubble time now is 23.99 as we see the replay here. And
that's our girl, Melise Brown. Courage, taking her across the line in stride. Only expected from the fastest party on the planet.
They see confirmation of the results of Heat 9. Melise Brown taking no chances whatsoever, 23-52. That puts her number 3 in the overall standings, so looks like a pretty surefire bet to move on to that final. Olivia Jones 24-32 on the outside looking in as our bubble time sits at 23.99, and we get ready for Heat 10 of 12 of these Championship Girls 200-meter prelims. Remember, no semifinals, only the 8 fastest times move on. Cutthroat qualification process here at the fastest party on the planet. As we watch Maddie Glidden occupy lane 1, Destiny Hescott is in 2, Janae Peoples is in 3, Piper Hoprich is in 4, Zion Bullet is in 5, Ayake Abagabi is in 6 from Metro Cobras, and Willow Mason is in 7, Chalet Jordan in 8, and Leanna Muscat in 9. But keep an eye on 6.
Yep, Nina is in 6. She's number 8 seeded entrant in this meet. And she's gonna show you why here in a little bit, coming off of this turn. The nice bright blue kit. Lane 6. Obayagi is gonna take your win. 24-12 is the time she had, but unfortunately will not make it past the bubble. But she's your winner of Heat 10. I know she's very distraught over that result. She's very annoyed with that result. It is tough to get into the final here. She fought her way through the competition. She held on very strong to have this win for the Heat. Fortunately, it wasn't what she wanted.
So they see confirmation of results of section 10 of 12. Miyake Agabe will not be moving on to the final despite her win at 24-1-2. Bubble time remains 23.99. That belongs to Brianne Barnett as we line up our ladies for Heat 11, our penultimate heat. We've got Ava Lombardo in 1. Samaya Anyakere Busi is in 2. Evelyn Mullins is in 3. Lydia Ripple is in 4. Alexandra Collier is in 5. Cameron Tatum, keep an eye on her from the Michigan Mustangs Track Club. She's in 6. Olivia Harris is a late scratch, so lane 7 is empty. Layla Murray is in 8. Taryn Patrick is in 9. Keep an eye on Tatum in lane 6.
I can expect a horse race out of this one. No pun intended, but you know, Mustangs get it. They're off. They're off.
Tatum's the number 4 entrant in the meet. Surely she's going to move on to the final here.
Surely here. We're going to see off of this curve. And as you can see, Murray is not playing any games, but on her inside, we're going to see if she gives some competition here. In lane 6, in the white, she strides out with a nice victory, with a nice bow on it, 23-79. It's going to place her 5th overall for right now. She might advance to the finals. We're going to see here, Amira Naismith is the bubble, 23.92 is the time to beat to make sure you qualify for the final.
So they see Cameron Tatum, 23.79, actually the same time as Grace Bethel out of Heat 3. Hopefully it doesn't come down to those thousands. Those two are 5th overall so far. Hard to imagine they'll get leapfrogged with just one heat remaining. So they see Cameron Tatum confirmed as your winner of Heat 11, 23.79. Vanessa Waite still top of the heap at 23.20 out of Section 2. And as you mentioned earlier, Anisha, 23.92 is the bubble time, and it's Amira Naismith from Cheltenham High School who's going to have to watch on nervously here and hope that Kamara Lane, who's the top seed in this one, the number 7th entrant overall in the meet, who's run 23.52, doesn't run close to her season's best and bump her out. So we've got Ava Simone Bush in 1, Dara Akinsanya in 2, Paris Lee is in 3, Dana Scott is in 4, Savannah Bila is in 5, Kamara Lane, our fastest seed in this one, is in 6, Karen Dura is in 7, Brinley Gilfallen in 8, and Iris Moore in 9. Dana Scott was a late scratch, so lane 4 is empty, but keep an eye on Kamara Lane. She's got 23.52 this season, so you'd think that she would make the final, but she can't ease up on the line. 23.92 is that bubble time. So Lane is in lane 6. She's wearing a uniform that's mostly white with some pink and sky blue.
Nice little cotton candy action here.
Yeah, I'm liking her color coordination. Her pink spikes too.
This wind is gonna taste like candy.
All right, let's see what the wind does here, because we've had some nice tailwinds over the last couple of sections. Once again, that time to watch, 23.92. Winning the heat does nothing. You got to beat the clock here.
It's a race against the clock for your girl.
Lane out well in lane 6.
Very well in lane 6. She's going to show you guys why she doesn't play about making the final here. It's going to taste like candy for her. She's staying in her lane in her lane.
She's got company to her outside, though.
Absolutely, but Lane is going to take it.
Not good enough to move on, unfortunately. 24.06. That leaves her on the outside looking in.
Marilyn, 24.06. It's going to place her 14th, unfortunately. Unless she's a little distraught about that. A little upset, a little annoyed.
Hey, she's just a sophomore. She's got next year and the year after to make this final. Here you see her coming off the turn.
She stays in her lane. And she powers and muscles through with company on her outside, but not enough to hold up. Marilyn, you did that thing, girl. You held on. Look at the form.
Yeah, that was Brinley Gilfallen that came through in lane 8 to offer the challenge, but Lane out-dips her on the line. And
no one's going to move on from this current heat.
Yeah, they see confirmation of the results of our 12th and final section. So it took 23.92 to make the final. And here you'll see our qualifiers listed here in just a moment. And there you see Vanessa Waite top of the heap at 23.20. Siani Wynn looking to go one better than last year, 23.32. And they'll be joined by Melise Brown, Zoe Holt, Cameron Tatum, Grace Bethel, Janelia Williams, and Amira Naismith. All right. Next event on the track is the freshman boys 200 meters. This is the first heat of 10. Keep an eye on Cooper Dupree from Rogersville, Missouri in lane 6. He's the top seed.
Cooper Dupree's coming out with a nice start here, coming off the curve. But on his inside, Motor City.
And Darian Thomas in 7, I think, Houston.
Darian Thomas from Texas, the Sprint State. It's going to show why he came top in this heat. 21.87 for Darian Thomas. Muscled his way to victory in this one. Cooper Dupree behind him, 22.10. Lorenzo Preet in 22:43 will take third. Those are your top three. For right now, of the freshman boys 200 meters, we're waiting for times to come in. But it's a nice, beautiful day. 80 degrees, not too much breeze. The only thing that might be an opponent here is their minds. Track is a mental game. I don't care what anybody says. Track and field is 90% mental, 10% physical.
So Jacqueline Moody goes in lane 6. There you see him in the preferred lane, and he's joined by David Jones in 1, Colton Blackman in 2, Jeremiah Pelt in 3, Liam Flynn in 4, Anderson Chapmans in 5, Caleb Smith in 7, Brian Luke Price in 8, and Mason Brown in 9. Looks like we got everybody here for this second section. So keep an eye on Moody, right in the middle of your picture there, all in black, from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So 21:87 was the time posted by Thomas.
The boys are going to show you how they get this thing done, get this thing running and going as they come off the turn here. Who will catapult first into the straightaway? And
Moody.
All black, it's Moody. Not a Moody day for him. He's looking around. He sees he's got no competition. He's going to gallivant across the line. Dip here. No joke for Moody. 21:65 is going to put him overall. First overall from Hattiesburg, MISSIPPI. I hope I spelled that right.
Nice run by Moody there. Aided by a 2.9 meters per second tailwind. He was actually second in the freshman 100 meter final. So looking to go one better than he did at twice the distance. And he goes top of the heap so far. And that means our bubble time after just 2 sections is 22.63. An impressive run there by Moody. So we've got 10 heats of this freshman boys 100 meters. Heat 3 is on the track. But they see confirmation of Moody's win in section 2, 21:65 to post the fastest time so far, aided by a very helpful 2.90 meters per second wind. All right, so here we go with section 3. And you're looking at Marley Brundage from Albany, New York there in our preferred lane, lane 6. And he's going to be joined by Elijah Moore, Liam Brown, Keyshawn Crooks, Nessia Bell, Zayden Saxton from Bullis, Kalen Reif, and Brendan Nipola. But keep an eye on Brundage from the Empire State's capital, Albany, in lane 6. All in black.
Let's see him capitalize on this in this heat, taking advantage. And he does. Running up on the inside of lane 7 here, but Zayden Saxton, saxophones are not blowing for him from Bullis. Are we shocked? No, we're not. Taking the win for the heat 3 of 10 in the boys, freshman boys 200 meters. No saxophones were going off for Zayden Saxton. He is your overall second place finisher, 21:75 for him. In heat 3, he is your winner.
Brundage, who we highlighted, unlikely to move on with that mark. 22:43 puts him number 6, but we are only 3 down, 7 to go out of these freshman boys 200 meter prelims. So bubble time right now at 22:57. That belongs to Mason Brown. Jacqueline Moody, who we saw in the second section, currently top of the heap at 21:65, but they see Zayden Sexton confirmed as your winner in section 3 from the powerhouse Bullis. clocking 21.75 as we get ready for 4. Now you see in the middle of your picture Stefan Lyon from St. James Academy, definitely one of the pre-race favorites. They're occupying lane 6. And he's going to be joined from inside to out by Jackson Davis, Noah Taylor, James Sarvis, Christopher Thompson, Justice Shabazz Charles, Carter Garrett's in 7, Chase Hepp in 8, and James Baris in 9.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Stefan Lyon. You're going to see him on your screen right now, front and center. St. James Academy. He's going to stay down. Yep, I was right. He's staying down and nice and composed out of his blocks, and he's going to come around this turn. Nice little ricochet catapult action from him. It's gonna turn the motors on for him. He's still got a kick going into this last straight. Easily strides out for Stefan Lyon of St. James Academy. 21-29 for him. He's number 1 overall right now. He had a little celly there. He's excited for the finals, obviously. Carter Garrett right behind him. From Akron, Ohio. Chase Hepp, both times 23:34 and 22:42. Those times are going to line up at 7th and 8th. So far, Stefan Lyon. And I'm telling you, his game is not lying. He's going to chase this victory across the line easily. Nice little dive and dip here.
So he was only a 1/10 of a second off the meet record set last year by Javon Legister at 21:19. He set 2 meet records in the freshman 100 meters. In both the prelims, he ran 10:49 and then ran 10:38 to beat his own meet record in the freshman boys 100 meters on Thursday night. So looking to go 2 for 2 and potentially get, well, 3 meet records out of 2 events. But there you see him, 21:29. So he goes top of the heap. And that means our bubble time now is 22:42 as we get set for section 5. You're looking at Nick Matsugoma from Deerfield Beach, Florida there, occupying lane 6. He's going to be joined by Malachi Jackson in 2, Thomas Savo in 3, Caden Whitsett in 4, Micah Gregory is in 5, Timothy Robertson in 7, lane 8 is empty now, and Darren Thomas goes in lane 9. But keep an eye on Matsugoma.
And here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Who's it gonna be? 6, 7?
Matsugoma, all in black. Keep an eye on him. He's powering away now.
Something about wearing all black. It's such a powerful move to just make a statement. He's gonna make a statement coming across this line right now. Whereas we look at the time here, nice little finish for Nick Matsugoma, 21:65. From Florida. No joke there. 21:65 is going to place him 2nd overall for right now. Timothy Robinson behind him, 21:85. It's going to place the time of 5th in that bubble. And Caden Whitsett out of Destined for Greatness. It's going to be 22:13 for him. That's going to place him at the bubble, at the line, as he looks on for the next qualifying heats.
So Matsugoma posts the 2nd fastest time so far, 21:65, aided by a 2.4 meters per second tailwind. They see confirmation of the results. Timothy Robertson now sits at number 5 overall, and it's Caden Whitsett who slides into the number 8 spot and occupies the bubble. So we are halfway through our 10 heats, and in this next section, there in the middle of your picture, in lane 6, that's Corey Bratcher. So from inside to out in section 6, we'll have Jack Sidabaker in 2, Tyler Valicillo in 3, Corey Bratcher, who you're looking at, is in 6, Kingston Matthews in 7, Glenn Taylor in 8, and Elias Corder in 9. Lanes 4 and 5 are empty here. Corey Bratcher from Bartlett High School in Tennessee, just outside of Memphis.
Here we go. We are off. Corey Bratcher is taking a nice little dip out here. Coming off the turn. Very nice and evenly. Loving the dip. Loving how he just ricocheted off that turn right there. But he's going to have some company on his outside. That center of mass is going to take him far. Corey Bratcher, 22-21. Unfortunately, did not make the cut. I know he's a little upset about that. He had a really hard race with that one. But he is your Heat 6 winner of the boys freshman 200-meter first round. We're going to look at that replay here. Again, some competition up on his outside, which pushed him to his limits at the end. Nice little dip.
Not the tidiest form though. You can see he's like leaning back a little bit, almost like fighting his body in that last 60 meters. So a lot of mechanics that he can tidy up for the rest of his career. Remember, these are just freshmen. But they see Bratcher confirmed as your winner of Section 6, 22-21. Unfortunately, not good enough to move on. Bubble time is 22.13. If you're just joining us, we are a little past halfway through the freshman boys 200-meter prelims. We have 10 heats. Only the top 8 move on to the final. Winning your heat does not get you an automatic berth in that final tomorrow. Bubble time is 22.13. Right now you're looking at Avery Ginott in BTC in lane 6 in heat 7. And he'll be joined by Donovan Hart, Benjamin Biscatti, Evan Carney, Diego Benjamin, Kian Kelly, Ethan Leggett. But Avery Ginott in lane 6 right there in the orange speed suit is the man to watch. Looks like lane 7. Next to him, Kai Brown is a late scratch. So just a reminder that bubble time 22.13, Namisha. Oh, we have a false start there.
Blip there with a false start. We're going to review that here in a little bit. Let these guys cool off a little bit, shake out a little bit. We'll give you guys an update here on what just happened.
So just like the referees in the World Cup, we've got yellow cards and red cards in their pocket. We'll see which color they bring out here. Looks like it's a green. I see yellow and green, so nobody's getting tossed out, that's for sure.
Which is good. They get another chance, another shot at victory, and hopefully moving into this final.
We don't have green cards in soccer. I'd like it if referees brought out a green card and just be like, nice job.
Sometimes this is what you want to hear. You want to hear that you're doing a nice job.
All right, we've got a few thousand people in the stands here, all doing that. Stadium's starting to fill up a little bit as we get into the meat and potatoes of day 3 here at the fastest party on the planet.
Absolutely.
So there's Ginott as we get ready for Heat 7, take 2.
Can't miss him. He's in the Tennessee Orange, as I like to call it. Speed. I am speed. It's what they're going to have to channel for this freshman boys 200 meter heat 7 of 10. There in orange and whatnot, I will tell you, is Avery Ginott. Nice lead for him. This win means nothing to him as he comes across the finish line here in a little bit. Easily. Nice little stride out. Nice little dip. Center of mass. Good and over his legs, but not too much. No tripping up. 21.85 from Avery Ginott.
So that puts him 6th overall. So he's going to have to watch on nervously as we have another 4 heats to unfold. But certainly a one to watch for the University of Volunteer Coaches. He's already wearing orange. Will he be wearing orange in another 4 years' time? So there you see confirmation of the results of Heat 7. Avery Ginott, 21.85. So he goes number 6 overall, 22.57 for Diego Benjamin, not good enough to move on. That bubble time right now is 22.10. But the man setting the tone here is Stefan Lyon of St. James Academy with a stamp of authority there in Heat 4 at 21.29 as we get set for Heat number 8. And we'll see Jaden Jenkins in 1, Toshiro DeCasta Phillip in 2, Bobby Roundtree in 3, Elijah Moore in 4, Keon Alley in 5, Bryce Blue, who you see in the center of your picture there, in 6th from West Georgia Elite. Donovan Scott is in 7, Marshawn Gillum in 8, and Connor Allen in 9. Full track here. Looks like all 9 lanes occupied.
It's a party.
So keep an eye on blue. Wearing
Bryce
blue. In 8. Sorry, in lane 6.
Good start out here for Bryce. Blue in the blue. But if you take your eyes and move them to the left, you're going to see on the outside in lane 9, Connor Allen is getting out with a nice, strong start off the curve. Nice little straightaway action. But blue is going to take it away. Bryce Blue in the blue, 21.92. It's iffy. It's rocky. It's shaky, Bryce.
That 21.92 puts him number 8. So he has to watch on for another 2 heats and hope nobody eclipses that mark. Did he ease up at the line, Amisha? Let's see if we can see a replay.
I can see the nerves and the thoughts churning in his head right now. Will I make it?
Did I do everything I... It's like he's wondering, he's going to play that replay in his mind. Did I do everything I could have done to advance to that final?
Absolutely. Sometimes it's best to follow the race plan. Sometimes you're going to execute, you're going to follow it, it's going to work out, and sometimes it's not going to execute. Sometimes you're going to execute it, it's not going to work out. And someone that told me that was Joe Famboulé.
Well, somebody that's run 19 and change knows what they're doing, you would think.
I know, right? You would think.
But Bryce Blue's got plenty of years to figure this out. These are just freshmen, remember? As we get set for heat number 9, our penultimate heat, we're looking at Omar Thomas from Margate, Florida, occupying the preferred lane, lane 6. He's going to be joined by Mason Holland, Braden Geisler, Philip Petros, Gregory Schultz, Jalen Clark, LeBryant Wack, Kai Parnell, and Carter Bridgeforth. But keep an eye on Omar Thomas from Margate, Florida, there in the orange and black, in the center of your picture.
I love when they wear some bright colors because it is easy to see.
It definitely makes our job easier.
Absolutely.
And the orange and black out in front right now. Thomas running away with this.
Omar Thomas out of lane 6, catapulting nicely onto the straightaway. The form is going to hold. His chin is down. His center of mass is nice and composed. His arms are moving and pumping his way to victory. Just like that, he's going to place 4th overall for right now. 21.68 is the time he had. He is your Heat 9 winner. I think he's a little relieved coming out of this.
Yeah, surely he knows he's moving on to the final now. It would take something amazing from the guys in that 10th heat to eclipse that mark. So Omar Thomas is going to be running again tomorrow in the final, surely. And we will see confirmation of the results of Heat 9. Omar Thomas, your winner, 21.68. Jalen Clark, 22.43. On the outside looking in, LeBryant Wack, 22.77. So Stephen Lyons still top of the heap, 21.29. Incidentally, that mark would have been only 0.04 of a second off making the championship boys 200-meter final. We saw the prelims earlier. 21.25 was the last mark to get in. So it just shows you just how good these freshmen are, especially Stefan Lyons, who is something special. And we look forward to watching him in the final tomorrow and in the next 3 years to come here at the fastest party on the planet. But right now, you're looking at Joseph Calcett from Archbishop Spalding in the center of your picture in lane 6 in this 10th and final section of the freshman boys 200 prelims. And he's joined by Brennan Brooks, Jonathan Boleg, Mason Jacksheimer, David Anura, Nalo Gandhi, Elijah Balladmong, and William Muckerman. But Calcett from Archbishop Spalding is the one to watch. It looks like everybody is here.
And here we go in the final heat of the freshman boys 200 meters. We're going to see who makes up the stagger very nicely here. Nice little bow on it for lane 6.
So let's keep an eye on the clock. 21.87 is that bubble time, the time to beat.
The time to beat. He's going to have some competition here. Lane 7, 6-7 here. 7 takes it, 7-6. Nalo Gandhi, 21.97. Unfortunately, is not going to make it past into the final. But really good efforts from Nalo Gandhi fighting off. He's going to place him, 21.97 is going to place him in 10th. Joseph Cowsett behind him, 22 flat. David and Nuera, 22.37. Let's look at the replay here. Gandhi and Cowsett. Gandhi, Cowsett, Gandhi. Who will it be? It's going to be Gandhi like candy. Taking it with the center of mass across the line. It was a close one. Gandhi held on.
But Gandhi got a personal best there, 21.97. Still not good enough to move on. He was just 2 places away from making that final. Into a slight headwind there. One wonders if he might have made the final had the wind been more favorable. But there you see our qualifiers, headed by Stefan Lyon at 21.29, and he'll be joined by Nick Matsugama, Jacqueline Moody, Omar Thomas, Zayden Saxton, Timothy Robertson, Avery Ginott, and our last qualifier in at 21.87 is Darian Thomas. So it took 21.25 to make the championship final. It took 21.87 to make the freshman final, and now it's the turn of the freshman girls.
The girls just want to have fun. I'm going to repeat that.
Well, winning and making finals does make this more fun, right?
Very true.
All right. Heat 1 on the track of 11. And you're looking in lane 6. It's Malaya Dwyer from Bullis. She's joined by Benoit, Tomasetti, Strickler, Jones, Millward, Falvey, and Mancini.
Girls are off in a nice hot start. Bullis bulletproofing their way to victory here. Let's hope that form keeps up here to hold off. Everyone is chasing Bullis. That's how I like to see it. Big B stands for belief. Malia Dwyer holds it 24.95. She is your winner for right now. Good standing for her, for Malia Dwyer.
So Dwyer aided by a perfect wind, 2 meters per second, so legal. And she sets the tone. 10 more heats.
Mind you, she had the 100 meters yesterday. So she's nice and warmed up. This is nothing shy of what she's capable to do. So we're going to see what she does, hopefully in the finals.
All right, so in the second section to come, we'll have our freshman 100-meter champ, Payson Sanders, running in the preferred lane, lane 6. And there you see her in the center of your picture from St. James Academy. She's going to be joined by Cassidy Johnson, Kania Anthony, Malia Slater, Elena McKendry, London Welsh, and Janiyah English. But keep an eye on Sanders. She's definitely one of the favorites here in this freshman girls 200 meters and really stamped her authority on the meet in the 100 earlier. She got a great start, Namisha.
Wonderful start for Payson Sanders coming out of this curve right now. She's holding it out. Her braids, aerodynamics are definitely a factor here as she takes speed here, rolling into her victory. Hopefully, she has some competition on the outside, but it's not enough to stop her. Payson Sanders pacing her way into victory here from the St. James Academy. 24.33 is going to place her at the top right now. Number 1 position for Payson Sanders, your Heat 2 winner, an overall finisher right now. No feat is too big for her because let me tell you something. I talked to her yesterday and she knew, again, St. James is known for staying down in the blocks, which means that center of mass is over your knees to keep yourself level, and they're pushing out really, really strong, so they have a nice catapult action into the 50 meters.
So they see confirmation of the results of Heat 2. Also running well there was London Welsh from Long Beach Wilson on the left coast, 24.56, personal best for both her and Sanders. So good chance those 2 times will move on. Our bubble time, still early days, but our bubble time is 25.83 after 2 of our 11 heats. As we look at the runners in Heat 3, you're looking at Kelsey Bomersbach in lane 5. Lane 6 is empty here. Olivia Hinson goes in 2, Samara Goodin is in 3, and Raven Moody in 8. But this is Bomersbach's
A lot of no-shows in this one.
Yeah.
But Raven Moody is showing why she is one of the top competitors in this heat.
It's Hinson in 2.
Hinson as well in 2. Coming on the outside, though, of her. Hopefully she holds up with the form. We'll see. It's tight. Raven Moody, 25.54. She holds the bubble right now. That's going to place her in 8th. So we'll look on nervously for qualifying.
It was tough to see from that angle because lane 8 was hidden by the wall.
Right.
In the home stretch for a little bit. So Moody only really came into view in the last 40 meters from our standpoint.
Hinson's going to be right behind her at 25.62. And Kelsey Bomber's batch, 25.84. Raven Moody is the standard right now to qualify for your freshman girls 200, or we'll see.
Moody probably unlikely to move on at this point. She's sitting on the bubble. We're still, early days in these heats. And Payson Sanders has set the tone with her 24.33 personal best out of that second heat as we get set now for section 4. And you're looking at Georgette Sheely from the Gators Track Club in New York City. She's the fastest seed in this particular section. She's joined by Ava Shippen-Smith, Sonia Davis, Gabrielle Monroe, Chelsea Williams, Haley Grip, and Jada Segar-Dingle.
The girls are off and a nice clean start here. Let's see if Miss Girl out of Gators NYC is going to chomp her way to the finish line here. She's going to have some company on her inside and outside. 5, 6, 7.
That's Haley Grip in lane 7, Amisha.
Man, Haley Grip got a grip and knew that she was going to make it, that belief, but she can't believe the time. 24.87 is going to place her 3rd overall.
So it's a less than halfway through these heats. 25.37 is our bubble time. That belongs to Brianna Millward, as you see the ladies in heat 4 walking off the track. And that's confirmation of the results of section 4. Haley Grip, your winner, 24.87. And Georgette Sheely just a stride or 2 back at 25.03. All right, so the ladies are on the track for heat 5. And you're looking at Aubrey Douglas from Motor City Track Club up in Michigan. She is in the preferred lane, the hot favorite out of this particular section. She's joined by Raina Saunders, Harmony Scott, Alexandra Rodriguez, Alana Peebles, Tabitha Similau, Jade Smith, Cameron Dunbar, and Aaron Scott. Looks like we've got all our 9 lanes occupied here in section 5, but keep an eye on Douglas right in the middle of your picture there. In the white and peach. White and peach.
Yep, white and peach. Motor City motoring themselves out of the blocks. A nice start. Nice start from Aubrey Douglas. She's going to show you why I like to say they are the family of champions. But if you look at their kits, on the jersey it says family of champions. And Motor City, but wait. Motor City got outran by Jade Smith of DC Cadets, 24.78. It's going to place her in 3rd overall. Aubrey Douglas, luckily, she makes it hopefully to the final. She places really nicely in 4th with 24.86. So hopefully we're going to see those 2 ladies in the final. Tabitha Similau and will place her 15th with time of 25.69. Personal best for Jade Smith. That was beautifully ran, beautifully fought. Nice little fight to the finish. I love when that happens. I also hate being the one hawked down, but it is a good. It's nice to hawk someone down. I'm telling you, it does feel really good.
All right, so in this next section, this is heat number 6. Keep an eye out for Jasmine Silkett. So she was 2nd in the 100-meter freshman girls 100-meter final on Thursday, running 11.63, a new personal best. So she's in the center of your picture, all in white. She's going to be joined by Agent Dietrich, India Woodward, Chloe Woods, Elena Beck, Alia Lucarelli, and Jordan Gooden. But it's Jasmine Silkett from Flying Falcons lead. In lane 7 there, all in white. And she's got to run. She's got to run a good deal better than 25-27 in order to make this final.
Absolutely. It's in her mind as she's coming out of the blocks right now. Nice form from her in all white. Nice little gold kit she's got going on here. Maybe she's going to run her way to gold, because in this heat, it's looking like she is going to take this gold in this heat. Heat 6 of 11. That is your victory runner. Miss Silkert, silky finish for her. Nice little smooth 24-20. It's gonna place her first overall. She's happy with that one.
And into a headwind. Not a huge headwind, but 0.8 meters per second. So Silkert not taking any chances, so she moves on to her second final of the meet. After placing second in the 100 meters, can she go one better in the 2? So there you see confirmation of the results of Heat 6. Jasmine Silkert, your winner. As we get set now for Heat number 7. A couple of scratches in this one. There you see in Heat 6. It's Khadija Diani of the Metro Cobras Track Club in Boston, Massachusetts. So she comes in as the favorite in this section. She's joined by Chloe Casey, Sophia Snipe, Kylie Willis, Roxanne McKenzie, Tania Thomas, and Kaylin Carmichael from New York City in lane 9. There is Dianye from the Metro Cobras Track Club. So just a reminder, only the top 8 advance. Current bubble time 25:03.
That's definitely in the back of their minds. 25:03 is the time to make the final for right now. Tania Thomas in lane 5. Lane 5 and 6 you want to have your eyes on right now, because they're pretty even on this stagger. But in the blue,
Dianye.
it's Dianye. Ugh. What a finish for Dianye. I'm very proud of how she executed that race. 24:56, gonna place her third. 24:56. I'm pretty sure she's happy about that one. She is your winner of Heat 7. She got well below 24:95, so I know she's happy with that one. Not as nervous, maybe, as Malia Dwyer.
Dwyer's in the bubble now. Bubble time was 25:03. Now it's 24:95 as a result of that clocking by Dianye at 24:56. Who wins Heat 7.
It's always scary whenever you're in the bubble, but man, it feels good whenever you do make finals.
She's in good shape right now. So we're on Heat 8 out of 11. Dianye is sitting tied for 3rd overall. So there you're looking at Avery Foxworth from Washington, D.C. Howell High School. She's in lane 6. She's joined by Isa Patterson, Audrey Howard, Lani Dennis, Ariel DeBar, Kayla McGrew, Jordan McNeely, and Emily Noble. But Avery Foxworth in the preferred lane here. Remember, the time to beat now is 24:95.
Foxworth out from DC, which means to me, don't care what you say, because I'm here to save the day. Beautifully ran, my girl, coming off of the turn into the straightaway. Nice little catapult action there. Nice little finisher for her. She's gonna go across Foxworth, making every worth of it. That's number 1 right now. 24:04, my girl. Out of DC, don't care what you say. Avery Foxworth won today for now.
Foxworth got a little lucky with the wind there. 2.1 meters per second tailwind after a couple of headwinds in some of the preceding heats. So she takes full advantage of Mother Nature. 24:04. And then Aubrey Douglas is now sitting on the bubble, 24.86. Jordan McNeely, who was second in that section, slides into the number 7 spot. All right, so the ladies are out for heat 9 of 11. Here you're looking at Carter Perry, all the way from Los Angeles, California. And she's in the preferred lane 6. She's joined by Sarek Jackson, Addison Freeburn, Skylar Bunn, Gianni Landry, Kennedy Austin, and Taylor Banks. We'll keep an eye on Carter Perry from LA. Reminder, the bubble time is 24.86, Nanisha.
24.86 is the time to have. You are right, Dave. We're going to see if Perry can hang out with us. Nice execution on that curve from her. Well, her outside in the blue. Lane 7, Gianna Landry. Oh, Perry Landry, who will take it? It's Landry. There was no dirty laundry to air out here. She's going to be your winner. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to make the final, but she had a really good run. I really liked how she executed her turn and her speed over into the straightaway here. She caught Perry at the very end.
But no qualifiers out of Section 9. Unfortunately, Landry confirmed as your winner, 24.89, winning heat 9 by 0.03 of a second over Carter Perry. But that does not impact our top 8. Bubble time remains 24.86. That belongs to Aubrey Douglas from Motor City Track Club, who's going to have to observe these next 2 heats unfold, and hopefully she does not get eclipsed. Heat 10 is lining up, and they're in lane 6 in the middle of the track. You see Liliana Griffin from the Shaker Track and Field Club. She's the favorite in this one. Looks like Rebecca Spirovis is a late scratch. Lane 4 is empty. So Griffin is joined by Leah Reneka, Violin Collier, Sarai Owusu, Terry Kwartang, Jacqueline Schlaney, and Aaliyah Simmons.
Yep, we've made it to the double digits of the heats for right now. The penultimate. Lane 6 and 7 you want to have your eyes on, because there's some competition going out of here, out of that curve.
Griffin's
Very
got
close here. Some company. Keep the head down, hopefully, so they can get their center of mass over right. Oh, the dip. It's going to be Liliana Griffith. 24.54. It placed her in 4th overall for right now.
Can we working under the 6-7 reference?
Hey, 6-7. Out of lane 6-7. You're right.
So Griffin wins it out of 6, but barely by 0.08 of a second over Terry Kwartang from Massachusetts in lane 7.
You know, my brother might be right. 6-7 may just win the day, you know?
All right, so Griffin slides to 4th overall. Kwartang is also in right now, but she sits perilously at number 7 with 1 more heat remaining. And then Jade Smith it is who owns that bubble time at 24.78. So in our 11th and final section, you're looking at that's Ava Edwards in 7 in the white, and then Cree Franklin in 6 in the center of your picture. They'll be joined by Fiona McCarthy in lane 2. Gabby Rouse goes in 4. Lane 5 is empty. And then Adetola Akinso in 8 from Bullis, and Lauren Hines and Hershey Blaze out in lane 9.
Final heat of your freshman girls, 200 meters. Nice clean start from these ladies of heat 11 of 11. Bullis is in this one, but the blue, the girl in the blue is Franklin. She's from Lions Track Club. She's on the prowl.
24.78. It's the time to beat.
24.78 is the time to beat. You're right, Dave. And she does it. Franklin holds on. 24.52 from her. It is a personal best for Cree Franklin. She is your winner of the last heat of the girls 200 meters of the freshmen. She's 4th overall. She's excited for this final.
Great run by Cree Franklin, and never really headed. She got out well and led all the way, and she's rewarded with a berth in the final and a new personal best.
Hey, you couldn't ask for anything better. Nice little chance for her. Very proud of how she executed that race.
Ava Edwards, who was second in that, just missing the spot. She's 9th overall, but then you see confirmation of our finalists headed by Avery Foxworth, who clocked 24.04. Jasmine Silka also looked super impressive, 24.02, as did Payson Sanders at 24.33. So those are going to be the 3 main protagonists for the final. Took 24.62 to get in. That was Terry Kwartang, our final qualifier. We get ready now for the middle school boys 200 meters. And lining up is the first of 11 sections. You're looking at Kimoni Wright, who was really impressive in the 400 meters earlier in this meet. Ran 49.5, I believe. Kimoni Wright out of Georgia. And he's joined by Braden Hansen, Gavin Wolf, Peyton Irvin, Micah Duarte, Yaquis Mims Horton, Emmanuel Ponda, Kate Portillo, and Tamarcus Roby. They keep an eye on 6 in the yellow and blue. Kimoni Wright from the Renegade Track Club. He's got company.
Wow, this is a nice competition. Nice little fast one.
In lane 5, it's Yaquis Mims Horton that's having a really good one.
5, 6, and 7. Who is it going to be? It's a matter of the dip.
It's Mims Horton out of lane 5.
22.71. He is going to kick things off nicely. 22.71 for Yaquis Mims Horton. Kimoni Wright. 22.75 for him. Right behind him, and in third, Emmanuel Ponder. 22.89. These kids will ponder whether they make it to the finals, hopefully. Good execution for this race. Very proud.
The boys aided by a 3.2 meters per second tailwind. That's the highest tailwind we've seen so far. So he too is on the track, and you're looking at Mason Robson from Ohio in lane 6. He's joined by Chase Keith, Ellis Marshall, Thomas Brownman, Ryan Rose, Stone Shower, Anderson Posey, and Anye Brown. All right, so we're underway. Mason Robson is the one to watch here. All in red, and he got off to a fine start. He's pulling away now. He's going to enter the home stretch first, and he's got about 2 meters daylight over the rest of the field. It's Mason Robson, the Ohioan, that is going to take this second section in pretty emphatic fashion. And he clocks 22.74, a new personal best. So they see Mason Robson confirmed as your winner, 22.74, second overall behind Yaquis Mims Horton. We're still early days here as we get ready for the third of our 11 heats. So keep an eye on Camden Lockwood there in lane 6. He's off to a really strong start in the white singlet and the long legs to his inside. That's Asher Wall of High Level Track Club. But it's all Lockwood right now in the white singlet. He pulling away. Lockwood from Epic Elite, and he's going to post the fastest time so far, 22.53, a new personal best with a 0.5 meters per second, slight tailwind. All right, well, I'm excited to welcome my friend Carson Capiro to the broadcast. Welcome.
So glad to be back, Dave Milner. We're having a great time talking through all these middle school boys 200s, as we've already seen Camden Lockwood from that latest section raising the bar with a 22.53. And one guy that you're definitely going to want to watch out for here, though I've yet to find an official sub-23 on his database. Donald Green III ran a 49.4 in the 400 meters on day one.
You're looking at Bobby Gibbs in the center of your picture from the Flying Falcons Elite in the preferred lane 6. So it should be between those two, between lane 6 and 7 here in this fourth heat of the middle school boys 200 meters. That was Gibbs that got out really well. Bobby Gibbs absolutely pulling away from this field in lane 6. It's all Bobby Gibbs. It's Bobby Gibbs' world. We're just living in it. Whoa. Oh, my word.
Oh, my. 21.82. We know he has that raw 10,600 meter speed, but to develop and extend it out for another 100 is some serious speed endurance right here.
And will we see a meet record in the final? 21.50 is the mark set by Stefan Lyon last year. But that looked pretty easy there for Bobby Gibbs. Aided by a 1.8 meters per second tailwind, which is helpful. But wow, what a performance. And certainly the class of the field so far.
Legal win. He'll take that, and he is almost following in the footsteps of Stefan Lyon, who has already booked his ticket to the 200-meter finals. A couple meet record-setting performances over the one in the freshman, but Bobby Gibbs getting ever closer to making his own history here at Franklin Field.
So our first sub-22. And you see Bobby Gibbs confirmed as your winner. As we get set now for heat number 5. Keep an eye on Darius Bowling in lane 6 from Prospect Park. Bowling all in black.
He's the bronze medalist in the 400 meters at Indoor Nationals. He's a sub-50 guy as well.
Bowling absolutely dominant here in this section into a pretty stiff headwind. 22.29. So that puts him second place overall. But Mother Nature not doing him any favors. He ran into a 2.5 meters per second headwind, whereas Bobby Gibbs had a 1.8 meters per second tailwind. The wind absolutely swirling here in Franklin Field.
And that's what's so difficult about negotiating prelims like this, is that the wind and what it reads ultimately does not determine who makes the finals. There are no adjustments made based on the conditions. So Bowling had to run as fast as he could, and on this particular occasion for the middle schoolers, we'll have to see if it was fast enough. So far, 22.29. That's not likely to be beaten in these next 5 heats, but we never know.
So 22.89 is the bubble time now. After 5 of our 11 heats, there you see confirmation of the results. Darius Bowling, as we get set for heat number 6. Keep an eye on Austin Coverson from West Georgia Elite. He's all in green. That's Coverson from West Georgia Elite with the long, powerful strides, all in green. He enters the home stretch first. It's all Coverson. Austin Coverson is going to take this section in convincing fashion. It clocks 22.53, and that is good for 3rd overall, tied with Camden Lockwood, who we saw earlier.
We talk about tying Camden Lockwood, who beat Austin Coverson to the line in the middle school boys 100-meter dash finals. Lockwood ended up placing 3rd in that occasion, Coverson 5th. Those two are going to have some pretty decent lane draws if their times uphold. Now, keep in mind, they were given the exact same 1,000th reading, not just 100th, but 22.521 for the both of them. So keep that in mind. It's the top 8 times. They may open up a 9th lane if the bubble is between those two.
All right, heat 7 is on the track. You're looking at Christopher Aldridge from Elmore Park Middle School. And he's going to be joined by Raekwon Scott, Aaron Scoggins, Jameer Green, Dashell Dixon, Christopher Aldridge, Richard Martin, and Matthew Addo. Christopher Aldridge is the one to watch in 6. But in lane 4, what a flying start by Jameer Green from Maryland.
Out of Owings Mills, he's made up some decent ground here, but further on his outside, a nice run by Chris Aldridge Jr. of Elmore Park. Can he be caught?
Big challenge by Richard Martin. Richard Martin coming on the outside, and I think he just steals it out of lane 7.
And he does by 0.08 of a second, 22.70 for Richard Martin of Mo Betta, the local Philadelphia product. Moving up into the number 5 overall position, but only 0.05 ahead of the current bubble, still with a few heats to go. So he will be clinging on for as long as he can please.
They see Martin come from as winner, aided by a 2.9 meters per second tailwind that time. It's going to be tight. Only 0.05 of a second separating 5, 6, 7, and 8 right now as you're looking at the runners in Heat 8. That's Samuel Stribling Jr. from Southern Sprinters Elite, occupying lane 6 in the yellow and green. Rocking the Jamaica-style kit there. And he's joined by Grace Oliver, Jalen Smith, Elijah Harris, Hunter Wolf, Sean Jones, Sean Rayford Pavon, and Jeremiah Newell.
You mentioned Sam Stribling Jr. of Southern Sprinters Elite right off the bat. He comes off of the 400-meter national championship, finishing 4th in 50.22 there. So yet another athlete with great speed and speed endurance.
And lane 5, it was Hunter Wolf that got off to a great start, the Texan. And Wolf now being reeled in a little bit by Stribling,
Wolf's
showing his 400-meter strength.
Wow, what a fight.
That quarter-miler strength for Stribling coming through at the end, 22.70. You know, we talked about how tight it is at the bottom of that, just towards that bubble. It just got even tighter.
And increased to 22.74, so just 0.04 of cushion for Samuel Stribling Jr., but not a bad run at all.
And
he had a lot of work to do coming off the turn due to that strong start that you pointed out by Hunter Wolf, who has to miss out by just 1 penny. Man, that was a race all the way to the line.
So they see confirmation of Sam Stribling Jr. as 22.70. That also bumps out Kimoni Wright, who was one of our great 400-meter runners, and he's on the outside looking in. But Bobby Gibbs still top of the heap, and he's looking to make it a 1-2 double here as we get ready for heat number 9. That's Blake Johnson you're looking at in the middle of your picture, wearing the same jersey as Stribling. And he's joined by Kemet Dickey, Parker Devaning, Giovanni Cochran, Mason Bahena, Gunnar Meyer, and Ryan Healy. Blake Johnson is the one to watch in this one. Johnson got a nice start. Keep an eye on him in the yellow and green in lane 6. He's already made up the stagger on the 2 runners to his outside. It's old Johnson right now.
And Blake Johnson, Sprinters Elite, they're crushing it out here.
Johnson absolutely dominant here. Let's keep an eye on the clock. Going to be 22 mid. 22.54, so that puts him number 5, Carson.
Even with the slight breeze at his back of 2.6 meters per second wind, Blake Johnson. Seems like 5 is the magic number. Everybody who wins their heat has moved into that relative position. First it was Samuel Stribling Jr. in Heat 8. Now Blake Johnson in Heat number 9. Yaquise Mims Horton, the younger brother of Jaden Horton Mims, is now on the bubble, 22.71.
They see confirmation of the results of Heat 9. Blake Johnson aided by that hefty tailwind of 2.6 meters per second, your winner. He goes number 5 overall as we get set for our penultimate heat.
Johnson also set a PR in that event, down from 22.88.
So you're looking at Isaiah Grant from Drive Phase Track Club. He's the favorite in this 10th heat. Got off to a rather sluggish start. And lane 5, it's Giesler, I believe.
What a surge, though. There is our man Isaiah Grant, it looks like, in 6.
And Grant is going to take it, but it's not going to be good enough to move on, Carson. 23.29 on the outside looking in.
No, and unfortunately, that's why the start matters in the 200 more than you may think. Clearly, it's a lot less than the 100 as far as room for error that it leaves if you get off the line a little sluggish, but left himself maybe a little bit too much work to do. He'll definitely learn from this experience and be happy with his win. Not everybody that wins their heat is going to become a finalist. So you can come here with dual-pronged goals, and you've got to be happy for Isaiah Grant getting the win nonetheless.
So they see confirmation of Heat 10, Isaiah Grant from Dry Face Track Club with the dub as we get ready for our 11th and final heat. You're looking at Bryce Bird in the center of your picture from a high-level track club. And he was 7th in the 100-meter final. Perhaps a little bit of a disappointing result for him. Looking for some redemption here in the 2.
Still a great result to be able to make the final and run through these rounds. I know a couple of our friends from the Runner Space team, Keenan and Brian, were talking about it this morning. A lot of these youngsters learning how to negotiate multiple efforts in one day.
Bird got off to a flying start. He's already made up the stagger on Stockman and turned out he's outside, and it's all Bryce Bird right now, powering into the home stretch. Stockman offering the Sonis challenge out of lane 7, but it's going to be Bryce Bird surely.
Sub 23 on the occasion, into a headwind, 0.2 meters per second for Bryce Bird, who will not advance to the 200-meter finals, but still coming out on top in a distance that he's also still navigating. The 200 meters, a completely different animal than the 100. That's another thing, right? We consider the 100 and 200 as the two short sprints. They are not identical whatsoever when you consider their nature and what they require to be good. You may have an athlete that's great at the 100, great at the 400, but takes some time to learn a proper 200 meters. And so
they see Bobby Gibbs,
array.
Top of the heap, 21.82, looking to go 2 for 2, having won the 100 meters early. He leads the pack. Yakis Mims Horton was a final qualifier. It took 22.71 to make this final as we get set now for the girls' middle school 200 meters. And we're going to have 10 heats. The one to watch in this heat is a very noble of St. James Academy in lane 6. She's off to a great start.
Avery Noble got out so well. Now we're going to see how she can hold it up. That gap is not shrinking just yet with 50 to go.
That's Avery Noble in the center of your picture in the white and blue, streaking away here. She's going to take this first section in dominant fashion, clocking 25.12. See if it gets corrected. 25.11.
So we have back-to-back heat wins by our 7th place finishers from the middle school 100-meter finals. It was Bryce Bird in the final heat of boys middle school 200, and now Avery Noble, who is 12th in the girls middle school 100, doing the same. 25.11, the time to beat. No official bubble yet. Remember, it's top 8, no big Qs in this 200. We'll see those return for our semifinals of the hurdles to come after the 4x1s, which will be next. But either way, gotta run fast to earn your opportunity tomorrow.
All right, you're looking at Milan Hussey in the center of your picture, running in lane 6 from heat 2. She's from Teaneck, New Jersey. Comes in with a best of 25.12. And she's joined on the track by Sarah Polanco, Molly Stubblebine, Jaya Rogers, Samira Daly, Journey Weaver, and Taylor Jackson. Milan Hussey is the one to watch. 25.1 exponent out of Jersey. And the white and black. She got off to a nice start. It's Hussey, already made up the stagger on the 3 runners to her outside.
Coming over from Teaneck, New Jersey and Bergen County. Bergen Catholic has already won the men's 4x2 this weekend. Can Hussey pick up a win here?
And Hussey is going to take this win surely. She's got a challenge to our outside, but Hussey has enough breathing room. And 25.13. She slides to number 2 overall, just 0.02 of a second behind Avery Noble. And there you see Hussey, center of your picture. Job well done. She knows she's probably moving on to the final with that.
As we still have 8 heats to determine her ultimate fate, but I agree there, Dave. Just great way to stay away from her competitors. She might not have separated the same way that Avery Noble did with her respective competition in the previous section, but when you hear those footsteps, you can't panic. And Milan Hussey stayed nice and composed.
All right, looks like we got an empty lane or 2 in this next section, heat number 3. Got Maya Abigail Thompson, Taylor Holmes, Alexis Duffy, Nyla Sigiala, Ashley Crew, and Zoe Grant. Sigiala comes in with the fastest seat time. She's in lane 6 there in the white top and the peach-colored shorts, streaking away from the field. She's got about 4 or 5 meters daylight over her pursuers right now. Sigiala, and she was going to clock 24.8. Wow.
Nyla Sigiala, who was the last qualifier into the 100-meter finals, ultimately was pleased to get another opportunity and finish 8th in that event in 12:36, but 24.83. Wow, 7th grader with that level of speed endurance being able to nearly double up your 100 time over 200 meters.
A much better run at 200 than we saw from her in the 100 on Thursday for sure. So Sigiala confirmed as your winner, 24.83, helped by a 1.2 meters per second tailwind. So she goes top of the heap. You're looking at Lila Weissman from Southern Sprinters Elite there in the center of your picture. This is heat 4.
Wow.
And she's off to a flying start, Carson. Oh my word.
Brilliant first 50 by Layla Wiseman. Off the turn she comes. Hard to gauge the clock from here, but this could be one of our fastest middle school 200s yet. Wow.
Wiseman making
Little
a
windy,
statement
but
there.
man.
Oh my word. 24.25, a helpful 2.1 meters per second tailwind. So she goes top of the heap, and surely that's going to move on to the final. That means our bubble time now is punted to 25.83, but Layla Wiseman stamping her authority on that section there.
She was just one spot away, Layla Wiseman, from a middle school national title in the 60 meters indoors. 7:59 out of the blocks back at the track at New Balance. Chose to go for the championship 200 meters indoors as well.
All right, in the center of your picture right now, that's your middle school 100-meter champion from Florida, Anaya Walker from Orlando. So she's definitely going to be one of the favorites in the final. She's got to make it to that final first. She's joined by Maya Bella Ortega, Bailey McLean, Lila Cornett, Nori Cochran, Dakota Washington, Angelina Cole, and Cortland Payne. Keep an eye on lane 6, though. She got a great start. She's already made up the stagger on 7 and 8 and 9, but it's a long-legged Walker with the headband. This is a dominant performance, Carson.
She ran 11:73 a couple days ago. What has she got in her first of potentially 2 200s?
So 24.77. Let's see if that gets corrected. Looks like it's going to get punted to 24.75. So that puts her second overall so far behind Wiseman.
And to me, it almost looked like she backed off a little bit at the end.
Yeah, a little bit comfortable.
Her personal record would indicate so. She is clocked as quickly as 23.64 to win the Florida Youth Middle School Championship over this distance. To go along with her 11.61 sealing over the 100, Anaya Walker is the complete package.
Yeah, so she's gone under 24 seconds 3 times this season, albeit without wind indicators, so we're not sure how much Mother Nature played into that, but certainly one to watch in the final as we get ready for our next heat, and that's Janelle McKnight from Speed Evolutions Athletic Club occupying lane 6 here in Heat 6, and she's going to come in as our favorite. And we're going to reset here, and I can tell you who else is running in Heat 6. McKnight is joined by Mila Tutko, Dakota Riley, Delaney Sanders-Brown, Aylin Harden, Alina Edwards, Dior Battle, Savannah Michelle Newsom, and Nia Collins. But McKnight, the one to watch in lane 6.
She finished second in the 100-meter dash, just behind Anaya Walker, your previous heat winner.
Yeah, 11:80 she ran in that final, a new personal best. She's got an okay start. It wasn't great.
Good start as well by Savannah Michelle Newsom of Northland Track Club. She'll come off the turn in second.
But now McKnight into full swing and pulling away with every powerful stride. That arm action reminiscent of Carl Lewis. High hands.
Whoa.
24-25, the same time as Weissman.
And down to the 1,000th, it was 2 thousandths quicker and wind legal. So Janelle McKnight with the truest effort that we've seen thus far in the 200 meters. Like you said, Dave, just that arm action, snapping him down, turning it over. She ran that almost like a final simulation. She wants to do just that when she returns to the track tomorrow afternoon.
I think it's important that these girls do run that. They know it's the top 8 overall. There's no semis. It's a cutthroat qualification process, so you can't really take any chances knowing that somebody else in a subsequent race might get a whopping tailwind. To your point, that was a 0.7 meters per second compared to the previous one, 2.1. You're looking at Raya Cooper there in the middle of your picture in lane 6. She is the favorite here in this 7th heat. And she's going to be joined by Trinity Height, Bailey Baker, Milan Little, Peyton Thornwell Middleton, and Shannon Stapleton. Raya Cooper from the St. James Academy. Is the one to watch here in lane 6. She's in the white blue uniform and the blue arm sleeves. She's already made up the stagger on Milan Little to her outside. It's all Raya Cooper right now.
This is your 400-meter middle school New Balance National Indoor Champion. Just look at her float away in these final 50 meters.
So Raya Cooper, she's going to bring it home. She's going to win the section, but keep an eye on the clock. She can't ease up. 25.08. That's going to put her number 5 overall so far, but only 0.05 of a second up on the bubble time,
which is now 25.13 if you do the math. Milan Hussey in the hot seat from Teaneck, New Jersey. What did we say? Our heat winners are not guaranteed finalist positions, and Hussey, who won the 2nd section, is going to be watching in horror for these next 4 heats as, man, Cooper breezing away with it. Gets those arms up nice and high as she finishes. Not easy to do when you're full of lactic.
As Cooper confirmed as your winner, 25.08. Unfortunately, Peyton Thornwell Middleton will not be moving on to the final despite her PB in 2nd place. So just a reminder, the bubble time 25.13. That's the mark to keep an eye on as we get set for heat number 8. You're looking at Kai Axum from DSX Track Club. Also running in this heat from inside out, Sasha Staples, Eliana Yaboa, Alyssa Carone, Seneca Brown, Sloane Francis, and Maria Doss. That's Kai Axum. She got off to a nice start, all in white. She's already made up the stagger on Francis to her outside. But running well in lane 5, that's Seneca Brown.
Just a 7th grader from Union Athletics, and she makes the pass, stealing the momentum in the home stretch.
Seneca Brown, somewhat of a surprise package in winning this, surely by about 5 or 6 yards in the end. And Seneca Brown, 25.33, is not going to be good enough to move on. But to your point, 7th grader winning her heat at New Balance National, she's going to be pumped about that.
It was as if she was just waiting to pounce in that final portion of the race, coming off the turn, searching for that momentum on the inside. And whenever you make an inside pass on a stagger, it's that psychological boost that you get in the heat of the moment. And she was away once that moment came. Seneca Brown, 25.33, won by over half a second.
Alrighty, we're on our penultimate heat. This is heat 9. You're looking at Hope Barber in the center of your picture from Drive Phase Track Club. She's joined by Addison Spriggs, Nala Valentine, Laura Wilson, Jada Finley, Bailey James, Stella Trombetta, and Savannah Ezel. Quick hold up. We're going to do a reset there as you see heat 9 retaking their blocks.
Hope Barber, another middle school All-American, both indoors and outdoors. 6th place indoors over the 400 and 5th place outdoors. 56.15 over twice this distance.
So interestingly, that Jada Finley in lane 5 opted not to use her blocks. But it's all Hope Barber right there in lane 6 in the yellow and blue. A class apart from the rest of this field. And Hope Barber showing everybody
Whoa.
a very clean pair of heels, and this is going to be the fastest time so far.
Even with the win rating, you can't help but be impressed by a 24-12. The young lady from Georgia, Drive Phase Incorporated, Hope Barber, an all conditions personal bests, down from the Peach Relays where she ran a 24-34, over 2/10 quicker, still with another opportunity to improve.
So she showed her 400-meter strength there, and 24.12 her winning time. So she goes top of the heat with just one heat remaining. So there you're looking at Skylar Oliver of the St. James Academy. She's in the preferred lane. Lane 6, she's joined by Layla Gill, her teammate, Ariana Davis, Mina Thomas, Kendall Shaney, Sarah Barrows-Deer, Aaliyah Mack, and Kaylin Johnson. So 8 runners in this 10th section. Our last section. Bubble time, 25:11.
It might come down to St. James Academy teammates for that bubble as Avery Noble currently holds the bubble spot. Let's see who wins this final section and how fast.
Skylar Oliver having a good run in lane 6, but to the outside in lane 7 is Sarah Barrows-Deer. Barrows-Deer running away with this one, and she's going to get in 24-7.
And I'm sure she's been working 24/7 for this occasion to become a national finalist here at New Balance. Sarah Barrows-Deer, another great run this weekend. Not the first time that we've called her name here in Philadelphia. She's already run the 100 and the 400. She was outside of the top 20 in both of those events, but it seems like this is her main event, and she is proving it.
Now you see her coming across the line, a good 6 or 7 meters clear of the field. 24.71, places her 4th in the overall standing, so she's going to get a pretty good lane in that final.
And if she replicates that 4th place finish in the finals, then she would beat both of her finishes from indoor nationals, where she was 5th in the 60 meters and 7th in the 400 meters for the middle school national championships.
So here are qualifiers for that final. Hoop Barber top of the heap at 24.12, followed by Janelle McKnight, not too far back, with Lila Wiseman clocking the team time at 24.25. It took 25.10 to make that final. Savannah Michelle Newsom, the one just sneaking in by 1/100th of a second. So it's going to be an exciting final. Hoop Barber, though, appears to be the favorite on paper.
And again, I love the way some of these athletes really attack these preliminaries. A lot of times when you know you're maybe a step or two ahead of somebody else, you might feel the urge to back off. The fact of the matter is, once that finish line arrives, you can back off. Get to that finish line, execute first, and then recover.
All right, Carson, it's relays time.
Oh, yes.
Next event on the track is the Championship Boys 4x100 meter relay. We're going to have 6 heats. In theory, getting faster as we go. Right there, you're looking at Dudley Track Club in lane 6. They're going to be joined by Paramus Catholic, Farmington Track Club, Minisink Valley, Spartan, Garnet Running Club, LaSalle Academy, and Reservoir Track Club. But that's Kingston Davenport in our picture right now for Dudley. So it looks like he's going to lead off.
He was initially scheduled to run the 3rd leg, and what's interesting about a lot of 4x100 meter relay teams is that sometimes you'd expect this event to have a constant order, but some teams may shuffle the deck once they reach championship season, and by a combination of skill and good fortune, it ends up working out. So we'll see what the Dudley boys have. A very talented sprint program out of North Carolina. We'll see what Davenport can bring for them on the leadoff. You look at Spartan Track Club in lane number 5. They're the New York State Federation champions as well. It held the state lead as well for the majority of the season, and they've definitely run some quick times. The number 2 overall in New York State at 41.45. One on their inside, Minisink Valley, the number 4 team in New York State. They look to be leading off on this occasion with Terius Theodore, using a bit of different names than their 41.76 lineup ran at the Warwick Valley Fast Times, but we will see how the Warriors in the green, black, and white arm sleeves do. Dead center of frame.
So meet record here, 40.47. Just 40 seconds is a sort of magical barrier for high school 4x1 teams. So just as for some context, only 3 teams so far this season have broken that 40-second barrier. That's without me looking at the results of the that other meet that's going on the left coast.
Either way, those teams, Servite out of California, and then Katie Tompkins and Houston Cypress Springs from Texas. And so here on the East Coast, we are looking to bring some teams ever closer to that barrier. Here's the first step.
So a nice clean start, and Dudley did get away well, all in white, but pretty even Stevens so far coming into this first exchange.
Reservoir as well in lane 9, passed remotely towards the front. Garnet Running Club from Pennsylvania making up ground in 7-2.
That's Garnet leading at the second exchange. Dudley hot on their heels in lane 6. Dudley in white now making the pass. Third exchange, they're in the lead coming into the home stretch. And it's all Dudley down the home stretch, romping to the win. 40.
Whoa!
Wow. That's only 200ths of a second off the meet record set 2 years ago by Mustang Track Club. And Dudley making a statement in the prelims. My word.
Their first time beneath 41 seconds this season, and it takes the high school state lead in North Carolina. The overall lead held by the Carolina Trackhawks Club at 40.35, but my goodness, Dudley, it's hard to imagine them drawing any lane other than 6, which is the favorable lane in those finals, and they made great use of it in these prelims. Just look at these exchanges.
Peaking at the right time.
And on their outside, too, Garnet, the Pennsylvania boys, Jonathan Wirt going sub 41, bringing his team home in 40.84. LaSalle Academy from Rhode Island had a couple of individual state champions on that lineup. Garrett Giroux Pizzulo, the Rhode Island 200-400 state champ, part of their lineup.
So 40.84 by Garnet. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that probably makes the final too, even though we have 5 heats left. That's a really, really impressive time. So the boys in Heat 1 making a statement, and the boys in Heat 2 have some big shoes to fill. All right, let's see who is running. Looks like we have 1 empty lane at least.
That's lane 6. No sign of Cardinal Newman.
That's unfortunate because they would have been one of the ones to watch here. So looks like from inside to out is Red Devil Nation, Pinkerton, East Orange Campus, Solon Track Club, Episcopal Academy. We'll keep an eye out for them in 5. Oakton's in 7. Jackson out of Massillon, Ohio in 8. And then Baldwin Track Elite on the outside in 9.
Episcopal Academy has already won the Sprint Medley Relay National title this weekend. Abbas Hunter, their great 200-400 specialists, expected to run second leg down the backstretch.
So keep an eye out for Episcopal. They're wearing white tops and navy blue shorts, as are the team to their inside, Solon Track Club, just to make things even harder for Carson and I. Solon got a nice start. So did Episcopal.
Solon definitely better, though. They have already nearly caught them on a stagger. A little stutter on the exchange, though, and some other teams struggling on the outside. It looks like Jackson from Massillon, Ohio, and Baldwin Track Elite are getting away.
Looks like Solon are in second place, but yeah, to your point, on the outside there in lane 9 is Baldwin Track Club Elite.
And they've
All in
got
black.
New York State 55 hurdles champ Braden Thweet on third leg, handing it over into the anchor. This is
Oh, it's Baldwin Track Club
Giovanni
running away with it.
Duplessis. It's going to be hard to see them on the bottom of our frame, but they're going to win.
Baldwin Track Elite winning at 41.97. They didn't have the fastest runners, but they did have the smoothest exchanges, as our main protagonist bungled their exchanges 2 and 3.
Look at that. Baldwin moved its hurdles state champion Brandon Thweet to the anchor leg. Just an amazing, amazing indoor campaign he had. He won a basically 3-way photo finish to get his individual state title. Won the Class A state title as well outdoors. And once that baton was in his hands, his teammates really set him up well to run them home. And he's been working on his flat speed as well this season. We talk about hurdling and flat speed. Can't be underestimated. He's run 10.7s in the 100 as well.
Also, ran all the way through the line, dipped, didn't take any chances. It's going to be tough to make the final. With 41.97, that's definitely borderline. But that puts him 4th overall, new season's best. And our bubble time is 42.51 now after 2 heats. As we look at the boys in Heat 3, we've got McNamara Mustangs in 2, Shemakin Track Club in 3, Kentwood is in 4, Hero Sprint Club is in 5, Bergen Catholic in 6. We'll circle back to them in just a moment. Shelby's in 7, Fremont Ross in 8, and North Brunswick are in 9. But definitely Bergen Catholic, the ones to watch, Carson.
Their leadoff leg, Kieran Ewers, had an important decision to make. The 200-meter championship prelims were just before these 4x1s. And knowing what Bergen Catholic did in the 4x2 yesterday, he has chosen his team over himself. He'll be handing off to Amir Woodward, to Brian Porter, to Thomas McAnulty. No sign of Adrian Woodward right now. They could be hoping to advance from these prelims to bring him back for the finals.
If you weren't tuning in yesterday, Bergen Catholic were a bit of a surprise factor, winning the 4x2, setting a new meet record, and just watching their celebration last night was something to behold. But they are in lane 6, and they're going to come into this section as the favorites.
Keep in mind, Bergen Catholic had to overcome a disqualification in a 124 indoor effort of the 4x2, adding to the magnitude of their national title here outdoors. Pretty dead even on the first exchange, maybe a slight advantage over the teams to their outside.
It's a pretty safe exchange for Bergen Catholic, taking no risk, just want to get to that final and show what they can do. But in lane 5, it's Hero Sprint Club having a good run. Now Bergen Catholic pulling away a little bit.
And it looks like they've put Amir Woodward on the third leg, if my eyes don't deceive me, and now it's in the hands of McAnulty, who ran third yesterday.
McAnulty romping home for the win here. Let's keep an eye on the clock. They're going to be right around 41 low, I think. 41.18. So that puts them 3rd overall.
Just off of their New Jersey Meet of Champions time of 40.99, the number 2 in their state this season, behind only the New Jersey State champions of Winslow Township, whom we are expected to see in the fastest seeded section. But Bergen Catholic wants to set themselves up for yet another opportunity at redemption. They did so on the Nationals 4x2 front, and now they've given themselves a more than likely chance to do so over the 4x1.
All right, so we're halfway through these preliminary heats. So you see confirmation of the results of Heat 3. Bergen Catholic winning it 41.18. 42.14 for Kentwood. That puts them at the number 7 spot, so that leaves them perilously close to that bubble time. And they've got to watch on to see 3 more heats unfold and hope that that mark sneaks in. So Heat 4 is on the track. It looks like lane 5 is empty. So from inside to out, we'll have Brook Point Blackhawks, Mountain View, Stroudsburg, Spring Grove Track Club. West Centennial is not there, so St. James Academy is in the preferred lane, lane 6. And they have a couple of studs who we're going to come back to. Westlake is in 7, Manuka is in 8, and Camden Track and Field is in lane 9. Is that Nabucco leading off for them, Carson? I think so.
David Nabucco, 100-meter finalist already on the weekend. Stefan Lyon, a national champion for the freshman 100, a 10:38 meet record already on the weekend. He's expected to run on the second leg. And I think it raises an important conversation. A lot of teams that we're seeing here have been putting some of their best 100-meter sprinters on the second legs rather than the anchor because mathematically they're running the most distance. Give them a running start, let them loose.
All right, so let's see if Nabucco can get St. James Academy off to a strong start. He got a great start, in fact, and he's almost made up the stagger on Westlake to their outside. Nice smooth exchange. It's St. James Academy leading into the backstretch.
And just look at Stefan Lyon extend that gap. Not a bad pass either into the third leg.
Nice and smooth, nice and smooth. Taking no risk, and it's Stefan Lyon around the turn.
That's Daniel Stevenson, his fellow sophomore, giving it over to Amir Dove. A slight stutter, but he took it before that yellow triangle.
Smooth as silk, smooth as silk. And here comes St. James Academy romping home for the win. Let's keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be 40 low, surely.
Whoa!
Whoa! That is a new meet record by over half a second. My word.
39.91.
And that is number 3 in the nation this year. And that's just the prelims.
The St. James Academy, a team that was disqualified in their prelims at Indoor Nationals for the 4x200 meter relay, has announced its arrival in full. Stefan Lyon sent the warning shot in the 200, winning the championship in Boston. But here in Philadelphia, on a perfect sprinting day, they dominate their 4th of 6 preliminaries by over a second in one of the fastest times we have seen at any corner of the country this season.
So only Savide out of California and Katie Tompkins High School out of Texas have run faster than that this year. 39.91 smashes the meet record, and that has shaken things up. And that means 41.97 is now the bubble time. That belongs to Baldwin Track Elite.
I mean, you look at this lineup. We mentioned David Nabucco. He is their only senior. Amir Duff, who ran that anchor leg on schedule, he is still a junior, and despite a couple of stutter steps, he took off once that baton was in his hand. Really show his finishing form. St. James Academy.
Ran all the way through the line. It's like they were going for a time to lay down a statement. I mean, like, he didn't let up one bit. All right, that felt like a final, but it wasn't. We're only 2/3 the way through our prelims. So St. James Academy 39.91. So they go top of the heap. Dudley's run 40.49, which we were impressed with, but they're now over half a second behind in second place overall. Baldwin Track Club has the bubble time at 41.97. As we get set for this next heat, we'll have Nova Elite, Carter Track Club, Homestead Spartans, Copiac High School, Southington Track Club, Flanagan, Deptford Township, Archbishop Carroll in lane 8, and Bird Sports Performance in 9.
I'm not seeing Archbishop Carroll
It looks
nor
like Homestead.
Bird Sports. A bad handoff for Deptford, opening the door to the Floridians from Pembroke Pines. Flanagan.
And it's all Flanagan into the second exchange. They've got about a 4-meter advantage, but that wasn't a great exchange.
Southington and Copeg trying to get back into it. Watch for Copeg. They've got, a tough handoff for the Long Island boys.
That was a much better exchange by Flanagan there.
And they're gone.
Flanagan coming home for the win now.
Watch that clock. It's sub 42, so they will advance out of this 5th section and have to hope that 41.68 will uphold. They are now the new number 7 time, so they have only a 10th of cushion to work with. And we'll have to hope that survives. So like you said, Dave, they can clean up a couple of those passes, but they established the lead early, really used their well-rounded speed. They've been running some fast relays out the gate. I remember they were one of the top competitive teams in the 4x2 at Florida Relays back in April. And to maintain that fitness and presence on the scene, Flanagan, one more opportunity, hopefully, to prove their worth this season.
Yeah, their exchanges got better as the race went on. The third exchange was actually pretty smooth. The first two, a bit shaky. 41.68 leaves them in a shaky position at number 7 in the overall standings as we get set for our 6th and final preliminary heat here of the Championship Boys 4x1. And from inside to out, we'll have the Bloomfield Bengals in 1, then Longwood, Danbury, Island Express, Williamstown Track Club, Winslow Township are in the preferred lane, lane 6. You see them just setting their blocks. Warwick is in 7, Olentangy Liberty is in 8, and Metro Cobras out of Boston. They're in the foreground, being led off by Tristan Ham. They'll be in lane 9.
So
Winslow Township, probably the favorites coming in here, right?
The New Jersey State champions at 40.97. One of only 2 teams in the Garden State to go sub 41. But the New York Class A state champions and indoor 4x2 Federation champions are going to be one on their outside. That is Warwick Track Club. On schedule, they had Luke Beatty to lead off. It looks like they have done some shuffling there. This looks to be Isaiah Gonzalez setting the early tempo for the team known colloquially as the Wildcats.
All right, so just a reminder, winning the heat does nothing. It's just the clock that matters. 41.78 is the bubble time.
Island Express, another team to watch out of lane number 4, coming from Staten Island, Susan E. Wagner High School. Caden Herbert, a 10:44 100-meter sprinter, expected to anchor.
So there you see in the foreground, that's Metro Cobras out of Boston. In the foreground, that's Tristan Ham. But keep an eye on lane 6. Winslow Township come in as the favorites.
Great start by Olin Liberty from Ohio, second from the outside. They'll reach the first exchange zone in front.
And now they're being overhauled in lane 9. Metro Cobra is having a really strong second leg and pretty even, but they may have handed off first in that second exchange.
Warwick also made up some ground, as did Winslow Township. And in 4, Island Express. It's going to be a battle down the final 100.
That was a great third leg by Island Express. And now Danbury in lane 3. And then on the outside, Olentangy Liberty is that in 8? Tough to tell from our vantage point.
I think Metro Cobras.
Metro Cobras.
And they did for a final position, 40-30 and 40-41.
So 2 qualifiers from that section. Metro Cobras are going to sneak in, and Danbury.
Tough break for Flanagan, who has to miss out by 0.02 of a second to LaSalle Academy, finishing 3rd in that first heat that included the likes of Garnett and Dudley from PA and North Carolina. So the first heat advances 3. Every heat afterwards advances maximum 2. But a great race on both sides of the track. Metro Cobras Boston and Danbury stayed present throughout. And they'll get a chance tomorrow.
Really out of it after the first 2 legs and had a really strong third leg on the turn and then a strong anchor. And Metro Cobras just had smooth, safe exchanges all the way around. So they get the win, 41-30. They're going to move on to the final. So there was St. James Academy that just kind of blew our minds in Heat 4 with that 39.91 meet record to really set the tone for the final tomorrow. So next race on the track is the championship girls 4x1.
And having a look at where our schedule currently is for this New Balance Nationals, we are around 7 minutes behind as our championship preliminaries were scheduled to begin at 3:04. We appreciate everybody's patience and joining us. Again, myself, Carson Gambaro, alongside Dave Milner. Day 3 of 4 at New Balance Nationals. Look at those qualifying times. A meet record by St. James in just the first round.
I don't think either of us saw that coming. That was such an impressive run and an emphatic victory to really make a statement. It took 41.66 to make the final. LaSalle Academy, the last team getting in. But St. James Academy are going to get the preferred lane, lane 6, as we get ready to watch the championship girls 4x100 meter prelims. And we've got Tiger Track Club on the inside. Joining them from inside out are the Eagles, Lightwoods Track Club, Glassboro Track Club, Mustang Track Club. Bullis goes in lane 6. Keep an eye on them. Passaic County Technical Institute in 7, Montgomery Track Club in 8, and Forge Track Club in 9. So Bullis have Malaya Dwyer, Ada Joseph, Maya Arundel, just the freshman, on the third leg, we think, and then Carolyn Bennett.
Maya Aradella, great 400-meter specialist, used to running those turns, so not a bad place to put her. Decent start by the Bullis Bulldogs, but Forge Track Club as well on the outside.
Bullis looking good.
Forge's second leg left way too early. They're going to be DQ'd.
Disaster on the outside.
They never got the baton off, and it's now Bullis School. Aida Joseph on the second leg.
And nice exchange for Bullis. And they have about a 6-meter, 7-meter advantage over the field. It's all Bullis right now. Another great exchange. Yep. And it's all Bullis, the Potomac, Maryland outfit, showing their class here. And that's going to be an impressive time, 45.81.
Just a second and 100th. 1.01 seconds off of Bullis's meet record set last year of 44.80. And keep in mind, none of the members of that lineup last year, minus Aida Joseph, were even part of this lineup that we just saw. Bullis School, 45.81. Still a phenomenal time in the national rankings. They've gone 44.82 for a season best. But even if you remove that, that is still in the prelims. AUS number 19.
Yeah. And it's just cruising. So, yeah, obviously would expect them to run close to a second faster going all out in the final. But Bullis there, looking pretty good in prelims, taking no risks, safe exchanges, job done, all business, as we get set for our second section.
Great anchor leg by Carolyn Bennett for Bullis School, coached by Joe Lee from Potomac, Maryland. Throwing down the gauntlet, still with around 7 heats to go now.
All right, so here we go with section 2. We've got North Penn Knights in lane 2, PA United in 3, Kingsway Regional is in 4, Vernon Vikings in 5, Bartlett High School is in 6, Wolverine Track Club is in 7, Red Devil Nation in 8, and Scorpions Track Club are in 9. So Bartlett just outside of Memphis in Tennessee. We've got Rihanna Rankin, Peyton Miller, Chloe Woods, and Chloe Words. Just to make things confusing for us, Chloe Woods and Chloe Words. What are the chances of that? Running subsequent legs for Bartlett, who occupy lane 6. They are our favorites in this second section. So Bartlett have just been a dominant program in Tennessee in AAA class over the last few years. And they're off to a good start. And they've already made up the stagger pretty much on lane 7, the Wolverines. But in 7, now Wolverines looking strong on that second leg.
Really, really good pass from second to third. Layla Cotton to Ivana Anane. It's their race to lose, but they are being reeled in.
Wolverines looking good. That's another good exchange for them.
Scorpions Track Club from Maryland on their outside charging, but it is all going to be Wolverine.
And Wolverines take the heat, surely. 46-29. 46-28 it's going to be corrected to.
The team from North Stafford in Virginia setting one of their top times of the season. In fact, their overall season best, down from 46.56 over 2 months ago at the Colonial Ford Showcase. That had held the spot at number 2 in Virginia all season long. They have just bettered it down to 46.28.
Now Sasha Cotton you saw who brought them home. So there you see them confirmed as your winner of Section 2, 46.28. Puts them second overall behind Bullis.
Her sister, Layla Cotton, pardon me, she was a finalist in the Virginia Class 6 state championships, having placed 5th there. So they've got plenty of speed, not just with the two Cotton sisters, Gabrielle Estes and Ivana Anane, the first and third legs, really rounding those bends well.
So Bartlett's 47.35 may leave them on the outside looking in there. They were second in that prelim, but I don't see that making the final as we get set for Heat 3 of 8. We got Blazing Raiders, Cuchitolia Track Club, Whippets Track and Field, Solon Track Club, Winslow Township occupy the preferred lane, lane 6. Dudley's in 7. Hillsborough High School is in 8, and North Catholic Trojans in lane 9.
Got to give you a shout out. I think you pronounced Kujitolia perfectly. They are from Niskayuna, New York. Their head coach, Jason DeRocco, loves the Kujitolia mindset, and he has adopted it as their track club name. That word, for those unfamiliar, means dedication in Swahili.
Nice work.
You too.
All right, Winslow Township are the one to watch here in lane 6. We think Jordan Cato is leading off for them. Dudley's in lane 7. Keep an eye out for them too. The Winslow Township in the bright yellow and peach-colored uniforms. Not a great exchange after a good first leg, and they find themselves with a little bit of work to do.
They were second behind Pennsauken at the New Jersey Meet of Champions, trying to stamp their tickets to the final with Pensauken's prelim still to come. Winslow Township ahead on the stagger with less than 200 remaining.
And this has been a good third leg for Winslow Township. Now they've made up the ground. That was a good exchange. And now they find themselves neck and neck with the leaders. It's Dudley and Winslow Township. Dudley in 7 is just going to get it, I think. Dudley gets the win, 46-54. That's going to put them 3rd overall. Winslow Township 2/10 back in 46-74. That's going to put them 4th overall right now. But there you see the Dudley girls, winners of Section 3, and they are pumped.
As they should be, 46-54. They're celebrating already with good reason. Easily one of the top times in North Carolina. Number 4 in the state all-purpose. And number 3 amongst high schools. Well done.
So they see confirmation of the results of Heat 3 on your screen. 46-54 for Dudley, Winslow Township 46-74. That means our bubble time is now 47-55 as we get set for Heat number 4. It looks like we've got a couple of empty lanes. I don't see anybody in 5 or 7. But Long Beach Wilson out of California are in lane 6, and there you just see them walking back to their block. So they come in as the favorites in this section. They're going to be joined by Upper Darby Track Club, Moses Brown Quakers, Griffin's Track Club. Looks like West Orange is a scratch. Yard Athletics was supposed to be in 7, Windsor in 8, and Conestoga Valley in 9. But Long Beach Wilson with London Welch, Kayla Brown, Jada Cigar Dingle, and Brooklyn Fowler will occupy lane 6. We thought they would be a bigger factor than they were in the 4x8. I had a somewhat disappointing run last night.
This is their shot at redemption. They placed 6th as well in the girls 4x1 at the CIF State Championships. So Long Beach Wilson looking to get on the All-American front here at New Balance Nationals. Talking about comeback, we got LL Cool J on the loudspeaker. So far, Long Beach Wilson, first leg maybe ran up a little bit on the second leg, but they got the baton cleanly, and that's what matters at this point.
And a good second leg, it looks like, by Long Beach Wilson, and they can call this a comeback because they're doing great right now, and they're going to hand off in front into that second exchange.
Watch for Windsor from Connecticut. They've got plenty of strong sprinters going to try and challenge for second in a potential outside time spot.
Oh, and a great exchange again for the California outfit, and they're going to romp home the winners here. Not even close. Long Beach Wilson are going to take this. Let's keep an eye on the clock. It's fast. 46.40. So that puts them 3rd in the overall standings.
And that's faster than they ran in their state finals, which I know a lot of Californian athletes, individual or relay, almost treat like its own nationals as far as magnitude. Long Beach Wilson, the bronze medalists from the CIF Southern Section Masters Division at 46-14, have one final shot at a season best and a national championship.
So they see confirmation of the results of Heat 4. Long Beach Wilson High School with the win, 46.40, powered by LL Cool J. Second place Windsor at 48.13, and that means our bubble time is 47.51. That belongs to Mustang Track Club.
in theory, that time that we saw from Long Beach Wilson could get passed by a multitude of teams, but if we look at what it took last year, in the end, it was a 47 flat for the bubble. I know track has inflated quite a bit since 2025, so I could very well be eating my words at the end of this conversation, but I think they're in a pretty safe position for now.
So we're over the hump. We have completed 4 of our 8 preliminary heats. Next up is heat 5 of 8. And we'll have from inside to out, Grassfield in 2, Reservoir Track Club is in 3, Shelby's in 4, Union Catholic's in 5, the House is in 6. It looks like St. James Academy has not shown. Lane 7 appears to be empty. Eagles Track and Field is 8, and McNamara Mustangs in 9. So a lot of familiar team names in this heat. Heat 5, pretty loaded. So the House is going to have Sienna Atkins, Celeste White, Ayana Gutrick, and Kaylin Jackson. Union Catholic will have Kendall Pittman, Kayla Ansong, Priscilla Hilton, Natalia Thompson. Those are the 2 teams to watch, but also keep an eye out. Well, I would have said keep an eye out for St. James Academy, but lane 7 is empty.
You've always got to watch out for the House, though. Coached by Demetrius Lindo, a.k.a. Professor Lindo, a former New Balance champion back in the mid-2010s in the hurdles. His ladies are giving it up in a decent position trying to chase down the Eagles and have already caught the McNamara Mustangs B team.
So it's the House chasing the Eagles. House had a better exchange there, I think. And now House find themselves in the lead by a couple of yards.
Eagles just trying to hold them as much as they can. Watch this final exchange, a little bit shaky for House, but they secure it, and they have secured the lead with less than 50 to go.
And House is going to bring it home in pretty easy fashion in the end. Let's keep an eye on the clock, 46:90. So that's probably going to get them in without too much concern, you would think. But it actually does leave them number 6, so at least they're somewhat vulnerable.
47-36, the new bubble by the Scorpions Track Club out of Maryland. But the House, Sienna Atkins, Khalees White, Ayana Gutrick, and Kaylin Jackson. Really impressive handoffs. I might have been a little extra nitpicky with that final pass, but that's just the standard that they set with that second pass, to the point where any hand check would be deemed imperfect. But there was nothing to scoff about for that run at all. 46:90, very impressive season best for the track club based out of our nation's capital.
All right, looks like we've got everybody here for Heat 6. So we'll have all 9 lanes occupied. Patriot Track Club on the inside, and then it's Warrensville Heights in 2, Greenwich in 3, North Stars in 4, Rochester Mayo in 5, McNamara Mustangs, keep an eye on them. They'll be in lane 6. Michigan Mustangs go in 7, not to be confused. Running Lions is in 8, and William Penn Senior High School in lane 9. But McNamara Mustangs are going to have Sydney Taylor, Sophia Gaskins, Renea Mathis, and Shawana Reynolds on their quartet, at least we think so.
Even if they don't, Bishop McNamara always one of the deepest sprinting programs in the DMV. They have, in fact, established their own national last chance qualifier meet that a lot of athletes coming here to New Balance Nationals stem their PRs from, including some relay season's best. So Bishop McNamara looking to represent and show what they are all about. 45-91 this season for the lane 6 team.
That puts them number 25 nationally so far this year. Obviously, they'll be looking to improve on that either today or tomorrow. They're off to a solid start, and they're making up the stagger on the Michigan Mustangs to their outside. A nice exchange by McNamara. McNamara Mustangs still leading right now, barely.
Michigan Mustangs had a second leg that made up the ground a little bit, but McNamara reestablishing that gap in no time.
Coming into the third exchange. And it's a smooth one for McNamara Mustangs, and now they are running away with this.
Just look at the strides.
Long, rangy stride by their anchor runner, and they're going to come home right at 46 seconds. 46 46.02. Let's see if that gets corrected. It will get corrected to 46.01. So that puts him number 2 overall behind only Bullis. A really impressive run, bringing them home by Shawana Reynolds.
Within a 10th of their season best, McNamara Mustangs, a team that was just 2 spots away from making this final last year. They bring back a little bit of returning power. Sophia Gaskins has remained on their second leg, but it's clear to see that their talent has only elevated around them. You saw Shawana Reynolds bring it home on that anchor with a great finish. And Bishop McNamara is primed to take another shot at the Bullis Bulldogs when they reload, in all likelihood, for tomorrow.
So Michigan Mustangs were second in that one, and they clocked 47.21. The significance of that is they now find themselves on the bubble, despite having run a season's best. As we get set for our penultimate heat, Heat 7. We're looking at Aliyah Bailey from Kentwood Track Club there, occupying the outside lane, lane 9. But from inside out, we've got Urbana Soaring Hawks, Archbishop Carroll, Big Walnut Golden Eagles, Atkins Fairport Track Club, Pennsauken, more about them in just a moment. St. Louis Tribe Track Club and Kentwood there in the foreground of your picture. So in lane 6, Pennsauken will have Summer Schaefer, Sanaya Dupre, her sister Olivia, and then we think Siani Wynn on the anchor.
Pennsauken at the Penn Relays Carnival has already set a New Jersey state record this season of 45.30. They've already done this once where we've got the New Jersey and New York state champions adjacent to one another. We saw Winslow Township and Warwick on the boys' side, and now we got Pennsauken, one to the outside of Fairport, a team that won the New York state title last week in both Class A and the Federation. They'll be anchored home by future Nazareth Golden Flyer for track and soccer, Savannah Beeler.
So keep your eyes on lane 6. Pennsauken come in as the favorites, and they're off to a solid start. Not the greatest exchange by Pennsauken, but they got the baton cleanly.
And they've got the momentum heading down the backstretch. They've already made up a couple staggers on their outside, and they get the baton cleanly into the third leg. Fairport trying to keep them close with freshman Gabby Rouse on the inside in 5, and you've still got the St. Louis Tribe and Kentwood in it also.
And the Dupree's did a good job in the middle for Pennsauken, and there's that win.
It sure is.
And here comes Siani Wynn, your 100-meter champion. Looking absolutely supreme. 45.89, so just 0.08 of a second off the time posted by Bullis out of Heat 1.
And a tough break for Fairport, going 47.09, which before this year would have been a school record by miles for the Red Raiders from just outside the Rochester area, but they finish one spot outside of the bubble time with that mark. Great overall relay. They had not a lot of immediate competition, so a good effort for them. But Pennsauken, 45.89 in the prelim. They've shown us 45.30. Bullis has shown us a little bit more. But seeing those two teams in the same final is going to be a treat.
So Bullis like they had a little left in the tank, but more importantly, so did Siani Wynn on that anchor. I mean, she was definitely like not in fifth gear. So those two teams less than a tenth of a second apart. That sets up for a great battle, and also the possibility of Siani winning 3 titles.
Well, she's become a veteran of the sport. She has won the past 4 short sprint titles here at New Balance. Last year, the 100, indoors, the 60, and the 200, and already the 100 here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor 2026. The future Florida Gator has done nothing but dazzle in her career. She'll look to take aim at a 200-meter state record, perhaps, of Sydney McLaughlin, 22.96 in her final race tomorrow. But 4x1, gonna want to do something special with her teammates, too.
All right, we've still got one more heat to bring you. You're looking at Kennedy Bundy from Freedom in your foreground. In this 8th and final section, we'll have Liverpool High School out of New York in 2, Aldbridge in 3, Benjamin Banneker Track Club in 4, Urbana Soaring Hawks in 5, St. James Academy, who we thought were going to be in a previous heat. I'm a little confused by this, but anyway, they're in lane 6, Bloomfield Track Clubs in 7, and then Freedom Woodbridge you see in the foreground there in the outside lane, lane 9. St. James Academy are going to come in as the favorite. They got Payson Sanders running second leg, and Malay Apron running third leg. And then bookending that quartet, Nyla Boyd will lead them off and Kai Wood anchoring.
Payson Sanders already a freshman national champion in the 100 meters this weekend. We saw it with Stefan Lyon for the boys squad. How much of a factor can she be on the second leg?
Sanders also looked good earlier today in the 200 meters. So busy day for her. Well, on the very outside was Freedom Woodbridge, all in the pink.
You've also got the New York State indoor and outdoor 4x4 champions in 4, Benjamin Banneker, trying to shake and bake their way into this final. Remember, they need a 46.90 or quicker. Not going to be a jog whatsoever.
So St. James in the lead there, right there in lane 6. Good exchange there.
And this is a team that's gone 45.56. How fast will they go here? It's all about the clock now.
St. James looking good. Smooth final exchange. It looks like that third leg runner pulled up lane just in time. St. James Academy is going to take this section 46.2. And 46.24 is going to put them 4th overall. In fact, it's going to get corrected to 46.23. So only half a second separating our top 4 teams. It's going to be Bullis High School that gets the preferred lane, lane 6, in the final. Pennsauken will be in lane 5 or 7, I forget which.
Plenty of DMV representation either way in that final when you add in McNamara, when you add in Wolverine from North Stafford, Virginia, and the St. James Academy, the team known as the Strivers. Just a phenomenally executed race. The team that finished 3rd indoors over the 4x200 meter relay behind Bullis and Montverde Academy has given itself a shot for this 4x1.
So that run by St. James Academy lands them in the final. It bumps the house out. They find themselves 9th place at 46.90. They see confirmation of the results of Heat 8.
And so our official trackflation measurements are in, down from 47 flat for our bubble last year to, there it is, 46.74 by Winslow Township.
And they see the qualifiers for the final of the 4x1. We're going to take a brief break here in just a moment. And we'll join you with the freshman boys 110 meter hurdles.
Shake it, time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
right, welcome back to Franklin Field and day 3 of the New Balance Nationals here at 2026 at beautiful Franklin Field. And next event on the track is going to be the freshman boys 110-meter hurdles. We're just setting up the hurdles right now. We just saw an amazing couple of 4x1s, especially that boys championship 4x1. The very first prelim felt like a final.
St. James Academy set the meet record of 39.91 by over a half a second. Our good friend Mark Davis was just to our right, and I could hear him screaming through my headset. He was one of just many people taken completely aback, ourselves included, by that huge season best U.S. number 3 mark on the season by the Strivers.
And then, not to be outdone, in the championship girls 4x1, which we just saw wrap up, we saw Bullis looking very, very good, even though they looked really relaxed. They ran 45.81, and then likewise Pensorkin, anchored by Siani Wynn, who was just in cruise mode on the anchor, run 45.89. So those two teams are only 0.08 of a second apart moving into the finals. That sets up an exciting battle and the possibility of Siani Wynn possibly picking up 3 titles.
We will see if the future Florida Gator from New Jersey can go for a triple crown this weekend. We got a pretty wide open battle at the moment for the championship boys pole vault. Third and final attempt for Dylan Vasquez of Lion mode, and he clears it. Oh. There it is, confirmed 4.50 meters. That's 14 feet 9 inches, and Dylan Vasquez stays alive under the gun. Jackson Barger of Vaultworks, the next to attempt this height. He'll take the last stab at 14 feet 9 as he's missed his first 2 attempts. This is his opening height. So going to want to get a mark on the board here at New Balance Nationals. And unfortunately, not his day. And so a total of 14 boys will advance from this opening height. The next attempt will come at 15 feet 3 for the championship boys pole vault. Meet record set last year by Garrett Gwinther of Sydney, Ohio. 5.30 meters or 17 feet 4.5 inches. We'll see who that title ultimately falls into the hands of this time around.
So it's a beautiful day here in Philly. Temperature hovering around 80 degrees, gathering clouds, light breeze. A bit more favorable weather than we saw on day 1, where it was brutal conditions for our 5,000 meter runners.
You think our sprinters would have more so appreciated these hot temperatures where you almost don't even need any thermality to warm up your muscles, if you will. But still, it's just an absolutely beautiful weekend here in Philadelphia. I'm going to say it, it's always sunny in Philadelphia, maybe minus Thursday morning where we had a little precip. But it's been great weather, great atmosphere more importantly, and a lot of the athletes are really feeding off of that this weekend at Franklin Field.
Yeah, the whole city's sort of a buzz with the World Cup going on concurrently. We had a World Cup game between Brazil and Haiti last night, so all the downtown hotels are full of track athletes and soccer fans who are all just so excited to be here in the city of brotherly love. And it's been a great 2.5 days so far. We've, of course, got a full day of action to bring you tomorrow and still about 3 or 4 hours worth of track and field here to close out day 3. So it looks like it's Nathan Williams who's going to be the first to attempt 465, 15 feet 3 inches. South Carolina senior. It looks like the hurdles are set up. We've got Devontae Ford on the track trying to rile up our crowd.
Ford X hurdles in the building. Oh, they are flocking to the bleachers off of screen as Williams prepares to take charge down the opposite runway. the Argonauts SC Club. Actually comes from Florida, interestingly. So Nathan Williams from the Sunshine State, he's used to weather like this. With the gust, the pole vault officials are there to spot the bar to make sure that it doesn't blow off of the setting position. If we look at what we saw wind-wise in the 200, it was definitely consistent tailwinds. We saw a couple of times that were a little extra wind-aided over the 2.0 meter allowable limit. And you got to wonder how that'll affect our pole vaulters coming in that same direction for the boys, because though a tailwind can help you generate more speed, sometimes you may go a little bit more further forward. Let's say if you prefer vertical approaches, getting more height first and then launching yourself forward. The wind can definitely alter that.
So we're still waiting on Nathan Williams to take the first attempt at 465. He's a senior at Beachside High School in St. John's, Florida. Maybe he's just waiting for everything to calm down a little bit.
Some other field events that have been happening concurrently. The boys' championship triple jump still in its preliminary rounds, trying to sort out the top competitors to earn another 3 jumps. Still in the second flight of 5 total, so they're going to be triple jumping for quite a while, as looks like on the pole vault mat. I believe Williams is yet to take his attempt.
All right, we'll update you with a few more field events that are going on concurrently. In the championship boys hammer throw, we're about to go into the final stage, the 4th round. And actually, excuse me, we're in the 5th round right now for the championship boys hammer, and it's Jake Early from Cary, North Carolina, leading the way. 70 meters and 8 centimeters, at 229 feet and 11 inches in old money, and he has a fairly sizable lead over Kane Poach from Tri-Valley Central in 2nd place.
So how about Jake Early just about matching his personal record, 29 feet, 229 and 11.25 inches. Thus far, still with 2 attempts to go, up against New York State shot put champion Kane Poye of Tri-Valley.
Don't forget, fans, you can watch all the field event action on demand at runnerspace.com. So although we're not showing those right now, you can definitely get caught up with all that action. Just go to runnerspace.com and pull up the event you want to see on demand. We have a lot of field events going on concurrently at this moment.
It's amazing because when you consider just how widespread the action is here at the University of Pennsylvania, there is an entire throws complex established for longer throws like the discus, like the javelin, and the hammer throw. That complex known as the Moonshine Throws Complex. We also got to see our freshmen and middle schoolers throw the shot put today. And tomorrow, the shot put is expected to be, well, looks like the championship shot put has already been contested. That was yesterday for those of you like me a little bit late to the spherical party. Our girls' champion shot put went to Isabella Ferguson of Selinsgrove, Pennsylvania, holding it down for the Keystone State. And on the boys' side, in the championship shot puts, our winner, Nicholas Oskjer of Cohasset, Massachusetts. If you're wondering why we've got a delay on the track, our next scheduled track event, the boys 110-meter hurdles freshman championship, is not scheduled to depart for another 10 minutes. So they've merely established the barriers so that once the time has come, they can bring them right out onto the track for showtime. Again, we appreciate everybody joining us here live on Runner Space and YouTube for day 3 of New Balance Nationals. We've still got plenty of exciting events to come after our freshman hurdles. We are going to determine our finalists for the championship. 110 for boys and 100 for girls. We'll feature 3 semifinals apiece. We'll reincorporate the big Q to the conversation in which the top 2 competitors from each section will automatically advance in the next 2 non-auto times. We'll have our freshmen boys and girls in the 400 meters. 6 heats of the guys and several sub-50s on that front. And on the girls' side, we're going to have some low 50 performers in 7 heats. Maya Arundel, our defending middle school champion, a 52.99 performer at her best, to be joined by plenty of other girls that have gone 53s, 54s. It is going to be a showdown, ladies and gentlemen. Freshman girls 400 expected to go at 4:49. And then once we hit the 5 o'clock hour, the boys championship mile, 11 sections, including our New Balance NIL athlete Carter Smith, defending champion, coming from Mifflin County, PA, and the Juniata Valley Striders. And then the girls' mile, Abby Hennessy, another New Balance NIL athlete, against her fellow representative of the brand, Katie Zhang and company. Back to the pole vault, Dave.
All right, so Nathan Williams from Florida about to take his first attempt at 465, 15 feet 3 inches, and he is unsuccessful. So still early days in this championship boys pole vault. We still have 14 competitors left in the competition who all cleared the opening height of 450, 14 feet 9 inches. And we'll have Hudson Williams, who's entering the competition at this second height from Chillicothe, Ohio, next on the runway.
And Hudson passed on the first height offered, which was 14 feet 9. And so this is effectively his first attempt today. Pretty easy to see why.
Yes. So easily over. So he, along with Julian Lynch, Ben Gorin, and Luke Schneiber, all passed at that opening height. And we'll see if the others enter the competition at this second height. But Hudson Williams is the first one over at 15.3. So he leads the competition. But very, very early days in this pole vault. So next on the runway is Jacob Mackey. Went over the opening height second time of asking, and he's going to have to take another attempt.
Similar occurrence to what we saw from our first misser at this height, which was Nathan Williams. It just seemed like didn't get the proper explosion and height to launch his body over the bar. And in that situation, obviously it's a long pole vault competition. You want to conserve your body, knowing that it's the first attempt. Save something so that you can bring out your best technique for the next 2.
All right, so Klaus Lindenau is next on the runway from Warwick Track Club. Take his first attempt at 465, 15 feet 3. We're getting closer to the start of boys freshman 110 hurdles. It's the next event on the track. Let's see if Lindenau goes clear. He does not. So let's turn our attention back to the track. All right, so here are our athletes in the boys 110 hurdles final. Daniel Hill, the third from West Georgia Jets, is going to kick it off. He's being lane 9.
14.95 to arrive here. We could definitely sense the rising tension in the building as we reach that time, baby. It is time to perform, and Lloyd Newman of the Brook Point Blackhawks understands that. He set a personal record of 14.83 to qualify.
Next to him in lane 7 is Nate Ricciuti from Waynesburg, Central Pennsylvania. Comes in with a wind-aided season's best of 14.77. Didn't advance to the finals of the Pennsylvania State Meet. Looking for redemption here.
He ran that personal best of 14.77 in the prelims, and another guy who nearly got his was Jonathan Parra from California, the CIF Southern Division IV champion. Just a freshman already winning your division. This guy is going to be dangerous.
Keep an eye out for this young man, Jemai McKenzie from Great Esteem Track Club, 14.50. He ran a PR in the prelims, 6th at the state meet in Texas, and number 4 freshman in the nation.
But one to his inside, we come to Michael McKenzie of the SBR Track Club from Florida, 14.39, his lifetime best. He is the number 2 freshman in the nation this season.
Next to him in lane 3, out of Tennessee, he was the state meet runner-up. 14.76 is his personal best. This is Caden Whitsett.
From Destined for Greatness. What a track club name. From Washington Township in New Jersey, Theo Neil McCalla, a great football and track star. I got to see him run an almost extended 4x2 in the indoor season. He ran in lane 5 for his anchor and still won the race.
And out of Potomac, Maryland, representing Bullis High School in lane 1, it's Chase Elliott, who went 15.21 to just sneak into this final, but he's got a personal best of 14.46, so keep an eye out for him.
I'm seeing a QR regarding Elliott as far as this final list is concerned. He was outside of the top qualifying times, but there may have been an impediment to his run, allowing him to enter this final based on protest and review. So Chase Elliott, a 14.46 lifetime performer. We'll look to put that behind him along with McCalla, Whitsett, McKenzie, Parra, Ricciuti, Newman, and Hill III.
So that 15.21, what do you think is that relatively slow time? That explains why that got in. So keep your eyes on the middle of the track. McKenzie, and Parra are our main protagonists right there in the middle. And keep an eye on the meet record. That's 14.16. The McKenzies and Parra both got out really well, Carson.
It looks like Michael McKenzie, though, from SBR has the lead. He's the fastest coming in. Can he maintain?
It looks like he will. McKenzie's going to get it. Michael McKenzie is going to be a winner, 14.32.
Just 100th away from the freshman national lead of 14.31 by Cameron Davis of White Station, Tennessee. That will survive, but the national title is headed down south to the Sunshine State. Michael McKenzie, what a run.
So they see Michael McKenzie with that finish line tape that's probably going to adorn his bedroom when he gets back home. And he's all smiles. Jonathan Parra got a personal best, 14.41 in second place, the Californian. And then it was the other McKenzie, Jemai McKenzie, who was third in 14.57. But Michael McKenzie, all smiles. And he's your national champion.
And he's already got a mini mic in hand. He is media trained, and it is clear to see. Wow. We saw that start. As you mentioned, both McKenzies got out well. A nice snap by Jemai McKenzie, who was outside, but started to struggle in those middle barriers. And just Michael continuing his momentum. You'd think that a lot of these youngsters were just watching the NCAA championships when they saw Jacoby Tharp in awe break 12.75 for the all-time world record. The inspiration has definitely impacted them in a positive way.
McKenzie running a beautifully clean race. He didn't hit a single hurdle.
That's what made me think of Jacoby Tharp, believe it or not. Unbelievable. He says, don't play with me. I'm a national champion. Michael McKenzie.
There you see confirmation of the results. Wind died down a little bit for that one. Just a negligible headwind, 0.1 meters per second. But Michael McKenzie, you win at 14.32. A PB for Jonathan Parra in second place. And then Jemai McKenzie rounding out the top three in a time of 14.57.
Parra's PB leapfrogs him up to number 3 in the freshman national rankings as well.
So next event is going to be the Championship Boys 110-meter hurdle semifinals. The top two from each heat There are 3 semifinals. The top 2 from each heat will move on to the final, along with 2 little Qs.
And in this first heat, I'm looking out in lanes 4 and 5 for a Connecticut State Open rematch between Davian Johnson in 5, the Connecticut Open State champion from East Hartford, and Isaiah Saunders of Danbury, the Connecticut State runner-up.
I'm going to be biased here and say don't sleep on the Nashvillian in lane 6. Just to their right, Cameron High, representing Kindersport Track Club. He ran 13:71 or 13:72, I believe, in the prelims.
And he's run 13:69 for a lifetime best to win the Tennessee 3A state championship from great program out of Brentwood. So definitely not one to be discounted at all.
No doubt inspired by Tharp, who is from the Nashville area as well. All right, so here we go. So from right to left, as you guys are looking at it, LeBron Willis is in lane 2 from Bartlett, Tennessee. Against Barack James, Isaiah Saunders, Davian Johnson's in 5, Cameron High's in 6, TJ Lichter in 7, Malik Washburn in 8, and Tristan Graves in 9. Remember, the first 2 automatically advance. And then the next 2 little Qs from these 3 semifinals. Nice clean start. Saunders got away really well, as did Barack James in lane 3.
Oh! I think he might have held on, and he did. Barack James of the Ohio Speed Academy by 0.03 of a second. Davian Johnson gets in for the number 2 finish, the Connecticut State Open champion, leaving Saunders a couple hundredths behind, and Cameron High on the bubble early. Wow.
So Barack James, if he'd stumbled like a foot earlier, he probably wouldn't have made it across the line, or at least not in the top 2, but gets the win there.
The sophomore from Oregon Clay High School in Oregon, Ohio, thanking his lucky stars that he stayed afloat. I reckon that if he runs a cleaner 10th hurdle in the finals, that he can definitely attack his 13:58 personal record.
Oregon, Ohio, that makes things confusing for us.
I mean, there's a town called Florida, New York, and also a town called Philadelphia, New York. So
don't even get me started.
You ain't heard nothing
Don't
yet.
even get me started on some of the butchering of European place names down in the South. But anyway, Barack James is your winner of Section 1, 13:66. Davian Johnson, 13:69. Now we'll see that stumble again. So he's second from the right, and they just hits that blast hurdle really badly, and it will be interesting to see because he actually impeded. Isaiah Saunders in lane 4 right at the end of the race, who may end up sitting on the bubble with his 13:71. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe we'll end up with 9 people in the final.
that last angle you saw, it was right at the finish line where he had jutted out into Saunders' lane, pardon me. And so the officials will definitely be taking a look at that by accord of the coaches.
And of course, hopefully nobody gets disqualified. There was certainly nothing malicious there. He was just trying to stay on his feet.
And hopefully they're both fast. Well, James by virtue of taking the win, but hopefully Saunders for his case is fast enough so that if his pleading of his case is not answered, then it won't infract him negatively for a spot in the final, because lane draws, while psychologically they can matter, straightaway events, they matter the least.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, the boys lining up for heat number 2, and from right to left, as you guys are looking at, in lane 2 is Anthony Vale from Tallahassee Zoom, and it's Jalen Mosley in 3, Kingston Banks in 4, Schmark Gamble from Archbishop Carroll goes in 5, Stephen Schwartz from Texas is in 6, Mason England is in 7, Timothy Ryan in 8, and Elvin Mate Feliz in lane 9. So Schmark Gamble from Archbishop Carroll, definitely one to watch. He's in lane 5.
Important to note as well, while we're on the note of Jacoby Tharp, we also had a high school national record go down on the opposite side of the country this weekend by Zacchaeus Brox, our indoor New Balance Nationals champion, 12:98. That is the new U.S. #1 by automatic accord. So it is a fast time to be a hurdler right now.
All right, so keep an eye on Gamble. He's in lane 5. We're at 13.72 in the first round heat. And he's right in the center of your picture, and he's off to a great start, having a nice clean run here. Shamar Gamble running away with this, Carson.
His personal record coming in was also a 13.73, and he has demolished it. Wow, 13.37, and the wind is good. 1.7 meters per second. Shamar Gamble. While we're talking about former Michigan guys, he transferred from Belleville, Michigan to Coach Vic's Archbishop Carroll Lions in Washington, D.C., and he could not be more thrilled with his new personal and season best.
That's number 7 in the nation this season. Like you mentioned, Brox goes top of the heap with that 12.98. Number 7 in the nation in a semifinal. Not too shabby there by Gamble. Let's take another look at the race. Got off to a fantastic start, run a really clean race.
And worth noting, that was also a meet record, breaking NCAA finalist Bradley Franklin's 13.42. Wow. Shamar Gamble, only 100th off of his lifetime best of 13.36, and it's got to feel so good for him to have even gotten back to that fitness, to put himself in position for a national title. I bet he saw what Zacchaeus Brox, his fellow Michigander, did across the country, and he is ready to answer the call here in Philadelphia.
Shamar Gamble has the fastest time so far, new meet record, 13.37. And Kingston Banks having a really solid run for Atlanta Zoom Athletics in second place there, also notching a new personal best in 13.59. But Gamble has set the tone. One thing I did notice is like he was veering to the left side, his left side of his lane towards the end of the race. And that's something he's going to have to be careful of in the final, make sure he doesn't get DQ'd.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw a near impediment in the previous section, and so you've got to stay straight, stay in your lane to avoid all that chaos. I've seen other hurdle races where athletes would get disqualified based on accidentally clipping an initial hurdle just based on the close proximity to the barrier, so a lot can happen in an event like this.
So we did see Anthony Vale from Tallahassee Zoom go down in that second track. I think he's still on the track right now, receiving some medical attention. We had a little bit of a delay, but it looks like we are getting ready now for the third heat. So here's our third semifinal on the track. From right to left, we'll have Braden Hunt in lane 2. Blake Cook goes in 3. Nigel Harris is in 4. Shakura Makechi is in 5. Benjamin Shuttle from Illinois is in 6. Brandon Thwett is in 7. Cyrus Saunders in 8. And Christian Doss is in lane 9. Just a reminder that the top 2 finishes from each semifinal, this is the third of those semifinals, will automatically move on to the final. And then the next 2 little cues. And that bubble time right now, Carson, that belongs to Isaiah Saunders at 13.71.
Again, he's the one whom we suspect might have been impeded in the final step by that incidental stumble by Barack James. We will see what ultimately becomes of Saunders. It's all going to come down to this final heat. And if you're a fan of Pennsylvania track and field, you're going to want to watch second from the left, Cyrus Saunders, your indoor and outdoor state runner-up out of Neshaminy is there. And you've also got a couple of New York state champions intermixed here. Brandon Thweet, we talked about he and his Baldwin Track Elite 4x1 earlier when they won their section. He's a future Buffalo Bull, won the indoor state title, and Nigel Harris won the outdoor Federation state title over the 110s.
Keep an eye out for Makechi, though. He had a really good run in the first round, ran 13.69, so he was the second fastest qualifier into these semifinals. So one would think that he's going to have a good shot at making this final, but he's going to have to run pretty close to that again or faster.
Ben Shuttle as well in 6th, 4th at Illinois State's dead center. 4th from the left.
Shuttle ran 13.76 in the first rounds, but we're going to have to bring him back again and try that.
Looked like McKechnie was the quickest to stop after the initial gun was fired. I didn't see any glaringly early reactions. Let's hope nobody gets dealt the Devin Allen hand here. Watch it again. It looked like it was a head twitch by Ben Shuttle, whom I just mentioned, from Glen Ellen, Illinois, as the official walks over to his lane.
Is that a red card?
I don't see him still there. I think
that was a red card. Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Shuttle's out.
He had walked off of the track before the official even got to his lane. He knew what his fate was immediately. That is so tough.
And then there were 7. So this is the third heat. Just a reminder, first 2 automatically advance. We've just said goodbye to Benjamin Shuttle after that false start. Shakura Makechi, on paper, looks like the best prospect to get into this final from this section. And he goes in lane 5. All right, nice clean start this time. And Makechi off to a good start. Also running well in lane 3, that's Blake Cook. And in lane 4, Nigel Harris, somewhat of a surprise package there, Carson.
Oh my, 13:57 for Nigel Harris, who broke 14 for the first time in the prelims with a tailwind. This time it's legal, and he smashes his best. That is only 11 hundredths off of Joe Galeano's New York State record of 13:46 that has stood since 1987.
So Harris goes second in the overall standings. And Isaiah Saunders was watching on nervously. He survives, and he's going to be the last man in, but here you see a replay. And Harris did not have the greatest start. It was kind of a comeback of sorts in the second half of the race and really came into his own over the last 2 hurdles.
He didn't even pull in front until hurdles 9 and 10, amazingly, but he's really been working on his speed. We saw he and his teammates have a shaky exchange in the 4x1, but they've been running so fast in tandem this year. And to see him come back from that faulty exchange.
That might be the first time I've seen a negative split 110-meter hurdles.
To that, yes. Nigel Harris. What a run for the future Wagner College Seahawk. And if we look at all-time New York State marks, if we boil it down to history, of course, Galeano's state record upholds, but that was the fastest New York time that we have seen since on record.
Kudos to the Wagner coaches. They signed a 14-second kid. They got a 13-second kid.
So your full list of qualifiers looks like Isaiah Saunders did ultimately hold on, so no need to leave it up to the officials. He, Blake Cook, Davian Johnson, Brock James, Steven Schwartz, Kingston Banks, Nigel Harris, and Shamar Gamble, your meet record setter, will be coming back tomorrow.
All right, we're going to have more hurdles for you after the break. We're going to step away for a few moments, and then we'll be back with the freshman girls 100-meter hurdles.
Shake it, time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
All right, welcome back, track fans. The next event on the track here at Franklin Field is going to be the freshman girls 100-meter hurdles. It's a beautiful day here in Philly on day 3 of New Balance Nationals. We just saw a very exciting semifinal of the championship boys 100-meter hurdles. Let's talk about it.
That is the second non-final today, Dave, that we have seen a meet record set in the hurdles alone. First, it was Cassidy Hopkins on the girls' side, whom we will soon see attempt to make the final for her 100-meter hurdles championship, which these freshman girls have done on their own right. But on the boys' side, Shamar Gamble of Archbishop Carroll, 13:37, just an incredible result, a seasonal best for the Carroll Lion, and he could have not been happier about that.
And the big surprise package perhaps was Nigel Harris, who, to your point earlier, hadn't broken 14 minutes coming into this meet, and now is going to leave Philadelphia with the very least a 13:57 personal best and a berth in the final, which he probably wasn't expecting to do coming in, or at least we weren't expecting it.
And I know you and I have been rather unafraid to admit our necks of the woods. I come from upstate New York. I've had the chance to follow many of the New York-based athletes from season start, and Nigel Harris, while I've definitely seen sub-14 potential in him, I think he's exceeded not just mine, but everybody's, maybe even his own expectations with a wind-legal 13:57. Again, giving himself a chance at a state record tomorrow, but we've got records on the line here for the freshman ladies. Up next on the track, trying to dial things in over each of these 30-inch barriers, and that raises another important conversation about this event, the minimality of room for error. These barriers, 33 inches for the high school height, though they may be relatively low for athletes like this, you can't just fly over them if you want to run a fast time.
Yeah, you've got to get your... You can't sail over them. You've got to get your feet down. You've got to get that cadence going very, very quickly and snap that trail leg down as quickly as you can. That's something that Nia Armstrong did last year, setting an unbelievable meet record, 13.53.
Which is faster than our number one freshman time is this year, held by Cameron McClellan of Shadow Creek, one of our 8 athletes that advanced to this final that we are about to meet in detail right now, Dave Milner.
All right, so let's meet our 8 finalists in this freshman girls 100-meter hurdles. So there in lane 9 is Isis Stanford from Motor City Track Club. Comes in with a 14.75 from her semi.
Up next, Bella Hatter, a sub-14 runner, her best 13.99, 14.69 to qualify, but U.S. number 4 for her grade.
In lane 7 is Caitlin Boki-Yodom from Westford Track Club, qualified with a 14.53.
Nearly as tall is Jayla Webster Jackson of the Maverick Track Club, a 14.19 personal best. Came within 1,200 of that to qualify.
In lane 5 is Mylan Clay, the number 2 freshman in the nation. She's got a personal best of 13.87, ran 13.95 to qualify here.
We've already called Mylan Clay's name quite a bit. She won the freshman girls 400 hurdles going for the sweep, but here is the number 1 freshman in the country, 13.78 for Cameron McClellan of Shadow Creek.
From Tennessee is Rebecca Spiridovis, qualified by the time of 14.65, has a personal best of 14.47.
And now the fastest freshman in New York, all smiles from Syracuse, the Salt City, Livia Dawson, 14.29 for the Bulldog.
So our 2 main protagonists in the middle of the track, lanes 4 and 5, the top 2 in the country. McClellan is U.S. number 1, Clay is U.S. number 2. So let's keep an eye on the middle of the track. Like I said, that meet record, 13.53. That's probably a tough ask for these young ladies. But Mylan Clay is the closest, having a personal best of 13.87. She goes in lane 5. Clay got out well. Nice clean start, and she's over the first 2 or 3 hurdles very, very well. She's got daylight between herself and the rest of the field, Carson. It's all Mylan Clay, not even close. Oh my word. 13.55. Let's see if that gets corrected. I said the meet record was probably out of reach. I was wrong.
It does survive, but by only 0.02 of a second, as Mylan Clay becomes the new and official U.S. number 1 for freshmen, 13.55. Oh, she and coach could not be happier about that result. She completes the sweep of the 400 and 100 meter hurdles here at New Balance Nationals. And she has earned herself a lot of fans after this weekend here in Philadelphia.
She goes number 16 in the not among freshmen, number 16 in the nation among all high schoolers. So very impressive run by Clay, and getting very, very close to that meet record that, frankly, I thought was out of reach. Now you see Clay again. She's got a really, really nice start and a really clean race. I don't think she even clips a single hurdle.
Look at the lift of her lead leg, just how rapid and explosive it is. Unmatchable form over each and every barrier.
And beautiful mechanics. And you can see she was going for that record. She gave everything she had over the last 10 meters and barely stayed on her feet. She dipped so hard at the line. Absolutely beautiful form. So she's going to be one to watch over the next 3 years here at the fastest patty on the planet, as she no doubt moves into the championship 100-meter hurdle ranks in the coming years.
No doubt at all. And you know what? Even if it wasn't a meet record, you can almost look at it from the lens of it being even better than it wasn't a meet record, because Mylan Clay likely saw that mark, as you said, David, wanted to chase it down. But coming up just short, her plate is still not full.
All right, so we're moving on now to the championship girls 100-meter hurdle semifinals. So as with the boys, 3 heats. Top 2 from each semifinal will move on automatically, and the next 2 little cues. So we've got Aaliyah McDonald from right to left. Aaliyah McDonald in 2, Selma McLaughlin in 3, Anna Weil in 4, Cassidy Hopkins from Burleson 5, Dallas Guy from Georgia in 6, Zenobia Witt is in 7, Amber Williams in 8, and Emanuela Adosian in 9. So top qualifies in the 2 middle lanes.
And Cassidy Hopkins set a meet record just hours ago. The New Balance NIL athlete is away and clear.
It's all Cassidy Hopkins. Cassidy Hopkins is about 2 or 3 meters clear of the field, 13.27.
And even that time would have been good enough to beat the previously standing meet record, which was a 13.36 prior to when Cassidy Hopkins showed up. This has been a title that she has been seeking for so long. She did not advance out of the semifinals at Indoor Nationals, but she has just found something else for her senior outdoor season. 13.11 for the U.S. national lead at the Bishop McNamara Last Chance qualifier a few weeks ago, and she has maintained that form. The future UCLA Bruin with a phenomenal run, with one more standing between her and a national title. Dallas Guy of Auburn, Georgia, snags the 2nd spot.
She was already half a meter clear at the first hurdle, got a flying start and an absolutely clean race. Once again, like she doesn't even clip a hurdle. Runs all the way through the line, taking no chances. I'm rewarded with a really fast time, 13:27. So Dallas Guy was second, so she auto cues with that 13:49. Anna Weil was third in 13:58, and it's Sella McLaughlin who's on the bubble at 13:80.
Sella McLaughlin, a future Pitt Panther, New York State indoor and outdoor Class A champion. She's run so consistently this season, and even if she finished second in the Federation behind a lady whom we're about to see in this next heat, she ought to be pleased with how she's finished her days as a Corning Hawk. And Anna Wiley as well, a future Indiana Hoosier, having a great run. She might have fallen off the pace after going off hard in the 400 hurdles, but she's given herself a shot at the 100 hurdles final.
All right, Carson, we're ready for heat number 2. And from right to left, it's going to be Sophia Dalrymple in 2, Layla Hawkins in 3, Peyton G of Motor City Track Club in 4, Taylor Foster's in 5, Brianna Grewalt is in 6, Valencia Calhoun in 7, Kayla Ewing in 8, and Kalia Montgomery Hackensack in lane 9.
Taylor Foster is the New York State Federation champion who beat Sella McLaughlin, whom we saw in the previous heat, to the line last week. She is 300ths away from the 13:45 New York State record this season.
Grewalt from New Jersey is a 13:62 exponent. She should be a factor also.
Just about dead even with Foster with a few hurdles remaining.
It's Foster. Taylor Foster.
And the future Princeton Tiger in enemy territory here at the University of Pennsylvania has given herself one final shot at that state record that has stood for 10 years by Alyssa Sandy of Paul Robeson out of New York City. Taylor Foster of the Chelsea Greyhounds, 13:66 for the auto cue. Brianna Grewalt of Atlantic County Tech, 13:79. She photos for the auto cue. That is absolutely massive.
6,000ths of a second she stamps her ticket to the final by.
Peyton Gee has the bubble at 13:79, and she's only 100th out ahead of the previous bubbler, Sella McLaughlin.
Nobody can afford to ease up at the line in this third semifinal.
You snooze, you lose. Wow. Taylor Foster, you mentioned Peyton Gee. She was there early. Brianna Grewalt was even, but Foster separated over those last few barriers. She's really been working on her 100 speed as well. Such a discounted factor in hurdling land, but she's come close to breaking 12 flats out of the blocks with no barriers in her way. Such a different rhythm to establish. You'll hear 400 hurdlers talk about the different rhythm of a flat 400 to a 400 hurdles. It definitely applies to the 100 as well.
So they see confirmation of the results of Section 2. Taylor Foster with the win and the big Q at 13:66. Brianna Grewalt also getting a big Q at 13:79. Peyton G is going to have to watch on nervously as this third semifinal unfolds, because it's getting tight at the bottom there. So Peyton G's at 13:79. And Sella McLaughlin is just outside of that bubble at 13:80. Anna Weil, 13:58. I think she's okay, but who knows? So here's the third heat from right to left. It's Madison Foy in 2. Kamara Stewart in 3. Brooklyn Randolph in 4. Jasmine Jackson in 5. Amber Callender in 6. Amelia Cole in 7. Ania Castro in 8. And Caitlin Brown in 9.
Watch lane 5. The sophomore from Winslow, New Jersey, Jasmine Jackson, New Jersey State champion, New Balance indoor 60-meter hurdles champion.
And currently number 6 in the nation.
13:28 her season and personal best from Meet of Champs.
All right, here we go. Nice clean start.
Just look at Jackson in the gold. Brilliant snap over each and every barrier.
That's all Jasmine Jackson out of lane 5. We saw a tumble right next to her, but Jackson didn't even see it. She was so far ahead. And Jackson making a statement.
Wow.
There.
A new lifetime best for a statement. 13:24 for Jasmine Jackson. Cassidy Hopkins drew first blood with the meet record, but Jasmine has just recorded the third all-purpose performance beneath the previous mark of 13:36 this weekend. 13:24, Dave.
And only 0.06 of a second off the meet record set earlier by Hopkins. So this sets up for a fantastic duel between those two in the final.
And draws Jasmine Jackson now within 0.06 of the New Jersey state record set at last year's meet of champs by Taylor Dior Cox, the fastest freshman in the NCAA for the Georgia Bulldogs. Jasmine Jackson keeping the success. Oh, you saw the tumble there out of lane 4 by Brooklyn Randolph. Wish nothing but the best to her. Lucky that she didn't end up in impeding any other athletes, but the Jersey success in the hurdles continues. You just look at some of the other hurdling state records. We mentioned the 200. Of course, Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni, the national record holder in the 300 and 400 hurdles. New Jersey being repped well into the final.
So our finalists in that girls' championship 100-meter hurdles are as follows: Jasmine Jackson, Cassidy Hopkins, Amber Callender, Dallas Guy, Anna Wiley, Taylor Foster, Brianna Grobel, and Peyton Gee, the last one in at 13:79. So tremendous hurdling. We're going to switch gears a little bit here and get ready for the next event. It's going to be the freshman boys 400 meters.
It has been an exciting time with you, Dave Milner. I believe this is where we're also going to shift gears in our commentary booth, but we will look forward to hearing plenty more of you throughout the weekend, not just here on the live stream, also on the loudspeaker.
All right.
Mark Davis will be joining us on the flip.
We're going to step away for a few minutes, and Mark Davis and I are going to practice our handoff, and he'll be taking you through the rest of the evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Shake it time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Welcome to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
Coming back to historic Franklin Field in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the home of the 2026 New Balance National Outdoor Championships. Carson Gambaro, happy to welcome in Team USA Steeplechase Olympian Mark Davis. The steeple will be our concluding event tonight, and Mark is going to be on with us for it. Can't wait for the home stretch of the penultimate day, Mark.
I got to admit, I'm very excited about the steeples later on. Certainly true to my heart, but we've got some great 400 meters coming up. We've got some amazing mile races. I feel like every weekend I get on the computer, I click on results, and I'm seeing another high school athlete breaking 4 minutes in the mile, and that just blows my mind. So I'm so excited to see those mile races later as well.
Well, we will get to feature one of our most recent sub-4 mile breakers. Carter Smith, the New Balance NIL athlete, will be competing for another national title, trying to defend his crown. But we've got a freshman national title up for grabs in the 400 coming up next. Last year, a huge result, 47.82 by Mikey Swanson, who was competing at the time for IMG Elite. Less than a year later, he was part of the Championship of America 4x4 for the Bullis School here at Penn Relays.
Definitely got some fast quarter milers out here today, even at the freshman level. We'll have our boys freshman 400-meter finals. It'll be based on time, and then we'll have our girls freshman 400-meter finals also based on time before we get into those mile races. And we've got our first heat up next here in our freshman boys 400 meters. Heat 1 in lane 5, Will Patrick. Lane 6, Jaden Negron. In lane 7, Jackson Hutchings. In lane 8, Grant Dufresne. And in lane 9, Mason Cameron.
For those new to a 400, they'll run one lap around the track, staying in their lanes the entire way through. We already saw some incredible times thrown down in this event by the middle schoolers on day one. I believe that was the first event that Mark and I got to commentate together. We had a couple of hundreds before them, but either way, we had 49.40 be the winning time by Kamani Wright of Renegade on the middle school side. So already got some sub-50s under our belt and plenty more in relays. We are going to see just how many boys can crack that barrier in this edition.
Got 6 heats coming up. Heat 1, you can see the athletes there getting ready to get into their blocks and get this one lap underway.
Just considering the standard that it took to get into this field, 51 seconds flat was the maximum that you had to run.
That's impressive. Looks like we're going to have the athletes stand up. Might have been a little bit of niggles there, so the officials sometimes just want to make sure the athletes are set in their box properly before we get things underway.
I know there was one time in a 300-meter race that I ran in high school, I chose to do an upright start, and just those jitters prevented me from staying steady, so the official had to stand us back up a couple times and remind me that it was not a dance party. It's a track meet.
It's a track meet, and you know, at this level, at the freshman level, there's still a little bit of nerves in some of these guys, even at the national level.
They know how much it's going to hurt.
Yes.
But they love chasing that cathartic feeling.
And we are underway here. Heat 1, Patrick, Negron, Hutchings, Dufresne, and Cameron. 5 athletes starting things off here in the boys' freshman 400 meters.
And a great start by Grant Dufresne of Hershey Blaze, a local Pennsylvania product, but he is being quickly caught on his inside.
Yeah, the fact that all the athletes are pretty much in a line right now, you've got to look at those inside lanes. Will Patrick looking the best here. He'll probably come off this turn, but he's followed very closely there by Negron.
Will Patrick, a 50.93 performer for the Hackley School out of New York, but he's being challenged on his outside. Here comes Jackson Hutchings of Unity.
Hutchings have a very good last 200 meters there. Went out a little bit conservative, but came on very strong off of that final turn to take that heat in 51.36. Will Patrick, 51.88, and Grant Dufresne, 52.24. So that's the first time laid out there, 51.36.
And a huge improvement off of Jackson Hutchings' previous appearance at New Balance Nationals Indoor. He doesn't seem to be too thrilled with it. He ran only 52.39 though indoors. And now he starts to realize, as he sees the time, that he has improved. He has taken a step forward, and he can go home happy with that.
You can see the results there up on the screen. Jackson Hutchings, 51-36, Unity TC.
And now we're going to be using all 9 lanes for the remainder of our sections. We've got heat number 2 of 6 coming up. Nikolai Davis of Ocala Track and Field Elite in 1. Caleb Smith, Potomac Panthers, Dumfries, Virginia. He's got a couple fans in our live chat. Watch for him in 2. Blair Morris of Houston, Texas, H-Town in 3. Elijah Davies of Overbrook 4. Remington Scott of St. John Striders 5. Timothy Robertson of O'Connell Track Club in 6. Liam Corbett, Westchester, Pennsylvania in 7. Herschel Bagley of Banneker High School in 8. And Nicholas Moreno of Bridge City, Texas in 9.
So again, that first time laid out there by Hutchins, 51-36. We expect these times to get faster as we get through these heats.
Here's a stat for Trackflation. A total of 86 freshmen have broken 50 this season.
That's
nationwide.
amazing. Underway here on the track, Heat 2, Davis, Smith, Morris, Davies, Scott, Robertson, Corbett, Bagley, and Moreno. And out very well there in lane 8 is Herschel Bagley.
Westchester was putting on some initial pressure, but a great response in float phase by Herschel Bagley, still out wide in 8.
Also going to look on the inside there, Blair Morris in 3. Let's see if he can make a push here at the end. And it looks like lane 6 there, Timothy Robertson. Timothy Robertson now coming on very strong at the end there. Outruns Bagley at the end. Bagley got out very strong, but Timothy Robertson finished really well. And look at that time, folks, 49:36 for a freshman.
Are you kidding me? Timothy Robertson, who has only run 1/400 this season, 50.70. He barely got beneath the national standard just to get here, and he is only continuing to discover his potential from Bishop O'Connell in Arlington, Virginia. They've got one of the best quarter milers in their state, Cameron Bowser, set to head to Virginia, and so the future has arrived in the form of Timothy Robertson, who is now one of the fastest freshmen in his entire state.
Also a big shout out there to Herschel Bagley. Very strong run at the beginning. Still gets underneath that 50-second barrier, 49.75. As we get ready for Heat 3 of our boys freshman 400 meters. We'll have, again, 6 heats of this event. And the winner will simply have the fastest time. And you can see the start list there up on the screen. Josh Mwanda in 1. Josh Sharich in 2. Edison Beach in 3, Marley Brundage in 4, Elijah Jones in 5, Fahim Outland in 6, Striker Adusumeli in 7, Isaiah Penny in 8, and Ben Sochia in 9.
Watch out for Fahim Outlet, 5th in the freshman boys 800, so he's coming from the opposite direction, and he ran the 400-meter leg of Episcopal Academy's national championship sprint medley relay.
So he's done his team duties. Now it's all up to him individually in this event. Underway here, Mwanda, Sharich, Beach, Brundage, Jones, Outland, Adosumili, Penny, and Sochia. Out well there in lane 8, Isaiah Penny, South Plainfield, New Jersey. He's already up on the stagger there, but on his inside in 6, Fahim Outland, who you mentioned before, running a very good first 200 meters. And also keep an eye on lane 2, Josh Sharich, Red Arrow TC.
What a strong first 250 by Sharich, but he's going to have to fend off the 800 strength of Outland. Let's see if he can do it. He's got the lead still. Sharich in 2.
Adusamili. Outland now. Outland pulling away there. Very strong last 100 meters there. 50-31. Sharwich got out really well, but Outland outlasted him.
He sure did. 50.31, just 400ths away from his personal best. Amazing, amazing effort there. So a very nice run there by Outland. 3 great runs on the weekend.
So we still got 2 athletes under that 50-second barrier. And next up is our Heat 4 of 6. Jeremiah Kufor in 1, Nalo Candy in 2, Mason Brown in 4, Steph Janasiak in 6, Caron Thompson in 7, Cariel Mbella in 8, and Caden Page in 9. And we're off here in Heat 4. Kufor, Gandy, Brown, Janasiak, Thompson, Mbella, and Page. Out well there in lane 8. Carell Mbella, East Side Prep. Out really strong. Now he's got to back up, though, that second 200 meters. Can he hold on here? Doesn't seem to be letting up as we're going into this final turn.
Not at all. Mbella, East Side Prep coming from Baltimore. Less than 100 to go, but the fast finishers are coming up on his inside. Looking to Nalo Gandy of Marauders.
Good move there from Gandy, but not enough to catch Mbella. 49.90, so one more athlete under that 50-second barrier.
49.90 officially. Gandy just around a quarter second behind, but great bravery by Mbella. Not easy to attack a 400 like that when you're still just getting started with the event. But he has done it in fine style.
Carell Mbella, East Side Prep, moves him into the number 3 position behind Robertson and Bagley as we get set here for Heat 5. Chase Elliott in 1, David Jones in 2, Elias Kurer in 3, Nathan Jacobs in 4, Brock Raymond in 5, Tyler Perkins in 6, Joseph Calcett in 7, Grayson Cook in 8, and Jalen Humphrey in lane 9.
So watch Chase Elliott of the Bullis School. He was the indoor New Balance National Freshman runner-up behind only his teammate Zayden Saxton. 49.85. It looks like Elliott has chosen to forfeit this final no start for Chase. And so they're clearing the way for the rest of the field.
That would have been great to see him, but unfortunately not starting here.
The door is open to some of the others. Nalo Gandy, whom we saw from the Marauders, finished second in the previous heat. You got plenty of others to consider for the New Balance national title.
Oh, looks like we've got a little difficult start here for our Heat 5. We'll wait to see what the officials decide to do. Hopefully it's just a caution on the field. And it looks like that might be the case. But we've got the officials are still conferring here. Again, you always hate to see athletes get red carded in this situation, but it's also something that they need to learn. And that is a false start, unfortunately, out of lane 2 for David Jones, Hoover, Alabama. And that young man, unfortunately, has learned a very strong lesson today.
React, don't anticipate. Tough break. We wish nothing but the best to David Jones. Hoover, Alabama, once again, not by any means a stone's throw up here to Philadelphia. And that trims the field down to 7. I would say, and then there were 7, but our good friend and colleague Dave Milner already said that at one point today.
Yeah. Well, the term, if you want to date yourself, is in Then There Were 3, which is an old Genesis album after Peter Gabriel left the band. But again, I'm not expecting you to know that information. But anyways, back to the track here. Heat 5 underway. Quarter, Jacobs, Raymond, Perkins, Calcett, Cook, and Humphrey. And in lane, looks like 7 or 8 there is out. Very good. 7, that is Joseph Calcett, Archbishop Spalding. But in lane 4, coming on, had a very good backstretch there in lane 4. Nathan Jacobs, Farragut.
Let's see if Calcett can hold on. He's coming off the final turn. One of the top freshmen in the state of Maryland.
He's shaking his head. He's fighting for every single inch to hold off this field. And that looked like it might have hurt a little bit at the end, but he pulled it out.
And he pulls out his first sub 50 of his life. Down from 50.56. Joseph Calcett, 5th place at the Independent School State Championships in Maryland. Over the 400. He has a shot of finishing inside of the top 5 in the nation now.
That's pretty impressive. That moves him up into the number 2 position with just one more heat to go. So Joseph Calcett, Archbishop Spalding, Brock Raymond also getting underneath that 50-second barrier, and that moves him up into 4th overall, still leading this field for the national title. Timothy Robertson from Heat 2.
And it looks like we're going to go lane by lane for the introductions for our 6th and final section. Starting in lane 9 on the outside from Bartlett, R.J. Brown.
And in lane 8 from Rogersville, Missouri, Cooper Dupree.
In lane number 7, the New Balance Nationals freshman indoor champion, Zayden Saxton of the Bullis School, the leadoff for the Penn Relays Championship of America 4x4.
In lane number 6 from Margate, Florida, Omar Thomas.
In lane number 5, one on his inside, you've got Zachary Pratt of the St. James Academy. At least he was on schedule. He'll be in 4. More on him later. It's Amari Green of Gulf United.
And there is Pratt. Zachary Pratt, St. James Academy, in lane 4.
This next young man is a New York State champion with Colonies Indoor 4x4. 48.80 as a freshman, Braden Miller of Sky's the Limit.
And from Rains High School, Jordan Middleton is in lane 2.
And on the deep inside, closest to the football field, Macklin Svalstad of Solon, Iowa.
Got to be tough here in this seated section if you're on those inside lanes. The configuration of this track, I mean, the advantage is that you can see the other competitors for most of the race until, if luckily or hopefully, you start passing some of them, making up that stagger. But the tough thing is that you are running those tighter turns. The faster runners are going to have the harder time running those inside turns. That centripetal force just tends to throw you off a little bit. So really, those key athletes are in those lanes 4, 5, 6, and maybe 7.
Zayden Saxton, the indoor champion, is in 7, so he is definitely one of them.
Underway here in our seated section, boys freshman 400 meters. Svalstad, Middleton, Miller, Pratt, Green, Thomas, Saxon, Dupree, and Brown.
Zayden Saxton has run a U.S. number 11 freshman time this season of 48:37, and he's made up some good ground through the first 200, but look in 4. Here comes Zachary Pratt of St. James trying to catch the top 4.
Zachary Pratt had a very good first 150. He may be slowing down here, it looks like a little bit, in lane 6. Omar Thomas, Margate, Florida, powering home here in our seated section of our boys freshman 400 meters with nobody in sight.
Oh my gosh! That's a freshman national record! Freshman national lead, pardon me, but either way, a 46.84 over a second off of Mikey Swanson's winning time from last year.
A new meet record, new U.S. number 1, and not far off a national record, but a dominant performance more than anything. When you think about the talent that was in this field, and you talked about the standards that it took to get into this meet, and how many athletes had broken 50 seconds, to come out here and run a 46.84. I mean, we skipped over 49, skipped over 48, and even skipped over 47. I mean, this young man won by almost a second and a half over Zayden Saxton from Bullis, and Bullis is no joke when it comes to sprints. So big shout out to Omar Thomas for a monster performance here in our seated section of our boys 400 meters. 46.84, personal best, meet record, U.S. number 1. That's how you finish the 400 meters.
The young man from Margate, Florida, even despite my near hold your horses moment, Omar Thomas just set a 2-second lifetime best. He skipped over the 48s and 47s nearly entirely, down from 48.96, as I said, to become national champion here at New Balance, running a near flawless 400. To think that he has 3 more years to hone his speed on all ends just only leaves you wondering what he's got in store for us next.
You got to think upperclassmen are already looking at that kid going, wait a minute, he's going to be in the championship section next year? My goodness. Moving on here now, after that amazing performance in the boys freshman 400, we move on to the girls freshman 400, one of 7 sections. They're in the blocks already, and we are moving here. These officials do not mess around when it comes to keeping this meet on time and keeping things flowing. And we are off and underway here. Heat 1, Jovi Kaufman in 3, Cameron Dunbar in 4, Amelia Kexis in 5, Laura Forsyth in 6, Lily Ryan in 7th, Emma McDonald in 8, and Sophie Menker in 9.
So you look at Laura Forsyth and Sophie Menker, both from the state of Michigan. They were part of their team's championship 4x8s last night. No question as to why they've chosen to go for a more conservative start is Lily Ryan of Boodley, Ontario, the Canadian leading with less than 200 to go.
Hey, those Canadians are fast. I'm telling you. They're running away from the snow. Look at her. I mean, I tell you what, I was a little worried that she went out a little bit too fast, but she seems to be holding her form very well here down the home stretch to take this Heat 1 and lay out a solid time for these other heats to think about.
57.
Lily Ryan. Wow. Not too bad. Not too bad. First time here in Heat 1.
Not at all. That appears to be a lifetime best for the Canadian. 57.47 confirmed. The furthest we've seen her go prior, at least according to World Athletics, was a 57.83 at last year's Flying Angels International Track and Field Classic in Toronto. That was a win. This race was also a heat win, and a good one at that for Lily Ryan. Like you said, she attacked it so hard out of the gate. You would have almost have been waiting for her to hit the lactic wall, but she never broke.
57s are good, but again, we're looking at times eventually down in the 52s. Our reigning champion, Kai Culpepper from Ruskin, Florida, last year running 52.80. And our meet record set, in fact, last year by Culpepper. Again, that time 52.80. So we're expecting some times down in the 52s, maybe 53s, as we get ready here for Heat 2. Becca Buzzle in lane number 1, Peyton Bloom in lane number 2, Isabella Kuzicki in 3, Naomi Akabo in 4, Lena Musial in 5, Madison Scott in 6, Kyla Jackson in 7, Sophia Baldry in 8, and Elizabeth Meehan in 9. So we got a loaded field here, 9 athletes starting our heat number 2.
Kyla Jackson in lane number 7. You think there might be some momentum for her coming from Bayshore, New York. Another Bayshore, New York resident became a national 2-mile champion yesterday, and that was Maggie McCormick. Kyla Jackson, though, a little slow off the line, third from the outside. We'll see if she gets back into this.
Lane 4 there, looking really well there. Naomi Akbo got out very good there in the first 100. She almost made up the stagger there on lane 5, but starting to slow down. Lane 2's looking really good there. Peyton Bloom on the outside as well in lane 9. Elizabeth Meehan, we'll see how coming off the turn here. Looks like Meehan might have that slight edge, but she's going to get challenged on the inside from Bloom.
Let's see if the Norfolk, Virginia resident can hold on. Out of Granby High School, a 58.27 performer. To the line she comes.
Meehan at the line there. It looks like Elizabeth Meehan there, in fact, takes that 57.79. Peyton Bloom, 58.81.
Wow.
And it looks like we are going to head down to the track here to talk to our 400-meter boys freshman champion.
With Omar Thomas, Omar, you have the banner on. Records are meant to be broken. New personal record, new meet record as a freshman. Where did such a big race come from?
It came from practice. I did everything I was supposed to do in practice. And on the track, at the track meet, I put everything that I was taught onto the track.
Congratulations. What you were taught is well. First time touching 46. How are you feeling, man? How's the body holding up?
It's pretty tired right now, but I feel accomplished, and in a little bit, my body will be recovered.
All right, well, congratulations. You got a bright future, man. Give it one more time for Omar Thomas, everyone, your 400 champion.
That was great there. Devontae Ford interviewing our 400-meter boys champion, both sitting on the ground. Devontae's probably a little tired himself, but certainly our champion is as well.
I just love the confidence at which he said, I'm tired, but I feel accomplished. He has really put what he's done into perspective, and that just showcases his maturity. You heard the way he really preached what he practiced.
Well, if you got to lay it all out on the line there, so you should be tired at the end. Meanwhile, back to the action here in a girls' freshman 400-meter. Race is off and underway here. Mackenzie Kurgat in 1, Sutton Amarin in 2, Savannah Forrester in 3, Jordana Falvey in 4, Tristan Griffin in 5, Ayandi Bendelli in 6, and Lily Glickman in 7.
I don't think Glickman was expecting to run blind out of her lane. She is in 7, as you just mentioned, for the Averill Park Roadrunners, a 57.74 performer, but she's got some ground to make up. Look at Ayade Bandele of high-level track, staying tall and confident as she enters the final 100.
Also looking good is Forrester, and then just on her outside there, Falvey. Falvey now coming on really strong there in lane 4. She had bided her time, came off that turn. Sorry, that's lane 5. That's Griffin, Tristan Griffin. She's the one who had that amazing finish there. Came off the turn really strong. just kind of sat back patiently there for a while, but comes out with a 57-25 win. St. James Academy over Bendelli, 57-44, high-level track. Coming up second in that, but Griffin, again, we're seeing kind of a pattern here. A lot of the athletes, not all of them, but a lot of them are having a lot stronger final 150, 175. They kind of bide their times a little bit, don't overshoot things too soon, and then just come flying off that turn and power home. Because if you can keep your form in the 400, that's how you win a 400.
And Tristan Griffin just showed us that, and I think she's really showcased what that speed development has done for her in the earlier stages of her career. She set a 200-meter PR at a meet in Florida just a few weeks ago, along with her 400-meter PR at the same event, 57.78 and 25.66 over those two distances in opposite order. So she is really developing as a full-on sprinter. 57.25, her new lifetime best.
Yeah, it's good. Sometimes as a 200-meter runner, you can find yourself going out a little bit too fast. So she was nice and patient with that and came on strong at the end. Meanwhile, heat 4 of 7 in our girls' freshman 400 meters. Jade Walker in 1, Presley Merkins in 2, Jordan McNeely in 3, Keena Carter in 4, Ariana Diawara in 5, Avery Strickler in 6, Leah Ranmaker in 7, Leah Harris in 8, and Emily Noble in 9.
So section 4 of 7 here in this girls 400.
And we're off here. Walker, Merkins, McNeely, Carter, Diawara, Strickler, Ranniker, Harris, and Noble.
And would you look at the start of Leah Ranacker, the freshman from Speed and Endurance Track Club, a 24.94 200 starter. So you talk about that early aggression. She is showcasing it now.
Jordan
the hardest part of the race.
Jordan McNeely in 3 as well. Keep an eye on her. She's made up that stagger on lane 4. And then at lane 5, Ariana Diawara. Strong form here off that turn. You can see those arms pumping. Diawara, Renegade TC.
Nice finish by Noble on the outside. But like you said, Mark, Ariana Diawara of Renegade, 56.37. Noble, 56.93. We got our first two sub-57s of the day. Still with 3 sections to go after this.
Nice lifetime best there for Ariana Diawara, Renegade TC. Great arm movement there coming off that turn. Kept the things really strong. Sometimes you can start to chop those arms, and that really starts to stifle your stride. You're not able to really reach out with your legs if those arms are just staying low and tight. And her arms were nice and wide and open, and that helps open up the stride at the end there. Looked really good there. Diawara, our new leader here after 4 heats, 56.37. Still got 3 heats to go. We expect those times to start to chop down as we get near that heat 7, that seeded section.
You've still got plenty of girls, I think, in this 5th section with the potential to rival, if not exceed, what we just saw from Diawara.
Kyra Jones in 1, Niley Siki in 2, Lauren Hines in 3, Malaya Slater in 4, Eden Dunleavy in 5, Madison Brown in 6, Sarai Owusu in 7, Sarah Beth Gramaccioni in 8, and Gianna Landry in 9.
Madison Brown from the Bullis School. She's gone 56.50 at the McNamara Last Chance National Qualifier. Also with 2 2,800 runners, so she is swam in both pools, 400 and 800. Not a bad blend to have at all.
Here we go, underway. Jones, Siki, Hines, Slater, Dunleavy, Brown, Owusu, Gramaccioni, and Landry. Good full field here, and in lane 4 out pretty solid there, Malaya Slater.
And so too the Floridian Gianna Landry out of TFA in 9. She's a 57.2 runner at her best, and she is trying to do it the Wade Van Niekerk way. Nobody is pulling on her right now.
Gianna Landry looks like she will be coming off the turn here in the lead. It's in her control here. But in lane 7, Sarai Owusu, monster power home here. Sarai Owusu, Finksburg, Maryland, 56-30, taking the lead here overall. I tell you what, again, it's amazing when we talk about these early names here in the first 150, 175, maybe 200 meters. But as soon as they hit in those turns, those athletes with that true strength just start to power home. It's not so much that they're getting faster, it's just they're maintaining their control while the other athletes are starting to slowly slow down. And those athletes that can maintain their form, maintain their power, have worked the hardest on maintaining their power at the end. Those are the ones that are going to come through here. And we see that lifetime best there, Sarai Owusu, Finksburg, Maryland, 56-30. The Lyseek, Houston Red Raiders, 56.97 for second. So Owusu has the top time. 2 heats to go. Heat 6 on the track. Coming up next. Here we go. Call to the blocks. Sophia Williams, Demaya Wilson, Cree Franklin, Isabel Ori, Alvia Blankson, Even Willie, Jade Smith, Ava Edwards, and Olivia Russell.
Watch for Olivia Blankson of the DC Cadets. She's been called to run numerous relays with her team out of St. John's College High School in our nation's capital.
Could we see a sub 56 here?
Very much possible.
Well, let's wait and see as these athletes are off here in lane 3. Cree Franklin, Lions TC, got out real strong. Made up the stagger on 4, trying to make up the stagger on 5. But also in lane 7, going out very well, Jade Smith, DC Cadets. And again, it's all going to be who has the strength here in the final 200 meters. Lane 2 as well, Demaya Wilson.
I mentioned the DC Cadets. They've got another in this. Jade Smith, as you mentioned, in lane number 7. She is the 100 and 200 DC district champion, and she's pulling up on the inside shoulder of Ava Edwards of AOC Ambler.
Smith and Edwards. Edwards seems to have the advantage here. Smith just starting to fade a little bit. And Ava Edwards, AOC, Ambler TC, got some serious challenge there on the inside there from Jade Smith. And again, we do see that sub 56, 55-35 for Ava Edwards. A nice season best there. And Jade Smith probably got dragged to that PR, 55-56. So they go 1-2 overall here with our seated section.
An incredible,
ready to go.
Incredible display there by both of those two, moving into the top 20 nationwide for freshmen. And we've still got a heat to go. And Ava Edwards, with all that pressure, we mentioned a 100 and 200 DC state champ coming on her inside. She held through brilliantly. A new freshman year personal season best with a Hapro Horsham Ambler. Starting on the outside now in our freshman girls 400 meter top heat, it's the New York State champion, Liliana Griffin from Shaker.
And in lane 8 from Washington, D.C., Avery Foxworth.
Look out for Kyla Whitehead of the McNamara Mustangs, 53.95, the Washington Catholic Athletic Conference champion.
And we've been talking about Bullis all weekend, and here's another Bullis athlete, Myra Andrell.
Maya Arundel was just thousands away from a national title in the 100 meters. But here's a young lady that has no shortage of national titles in the relays with Union Catholic, Abby Rabisky.
And next up, Khadijah Diagni, Metro Cobras Boston. She's had a busy day today. We'll see if she can finish strong.
And Anaya Joseph up next for Rough Cuts out of the New York City front.
And then out of LA, a nice long trip for Carter Perry in lane 2.
And that looks to be your entire field. No Ariana Madera of Spice's Track Club, one of the rangier freshmen in New York State from Long Island, but still an absolutely loaded field. You heard me mention the New York State champion off the bat, Liliana Griffin. She's the reigning middle school runner-up behind Arundel, so a little rematch between the lanes 6 and 9. But with all that talent in the middle, you can't help but look at Rubisky. She's the national freshman leader over the 800 at 2:05. Will be chasing down all of the sprinters to her exterior.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on those middle lanes. Rubisky, Arundel, Whitehead. Diagni's, again, had a long day here. We'll see if she's still got enough strength left to keep up with these other young ladies.
Avery Foxworth in 8 as well, the DC champion, 40, I think that 54.54.
And we're off and underway here in our seated section. Girls freshman 400 meters. We'll get a good idea as they come down this home stretch. And in lane, looks like 7 there, looking really well, Whitehead.
And also Maya Arundel from Bullis School in 6. She is just waiting for her moment to pounce, floating brilliantly to the halfway point.
Arundel already making up that stagger on lane 7, 8, and 9. Arundel with the lead, but now she's being challenged on the outside by Whitehead again.
An immediate response, but Maya Arundel's got another trick up her sleeve.
Whitehead made that move coming off that turn, and as soon as she made that move, Arundel just said, nope, I'm taking this home. You're not challenging me here today. 52.88. That's a new U.S. #1 time, taking down Kayla Hawkins just underneath that time, and just about 8/100ths of a second off of Kai Culpepper's meet record. So an absolutely fabulous time there. Maya Arundel, Bullis, 52.88 PB. Whitehead also driven to a PB, 53.83. And Liliana Griffin, 54.79.
And so Griffin gets another top 3 finish just off of her 54.20 lifetime best that she set at States last week. But how about the battle between Whitehead and Arundel? The DMV, all of the pride was on the line right there. And you cannot help but feel happy for Maya Arundel here. She's had to deal with her 52.99 400 PR being unbroken since her 8th grade year, through all that she's done in between. A freshman national record over 300 meters at 37.4. A near national title in the 100 meters with a win legal 11.27. And now she gets her national victory in 52.88.
See that look on her there when she was on the camera. She just kind of let out a big sigh like, whoa. You know, that was tough. That was tough. But again, I mean, a great move there from Whitehead to try to challenge her, but Arundel just pulled away.
And so now it is time for the first of 11 sections in the championship boys 1 mile run.
And when we say 11 sections, we're talking about 11 sections of up to 16 to 17 athletes per section. So a lot of young men qualified for this meet, and so we're going to have some great quality. Obviously, we'll get faster and faster as we go through these heats. But again, as you mentioned, 11 heats, heat 1 on the track here. They'll run in a stagger for most of these heats, especially anything over 9 or 10 athletes. They'll have that outside stagger. They'll break after the first 100 meters.
As they are called to the line and released, Ryan Walensky of Bullis, Josiah Conley of Concord, New Hampshire, Owen Heilman of Bullis, Kaiser Johnson of Grand Island, Nebraska, Andrew Kosima of GDTF, Massachusetts, Arjun Bhatt of Tiger Elite DC, Cole Page of U32, Tyler Burke of Raleigh, North Carolina, Joseph Robinson of Spring Valley, Brant Childress of Cavalry Day, Andrew Wright of K-Zoom, Samuel Baker of K-Zoom, Noah Menchaca, Austin, Texas, and Ethan Kruska of San Francisco as they jockey for position. We are getting ready to send it down trackside to hear from the Bullis School freshman sensation herself, your 400-meter champion for the freshman, Maya
Your
Arundel.
champion, Maya. She has ran 52 as a freshman. What does it feel like to run that fast?
Feels great. I know how to execute my races better, so next time I'm here, just watch out.
All right, you got second in the 100 just a day ago, and you come back and win. How did that 100 loss motivate you today out here?
It motivated me because I knew my capabilities as a person. Just because I'm freshman doesn't really matter. So after the 100 loss, I knew what I wanted to do today.
And you executed amazing. So last thing, I see the pink spikes. I like them. Tell me about these spikes.
Honestly, they're gorgeous. I just switched out from the green ones, but I feel like these ones are better because it shows my personality. And watch out, they're going to be bedazzled soon.
Well, watch out for her bedazzled shoes. Give it up one more time for your freshman 400 champion, everyone.
All right there. What a great interview there. Both 400-meter freshman kids on the ground, exhausted, given everything they had for those interviews.
How about the wardrobe, too, for Maya Arundel? Awesome stuff.
Our initial leader, Owen Heelman from Bullis, had taken it out, but right before that break, Samuel Baker had taken over the lead here. They went through that first 409 meters right around 104.80. So they're right around 416 to 420 pace here for Heat 1. Baker still leading here as he comes through halfway. I would say halfway, probably around 208, 209. But the split at 809 meters, 210.56. So again, they're right around 415 to 420 pace, which is not bad here for our first heat.
And Samuel Baker of Kalamazoo Central, the junior, has run this pace before. 4:15.61 to place fourth at the Michigan Division I state championships, but he's got some pretty strong company on his shoulder in the form of Austin, Texas, Noah Menchaca. You see him repping the Lone Star State on his wardrobe, and Owen Heilman, the sophomore of Bullis, tracking the both of them. There goes Menchaca to the front.
Yeah, he didn't look like he wanted to stay back on Baker too long there, and he looks like he's making a big, bold move here, getting ready to go into the bell lap. Wants to try to get clear of this field. Nobody seems to be reacting either, which I find surprising, as Menchaca heads into this bell lap with a nice comfortable 5 to 10 meter lead, but he's gonna have to hold it out here. Came through in 3:15.19 with a lap to go. Noah Menchaca
from Austin, Texas, is going to try and hold this lead, but surging very strong from San Francisco, California. Here comes Ethan Kruska, and here comes Cole Page of U32. Who else do we have? Andrew Kosaba of GD Track and Field from Massachusetts. He's now into the number 2 spot.
Kosaba just came kind of out of that pack out of nowhere, bursted on the scene here in the backstretch, and now he is challenging Menchaca. But Menchaca now all of a sudden found another gear there with about 100 to go. He sensed Kosaba coming up on him, and Menchaca just powered home. Very happy there, arms up with a nice solid time there, 4:16.10.
A new lifetime best for Noah Menchaca, the junior from Austin, Texas. Competes in the regular season with Round Rock McNeil High School. 4:16.67, his prior PR, but he has shown up with the right fitness, with the right mentality, and with the right closing speed. 60.92 on the final 400, and I want to know what his final 100 was. That had to have been sub 15 with the way he responded, as you said, Mark, to Andrew Kosaba's charge.
Yeah, Kosaba made a really valiant charge there with about 200 meters to go. And it was almost, you can kind of see that Menchaca sensed that challenge and then just decided to find an extra gear and take that home. As we get ready for our second heat here, you can see the athletes now on the track. Another deep field of about 17 athletes getting ready to take off here in Heat 2 of our boys' championship mile.
Some names I recognize here. One whom we've called quite a bit, William Carranza of Eastside Prep from Baltimore. He tripled in his state championships out of Maryland for the 800, 1600, and the 3200. Watch out for him wearing hip number 12. And Charles Rich of Scarsdale, all the way on the inside and one very right of your screen, helped really get his team back into their Federation 4x8 last week in New York States with a 1:53 second leg.
Kid's got some speed. Here we go, underway here. Charles Rich, Elijah Woodworth, Moises Salazar Jr., Nico Cardello, Bryce Cotterman, Finn Miller, Edwin Aliva, Adam Haggart, Tristan Gentile, Brendan Woods, Carson Spencer, William Carranza, Ewan Alzarek, Brian Morrison, Jackson St. Lawrence, Carson Meskimen, and Donovan Noah. So another deep field here in our boys Section 2 championship mile.
I never thought I would see two Carsons in the same race.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a unique name. It might be kind of one of those modern names that, you know, when kids were born, everybody was naming their kid Carson.
I was, fun fact, born on the 75th birthday of the late, 75th birthday of the late and great Johnny Carson. Little fun fact about myself, Carson Gambaro, who was very, very stricken with FOMO when I found out I was not invited to a viral race to figure out who was the fastest Carson in the world.
Well, speaking of Carson, he is sitting in that second position just behind Carranza, taking things out in 63.74. Very respective first lap. That's probably for 400 meters, right around 62 mid. So a very solid early, and you can see why that field is strung out. We don't see the angle right now, but the field is already well strung out there.
And around 135 through 609 meters, William Carranza wants to go after a fast effort. We mentioned how well he's performed at the championship level. Brings 4:11.69 credentials from states. He ran that as part of a triple. He has been waiting for this opportunity to do it as an individual. He's had a busy weekend nonetheless, but here he is, leading to the halfway point.
4:11, and he's only in this second heat of this championship mile. I mean, that's pretty impressive. You can imagine the times that we're going to see later on, and he just keeps powering and powering ahead after that second lap. 2:07, probably about a 2:06 or so for 800 meters. That's a pretty impressive first opening 800 meters for our Heat 2 section.
And he's got 1:54 800 speed, which he also ran at the Maryland State Championships. So how can he steadily dial that up remains the question for Carranza, as Carson Meskimen of North Liberty out of Iowa slots up in second. Nico Cardello of East Lyme in Connecticut third. And now a strong push from seventh at the halfway point to fourth right now is Elijah Woodworth of Pendleton, South Carolina.
I've seen a lot of Cardello throughout the season up there in the New England area. Tough runner, but he needs to probably get a little bit better contact there with Meskimen. And then Meskimen himself needs to make sure that he doesn't let Carranza too far ahead here, because we're coming up on the bell lap, and it just does not seem like he's able to catch, and Carranza extends his lead. So he goes out in 63, 63, 63. Very efficient running here for Eastside Prep's William Carranza.
And just look at the gap open up with each and every stride. He is really starting to lengthen here as Meskimen tries to respond with everything he's got. The man in second with his shades from Iowa. But here comes Elijah Woodworth, the South Carolinian. Looks to be one of the only men brave enough to try and challenge Carranza with whatever he's got left in this race.
Carranza's going to have to find something, because this field is coming. He looked a little rough there on the backstretch. His head starting to bobble and starting to go back. That's unfortunately a sign of fatigue. He's overstriding a little bit here down the home stretch, but it looked like he had just got just enough room ahead of this field to put them away as he comes down the home stretch, still shaking his head a little bit, and will take this Heat 2 in a time of 4:13. He runs a 62 high for for the last lap. So very efficient, 63, 63, 63, and just about another 63, and comes up with that time, 4:13.15.
And did you see where the clock initially stopped? That was when he hit 1,600 meters, pretty much identical to his personal record of 4:11.69, and that was against his state competition. He's competing with guys, as we mentioned, from states like South Carolina, Iowa, even Carson Spencer, the other Carson coming up for the silver in that heat from Cincinnati, Ohio. He weathers the storm brilliantly and leads wire to wire almost uninterrupted on the front. William Carranza, an incredible weekend for he and the Eastside Prep boys.
Yeah, solid performance. I love the efficiency of each and every lap. I mean, when you start to get to that mile distance, mile and 2 mile, when you're running a championship race, sometimes you could hold back a little bit too much and expect to have some big, huge kick. But if you're a fast runner and you can maintain efficiency and be comfortable with leading out there the way that Carranza did that entire heat, then, again, you've got a great shot of at least winning your heat. As we see the athletes on the track now in Heat 3 of 11 in our boys' championship mile.
Watch for Nathaniel Diamos of Gardner, New York, competes for Wallkill High School. He won the 800-meter state title in the Empire last week with a massive lifetime best of 150.74. He's also been able to stretch it out nicely to the mile, so we'll see how he responds. A couple of other names I recognize. Elijah England, he was in the 2 mile yesterday representing Crown Point, New Mexico. So guys coming from all over in search of national pride and glory.
Elijah England, Crown Point, New Mexico, has decided that he wants to take this field out here in the opening stages.
He's a 4:15.64 full miler, and he is so far well ahead of that pace by what I saw from the first 300 meters, making it honest for the rest of the field to determine how fit they're feeling to go with. Connor Poland of Newark Academy looks to be in third as they hit 4:09. Wow, 61.76 for Elijah England. Jack Wilcox of Columbia, the South Carolina State Capitol, in second, and there's Poland right there in third.
Strung out quickly again in this race after a very strong first lap there from England, 61.76. Probably low 61 flat for 400 meters if we were looking at it that way. Wilcox not giving up on him. You see that little look there. England just keeps looking over his shoulder like, hey, I went out pretty fast. Why are you all still here?
Well, you consider some of the other guys. You heard me mention Nathaniel Diamos, who sits in fourth right now in the blue kit for the Wallkill Panthers. He's run 4:12.64 to go along with his 150 wheels. He ran that to place 12th in the Federation in New York State. He's slipping a little bit to the mid-pack as the pace decelerates, trying to stay tucked in on the inside and minimize his distance as they approach halfway.
England just might have been looking at Wilcox going, hey, you're right up on my shoulder. If you want to go, brother, go. I'll go with you. Don't make me do all the work out here. And it remains there, England and Wilcox, your early leaders and still leaders. So, like you mentioned, they really slowed things down there. After a 61, they come back with a 65. Nathaniel Diamos, Gardner, New York, gets up into that third position, and you're going to start to see guys now going, wait a minute, that second lap, way too slow. We need to get going here if we want to get placed well in the overall final scores.
And we're seeing that now from Connor Poland, who has just slithered his way into third from Newark Academy in Livingston, New Jersey. He is a MIT commit, bound for one of the top Division III schools in the nation and also one of the top academic institutions anywhere in the world. We'll see if Poland can make some timely moves here.
Yeah, I tell you what, those MIT guys, they're not just smart, they are fast. They've got a great program up there in the Boston area. They do really, really well in cross country as well. And it looks like England now reestablishes himself in the lead. He wants to power home here in the final lap. They ran a 64, so they picked it up a little tiny bit. But there's going to be a lot of guys after those middle laps that are going to have a lot of speed. So England's going to have to really make sure that he gets going here.
I think he knew exactly how much he'd have left for this last lap. He has judged this first 1,400 and change pretty well, but here comes the New York State champion into third, Nathaniel Diemos, and also moving with hip number 7, who took the bell in 7th place, is Micah Gaynor, gaining from Morgantown, West Virginia.
Coming off this final turn, England trying to hold on. Your early leader, he relinquished it a little bit to Wilcox, but he's trying to hold on here for the win. This is going to be a solid final lap here. It takes a little look over, keeps looking on the inside just to make sure nobody's coming in. You can't come on the inside. You are on the rail even though there's lanes on the inside. And he powers home there, a 62-14 final lap there to run 4:13.37. Huberlig, Carlisle TC comes up strong in second, 4:14 flat. And Dimos, 4:15.03, the Gardner, New York athlete.
Looks like a full mile PR for Nathaniel Diemos, the New York State 800-meter champion, has to settle for third here. A little bit too far out of touch to summon his 150 wheels. But how about Elijah England increasing his New Mexico State lead to end the season? A junior from Navajo Prep. One more year left for him to develop. We saw some New Mexico guys attack the sub-4 barrier last year. Corbin Coombs, the big name that I could think of off the top of the dome. It's a very sneakily good state to be a distance runner outside of Albuquerque, where the New Mexico Lobos lie.
I've done some training in Albuquerque. There's a lot of professional athletes that go and train in that area. There's some wonderful trails, wonderful places to eat. The green chili there is absolutely spectacular. So great place to go and train.
Noted.
So next up, we're moving along here in our boys championship mile. We've got Heat 4 just taking off right now here. Again, another loaded field here. Carson Zuba, Harper Huckabee, Christopher Burns, Talon Girardi, Maurice King Jr., Isaac Schools, Eli Aiken, Maddox Roach, Liam Chapelier, Cooper Erickson, Zachary Paredes, Liam Bettis, Carson Korber, Marshall Brown, Benjamin Burkle, Alex Gray, and Peyton Jocelyn. Are you going to cheer for the Carson again?
Well, for professional reasons, I cannot cheer for anybody, but 2 races with 2 Carsons, I don't know if we'll ever see that again.
I haven't seen a single Mark, I don't think, in any. I've seen a few Davises, but I haven't seen very many Marks out here. Apparently not a very popular name, and probably not a popular name with a C in it.
It's funny because that's actually my father's name and spelling, Mark. Nobody knows that, though, because he goes by Tony.
We got a lot of fun facts out here today, folks. And they are out in a very pedestrian 6508 Marshall Brown Rye Riders.
We'll be really curious to see what Marshall can do in a situation like this. He was more so riding the train at last week's New York State Championship final, where he absolutely broke out with a 4:10.16 state sophomore record to place 5th in the Federation. That was off of a 2:07, so it's not as though he's unable to accelerate off of a 4:20 paced start. But we'll see just what he can do as a front runner.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you go at that pace because you've got the talent and got the speed, and it may feel like, hey, I'm just kind of jogging here. The problem is some of these guys also in this field are also just kind of jogging out there, going out in 65. So you're not necessarily setting yourself up when you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're going to be kicking with 15, 16 other guys.
Nice move by Brown to defend the inside rail up to the halfway split, 2:08.56 officially with 4 even laps to go. Alex Gray of Durham, North Carolina has another response, though, as he is now taking the front-running duties.
Well, so those front runners, they've all picked it up pretty well there, all running mid to high 63. So they're getting this thing going a little bit more respectable, 2:08.56. And that is Alex Gray now, who wants to probably push this pace here in this third lap. I mean, you do not want to give too many guys in this field too much of an advantage as you go into that final last lap.
Marshall Brown, our early leader, has just been swallowed up. There's a little bit of hand tapping between he and one of the other runners behind this now three-way tussle for the lead. Liam Bettis of Taylorville, Illinois, the first to charge, but Carson Korber of DeSoto, Maryland follows as they hit the bell right around 3:11, 3:12 with 400 remaining.
Yeah, that was interesting. They pretty much almost went 3 lanes wide like they were coming down running 100 here. And Liam Bettis wants to push things. He drops a 62 to put himself in front. And some of these guys are going to be very fresh there after the first couple of laps. Bettis and Huckabee. Bettis trying to pull away here with 2 laps to go. Harper Huckabee, Jonesboro.
So it is the Illinois 2A state runner-up over the 1,600 meters. Liam Bettis trying to hold on to the lead, but look at this charge coming from third.
Alex Gray coming around Huckabee. No, that's not Gray. That's actually Erickson, Cooper Erickson. And oh my gosh.
It's Marshall Brown.
Marshall Brown.
What a finish.
You were just talking about how he got swept up. We weren't even looking at him. And then out of nowhere, he uses that easy first lap of 65 seconds to run a 59.01 and a 4:11.59 time. Wow.
That might be a conversion time for him from 1,600. Pretty close either way. 2 phenomenal miles in 1 week span for Marshall Brown of the Rye Riders. Liam Bettis taken by complete storm. He sets a personal best for second still. Great finishing form by Bettis, but even quicker turnover. The speed of Marshall Brown. He was the fastest sophomore nationwide over the 1,000 meters indoors. 2:29 over the K. And I remember back when I was really getting into being a fan of track and field, I would watch a lot of Nick Simmons videos. Even though I'm more from the 400 background athletically, when you consider the journey to becoming a sub-4 mile in the long term, Nick Simmons said it straight up, the moment you break 2:30 in the 1,000 is when you really know you have that potential.
That was just a great performance by Marshall Brown. Everybody was looking at Erickson trying to make a move off that turn, and Brown just came out of nowhere, bursting onto the scene, and takes that as we are off and underway here in Heat 5. Blake Glass, Benjamin Gasiorski, Nick Ferratella, Brian Garcia, Marshall Hune, Elijah Zuniga, Alexander Jones, Aiden Nelson, Trey Bailey, William Trouts, Kai Morrow, Gabe Simkis, Brooks Mello, Jacob Zale, John Templeton, and Reese Kubison. Those are your starting runners here as we get close to halfway through our boys championship mile.
You're going to want to watch out for a few of our top guys, most notably Reese Kubison for you Pennsylvania fans, as he represents Juniata Valley Striders, part of their distance medley relay that won Penn Relays. And plenty more other competitors to introduce as they come through just beneath 64th of the opening 409.
And as our milers are underway here in Heat 5, Michaela Shavers is going to get spoken to, our girls triple jump champion down on the infield.
The national champ.
I let my emotions flush out of me, and I just locked in and I listened to my coach and I had fun.
All right, and your coach told me ahead of time you were going to win this, and obviously he was right. What's that connection like with coach?
He's like my third dad and my best friend. I love my coach.
All right, now how are we going to celebrate being a national champion?
Wait, what you say?
How are we going to celebrate being a national champion?
Get some seafood.
Get some seafood. All right, congratulations. Give it up one more time for your triple jump champion.
I tell you what, that put me in the mood to get some seafood. I was looking at a sushi place earlier on today. I might have to hit that. Michaela Shavers jumping 13:07 in her fourth jump to take the title in the girls' championship triple jump.
So it was Reese Kubison, whom I mentioned, the leadoff leg for Mifflin County's DMR, who took us through 800 meters, but he's quickly been passed by Blake Glass, his fellow Pennsylvanian, hailing from Waterford. But he is definitely not unaccompanied as they come down this penultimate far stretch. What a surge by the man wearing hip number 8. That's Alex Jones, the future Emory Eagle, bound for Atlanta from Brooklyn Tech, New York.
Cubison taking a little bit of a hit there from behind as athletes started to bunch up. They all went out into about 2 or 3 lanes and quickly came back into one lane. And Cubison got a little bit of a kick from behind there, but hopefully has been able to recover.
Alex Jones, another guy that ran a 4:10 at the New York State Championships just last week. He is trying to hold his lead. He ran a 1:53 anchor for his 4x8, so we know he's got the speed. Now does he have the timing? Jones takes the bell, but a strong move back into second by Jacob Zale of Spirit of Pre. Ryan Garcia of New Haven also there too.
Alexander Jones drops a 61.8 to put himself in this position when everybody else was running 63s. So we'll see if that third lap took a lot out of him or too much out of him, as a pack of 5-6 athletes are now all going to challenge him. That 61 might have been a little bit too much there for Jones.
It looked like they were all sprinting against each other, and that's what's pulled them back into contact. That chasing 5 trying to hunt down the Brooklyn Tech engineer, Alex Jones. Does he have one more move off the final turn? Look out on the outside, Reese Cubison. Let's see who else is in the mix. What a finish here, and a 4:13 low. Huge negative split once again. That's Aiden Nelson in the polka dotted Tigers kit for Ridgefield from Connecticut.
It was hard to see there. There were 4, 5, 6 guys. We're all trying to zoom in and see if we could see a bib to see who that was, and it was Aiden Nelson who came out from that pack on top with a 60-point final lap there. Ridgefield track and field, Aiden Nelson takes that heat in 4:13.46. Simkis comes up in 4:14.07. And Alexander Jones holds on for third in 4:14.62.
Gosh, all this DMR talk has got me extra excited to see what happens tomorrow on day 3. You consider Ridgefield. We're talking about Mifflin County and what they've done in recent history, but Ridgefield was involved in the DMR of the century for all I'm concerned. 2 years ago in 2024, Crater from Oregon set the all-time national record, 9:44.30. Ridgefield was second in that race, so they were national DMR champs the year prior.
I've talked often about what my favorite event is. I have love for the steeplechase. I have love for the 5,000. I had a little bit of love for the mile. The mile and I had a love-hate relationship, but I loved the DMR. DMR is just got it for a distance runner. It's so exciting. You get a run with a sprinter. You get a run with a middle distance runner. I loved the 1,200 meter leg. That was my favorite leg to ever run. I got put on the mile a lot of times, but when we could have another really good miler, especially in college, I loved running that 1,200 meter leg. That was just the funnest leg. You get things going, you know, and I just had a blast running the DMR. Absolutely favorite relay to run.
Absolutely, and I have a soft spot for it too, because the first time I ever experienced breaking a school record was as the 400 leg, taking it from that 1,200 toed setter in a distance medley relay many, many moons ago. And so we can always reminisce. We can always hold those reminiscence and whatnot as we're on to heat number 6. Definitely some more players to watch here. Watch for Thomas Izanovsky of Racing City. He's a sub 410 guy. 409 for third at New York State's last week. He's chosen to hang a little bit further back and let the race develop in front of him. Alexander Medina of Hamden, one of the top distance runners in Connecticut, also part of this field with hit number 1.
So we got Casey Sangley pushing the pace a little bit here in the second half of this first lap.
We're scheduled to see his brother Preston Sangley in our fastest seated section. Casey, the junior from Spanish River High School, having a challenge on his outside shoulder.
Gavin Caddick, just before that lap finished, decided to make a nice little burst move to get there in front. Still respected pace, 62, so a bit of a bold move there from Caddick just to get around Sangley.
Gavin coming over from Fenton, Michigan, trying to make his trip worth it as Sangley stays nice and tucked in. You see he's repping the multicolored Florida kit, the same one that Zamari Sanders repped en route to a national defense in the 100 meters. I know we saw Cardinal Newman entered in a relay involving a 400, and I got a little zealous to want to see Zamari in that race, but either way, he's got that kit, and having moved up into second ahead of him is Caleb Rock now, the DC Cadets.
Yeah, as soon as Kadek made that move, by the time we got on the backstretch here, Rock made a solid position there, and now he's making another move here just before the bell lap. Caleb Rock, and he's pulling at Gavin Caddick along with them. That was a 61, so we're starting to see some pretty fast third laps from these athletes.
Well, we'll see what this third lap beholds as they hit the 8:09 split at 2:04.82, and I don't see really any signs of that slowing down, Mark. Like you said, a fast third lap is so important to really setting up a good close, and Caleb Rock, Gavin Caddick doing just that, but here's Thomas Isanovsky. We mentioned he was hanging back earlier, and really impressed by what I've seen from him this year, because in races past, up until his senior year, I'd see him always go out and try and run the legs off of everybody, and his competitors many a times wouldn't break it. He'd have to settle for a minor finish in the field. He has developed his closing speed down to 1:53 in the 800, and he has drawn up steadily to the leaders, just over a lap remaining.
Caleb Rock, I'm a little worried about that big move there in lap 2, and then he even tried to extend it there in lap 3. So he's going to have to do a lot of work here to stay out in front. Isanovsky, you can see him there. He's just been powering since 500 meters to go. He's just been powering and eating up that space on Caleb Rock.
And he makes the pass with less than 300 meters to go. He had to come from way behind also in Racing City's 4x8 that set a school record of 7:44 last night. Let's see if Rock's got another gear to respond to the future Embry-Riddle commit.
This is going to be an impressive, not only second half, but almost last 3 quarters of a race for Isanovsky. Ran 62 in his second lap and 61 in his third lap. But Rock, looks like Rock is not done. Caleb Rock, Isanovsky, like you said, maybe that bold move with about 500-600 meters to go might have been just too much, and he's starting to tie up here down the stretch. And Caleb Rock powers back ahead and just is able to outlast Isanovsky 4:09.90, a 63 last lap. Somewhat pedestrian for some of the last laps that we've been seeing out here. Isanovsky comes up 4:10.13 with a 62 last lap, but very impressive there. The last 800 meters, Rock was more like right around 64, when Isanovsky was more right around, averaging 2:03. I should say Rock ran about a 2:04. Isanovsky ran about a 2:03. But again, he started from so far back there with about 600-700 meters to go. By the time he made all that energy to get up to Rock, it just cost him in the last 100.
And the future Princeton Tiger saved that last move, which is ironically what Thomas Isanovsky's coach, Shane Zanetti, has preached many a times, but I know he'd be more than proud to see what he's just seen in the fastest full mile that Thomas has ever run, and Caleb Rock, too. 4:08.09, his converted 1,600-meter PR will survive, but a brilliant sub-4:10, the first of the evening, and we have still got 5 heats to go, Mark Davis.
And one of those heats just got back underway here. Heat 7, Dylan Devine, Joshua Palmer, Wells Peterson, Jace Works, Teddy Foster, Brandon Cloud, Nathan Simonich, Jacob Newman, Leo Brazil, Wyatt Kaufman, Will Wells, Elijah Wharton, Michael McNew, and Jonathan Grime. Again, another deep field here as we get closer and closer to that seeded section in the boys' championship mile.
So you mentioned a couple of those Virginians towards the end, Jonathan Grimm of Williamsburg and Michael McNew, the future Furman Paladin out of Cape Henry Collegiate from Virginia Beach. They're going to be dangerous. McNew, a 1:52.800 closer. Could run 4:13 over 1,600 meters. Independent state champion in Virginia. Will look to position himself well as they hit that first 409-meter split. The attempt to focus on the leaders, Brandon Cloud of 6 miles, 64.36.
Again, you can see because of the conservative first lap, most of that field in there. In the mix here, Leo Brazil, Jacob Newman, Wells Peterson, some of your early leaders here after the first lap.
Brandon Cloud, I believe, comes from Northville, Michigan. They've had quite a bit of representation here. Now in the form of 6 Mile Track Club. He ran a 4:15:21 indoor PR at a Grand Valley State meet. So he knows how to run at some pretty venerable indoor venues. And now he's coming here to Franklin Field, a pretty venerable outdoor venue.
I would hope that most people, if you said 6 Mile TC, that they would know that that's Michigan. I mean, I'm not sure everybody would, but, you know, you got to think some fans of movie and music would understand 6 Mile. More than likely was probably going to be from Michigan. Look at these.
Unfortunately, Lose Yourself is not on the soundtrack right now.
Yeah. I find it fascinating that some of these athletes so many times are going in what is considered lanes 3 on this track, just trying to make moves. I mean, things are bunching up. Another 64. There's going to be a lot of athletes in here that are going to start itching to get going here. 2:08 for Heat 7 is very pedestrian.
And you heard me mention some of those speedy closing Virginias. We'll look to see if Michael McNew can find his way through this traffic. Watch for him wearing hip number 10. He's trying to move up, as is Will Wells of Threshold and Beyond Coaching. Tall figure that we just saw in the mono white top. But we've got a new leader just over 500 meters out from the finish line. That's Wells Peterson of Celerity in Texas.
That's the tall figure in front there, Wells Peterson. But he did not have the lead for much longer there. Nathan Simonich, Union Catholic. And it looks like Nathan Simonich wants to get this race going. 3:11.97. If they want to put any mark on this overall compiled list, they're going to have an absolute monster kit. A sub 60 is going to be needed to get anywhere near the top of the current list.
And the 800 leg of Mifflin County's DMR is charging. Watch for him in the blue. This is Wyatt Kaufman up into third for the Juniata Valley Striders.
Jacob Newman as well. Jacob's trying to get up on the shoulder of Simonich. St. Edwards, Jacob Newman.
Here comes Kaufman off the turn. Wyatt Kaufman sweeping them up. And they're not going to catch the man from Mifflin County, the junior, going to bring it home. Yet another tone setter for Carter Smith to come later. 57.97 officially for Jace Works. Apologies on the earlier miss ID. Columbus Thorne.
Works came off that turn like Ricky Bobby, just swung wide there like in a NASCAR race, and runs a 57.97. Coming out of the deep pack of the field there, Columbus Thorne, Jace Works, 4:11.21. Just those early, I mean, you would have thought that being able to run a 57.97 last lap, that's probably at least worth a few seconds if they just got going a little sooner. But again, sometimes it just takes one or two athletes to dictate those early stages, and then next thing you know, you're going to have to run a really fast last lap to win the heat.
Well, Jace Works, though he might have flown beneath our initial radar, allow us to elevate and put into perspective the talent that this young man brought here to Franklin Field. Matched his 4:11 PR in the mile, but man, he is a 150 guy over 800 who's even run raw 400s out of the blocks in 50.27. He is very fast. Columbus, Indiana.
Yeah, we're hoping now that as we're getting closer and closer to our seated section of the mile, we're expecting some fast times. We've only right now got one time under 4:10. That is Caleb Rock with that 4:09.90 personal best there at a Heat 6. But now Heat 8, Rayanne Link, Kirk Hallman, James Dempsey, Asher Freddick, Robert Leonard, Ian Ress, Josh Volgely, Tyler Tomlinson, Claudel Mark Sherry. Hey, there's a Mark in there, middle name, M-A-R-C. Jamison Tinniper, Brody Richardson, Patrick Hill, and Cameron Libby.
And we have got a rematch from the Laux Mile at the Glen D. Laux games between Brody Richardson and Claudel Sherry. Those two buried in the mid-pack right now, but They went 1 and 2 in that order. Sherry had led into the final stretch, but in a rare instance got out-kicked by Richardson. So we'll see if Brody from Northampton can emerge as we hit that first 409-meter split.
Ryan Link, when he was down the home stretch there in this first lap, just kept looking over his shoulder like, guys, are you going to go? Are we going to go? I'm doing all the work here. And again, another pedestrian pace first lap. Maybe that's what he was thinking, like, guys, I need a little bit of help. We need, as a collective, we need to get this thing going.
Claudel Sherry, I'd imagine, just waiting to use his sit and kick strategies. This man closed in a 56-second last lap to win the New York State title in the mile just a week ago in a 4:08, off of a 2:07 opening half. So he is trying to position himself well, regardless of how the pace is dictated by those outside of him. Will it be fast enough, though, for him to go after a PR? We're going to find out very soon.
Nobody seems to be quite making any big moves here on Link. Mark Cherry there, just about a meter or so behind Link. Brockville Legion Track and Field takes things through. At least it was a 63. They're getting things going a little bit here. But you got to imagine Sherry and the rest of that field is going to want to finish strong here in the final half.
Claudel Sherry has already run a very impressive 151.95 anchor leg of North Rockland's All-American Sprint Medley Relay that placed fourth. He's made his move to the front with less than half of the race to go, and it's all about who can position themselves. You see Richardson, the man that out-kicked him at Laux. He is in around sixth right now. The Union College commit, another future Division III standout, waiting to emerge.
Elmhurst, Patrick Hill, sitting himself right off of Sherry there in second place, trying to position himself for the final lap here as they come down the home stretch. 500 meters to go.
Look at that smooth surge on the outside shoulder and immediately taking the lead back as they head into the bell. Sherry getting ready for his response, but 3:12, he might need to close in another 56 or 57 to take the lead. 4:09.90 is what they're chasing.
And that was Josh Vogel, Lexington High, South Carolina, with a big, bold move to get things going here, but it almost seemed to kind of activate Mark Sherry as he's powering down the backstretch here. And it's really only Vogel that's going to be able to challenge seemingly, unless we can see a monster kick from the chase back. And number 13 there, Brody Richardson, trying to wind up, but Sherry is so far out in the lead here. And look at that strength there, that arm power from Claudel Mark Sherry, North Rockland TC. Beautiful stride here down the home stretch to power away from all challengers.
And another great finish from Richardson, just like we saw at the Laux games, but too far distant to catch Sherry on this occasion. A 57.93 last 400 meters, picking it up from a 64 on the third lap. He was in complete control of that field. Josh Vogel made a great attempt to snatch that lead from him, the South Carolina state champion, with a 151.411 dual asset. But man, Sherry always has another move up his pocket. The future has a good long-term goal on his mind, and he shows us here at New Balance Nationals.
Yeah, Robertson just seemed like it, just making that move with about 250 to go. He was like 30, 40 meters behind. It just seemed like it was just going to be way too much to catch up to Cherry.
So Claudel will slot into third overall. Thomas Isanovsky and Caleb Rock still ahead. So I suppose Isanovsky wins the after-the-fact New York State battle here, as he was third behind Cherry at States last week.
And we're underway here. Heat 9 of 11. Just 3 more heats to go. 2 more before we get to our seated section. Landon Kimmel, Lucas Amador, Owen Horeni, Jackson Lamb, Sean Gray, Jason Robbie, Caden Livermore, John Bianchi. I'm very familiar with that athlete out of Natick. Reynolds Young, Marcus Valenzuela, Thomas Ray, George Lawson IV, Ryan Monahan, and Brody Watt Bianchi coming from a line of brothers of Bianchi's out of Natick High School there in suburban Boston. Always strong. He's now in his senior year. When he was a freshman, he was running some absolutely amazing times up there in the New England area.
So we'll see if John can find his way through this field. A couple of other guys to watch. Some really good strength on the line here. You look at Sean Gray, one of the top men out of Rhode Island. 8:50.76 is his 3,200 meter PR. You look at George Lawson, an 8:48 guy over twice this distance. If this race is fast, which it is, 62.90 faster than what we've been seeing, these guys may have something to offer in the long run.
You see Bianchi there in the middle. He's an absolute beast of a runner. He looks like he should be doing the decathlon. As you see him now coming out on the outside here on the backstretch, trying to position himself in a better place. But a very, very strong runner there. 62.90 first lap for Hereni, Watt, Amador, and Lamb. But even that order has changed now as people are starting to jockey in the middle laps here, put themselves in a little bit better position to get ready for the second half.
And Brody Watt is eager to defend his future home. He is committed to run with the Quakers of the University of Pennsylvania. He's positioned in second. He did a nice job on that far turn to really fend off all assaults on his outside. But Owen Hereni all the while has stayed clear of traffic as they hit the second half of the race, officially through in 2:06. So they've got a chance to break 4:10 at best.
Lawson the fourth, and Watt and Amador, Ray and Bianchi, all still in this mix, but we've seen runners come out of nowhere in some of these mile races. So with this field still so tight, it still could be anybody. Again, they're going wide here, almost into lane 3, just to position themselves to get ready. 600 meters to go here. And what we suspect to be a very solid time, 62.63. This is going to be a solid third lap here before we get ready to hit the bell lap.
Owen Hereni, your front runner, is a future Notre Dame Fighting Irishwoman, Fighting Irish man. I'm so used to saying that for Layla Bouchery, who was part of Legacy's second place finishing 4x8 last night. Either way, her future teammate Owen, a 1:48.800 guy, state champion in Illinois with 4:11 full mile chops.
And as we get through three quarters, Hereni is still in charge of this race. But there's a lot of contenders now getting ready to wind up here. Livermore, Amador, Ray. And it does not look like Hereni's going to be able to hold on to much longer unless he can react when these athletes are coming around him.
So the Illinois state champion just got overtaken by a Virginia state champion, Tommy Ray, the Class 5 1,600-meter winner. But Hereni, what did we say about his 800-meter speed? 1:48 is difficult to shake, and he is going to try his best to stick with Ray around this final turn. But Tommy Ray, what a burst.
Hereni made a very, very bold move there in the turn, and now he's starting to unfortunately go backwards as Ray powers on. And he made a very strong move there with a lap to go and never looked back. As soon as he went around Hereni, right before the last turn, decided, I'm going to try to make another big move, and it was just too little, too late. Ray pulls away, and Hereni unfortunately falls back. And it's Ryan Monahan coming up in 4:12.25. Tommy Ray, 4:10.30, 60-second last lap. Kemmel runs a 59.92 to come up in third. So he had a very strong last lap there to put himself in decent position. But again, we still only have one athlete under 4:09.90. I'm a little surprised. The conditions are fairly good here. But again, we're getting down to the cream of the crop here, Heat 10 and Heat 11.
Tommy Ray committed to the Nittany Lions of Penn State University. A very impressive and well-judged race by him. We mentioned his championship chops. Really, a lot of these guys have that as their equal, no matter what state they've had to weather. Tommy Ray had it on the day. The Connecticut state champion, Ryan Monahan, over the 800, second place in state open over the 1600 meters, made a great rally. Why was Ryan Monahan second place in the 1600, you might ask? Because the state open champion is in this race. Watch for Sam Leone of East Lyme as one of our many contenders. Our 2-mile champion, Kavi Gibson of Cary Academy, just 1 heat removed from the fastest section.
He still also has a DMR to run as well, but I was talking to him yesterday on the infield. He felt very confident about recovering from that 2-mile, and we'll see how he does in this mile. Meanwhile, the rest of the field here, Hugo Hamlet, Abenzer Cerrone, Elijah McCoy, Will Surratt, Matt Gosling, you mentioned Sam Leone, Luca Hammond, Kavi Gibson, our 2-mile champion from yesterday, Owen Munn, Silas Gardner, also from up in the New England area, part of a Gardner brother tradition, Charlie Palmore, Krish Desai, Sinri Mendoza, and Ben Lee.
So how about your early leader from Highlands Ranch, Colorado, the BYU commit, Ben Lee, who ran 4:03 as a junior. He has gone out incredibly quickly here, 60.99 all alone.
That is definitely at least a 60-second first 400, and he's not going to mess around here. Clearly, him and his coach had a strategy here. No more of these opening 63s, 64s, 65s. Just get out there and run. When you can run 4:03, going out in 60 is not expending yourself. Let's be honest here. You should be able to run 60, 61s all day long. Put that confidence out early.
And he has done just that, keeping the tempo on, as Krish Desai of Mira Costa has moved his way up to lead the chase pack. You've got a lot more strength in Ben Lee's wheels as well. He's really been working on his 3,200 meters this year, 8:47.89 at Arcadia. Again, getting to train and live at altitude as he will with Coach Ed Eyestone's Cougars. He is coming up to the halfway point of this race, still on incredible pace. Ben Lee in 2:01 with 2 to go. This young man, since his junior year, has yet to get in an extremely fast 1600. His seasonal best performance over that distance is a 4:12.31. 4:12 season best. Will he pay for his early aggression? Can somebody reel in this 4-second gap? It's Desai, the New Jersey State champion Elijah McCoy on the inside. Charlie Palmore of Mount St. Albans trying to move up as well. Owen Munn of Greensboro Gladiators, homeschool, also trying to emerge. He came from hip number 9 at the halfway point in position number 9. So he has positioned himself well to maybe give himself an outside shot at a chase down here, but it's all Ben Lee into the final 500 mark.
I tell you what, I mean, these athletes have a lot to make up for. It's Ben Lee's to lose. If he can maintain, I don't see anybody making up all of this space, but it is going to depend on whether he can, in fact, maintain.
His turnover still looks good to me, but his pace slipped by around a couple of seconds. 3:05.84. All he needs is a sub-67 and change to get a season best, but he wants to break 4:10 in his final high school mile. Ben Lee, the BYU commit. Here comes Gardner, here comes Munn. Silas Gardner trying to challenge, but Munn overtakes him heading into the final 200.
Ben Lee trying to hold on here, but athletes and challengers are coming. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on to this. He might have to find one gear that he may just not still have after those opening blistering laps, and he doesn't have it. Owen Munn, Greensboro Gladiators. He's the one to run down Ben Lee along with a few other athletes here, and we'll see what this time is. 4:08.92. Owen Munn, Silas Gardner, who I mentioned earlier from East Falmouth, Massachusetts, 4:09.63. Fabulous run there from Munn. I mean, you have to think to yourself, when Lee was so far out there, the confidence to be able to say to yourself, don't go after him, wait for him to fall apart, and I'll pick it up.
Either way, sub 4/10 for the entire top four. Owen Munn, 4:08.92 will lead heading into your championship top heat. Section 11 of the boys' mile. 13 competitors, beginning with Trinity Louisville's Aiden Taylor.
Next up, from Silverthorne, Colorado, Jay McDonald.
The Colorado 4A 800-meter state champion. Watch for him, as well as all the way from Oceanside, California, UCLA commit Josiah Bowman.
That's my hometown, Oceanside. Alexander Mazio, Lower Merion AC.
Cornell commit, 4:07.61, his PR a little bit quicker for this man, the junior from Quaker Valley, Jonah Montanese, 4:05.68.
And DeForest, let's welcome Lucas Tanner.
Future Furman Paladin, you see the symbol right there. Here's Banner Barnes of Noblesville, Indiana, 4:04.89. We're getting faster as we go.
And next up, Kylie Kaizia, Wilmington, North Carolina.
Riley, the North Carolina 8A state champion. Here is the future D3 star bound for MIT from Newburyport, Massachusetts, Michael Mahoric.
And all the way from Eugene, Oregon, Yusuke Shibata.
From Lee's Summit, Missouri, Leo Butler, winner of the Kansas City Metro Mile Championship in a 4:08.02.
And Downers Grove TC, Philip Cupiel.
The future Virginia Cavalier 4 flat 41 at Magis Miles 2 weeks ago, but not much sooner. Carter Smith, 3:59 flat, the defending champion, the future Oklahoma State Cowboy, ready for battle.
You got to think, even though a lot of these athletes have run very low 4 minutes, when you realize you're stepping on the line with a high school athlete that has broken 4 minutes in the mile, one of the greatest barriers in all of track and field, that's daunting.
It just so happens that Carter Smith's personal record matches the New Balance Nationals meet record, held by his fellow Pennsylvanian Drew Griffith of Butler, working his way back from injuries in his career with Notre Dame, but still the PA legacy lives at large here in Franklin Field, and I cannot wait to see what unfolds in this race.
I just hope they get after it. I don't want to see a pedestrian first lap or two. I'd love to see these athletes really try to challenge each other. This is a great opportunity to put on a great show here. Franklin Field, New Balance, National Outdoor Championship, seated section, boys mile, underway. Let's see what kind of electricity these athletes can spark up.
In the event that it does turn tactical, you definitely got to watch out for Jay McDonald, our second competitor to have come out. He ran a 1:48.64 800 at 5,500 feet of altitude to win his state championships in 4A. If we look at this first 209 split, it's nothing crazy, around 31, but I'd expect them to be in the low 60s once they hit the first quarter.
Mahoric out there leading the charge. Michael Mahoric, Newburyport, Mass. New England runners doing very well here in these last couple of heats.
Mahoric, a Massachusetts state champion, as we mentioned, bound for MIT. He had a 4:05.77 lifetime best to win the Bay State Running Elite Scholastic meet. So he's in good recent fitness, but they're bunching up as they hit 400. It's outside of 62.63. 62.76 official. Mahoric being given the delegatory rabbiting duties.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad, 62. I'm not too disappointed in that, to be perfectly honest with you, because I think that if they went out in 60, then they're gonna, maybe that's a little bit too much at the beginning. I have a feeling we're going to see a very strong finish in the second half of this race. Mahoric now trying to separate himself a little bit here from the field. We'll see that angle on the camera here as they make that turn. He's trying to get a little bit of space here on Smith and Kazaya.
A lot of contact towards the back of the pack. It looked like Jonah Montanese and Alex Mazio were involved in some contact. Carter Smith has stayed so relaxed, still positioned in third as a big move towards the front to take that lead. That looks like Riley Kazaya will confirm our halfway split in a moment. Looks like they've kept it relatively steady from 2:04 with 2 to go. And it is Lucas Tanner of DeForest, Wisconsin, who made that big surge to take the lead.
61.40 there for Tanner to get into that pole position. And I just see things picking up from here. I mean, we're definitely going to be low 4. I don't see us breaking 4 at this point, but it's going to be low 4, yeah. Mohoric now going back into the lead.
A great response to Tanner's move. Carter Smith has stayed in striking position, and now Philip Kupial of Downers Grove in Illinois getting closer and closer to sub 4. The future Virginia Cavalier ran a number 3 state all-time performance of 4 flat 41, as we mentioned. He came from 14th place at states to a state champion in the 1600, so he has improved vastly.
I'm telling you what, Carter Smith looks great. Everybody's been exchanging leads behind him, or exchanging leads in front of him, exchanging positions behind him, and he's just sat there quietly in 3rd place. He's now in 2nd, and I have a feeling Carter Smith is going to wind up here.
Well, the future Oklahoma State Cowboy dropped a 1:48.55 800 personal best in Seattle, fresh off of his 3:59 mile. He is prepared for almost any racing situation in which he encounters. And as a New Balance NIL athlete, he is in striking position on the back of Michael Mohoric.
Smith trying to go around, but now he's getting challenged here by Philip Kupial. Philip Kupial made the move before Smith could, but Smith is going with him. Smith, I think, looks like he's got a little bit better speed in his stride. He's just got to get around Kupial, and it's what a battle here. Kupial trying to fight off Smith. Smith, Kupial, Smith. Kupial gets a couple of yards here on Smith, and Kupial takes down the 3:59 miler.
Wow! 55:21 on the last lap for Philip Kupial of Downers Grove.
Wow. I tell you what, when you've got a 3:59 miler coming up on your shoulder off of that turn, to have the strength and courage Philip Kupial expended there, running a 55:21 Downers Grove TC, and your New Balance National Outdoor Champion. That's got to be some pride that not only you win that championship, but you take down what is considered one of literally the best milers in the entire country.
And let's talk about the move that he made to get it done with just over 200 meters to go. He saw Michael Mohoric. He saw Carter Smith waiting to make his move, made his, Philip Kupial did, and it almost seemed like that took Smith by surprise. He instantly chopped his stride, went to the turnover, and responded brilliantly, did Carter Smith. You see it right here.
Yeah, you see Smith. It looked like he was getting ready to come up on Mohoric, but before he could make that move, Kupial made that move, and it almost kind of might have jostled Smith a little bit, and it didn't quite give Smith the position that he wanted, but he got up on Kupial's shoulder. He just could not quite get around Kupial.
You know what that reminds me of, Mark? Jake Whiteman, Eugene 2022. Jakob Ingebrigtsen, though Carter Smith may have been positioned a little bit differently, I think the move more so that Jake Whiteman made into the final 200 meters was what won him the race. Taking the rail, catching Jakob Ingebrigtsen by surprise, and you saw the reminiscent look over shoulder from Jakob, just as you did from Carter. But hey, not many worse second place people to be compared to than literally one of the fastest milers ever. Carter Smith remains just that. He is a sub-4 guy at the end of the day, and he improves his indoor finish from 4th to 2nd as we get ready for the girls' championship 1 mile run, the first of 9 sections on the track. And our heats are even larger here, Mark, than they were on the boys' side. We've got 18 in this first section of ladies. Alexandra Vesser, Laurel Driscoll, Catherine Scudder, Maddie Briss, Annabella Eckeberg, Molly Damarat, Jenna Wynn of Centennial, Colorado, Josie Bishop, Sadie Wortman, Margaret Andrzejewski, Gabrielle Converse, Gabrielle Bedard, McKee Kent, Claire Dufresne, Daniela Cameron, Sophia Belcher, Macy Moore, and Zoe Carroll.
And Drzezinski taking things out here in the first 300 meters of this Heat 1 Girls Championship mile.
She's representing Wheaton St. Francis as they come to 400 meters. We're going to have to shift our standards as that's a 74, so wouldn't call it ridiculously quick pace, but still well beneath 5 minutes, and a lot of athletes still in the mix, so it has the makings of a race that could definitely wind up for sure.
Daniela Cameron up in the mix there. Molly Damarat as well, Stockton, New Jersey. Most of the main field there all going through within a couple of seconds of each other, as you mentioned. Feel still pretty bunched up there after that first lap.
Andrzejewski running with some wide elbows to prevent any immediate passes. She comes in having run pretty well this season. It looks like she's been overtaken by Gabrielle Converse of Manhattan out of Kansas for the time being. But I do not see that being the last of the lead changes at all. We'll see if Gabrielle has other ambitions, though, as she puts a slight surge in beyond 700 meters. Not a bad place to do it when a lot of your competitors are just thinking about conservation. The junior from the heartland into the final couple laps.
So coming through halfway there, 2:30.81. So pretty even pace for the most part. 75.74 the first lap, 75.08 for the second lap. So nobody's really picking it up. Right now it's just a point of them jostling for position.
Converse definitely wants to break 5 on the occasion. She's done so once this season back at the Seaman Relays in Topeka, the Kansas State capital. That was on the 1st of May, though. We are in June, and this is where championship form matters. Into second now from Stockton, New Jersey is Molly Domarat. And you've still got a nice two-way battle behind Sophia Belcher of Westlake, Texas, and plenty of others. Slotting up on the shoulder, Jenna Wynn of Centennial, Colorado, whom we mentioned off the rip.
It's just surprising to see so many athletes there running in what is considered lane 2, especially on the turns. I mean, get on the rail. I mean, over a mile distance, don't want to be running any more than you have to.
Molly Domarat has found her way to the rail. The future Rutgers Scarlet Knight will take the bell with 1 lap to go. Still sub 5-minute pace.
That's a solid third lap there, 73.25 for Domarat. Laura Driscoll just quietly moved herself up into that second position with Jenna Wynn in third. So it's all about Driscoll and Wynn trying to run down Domarat. But Domarat now is pulling away a little bit. Wynn picking up some steam here on the backstretch.
And a nice charge as well from Jenna Wynn. She's moved back into second over Laurel Driscoll, future UNH Wildcat, down for University of New Hampshire. But Jenna Wynn, the junior of Colorado, looks to be the only one left with a chance to chase down the Jersey girl from Hunterdon Central in Flemington, New Jersey. Stockton is where she calls home. And we'll get to occupy the Garden State for the foreseeable future, heading off to the Big Ten. Can she hold off Wynn in the final stretch? Yes, she can.
Wynn looked really good there at her stride, but the power of Domarat powered her to that win.
And it's Molly Domarat in 4:53.61. Looking at what she's shown us prior, nothing even close to that. 4:58.79, a great time nonetheless at the beginning of the season at the Ridge Night of 1600s, but blows it away.
And that's for 1600, so I mean that's really kind of equates out to close to a 5-minute mile, so that's close to a 6-7 second PR here for Domarat.
In an opening 800 of 2:31.33, that's for the 8:09 100-meter split. And if we look at that last 800, that was a 2:22.
Very impressive there. Both Domarat win. Very strong here at the end to get things started here in our girls' championship mile.
And Mark, what do you have to say about the maturity of developing a steady close? That is something that we will definitely explore in the heats to come, right? You can get a mile done in numerous different ways, and that is exactly what our New Balance National Mile Champion showed us on the boys' side. We'll get to hear from the perspectives of the future Virginia Cavalier from Downers Grove himself, Philip Kupiel, once again going 4 minutes, 1.15 seconds on a 55-second last 400 to defeat Carter Smith. That's whom we're going to get to hear from very, very soon, as we have just fired off our second heat of 9 in the girls' championship mile. So far, your early leader through around 200 is Anna Berkheimer of Hardin Valley Academy. Through that first 200, it was around 36, 37 seconds, so a little bit of a quicker start than the previous heat. That'll be good to shift the needle in the girls' championship mile. But it was all decided by a closing kick for the ages by Philip Coupiol downstairs with Devante.
Philip, you had an amazing finish, and it got really chaotic in that last 220. Walk me through what was going through your head during that finish.
The only thing I was concentrated on was Carter Smith right in front of me. I knew he had a crazy kick, his accolades show for themselves. So all I knew what I wanted to do was beat him and win. All that was going through my mind was just all the hard work I put in this whole season. My coaches looking from afar and my parents right here, so I knew I could have put on a show and show their commitment along with mine, so it meant the world to me.
Well, congratulations. And you talked about putting on a show, something we obviously can see you do. Tell me about that celebration we see you do, jumping up on the barrier. Walk me, what was going through the head in the moment?
Just, it was straight adrenaline, winning on this big stage means, a lot. I've never won something this big, and I've dreamt about this moment so much, and it meant so much to me, so I just kind of let myself take over, the intrusive thoughts take over, and I just went on the stand and hugged my parents. It was an awesome moment.
All right, and do you want to give a message to those parents in the stands watching you?
Yeah, along with my parents, also my coaches, Coach Sipple, Coach Edelman, along with all my teammates back in Downers Grove, Illinois. It means the world to me, along with my parents and all my siblings looking from afar, my friends. I couldn't do this without you guys, so thank you so much.
All right, well, you heard it here. Give it up one more time for Philip, everyone, your boys' mile championship winner.
Thank you so much, Devante, and man, Philip Coupiol again, 55 on that last lap. And as I was saying before we tossed it down to Devante and Philip, miles can develop in so many different ways, Mark, but when you see a close where you can find that little something extra in that last 400, what does that say about athletes' maturity at this high school level?
Yeah, I mean, that's really some of the fine-tune, razor edge pieces of an athlete is when you can get into that kind of challenge and come out on top. And I think it was just great for the fans, watching the fans that are here at Franklin Field to see a great race like that. And let's not take away anything from Carter Smith. Just because he lost this race doesn't mean he's not talented, doesn't mean that he doesn't have that edge. Sometimes it just means one person's going to win and one person's going to lose. Or I should say one person has got to win, and unfortunately one person has got to lose. I wouldn't call Carter Smith a loser. Again, like you mentioned, 3:59 mile this season. I also don't want to call losers Jay McDonald with a personal best, Michael Mahork with a personal best, Jonah Montagnesi with a personal best. All of those athletes that got personal best, all of those athletes that made that seeded field in that amazing boys mile, in a way, not to be a cliche, are all winners.
Absolutely. I mean, Carter Smith, keep in mind, he ran 3:59 off of an indoor season where he placed 4th in the indoor mile. So by no means is he under that particular L-word umbrella, and neither are these ladies. You look at the pace they made through 12:09, 3:43.83, and remember the leading time, 4:53.61. Up to the front, you got Addie Rudling of Windsor Legion Track and Field. Moving up on her outside, Elizabeth Trant of Pequozen, Virginia, just outside of Newport News. They call Pequozen Bull City, as we told you yesterday. And you've also got Erin Hinsdale of Wheaton St. Francis in 3rd. Carissa Ambrose trying to strike back. She was your early leader, and she's got a little something left to offer. At least she had taken it through halfway, and here she comes. Carissa Ambrose from Mechanicsville, Virginia, out of Atlee High School. Bounding down the final stretch, but not alone. Addie Rudling up on her outside shoulder as they stride to the finish line side by side. Rudling at the line is going to get there.
Wow, just about there. She made a nice, strong move there on the back stretch with about 2:50 to go. Ambrose went before Trant went. I thought Trant looked like she had gotten up on Rudling's shoulder, and I thought Trant was going to make a move, and then out of nowhere, Ambrose made that move, but then Rudling responded in the last 40 meters. And good for her. Keep it strong. Don't give up as soon as that athlete comes around you. And Addie Rudling, 4:55.76. Carissa Ambrose, 4:55.78. Erin Hinsdale holds on for third, 4:56.84.
And so that will be a nice conversion personal record for Addie Rudling, who comes from Windsor in Canada. Windsor, of course, in Ontario, the province. You've got 4:35.77 for her 1,500-meter best, which is the more primary distance in the nation up north. But going 4:55 can't be too far off of that whatsoever when you add in that extra 1,609 meters. We have got section number 3 of 9. And Mark, a total of 17 athletes on schedule to appear in this heat. So many more stars to introduce in this track and field national championships here at New Balance. A couple of scratches being reported in, so a little bit thinner field than we may have been initially expecting, but just an absolutely awesome weekend to be a fan of this sport.
Yeah, and we are earlier this afternoon, we wrapped up our boys championship pole vault, and it was Luke Schneiber who won that event in a jump of 5.10. We're hoping to get a chance to talk to Luke a little later on. He cleared his first 5 jumps on his first clearance. Tried to go after 5.35. Unfortunately, couldn't get by 5.35. But we're going to talk to Luke Schneiber on the infield, your pole vault champion.
Schneiber, Luke, you had an almost perfect day clearing everything on the first attempt. You said you didn't do too well last year, but how are you feeling mid-competition today?
Yeah, mid-competition, I felt great. Had a clean sheet up until that 17 attempt, and I just thought that really helped me out mentally through the competition.
Yes, amazing. You were doing pitch perfect almost. And so we seen when you realized that you won the competition, you went up from 5.10 to 5.35. What sparked that decision?
Yeah, so meet record was, I'm pretty sure, 5.31. And in terms of national standing, I wanted to climb that. And so I thought, why not just send it up and go for it last meet of the season.
Last meet of the season. How are we feeling leaving here at your last meet of the season as a national champ?
Feels great, yeah.
All right, congratulations. Give it up one more time for Luke Schneiber, everyone.
What a win for Luke from Cincy. And we get to see how he got it done right here. Here is the winning jump, 5.10 meters. Attempted the meet record. He was so happy, though, that he cleared that height. And he had room to spare. So on his freshest day, I think he's got a 5.35 in him.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big jump. They were just going up in 0.10 increments. And so to go up 0.25 meters was maybe a bit of an ask. 17.6.5 to go from 17 or 16.8 3/4. So it might have been just a little bit too much of a big ask there for Luke, but congratulations, your boys championship pole vault national champion here at the New Balance National Outdoors. And back to the track here with our girls championship mile.
And a whole lot of Michigan representation out front. Kaden Egley of the 6 Mile Track Club took the lead from Kira Von Blond of Purple Track Club, who was part of the national championship winning 4x-mile on day 1 of New Balance National. She's buried on the inside rail, though, as Kitty Hawk, North Carolina's Morgan Miller passes her up. You got Avery Carlson of Jaguar Elite, a name that we've called quite frequently this weekend, from Glen Allen High School in Virginia, a 4:56 1,600-meter performer from the Dogwood Track Classic at the beginning of May. That was, of course, held at Lanigan Field at the University of Virginia, where our boys mile champion will be headed next year, Philip Coupiol. So many great connections in our great sport of track and field, and a 6-way battle brewing into the bell lap. Here we go. 1 lap remaining.
Egley still leading this field, but there are athletes right on her shoulders ready to pounce. Miller, Von Blond, Carson also up in that mix.
We observe Morgan Miller's aggressive push-up on the outside of Von Blond, the freshman from Ann Arbor, Pioneer and Purple Track Club. She's been patient on the inside, has Von Blond, but will she have the wheels to catch these two upper-class women? It's Egley, the junior from 6 Mile. Miller, the senior from Kitty Hawk. And Von Blond breaking away.
Von Blond got a little boxed in there from Miller here on the backstretch. So that really kind of puts Miller in a little bit better position to go after Egley, but she's got to get around her off this turn if she wants to have any shot. And you can't count out Von Blon, because once that opens up, once Miller goes around Egley, Von Blon was going to make that move.
She tried to find space on the inside rail, but had to shift to the out. But somehow this freshman still has more speed. Kira Von Blon, what a weekend for her in Purple Track Club. She was outside of 5 minutes for her split on night one. She was just getting warmed up for this 4:55.73 showing on day 3.
I mean, that was a tough win for Von Blon, because as soon as Miller went around, Von Blon tried to make that move, and she almost kind of stumbled, almost came to a complete stop to get around Egley. And so that was a lot of effort once Miller had already taken off to get back up on Miller and then pass her by on the home stretch. But great job for Kira Von Blon, the freshman from Purple TC.
You could almost sense that Kira was just gearing up for her finish. And to unleash that kick, it was only a matter of when. And once that home stretch arrived and that near chaos and carnage ensued, the time was then.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if her coach had some words with her. I mean, getting boxed in the backstretch and then that kind of little bit of a jostle move there with about 1:20 to go. They may need to work on that and just make sure. Again, a freshman, she's still got a lot of room ahead of her, a lot to learn. But hopefully they have a little bit of a talk and make sure that you can put yourself in a little bit better position near the end of the race.
Either way, the next time that Kira Von Blon touches the racing course after New Balance Nationals, we'll be in cross country, so we'll have a little bit more time to address positioning on the track. And of course, after winning that 4x-mile and knowing what Natasha Dudek's already done individually, that is going to be a team to watch as we vie for position now. Heat number 4 of 9, Championship Girls Mile. Reese Latta, one of the notable names in here. We've observed the Latta pack throughout the weekend. Reese, Remy, Iris, and Elin all expected to be part of these races.
A whole lot of Latta.
I may not be a coffee drinker, but you got me in the mood for a latte right now.
Ooh, there you go.
Here comes 400 meters and 9 additional. Around 72 for our early lead. That's a pretty fast start by Mackenzie Wamsher of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, and Catherine Morey as well of Potomac, Maryland.
I tell you what, and that 72 was all in the second half of that first lap, because they went out very comfortably. I think they went out right around 37, so that should have been probably about a 74, 75. So they picked things up a little bit there in that second 200 of the first lap. And you can see now athletes still jockeying, going wide here on the backstretch, and outside bib number 3, Lexi Cole, making a move on the outside, going wide in lane 2 to get right up on the shoulder of Wamsher.
Lexi Cole, such a gutsy runner from Comsawag, New York, in Long Island. Really started more so as a steeplechaser, which I'm sure you can appreciate, but she's really come to develop in her middle distance spike. She was actually involved as a freshman, in fact, an 8th grader in 2023, in the national record-setting 2K steeplechase by Angelina Napoleon at States. But she's dropped her mile time down to 4:58, and even over twice this distance. She's run some impressive 10:36s over 2 miles.
I'm glad you pronounced Comsawag, because if I looked at that, I would have butchered that name. And in announcing, it's okay sometimes to mispronounce somebody's last name. Just don't mispronounce an entire town's name.
Yeah, because then they're all going to come for you.
Because then you got a lot more people coming after you. At least with somebody's last name, all you got to do is deal with their parents and just fall on your sword and say, I'm sorry. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, sir. I'll get it better next time.
Onward to the next step, the next move in the race, coming from Catherine Morey of Winston Churchill High School in Potomac, Maryland. We got to remark upon some of her capabilities yesterday in the 2 mile. She set a 10:38 PR to place 28th yesterday, and she won the Maryland State Championship in the 1600 for her particular 4A division. So very impressive championship performer is Morey, trying to flex those chops with Alexandra Ferreira of the Garden State Track Club on her shoulder.
getting ready to come up here on our bell lap of Heat 4 of 9 in the girls' championship mile. And it's still about 6, 7, 8 contenders possibly in here. We'll see who's got the strongest kick here.
Things really slowed down after that opening lap that came through in 72s for our leaders, but you just look at the density still. When and where is the kick going to happen? Alexandra Ferreira into the final backstretch, still in front. There's Lexi Cole, the junior from Compsawag, New York, bursting to the front with just over 200 meters to go, but here comes a response by Kayla Folks of Kill Devil Hills right around the Outer Banks from North Carolina. She probably got the news that OBX Season 5 was coming out on Netflix later this year, and so she is trying to ride that recent adrenaline, no matter what her actual opinions are of the Netflix series. Lexi Cole putting on a show of her own as she enters the final stretch. The steeplechase mid-distance convert streaking away. 458 was the number we called out earlier. That is going to get dropped significantly here at Nationals. Outdoors to 453.
Wow, 68.34 last lap there for Cole. She made such a strong move there on the backstretch with about 250 to go. I was a little concerned because there were still so many athletes that were with her when she made that move. All it was going to take is one or two of those other athletes to be a little bit more patient and go with her. As soon as she took off, she just kept powering all the way to the finish there, and you can see a huge PB there for Cole, 453.37. PBs for our top 5 runners, Williams, Ramsher, Maury, and Fulks, all running great times there, but it was Lexi Cole with a very strong final 250 to take that heat.
Cole made a great decision with about 500 meters to go. I saw she became boxed in and immediately slipped out. Didn't want to leave anything else up to chance, and she times it brilliantly. Even beats her indoor PR of 456.78, so 2 PRs taken down in one race as we are going to have to wait to get the next race underway. A couple of fallers there on the inside waterfall. Looks like hips 3 and 4, a quick friendly handshake between Bailey Espinoza of Lewisburg, PA, and Sayla Fives of Centerport, New York.
Yeah, I mean, basically the officials are obligated to shoot a second gun in a distance race if any athlete goes down within the first 50 to 75 meters. And that happened immediately. That happened right from the start. So, again, with these bigger fields, all it takes is starting off the line, one kind of wide, loose leg there, and we'll see the replay here. Immediately, they just kind of collided, and right away the officials noticed that, of course, and shot the second gun, and we'll start again here.
As they get underway, Bailey Espinoza, the first name I mentioned that had fell, she is your Pennsylvania 2A state champion in the 1600 and 3200. I got to witness her first ever sub-5 minute mile at the Ocean Breeze Invitational 2024 as a sophomore when she ran a 4:56.48 back then. But you just consider all the battles that she's had since, even when she's increased her time to 4:48. It's been a struggle to stay on top of that fitness. She's had to take some time off at various points, but it just feels so good to see her giving it one final mile as a Pennsylvania high schooler. She'll be heading to Penn State next year, so staying in the Keystone as we round our first full lap. Sayla Fives, the other faller, I'll expand upon her. She's really dropped her 3,000 meter time, showing her strength down to sub 940 is the junior from Harbor Fields.
They got a pretty decent in here. When they came across the 200 meters mark, it was hitting about 31:32, so at least the first 200 meters here is pretty solid. It looks like they may have settled a little bit, but we'll wait to see this first split.
I think it was where they hit those numbers, a little bit shy of 200 meters, but either way, still a fast opening lap. 72.52, the quickest we've seen yet by Alexandra Jackson of Etobicoke Track and Field Club. Neve Keitel in second from Germantown Academy, Pennsylvania, and then Macy Thompson of Cherville, Indiana, among the bunch, hitting the split in third.
So that's still Jackson here on the backstretch.
She She's forged a slight gap from the field. Espinoza from Lewisburg area moves her way up into second. Tucks herself right into the slipstream. She's really developed her championship chops in addition to all the times that she's set through the years, and she's positioned very nicely, as is Riley Fair of Green Wave. A tough spill towards the back, though.
I tell you what, I saw that coming when you saw the camera angle on the backstretch, and even going into the turn, it was 3 wide the whole way, and that's just sometimes a recipe for disaster when you got that many athletes bunched up and alongside each other. And that's unfortunate to see.
It was tough to tell exactly who that was. We'll get a radar on that as best as we can as we hit halfway here in this 800. Alexander Jackson of Etobicoke still has the advantage. 2:26.92. Slipping a little bit on the pace with Espinoza. And now Daphne Weller of the Cadet Distance Project, another Indianan in the mix. Her sister, Mallory Weller, the state champion, will be in the fast heat in moments to come.
Yeah, that was Anna Shrapowitsky, who was the athlete who had gone down there on that turn. Fortunately, that's put her kind of in the back of the pack. Might have shaken her up a little bit.
Anna Shrapowitsky, definitely a gritty racer, a 4x8 and cross-country team champion with the Bethlehem Lady Eagles. Her best mile may not be on the day, but it feels good to see her still trying to finish this race out. As we pivot back to the front, we've now got a club of 5 charging on the inside. Aubrey Crowder of Cav Dogs has done some work on this third lap, but our early leader, Alexandra Jackson, looking to take it back. But Daphne Weller looking to go a step further as she slides in front to the bell, right at around 3:40. So we have a chance to run something in the very low 450s at worst, no matter who has the winning kick.
Nice move there, though, from Jackson to kind of just hold off that surge from Weller. But as soon as they get on this backstretch here, you just have a feeling Weller's going to go. And, in fact, she does get going here. She was just waiting for this backstretch to make her move.
And Bailey Espinoza, you got to think she's been waiting a Pennsylvanian high school lifetime to be in this position. She's in the top 6, but here comes Sayla Fives from Harborfield. We told you about all the damage that she's been doing over the short and longer distances from 3K down. Audrey Crowder from Cav Dogs also in the mix as they come off the turn.
Fives looking really good there, but Crowder's also challenging. But I don't think that they are going to catch Weller here down the home stretch.
Let's see. Audrey Crowder was shot out of a cannon on that final bend. Weller with a response down the home stretch. And the sophomore from Indiana will stride through to the finish line to be your fastest time already. I was about to say your first sub 450, just 1100ths away from that. But Daphne Weller, what a mature final lap there, 69.80.
Yeah, that was she showed a lot of strength, especially for a sophomore. Composure, strength, kept her form down that home stretch. She may have not even known if Crowder or Fives were still coming. She just kept focused ahead, focused on that finish line, and maintained her form and patience. Came through with a great winning time.
Audrey Crowder as well, the Brown University commit, comes through in second. PRs for the top 3. Sayla Fives as well. 452. She's a 434 1500 gal, so by conversion, I think that mile might have been a little quicker. And even Meissner and Espinoza with some solid times. Bailey rounding out her Pennsylvanian miling career with a 4:53 full mile, one of her best performances this season.
Up next on the track, heat 6 of 9, and we are off here, getting closer and closer to that seeded championship girls mile.
Definitely some girls that you'd think could be feeling some denial from that heat as we approach that point. Ella Solorzano, she was part of Union Catholic's 4x mile on the opening day. She's won. Riley Lynch anchored Legacy's second placing relays in both the 4x mile and 4x8. Watch for her in the blue kit. If they've brought the same wardrobe as yesterday, it looks like they've switched it up a little bit as they come through around 35 on the first 2:09. Yeah, this looks to be our fastest pace yet.
Maeve Agries taking leadership duties here of this pack.
with the future Richmond Spider, Ellis Solorzano, trying to find her way through. You see who else is moving up. Georgia Geisinger of Keller, Texas, on the outside shoulder.
But again, just so hard sometimes to see these athletes running 3 and sometimes 4 wide. It doesn't take much when you bunch up like that. You really got to be safe. Make sure you're on the outside, because if you're on the inside of those 3 or 4 abreast athletes, I tell you what, it's a recipe for disaster.
We did see a fall in the last heat, so to your point, got to be careful with this traffic, but it is pretty quick, 72.15, so you'd think that it's going to start stringing out as we see that from our side shot. There are still a few outliers, as we will soon get a radar on, trying to position themselves on this second lap. Geisinger just shades in front of Agres, and now moving up from the near rear, Mia Forestek of McKenna, Illinois.
That's Madison Miles there, trying to go around wide there, but then settles back into the pack. So you see some of these athletes, when they get on the straightaways, they get a little excited and try to take a big, bold move, but realize it's not going to be done before the turn, so I just better settle back in, at least into lane 2, rather than staying out in lane 3 along that whole turn.
Georgia Geisinger, the junior of Fort Worth Nolan Catholic in Fort Worth, Texas. She's been running pretty center of the pack, so she can do her best to control the moves on her inside and out as they come through right around 226 at the opening 809. Geisinger hit the split first. Will she tuck in on the rail? It looks like she has.
And that's Mia Forstek, McKenna, Illinois, who's gotten up on the shoulder there of Geisinger.
Looking at some of our top Illinoisans over this 1 mile distance. Mia Forstek, number 9 at 4:52.70 much earlier this season, but having made the pass on her outside, Catherine Keating now of Ridgewood, New Jersey, with 600 to go.
Keating made a very strong move going into that backstretch. She wants to position herself well here for this final lap, but sometimes you have to be careful when you make that big of a move.
Riley Lynch also trying to position herself in third now for Legacy. In between them still Mia Forstek of McKenna, Illinois. But that gap beginning to widen with every confident stride taken by Catherine Keating. She was in 7th a lap ago, and with 1 to go, she's your leader.
She's still looking fairly strong here, but you got to figure some of the athletes behind her are also ready to rev up and get things going there. You still have Forstek, who was kind of in the mix there, but now she's starting to drop back a little bit, but a pack of 2 or 3 athletes now trying to catch back up onto Keating on the backstretch.
Catherine Keating threw in a 71 on her third lap. Let's see if she's timed this finish the proper. Now coming up to challenge Anna Prusak of Shaker Heights, Ohio. And Georgia Geisinger, a halfway leader. Riley Lynch in 4th. And now moving up with hip number 9. Looks to be Anna Bondi of Carlisle. She was nowhere in this race at the bell, but she has found her way into 4th, it appears. But we've now got a top 3 battle. Still a lot to decide as they come off the final turn. Keating has been caught. Prusak. And now Georgia Geisinger, the Texan. Let's see if Anna Bondi can round her up in the final strides. Geisinger. She's going to hold it through and just squeak below 450.
Brave move there from Bondi, but had to go through a lot of traffic there at the end to even put herself in the position to challenge Geisinger. Prusak, I really thought she was going to get after it there coming off that turn, but just didn't quite have the wheels there once Bondi went around there, and Geisinger was just kind of gone at that point.
In a way, Prusak making that initial charge almost challenged the rest of the field to follow, and Geisinger stayed present throughout. But how about Anna Bondi of Carlisle Track Club coming from 11th at the bell, 13th officially, closing in 68.43, easily the fastest last lap we've seen yet.
Yeah, but again, maybe it left it a little bit too little too late.
Geisinger, though, collects her 2nd sub 450 of the season and her first over an unconverted full mile. 4:49.54 remains her all-purpose clock PR, but if you add in a 1600 en route, you're going to get something even quicker for the Texas-based junior. She will send us forward to our 7th section. You got some more studs here. One athlete I recognize from the 2-mile final, Zoe McNabb of Champlain Valley, Vermont. She's out here. Another athlete that a couple members of our live chat we're looking forward to seeing, and that is New England cross-country champion Maddie Lane from New Hampshire out of Hopkinton.
I was going to mention, I've seen a lot of Maddie Lane up there in the New England area, and she's been having a really great season here, so we expect big things from her in this heat.
They are moving early. Harper Shirley of Red Hawk Track Club takes us through 34 at the first 209 meters as they jockey for position. Still a lot in it. Some other athletes to look out for. Lauren Vermonti of Clarksville Track Club. River Hill High School featured Northwestern Wildcats. Shirley still leads on the inside. No immediate signs of that changing, but a lot of racing left to do here in this Girls' Championship Mile Heat 7.
Shirley now taking things through the first lap of 4.
Wow. Was that a 69? It was a 69.75 for Shirley. Lauren Raffetto of Canton Track Club also beneath 70 at the split. She's positioned nicely on the shoulder. We're in hit 15. And Makita Berry of Bedford also.
Very strong here in the first lap from the top 4 or 5 athletes, really pushing the pace here.
Look at one of the top distance runners in the middle of the pack, Kaylee Kaiser, the junior of Union Catholic. She's a sub 450 girl at her lifetime best, 449.62. That was set at the winner's circle at the horse farm at CBA, so one of the other top Jersey powerhouses on the men's side. We'll see just what Kaiser has to offer. Plenty of Jersey blood elsewhere in this field that we will meet as we go.
Catherine Dolly looking good there in 3rd place and looking to make a move here on the home stretch at the halfway mark.
New Dolly out of Tampa, Florida, positioned well. She's also a sub 450 or 448.59 for just a sophomore, one of the more impressive times by her grade, and they are sub 450 pace through the first 809.
Yeah, I mean, very strong first lap there at about 69, but following that up with a 74 is, unfortunately for the field as a whole, put pretty much everybody in the mix here. And again, when you've got a lot of talent that you mentioned before, Raffetto, Berry, Eldadi, Shirley, McNabb, Madeline Lane just kind of sitting back there comfortable in the pack.
Another girl that's sitting back in the pack right now is Shore Regional's Alexandra Klein from New Jersey. I got to witness her first ever track 2-mile race at the Ocean Breeze Invitational, and she won this past winter in a 10:43. She's now running 10:25 over the same distance and 4:48 over this distance, but she's going to have to make a move sooner than later as the top 3 begin to break away. It is Shirley, Udali, and Berry with a bit of a gap back to Lauren Raffetto. Also in the mix, Annabelle Pollard of Carmel, Indiana, and shifting her way up on the outside. A very strong push out of hit 13 by Alba Antunes Perez of Palm Beach Elite.
So they follow that up with another 74, so this is going to get tactical here in the last lap between Shirley, Berry, Pollard, Udali, Antunes Perez, Klein, Lane. There's a lot of athletes all in the mix here. They're all within about a second of each other, and still a big pack even behind that.
Harper Shirley out of Manchester, Connecticut, the state open runner-up and New England runner-up over the 1,600 meters, trying to hold that lead, but on her outside, Annabelle Pollard of Carmel, Indiana, has moved up on her shoulder. Can she get by? She's having to run extra distance and maybe hitting a bit of a wall. Faith Castronovo also trying to move up from Maple Glen, Pennsylvania. Can anybody catch Harper Shirley? It looks like Annabelle Pollard is going to try again. Watch for her on the outside as she shifts wide with less than 100 to go. but the Manchester, Connecticut resident is going to hold through. Very strong victory and a sub 450, 448.59 unofficial, now confirmed for Harper Shirley.
That was great. I mean, it was a gutsy run to run from the front there, especially taking the field out there in 69, and then actually controlling it after that, almost kind of slowing it down and saying, look, I'm deciding what the pace is going to be. And then once things got a little, little jittery and everybody started trying to make the moves, she just positioned herself in the right place and came off on the backstretch there into that final turn and took it home to hold off Pollard.
Who also breaks 450 at 448.91, a 69.89 last lap for her. And even quicker on the close was Lauren Raffetto of Canton, who rallied back to grab third. So we got 4 athletes in the overall standings, including our previous heat winner, Georgia Geisinger, sub 450.
You can see all the athletes there congratulating Shirley. Gutsy run there, running from the front in the early beginning and then taking it home at the end.
In a new personal record to send us forward to our penultimate section. We've been moving at lightning quick pace, and we're only about to get quicker. Section 8 of 9 underway, and we mentioned the whole Latta. We've got 2 more Latta sisters in here, Remy and Iris from South Texas Heat. You've also got Mia Sirois of Barrington, Illinois, one of the most impressive prospects all across the nation in the class of 2027, a 944 athlete, over 3,200 meters.
Representing New England up there, Chase Gilbert out of Old Lyme, Connecticut, also somebody to keep an eye on in this race.
The Connecticut State Open cross country champion, ran some incredible races indoors. She's bound for the University of Virginia as well. They're bunched up though. We'll see if and or when Mia Sirois, the New Balance Nationals indoor 5,000 meter champion, elects to move. She is nestled there in the pack trying to find her way through. You watch for Mia in hip number 5 as they come through the first 400. A little outside of 440 pace, not bad. 71 and change, 72.22 for Elena Pierce of Charlottesville, Virginia, another future Virginia Cavalier.
There's Mia there in that third position. As this race starts to string out a little bit, she'll probably make sure that she keeps herself in a comfortable position, not jockeying too much with whoever's in first and second, but also making sure that she's clear of any challengers from behind.
Mia Sirois, not only the reigning New Balance indoor 5,000 meter national champion, but just a couple days ago became a USATF under 20 5,000 meter champion. She is right back here on the East Coast trying to run another solid effort over less than 3 times the distance, so not a bad weekend workout for Sirois, position in second behind Elena Pierce, a multi-time Division Class 4 state champion in Virginia who will be staying home for college. Another dual sport athlete, predominantly played basketball in the winter seasons leading up to her senior year, but with all of her talents, no question to see why she is committed to Coach Vinland Anna's unit.
You also see Maria Klein there making a big move right at the halfway mark. Put herself up into about that 5th position. Very comfortable out on the outside there. Marley Klein, William Penn Charter, keeping herself safe there just off Sirois.
Marley Klein, of course, part of Penn Charter's state record-setting 4x800 meter relays, indoors and out. But there goes Mia Sirois with 600 to go, just beneath 3 at the K09. Pierce of Charlottesville hanging tough in second. She's run some incredible times in her own right over the mile distance in the low 440s, but Sirois, even what we know from her longer end of her range, she can still crank out a 446 1600 at her best.
Baradwaj puts herself into that second position.
That's Amaya Baradwaj of Palo Alto, California. It's not only Elena Pierce that'll be staying home for college. Chase Gilbert also looks to be moving her way up from Old Lyme, Connecticut, as they hit the bell. Officially 3:35.22 for Mia Sirois. Amaya Baradwaj Bound for Stanford University, Marley Klein's in third, Gilbert's in fourth. They're bunching up with less than a lap to go. Let's see if Baradwaj will make the initial charge.
Also keep an eye on Klein. She's looking real good there in the third position. If she can make a move, which she's unfortunately not doing right now, and that is Chase Gilbert coming around the outside here. I mentioned her before. Again, you mentioned how well that she did do in the cross-country season up there in the New England area, and she makes a big, bold move here with 2:50 to go. But Sierra has got the talent to go with her if she just has it today.
Again, just 2 days removed from a 15:46 across the country. Mia Sirwa giving it a fine effort, but still ahead of her, Amaya Baradwaj, and the Connecticut State Open champion in cross-country in the track, Chase Gilbert. Everybody's going to be chasing Chase through the line in her final high school mile, and it's a fast one. 4:44.36 for Chase Gilbert of Old Lyme, a new lifetime best.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. Keep an eye out on Chase Gilbert, and that's what we did.
This girl nearly won the State Open 800-meter title as well, 2:09.25. She's got all the closing wheels and a piece to all of her fans back home in the Constitution State. Now we have arrived at our top section of the Girls Championship 1 mile run. Coming out first with hip number 1 from Ragsdale, North Carolina, Elle Dawson.
Wearing a hip number 2 from Eastport, South Manor, Maddie Leza.
Having anchored her team home to a national title last night, Lexi Paterna returns for Blue Hawks from New Hampshire.
Sundara Weber, Sandwich, Illinois.
The future Duke Blue Devil coming here. You've also got our 2 mile champion, Gator Chomps for Maggie McCormick, who set a state senior record last night of 9:50. What a run.
Colby McCollum.
2 mile and mile champ as a freshman last year. How about the reigning middle school 800 mile champ, Eliza Schwass?
Mason Fletcher, Elkville, West Virginia.
A sophomore out of Elkview has dominated her state since her freshman year. And how about Laura McCalla, the University of Washington commit from Elk Mound, Wisconsin.
And everybody knows Katie Zhang, 2 mile indoor champion, came up second yesterday in the 2 mile.
But coming back from injury, setting an Ohio State record of 9:54, an incredible run for Katie. How about Elin Latta, the Texas State record holder, at 4:35.98.
And Caitlin Estep, Raleigh Catholic.
She was third in the 800 indoors and fourth in the mile on the same occasion. Watch for Caitlin, and so too the New Balance NIL athlete from Western Massachusetts, another Washington Husky to be, Abby Hennessy.
And from Cadet Distance Project, let's welcome Mallory Weller.
Bound for the Cross Country National Championships, NC State. She is going to be a huge addition to that squad as we get ready for what is set to be a showdown. One of the most historic events of New Balance Nationals 2025 was this mile, in which we saw not only a meet record, but a 15-year-old age group girls world record by Paige Shepard, 4:33.67 for the then sophomore of Union Catholic. And we've got a ton of fast girls ready to take her place.
I love, you can see on the screen here, you look at Katie Zhang. I mean, she just looked like she's a boxer getting ready to go out into the ring. I mean, she's ready to go, and she definitely has something to say after that 2 mile yesterday against Maggie McCormick.
Girls 1 mile championship, New Balance Nationals 2026.
I have a feeling they're going to get after it, and if they don't, Katie Zhang will make sure that they do.
Let's see who emerges from that outside waterfall. So far, looks to be a pretty strong start for Elin Latta, the sophomore from Texas. And so too Maggie McCormick, the senior of Bay Shore, New York. Let's see where she ultimately slots in. It looks like Maggie's chosen to hang in the middle of the pack, as now slotting up at his second is Mallory Weller from Indiana.
And that's Hennessy in the third position with Katie Zhang looking like she's just getting ready to pounce here. You wonder if she's going to try to run this race like she ran indoor and like she tried to run yesterday, which is all of a sudden make a huge surge and just make everybody chase her later on in the race.
Yeah, Katie Zhang really took her time to get to the front yesterday, but once she did, she really tethered the field to some stellar performances. You heard me mention that New York State record that Maggie McCormick reeled her in for with the win, 9:50 by conversion. Just an incredible, incredible mark. Setting the senior class record outright as we're through the first 400. It is a fast one, 69:11 for Elin Latta.
Yeah, it was such a great interview I had with McCormick yesterday down on the track. She got emotional when I asked her about her parents and what they meant to her and everything, and just a great athlete. And you looked for her to have some confidence going into this race, even if she's still got a little bit of that 2 mile in her race, in her legs.
She is the 5th fastest 1,500-meter performer in New York State history. 4:17.87 as they begin to bunch up towards the 600-meter mark. Here comes Sunny Weber. So great to see her towards the front. We mentioned her as coming over from Sandwich, Illinois. She had a 10:20 last night, around 20 seconds off of her 2 mile PR, so she is looking to put that performance behind her.
The real key is going to be what this lap comes out to, and if race is going to settle, because you still have a huge part of this field together. Again, I'm really surprised that Zhang isn't going after it, but maybe she might have thought that was a mistake yesterday, really going after it, front running, and maybe today try to make it a little bit more tactical, hope that she's got a little bit more speed in her legs, and go for it. As we see Hennessy now taking the lead. They went through 69, and then that was a 70, so still even splits, still respectable, still on possibly sub 440 pace. Abigail Hennessy now taking over from Sunny Weber.
It's the Penn Relays High School Mile Champion, where she won just a couple of months ago. Abby Hennessy, Sunny Weber up onto her shoulder. Looks like Sunny's in third behind Mallory Weller, her state neighbor, and slithering her way through on the inside. A nice move there by our athlete in fourth, wearing hip 12. That's Caitlin Estep from Raleigh Catholic out of Cardinal Gibbons in North Carolina. She has run 3 performances at or quicker than 440 this season. Definitely can't forget about her. And Maggie McCormick also on the move. You see her position in 5th. This is right where she was when she started her kick yesterday. Will she have the timing today over half the distance?
Yeah, but you know what? As soon as she started to make that move on the outside, you saw that she got boxed back onto the inside. That slowed her momentum. Now she's getting ready to go here, but unfortunately, those 2 athletes out in front have already made a huge gap on that pack of 3. McCormick needed to make a move before these athletes got this much of a distance on here, Hennessy and Weller.
And it is now the future NC State Wolf threatening on the outside. Mallory Weller. Abby Hennessy not letting her go. Maggie McCormick up into third, but a little bit too much distance this time for the 2 mile champion. It's side by side into the turn, and Hennessy has the rail, but pressuring on the outside. Here goes Mallory Weller from Cadet Distance Project. What an amazing performance as she comes off the final turn. She's got a 4:33.77 1600-meter PR that could soon be history. And so too the meet record. That's a 4:33.67, just about identical to that. Throwing all the conversions out the window. It is Mallory Weller on top. What a time. 4:31 for the national title.
Wow, what a strong performance there. Final lap is 63 for Weller. Hennessy still runs a 65. McCormick, again, not being able to make that move on the home stretch with a lap to go because she got kind of boxed in, just allowed Weller and Hennessy to get too far ahead. So there just was nothing that our 2 mile champion can do to get into the mix with Weller and Hennessy. And Weller, what a strong performance at the end to take down who was arguably a very strong runner there in Abigail Hennessy.
Inarguably, Abby Hennessy, there is a reason she is bound for Mile U, but you just saw the combo of speed and strength that Coach Lori Hennis was all too impressed upon to pass up. Mallory Weller, she has landed a gem, your meet record holder, with a phenomenal finishing kick. And you saw they were side by side for that penultimate 200. Between 12:09 and 14:09, not much change, but Mallory Weller, just a relentless motor.
I mean, Weller took a chance there, not getting around Hennessy before that turn. She had to ride that turn for a little bit right off of Hennessy's shoulder, but soon as she started to finish into that turn, she just slingshot right around Hennessy to take down Paige Shepard's meet record set just last year of 4:33.67. Mallory Weller, 4:31.78. Abigail Hennessy with a personal best 4:33.18. Maggie McCormick, your 2-mile champion, comes back today with 4:37.17, also a PB, and Sunny Weber, a 4:39 flat PB for 4th place.
An incredible bounce back by Sunny from yesterday's 2-mile championships. And Caitlin Estep, her 4th performance at or quicker than 4:40 this season. Still as a sophomore, she'll be your top returner after this year is gone. But man, oh man, the ACC is going to be absolutely loaded with Weller, bound for NC State. Just across state, you've got Weber going to Duke. And the Big Ten and SEC with Hennessy for Washington and McCormick with 2 fine runs on the weekend. 9:50 into a 4:37. The future Florida Gator is now the 2nd fastest miler in New York State history.
What a great run. And like you mentioned, I mean, such a race that a lot of people look forward to here every year at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships, the Girls' Championship seated mile. And Weller did not disappoint, as well as Hennessy. And we just got a great race to send us off into our championship mixed 4x400 meters. This is a new event in track and field over the last several years. If you ever watch the Olympics or you watch the World Championships, you start to see more and more these mixed 4x4 events. And this is not new necessarily here, but it is newer as part of the sport of track and field. So essentially you have 2 girls, 2 boys. It will start off with our boys. Then I believe will it go boy, girl, boy, girl?
I believe that is the standardized World Athletics order, but it's interesting because I was looking at some of the lineups earlier, and some teams had scheduled them differently than that. As of right now, I do see girl,
yeah.
girl.
Looking at the starting list for the teams and the names there, it looks like it will go boy, girl, boy, girl. They'll each run a lap. So it's essentially a 4x4. It's just you have both genders involved in this event. And we'll start things off here in Heat 1. Banneker High School in 5. Ridgewood TC out of New Jersey in 6. Southern TC in 7. Duxbury TC in 8. And Great Valley TC in 9. And on the back stretch here, it looks like in lane 8 there, Duxbury TC running very well. That's Connor Earl, Duxbury TC, getting ready to come down here and hand off to Riley Earl. So it looks like sister and brother going to have a little bit of an exchange here, but coming on strong also in lane 7, Southern in lane 7. And that was Cody Douglas handing off to Marley Shaw for Southern TC. So Southern TC, Duxbury TC. Ridgewood is in 6, so now they'll make that break there. And that's Earl from Duxbury TC trying to hold off Marley Shaw from Southern TC. As we get ready to come into our third exchange here, that's Southern TC with a slight edge over Duxbury. We'll see how this handoff goes. A little bit smoother handoff there for Southern TC. Duxbury TC and Ridgewood now getting into the mix here. That's Jack Saladino, who wants to make this a 3-person race, not just a 2-person race between Southern and Duxbury. So Ridgewood now into second there with Jack and Saladino. That's Carter Thompson for Southern, Jack Geisler for Duxbury. And Southern now making a good move here at the end. Ridgewood TC's Jack Saladino, though, making a big move here down the home stretch for the final handoff. And he's got to go a little bit wide here to make sure that he can hand off properly to Waverly Noah. Waverly Noah now extending that lead for Ridgewood TC. Southern TC settling into second. But Waverly Noah has a little bit of a lead there on Catherine DePietro. DePietro is going to have to make a big move here with 200 to go in our Heat 1 of our championship mixed 4x4. And DePietro starting to make up a little bit of room there on Noah. Noah starting to tie up a little bit here into this final turn. Catherine DePietro now going around Noah to come home here to win Heat 1 of our mixed 4x400 meters. Very strong finish there from DePietro, and Southern TC will take the first heat, 3:39.70. That was a 56 from Catherine DePietro. Very strong run there. 56.79. Waverly Noah's 58.90. But that 56.79 helped DePietro come from behind there to take Heat 1. Next up on the track, a few more teams than what we had in Heat 1. Looks like we will have lanes 2 through 9 occupied here. So we've got a lot of athletes coming on the team, as you would often see in a 4x4. As we see some of the foundations here at the Franklin Park. That beautiful signage there from New Balance Nationals. Love the old building here where our large screen and results are hinged on here. Some of the iconic structures that we have here at Penn University, and we can see the athletes getting ready here for heat number 2. We got NHTF in lane 2, Black and Yellow TG in lane 3, DC Cadets in 4, K-Zoom TC in 5, North Brunswick TC in 6, Williamstown TC in 7, Hall TC in 8, and Holland Hawks Track and Field in lane 9. So we got a large field here in our second heat. Second of 7 heats in our mixed 4x400 meters. And it looks like North Brunswick TC is a no-show. So we're down to NHTF, Black and White TG, DC Cadets, K-Zoom TC, Williamstown TC, Hall TC, and Holland Hawks TC.
You mentioned 7 heats, Mark, as we get underway with our second. Just the increased demand for the mixed 4x4. There are a lot of small school track and field teams that are hosting co-ed relays at various points throughout the United States. It's really, really gravitating towards track and field, I say, the mixed relay.
Yeah, I mean, in the early days of this, you were lucky if you got together 1 or 2 heats, maybe 4 or 5 teams per heat. But now the fact that we've got there's so many teams in this championship event here at the New Balance National Outdoors is really great there. And it looks like 7 Williamstown TC with maybe a slight bit of an edge there. Also on the outside there, Holland Hawks Track and Field looks really good.
So it looks like the guys and gals from New Jersey took it slightly ahead, but on their inside, K-Zoom charging up fast.
Yeah, boy, K-Zoom here. That is Aliyah Young with a very strong move there.
Leah Young from Kalamazoo, Michigan. She's a senior. She's been getting pretty close to sub 60 this season, 62.43. Focused more on the hurdles events. She's going to have to try and find some of that flat speed to catch our new leaders, Black and Yellow. Look at this. Are you hearing the sound on the soundtrack right now?
They are literally playing Black and Yellow on the soundtrack in the stadium. I don't know if you can hear that, folks, but we got our DJs over here in the stadium doing things right here for Black and Yellow TG. But that, with a little bit better handoff there, Hall TC, there was a little bit of a pause there between those athletes. Micah Dominique to Kiana Boone. But Kiana Boone there.
She's getting ready to take the stick from Micah, who's got the lead right back after he took it from Kristen Moore. She heard her team's anthem on the loudspeaker and immediately responded with the adrenaline despite paying for it at the end. Black and Yellow. Off the turn. Hall trying to get back into it. DC Cadets and Holland Hawks charging them down.
See how this exchange goes? Not too bad for both of those teams, Black and Yellow and Hall. So it's Kiona Boone against Tamira Moore. Looks like it's going to be those two. Tamira Moore has a lot to make up, and she's doing it very quickly, already getting up close to the shoulder and now on the shoulder of Kiona Boone and passes Kiona Boone. Let's hope she doesn't have to pay for this in the last 200 meters. She has 200 meters to go here. Kiona Boone, Tamira Moore, K-Zoom TC, passing Kiona Boone, and coming off this final turn, a monster first 300 meters for Tamira Moore to pass over Kiona Boone, and she's going to bring it home here for K-Zoom TC in style. So Black and Yellow was not enough on the soundtrack to take Black and Yellow TG to the victory, and it's K-Zoom TC on the anchor leg of Tamira Moore to run 3:35.85. Black and Yellow TG 3:38.53.
So we had a battle between Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on those last couple of legs there. K-Zoom Track Club bringing it home to the Midwest. Black and Yellow from Engineering and Science right here in the city of brotherly love. We've got a total of 5 heats still left, but Mark, you and I were absolutely blown away by what we saw from Mallory Weller of Cadet Distance Project, a new meet record of 4:31.78. What a performance. We're going to send it down to Devontae to talk to Mallory.
Mallory, you had an amazing race today. It was not your first race of the competition. So how were you feeling coming to the start line today?
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in my 2-mile. I wanted a lot better time, so I was a little disappointed, but I think that gave me fuel for today.
All right, and you're the 8th fastest high schooler of all time. Were you expecting that today?
No, I knew if it went out fast I could get a PR, but saying 8th fastest time all time is insane to me. I didn't know this was ever possible.
Well, obviously it's possible for you. Last thing, I see the message on your leg. It says run free. Can you tell the crowd, all of us, what that means?
Yeah, I like to ride it on a lot. I do it a lot for all my races, and my coach tells me it a lot, and just to run free and run like fresh, not get too like overwhelmed if it's fast, if it's slow, just run free, let go of those expectations, and just run your race. Don't worry about anyone else.
Well, you look very free today and composed. Congratulations, Mallory. Congratulations on the 8th fastest girl of all time.
Great to catch up there with Mallory Weller, your girls' championship mile national champion here at the New Balance National Outdoors as we get ready for Heat 3 of our championship mixed 4x4.
Piece of history for you Indiana State track and field fans. Mallory Weller not only set a state record for the full unconverted mile with her 4:31, but the number 2 all-time all-purpose performance in her state for high school history. Addie Wiley, back when she was a senior at the Grand Valley State University Midwest Redemption, ran a 4:26.16 in the 1,600 meters before going on to dominate the NIA. And with what we know about Addie Wiley as the USA Indoor 800-meter champion, that is not bad company to be in.
Not too bad at all. as we get underway here in our Heat 3 of our championship mix 4x400. In lane 1, Griffin's TC. In lane 2, Hackey. In lane 3, Southern Sprinters Elite, with a lot of good performances here this weekend. Morristown in 4, St. Croix Prep in 5, Ramsey in 6, Warwick TC in 7, Red Devil Nation TC in 8, and Blazing Bobcats TC in 9. And it looks like a scratch actually from Griffin's in lane 1.
Hackley, watch for them in lane 2. They're leading off with 152 800 stud Alfie Adams, just a sophomore. He had the fastest split, a 151 and change of the entire 4x8 last week at States.
So a lot of times these athletes, the 4x4 boys, train together as a 4x4 boy for most of the season. Same with the girls. So they probably don't have a whole lot of time to practice stick exchange, or maybe only like when they know that they're going to qualify, they do a little bit, but they're obviously also concentrated on their individual gender 4x4s, your boy 4x4s and your girl 4x4s. So sometimes you see sometimes the exchange are a little awkward between when you're exchanging from boy to girl or girl to boy.
Yeah, and you think adding a mixed 4x1 is that easy as pie. They have added it to the World Relays this year, which was fun to see out in Botswana, but when you have that vast differences of speed coming in and out of those exchange zones, you've got to work on that if you're going into nationals. It's Warwick, Reagan Smith, the future Rhode Island Ram from New York, handing it off into the third leg. It looks like Red Devil Nation and Blazing Bobcats vying for the minor positions. It looks like Isaiah Gonzalez has been given the third leg for Warwick.
Yeah, that's Jorel Santiago from Red Devil Nation and Sean Hadley from Blazing Bobcats. But also up in the mix there, Ramsey, Giorgio Brutini. So it's going to come down to this fourth and final leg here between Warwick, Red Devil, Blazing Bobcats, and Ramsey.
What a finish by Warwick.
Yeah, Warwick with the early lead here, handing off to Ciara Carid.
I think Warwick, though I saw Gonzalez on the bib, they might have moved Luke Beatty, the pole vault New York State record holder, that third leg. That's just what my eyes tell me. He's a future Tennessee Vol, one of the more recognizable faces in New York State. And so we'll see if Warwick with Ciara Carid can hold off Michaela Johnson of the Blazing Bobcats.
So Michaela Johnson just about a couple of meters off there, off of Ciara Carid. Johnson, Carid.
They're just about stride for stride as far as cadences go.
Johnson getting ready to make her move now here on the home stretch. But Carid able to hold off Michaela Johnson and give Warwick TC the victory here in Heat 3, 333-42. That takes over the overall lead. Blazing Bobcats, Michaela Johnson helps them slip into that second position with a time of 334.21, and that puts them above Kazum TC from our previous heat.
What an absolute stormer on that anchor leg. 56.98 for the sophomore Ciara Carid, who's been focusing more on the 100 and 200 this season. But that's what's so great about a 4x400 meter relay, especially for shorter sprinters, is that you can use that early speed in the opening half, and Carid established that pace and maintained it throughout. Her PR in the open is a 59 and change. So a huge, huge result for her and the Warwick Wildcats.
Great two final legs there for Warwick. Whether there was Gonzalez or not, there was definitely Carid. And Carid took things home there to give Warwick the lead overall as we get ready for Heat 4 of our mixed 4x4. Osborne Park, Crofton TC, Team Accelerate, Framingham TC, FCS Phoenix, Jackson TC, Potomac Panthers, and LAB TC. Sorry, that was Farmington TC, not Framingham. I was thinking Framingham from up north there. Farmington TC in lane 4.
Also to note, FCS Phoenix is short for Friends Central School Phoenix, a local Pennsylvania Philly area school from Wynwood. Watch out for them in lane number 5.
So just into the first 200 meters here, and a strong run there from Stephen Calkins from Potomac Panthers. Looking very good there in lane 7. Also on the inside there in lane 4, Ian Manton from Farmington TC. Oh, making the cut.
He cut it early.
Oh,
no.
That might be a TQ later on there for Stephen Calkins. He didn't realize that the cut was still on the front stretch. We'll see. That happened on the straightaway, so we don't know if necessarily that's going to be a foul or not. If he would have done that on the turn, that definitely would have been a foul.
And either way, it is the Connecticut natives from Farmington onto the second leg, but they have been quickly rounded up.
What's interesting, what you see here with these relays, is the athletes that are starting off in lane 1, 2, and 3 actually don't cut in. They actually cut out to lane 4 during that cut-in. So their stagger has been set up specifically for the fact that they're going to actually be cutting out later on rather than cutting in like the rest of the athletes.
And it is no question as to why FCS Phoenix has taken the lead. Nina Trusty, a 54.85 lifetime performer, 56.37 on the season, but a huge, consistent presence at the junior Olympic level for AAU. You can never count out her talent, no matter where her fitness is at.
And that's Andrew Schronk for Phoenix. And then you got Eli Levine for Potomac Panthers, the only team that's anywhere near FCS Phoenix. But they've got a monster lead here with about 500 meters to go, 100 meters or so on this leg. And we'll see what Jade Nichols can do to keep that lead for FCS Phoenix. And possibly, well, now several other teams are involved. You can see on the camera there, they're all catching up to Eli Levine. So it'll be Sydney Levine, presumably the sibling to Eli, that's going to be charged amongst a few teams to try to run down Jade Nichols here from FCS Phoenix. But she's got about a 45 meter lead. If she can just kind of maintain, don't have to go completely all out here.
And in last year's edition of this mixed 4x4, the meet record was established by DC Cadets of 3:30.28. That could definitely be threatened if we've got a fast anchor here from Nichols. Moving into second now on the outside, you see Brooke Hacker, the junior from Farmington, Connecticut. She's a 56 runner, the CCC Central champion, but this is
going to be tough for Nichols. She's starting to tie up here down the stretch,
Here
and those other
Hacker.
athletes smelling blood.
Wow, Brooke Hacker. Looked like she was cruising it home there at the end. We'll have to put our meet record conversation on hold. A 57-11 split in a very well-judged final lap.
Yeah, Jade Nichols, it just might have been a little bit too much. I mean, she had a sizable lead. She could have made it comfortable for herself at the end if maybe just holding back a little bit, be a little bit more conservative to have more at the end. She didn't have enough in the end. And Brooke Hacker and Sydney Levine for Potomac Panthers both took the opportunity to go past her, as well as Skylar Carpenter from Jackson TC. So that's your order of finish there in Heat 4. Farmington TC 335.78, Potomac Panthers 336.37, and Jackson TC 336.37 as well.
No question as to how Skylar Carpenter brought Jackson TC way back into the mix, making up 3 spots with a 55.62. She is the 4th place finisher from the New Jersey Meet of Champions in the 400.
So we get a look there, Mason Swain dancing to some of the music here, getting himself ready there in lane 7 for Burnt Hills TC. But we've got Old Bridge TC, Victor Pope John, the 13th, if I know my Roman numerals correctly. Red Hawk TC, Burlington Township Track, Valley Project, Burnt Hills TC, Tiger Elite out of DC, and Union Catholic Regional. We've been saying Union Catholic and Bullis and all these teams all weekend long. These athletes are everywhere and in every event.
But you're going to want to watch out for the team of the man whom you observed with his pre-race routine. That's Mason Swain and Burnt Hills Track Club. Their boys broke 3:20 this season for a school record 3:19 at the William F. Eddy meet in mid-May, and their girls ran a 3:54 to place second in Class B states. So they've got a great combo. They were fourth in this event last year after all, even having to move on from Allie O'Rourke, their fastest quarter miler on that anchor. They've really stepped up to fill her spot. Riley Flanagan and Addie Greer doing the female honors.
Yeah, I tell you what, in a lot of programs, it's one thing to have a really good boys relay team, but when you can also have a really good girls relay team, that's when you got the magic combo, because each of those teams feed off of each other, even when they are running only within their gender. But certainly when you can bring them together here in this very unique and exciting and fun event, they're going to really shine.
Let me tell you about this amazing event that Burnt Hills puts on every year. I had the honor of emceeing it. It is called the Ready, Set, Glow Relays. And this year, for their fun relay, they did an anything but a baton relay, and many members of this mixed 4x4 used a Target shopping cart for their baton and won the race.
As we witnessed there, Swain got things out very well for Burnt Hills. But on the inside there in lane 5 there, Blessin Sindolo, after a great leg from Jalen Porter as well, put Burlington Township Track also in the mix, though they drop now back to third place.
Really strong cut in there. It looked like Burnt Hills, our early leaders, got shuffled into second. Is now Pope John the 23rd is in the lead.
So I didn't get my Roman numerals right. I said 13th. I missed an X there.
You were not alone in that. I'm not going to name
It's been a while since I studied Roman Catholicism in school.
Pope John the 23rd, either way, a great second leg by Casey Carney. Zane Carswell takes it in front, and now Burnt Hills trying to stay close. They've got Max Napis on this third leg, and this is a guy that started out more as a 400 specialist. He's a 50-29 exponent, but he's really found something in the 800 this year. He tried it a few times, broke 2 at senior day as a junior, and is now running 155s. Look out for Union Catholic as well.
Yeah, Union Catholic moving up in just about the second position there with Garsonair. And so it's Zane Carswell trying to hold off the challenge there from Max Napis and Garsonair.
That was a really good response by Napis, though, as he is pulled back within contact of Zane Carswell and Pope John the 23rd as they come into the anchor leg.
So it's all going to come down to Tessa McMullen from Pope John the 23rd, Adeline Greer from Burnt Hills, and Jerleni Torres from Union Catholic.
Addie Greer split a 56 on her anchor carry of BHBL's 4x4 at States last week. She even broke Allie O'Rourke, whom I mentioned earlier's school record in the 600. But watch out for Valley Project. Daphne Georgiadis is surging from 4th to 3rd now.
Wow, what a run for Georgiadis from Valley Project. She spent a lot of energy, though, getting just up into that third position.
Here comes Addie Greer from Burnt Hills. The Spartans are going to take this one home. The 4th place finishers from last year might have felt that denial from the fast heats, but they are going to set the new number 3 overall time, 3:34.41. That's 2:56 anchors for Addie Greer in back-to-back weeks, 56:13, and an even quicker last split by Daphne Georgiadis, 54:02, to bring Valley Project out of Basking Ridge, New Jersey.
She did that all in the first pretty much 220 meters, but then once she got into that turn, though, I think that started to pay the price, and it just wasn't going to quite be enough to run down Greer.
We have 2 heats to go in case I misspoke earlier on my math. I was wondering why they were coming out onto the track and not doing the video boards just yet. We'll get to that in a minute, but either way, you look at some of those other splits. The first 2 legs, 148.23. That's averaging 54s between a man and a woman. Very impressive for Mason Swain and Riley Flanagan, who is just a sophomore. Swain off to Geneseo next year to compete in Division III. Max Nafis, almost sub 50 on the occasion. Addie Greer, her new lifetime best split to bring it home.
And we're getting ready for our next heat here. Heat 6 of 7 in our mixed 4x4. Eagles TNF in 1, Upper Arlington in 2, Nyack TC in 3, Bloomfield TC in 4, William Penn Charter in 5, Webster Schroeder in 6, Iconic Force TC in 7, Western Carey TC in 8, and Minnesink Valley in 9.
A couple of interesting things to note here. Webster Schrader High School served as the host of last week's New York State Championships, but their anchor, Rebecca Schrader, Schroeder, as I was alerted, she pronounces her last name differently from the school, so we're going to have to do our very darndest to nail that down. Watch out for Penn Charter. They've got Mickey Poland, a very strong anchor to come. An Iconic Force. One of their former products won the freshman national title in the 400 today, Maya Arundel of Bullis School.
Yeah, it's got to be weird having the same last name as the school. I mean, people are going to obviously assume that you're like a great-great-grandchild of, whoever they named the school after 100 years ago.
You'd think that'd be automatic homecoming queen.
You would think so, but, a lot of pressure.
Minnesink Valley is harnessing the pressure. Maximilian Wickrath, the New York State 55-meter champion, went out pretty hard in that first 300 on this 3-bended stagger, but he's being reeled in by Tyson Hardy of Western Carey from North Carolina.
Hardy will hand off to Shri, a goal for Western Carey TC. And she'll try to hopefully maintain that, but also looking good there in lane 4. Giovanni Reynolds came on strong at the end to hand off to Janiyah Barclay from Bloomfield TC.
So the team from Connecticut trying to surge, as are the Eagles track and field team, having to cut out from lane 1. This is going to be a chaotic bunch in here. Wow.
Yeah, that's tough when you have this, when you got athletes coming from both sides. You don't want to be in the middle there and get sandwiched.
Takesha McIntyre from Norristown, the local Pennsylvania girl out of nearby District 1. She's got the inside advantage. Let's see if anybody can strike her back before they head to the second exchange. It looks to be Western Carey still in the number 2 spot. Halfway home, thereabouts. What a move by McIntyre to break her competition. Great split halfway home as Penn Charter. We told you about the Quakers a little bit earlier. It looked like they were in similar colors to the Eagles track and field. Norristown buried in about 5th. That second leg was run by Logan Lloyd. And look at this move. That's Minnesink Valley. That's New York State's 600-meter champion, Robert LaBarbera. He ran 4:47s in both individual events and relays last week. Took it from Farrah Hill on the second leg. Let's see if he could split something quicker here in one of his final runs as a Warrior.
He just absolutely exploded in the first 125 meters to put them into the lead.
It looks to be another storming split, 47-70, keeping the streak alive, Rob LaBarbera.
Wow, what a split there. I mean, he didn't go out and die. He went out and maintained 47-70, amazing split, and now it's all going to be up to Chloe Beck to hold on to the lead here from Ellie Beck. Chloe Beck and Ellie Beck, not siblings, obviously not from the same school, and Webster Schroeder featuring Rebecca Schroeder.
We've got 5 teams in it, though, still. You heard me mention Penn Charter and Mickey Poland. She's trying to challenge in the white shorts, coming around the outside. Into second goes the senior from Philly, but it looks to be Rebecca Schroeder into the front for the Webster Schrader Warriors. 400 hurdles
Schroeder
last week at States.
wins it for Schrader.
An anchor in the mix 4x4 here. How about that? 55.64 for Schroeder, and she is still a junior. 55.07 for Mickey Poland as well. Again, she is going to be a sorely missed member of that Penn Charter lineup, bringing it home in second.
3:32.99, now the time to beat, but we do have our seeded race getting ready to come up, and we are going to meet the teams here in Heat 7.
Beginning with the team that placed third in the SMR on night one, already proposing our Jack Larson and Octavius Flowers. He said yes, Gilderland.
And next up, Upper Darby TC.
The local Pennsylvania boys and gals. Top three finishes in their state championships. Colts Neck as well. Watch for Michaela Curry. She's expected to lead them off. She was sixth in the New Jersey Meet of Champions in both the 4 flat and hurdles.
And next up, we welcome McNamara Mustangs.
Curry corrected to the anchor, but Bishop McNamara, always a loaded lineup. And also to the Scorpions Track Club, another Maryland squad from Oakland Mills High School.
And we have been hearing a lot about these athletes all weekend long, the St. James Academy.
And that young man on the left of your screen, Amir Duff, anchored them home to a meet record already in the 4x1. But you can't talk about records without this squad, the Bullis School.
Next up here, let's welcome a Wolverine TC. They are ready to go, ready to slash at the competition.
Watch for them from North Stafford, Virginia. Their girls were the state champions in Class 6, but how about Colonial Forge, the Class 6 4x4 boys state champions in 3:15.93. Also ran a 3:51.84 on the girls' side to place third in the same umbrella.
So we have some time here as the athletes cross the field. Tell us how you see this race unfolding. So many superstars within this team. What team do you see has the most superstars to really put together that complete quad package?
Well, this may sound like a bit of a default, Mark, but got to start with Bullis. They have so much experience on their lineup. You look at Chase Elliott, who was a national indoor freshman runner-up. You look at Kershell Campbell and Mikey Swanson on second and third legs. They've both run on the Bullis A team for the 4x4s for their respective genders before. And Madison Brown, the younger sister of Kennedy Brown, the national 400-meter hurdles champion. They are so well coached by Joe Lee out of Potomac, Maryland.
Yeah, you got to figure they're one of the favorites. I'd also keep an eye on St. James Academy. Malcolm Brown, Annette McGrath, Amir Duff, Demaya Wilson, all athletes that have performed really well individually throughout the season. And so you suspect